You are a billionaire tycoon. And your pregnant wife, in hunger, went to steal a chicken. She was caught in the act, hoping for you to solve the problem. But instead, she faced despair. Looking back on what happened 60 years ago, when you were 20 years old, you were happy to be a father. However, you did not have the consciousness of being a father. You just went out and messed around all day, ignoring your pregnant wife at home. In order to prevent the unborn child in her belly from starving, the wife had to steal chickens from people in the same village. As a result, she was caught and locked in the yard, and the people in the village all looked down on her. Women look forward to their men taking them back, but you chose to turn a blind eye for the sake of your own face. In the end, the dual pressure of physical and mental health successfully overwhelmed the woman, and she chose to hang herself to end it all. At this moment, as you lie on the bed, your life has come to an end. Regrets of the past flash through your mind as you think of your only wife and child. Tears of remorse stream down your face, and then the hospital instruments return to calm. Your consciousness gradually blurs. However, at this moment, the light became a bit dazzling. In a daze, you opened your eyes and faintly heard footsteps around you. Subconsciously, you struggled to sit up and saw the back of a woman. You are so familiar with this back view. You are afraid that all of this is just your own fantasy. You reach out your hand and say with difficulty, Yang Wenjing. The voice was very soft, and the woman outside the house did not hear it. However, you are surprised to find that your originally aging body has become younger. As if you have returned to your 20s, everything feels so real. You suddenly got up and walked towards the figure outside the room. At this moment the woman heard the movement. She quickly turned around and looked at you with a frightened look in her eyes. Chen Tong, you're awake. Yang Wenjing's voice trembled as she subconsciously took a step back. And you stood still, memories of the past flooding over you like a torrent. The woman before you is the wife you have felt guilty about for over 60 years. At this moment, you stood in front of Yang Wenjing in a daze, your body trembling with excitement. But in Yang Wenjing's eyes, your behavior was a sign of impending anger. She didn't know how she had offended you again, and tears streamed down her face. Please, don't hit me. There's a child in my belly. Suddenly, big tears rolled down from your eyes. Her voice sounded so familiar. You used to look down on her, but when you lost her, you truly woke up, and this became a regret for the rest of your life. Now she stands in front of herself again, wanting to say a lot, but thinking of the various wrong things she did before. The words are on the tip of her tongue but she doesn't know how to speak. You look at Yang Wenjing, whose hair is dry and lacks color, and who has become so thin that she is unrecognizable. It suddenly hurts to see her like this. If I remember correctly, the Yang Wenjing before marrying me was thin but very attractive, with big eyes and a melon seed face. She was the dream lover of many men in the village. It's only been a year, and I've treated her so badly. Your reaching out made Yang Wenjing take several steps back in fear. Just as she was about to be tripped by the mud behind her, you quickly grabbed her arm, preventing a disaster. At this moment, Yang Wenjing also dared not break free from your palm, squatting on the ground trembling in fear, constantly muttering in her mouth, "Don't hit me." You felt extremely sad in your heart, let go of Yang Wenjing's arm, and cursed yourself for not being human in your heart. With just this unintentional action, Yang Wenjing was scared like this. You can imagine how excessive your past actions were. "What are we having for lunch today?" you ask. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenjing trembled again and quickly said, "No, no." Looking at Yang Wenjing retreating to the corner of the wall, holding her stomach with both hands and unable to speak, your heart ached once again. In fact, there was no food left at home long ago, and even the last sweet potato was gone. Yang Wenjing had been drinking only plain water for 2 days, so you walked around the house and found nothing. So you are ready to go outside to find something to eat and come back. You think that Yang Wenjing will be like in the past life, running to other people's houses to steal chickens. Before going out, you remind her, "Yang Wenjing, no matter when, you must not do anything against the rules. Take good care of the child in your belly." After speaking, you walked out the door in big strides. You know that for the past year, Yang Wenjing has been like in purgatory. Now, you can only regain her trust through practical actions. Start anew, and ensure a good life for your wife and the child yet to be born. After you left, Yang Wenjing was alone in the corner, constantly wiping away tears, murmuring to herself, "Child, don't blame mom. Mom has run out of options." When you turn right out of the door, you still see the familiar muddy road. The village you are in is surrounded by small mountains. As you come out, several children's eyes light up, clamoring for you to take them to catch fish and dig for bird eggs. However, the next second, they are dragged away by the elders by the ears. If you don't learn well and just follow those who are not successful in learning, hurry up and do something, otherwise there will be nothing to eat on the Qingming festival. Their family members do not hesitate to point fingers and scold in front of you. You were suddenly stunned. If I remember correctly, Yang Wenjing went out to steal chickens the night before Qingming. However, tomorrow is Qingming festival, and everything is still in time. The most urgent thing is to let Yang Wenjing have a meal, and then watch over her to prevent her from doing anything foolish. Thinking in your heart, you turned and ran towards the riverbank, because you could catch fish and pick up snails, so tonight's dinner would be settled. The villagers working in the fields watched as you walked away, their eyes full of disdain. Chen Tongjian is not a good person. If he had been willing to work hard, he could have lived a good life with a beautiful wife. But now, his wife is pregnant and they can only eat bran and wild vegetables, looking thin and miserable. 20 minutes later, you arrived at the riverside. Knowing you couldn't delay, Yang Wenjing was still hungry at home. You immediately took off your shirt and went into the river, starting to skillfully fish and pick snails. In no time, you had a palm-sized crushing carp in your hand. The stream was a bit cold, but you gritted your teeth and threw the crushing carp on the bank. Your fingers continued to search in the crevices of the rocks, and in a short while, there were a dozen small fish on the bank. Now there was enough fish to eat, and you planned to pick some more snails. People in the village are conservative. Few people eat it, and there is a lack of oil in the homes. No heavy ingredients, and it's not good for making fish or screws. A mouthful of earthy flavors that are hard to swallow. The screws touched about tens of pounds. He looked up and glanced at the sky, knowing that it was not early, and he had to let Yang Wenjing have a good meal tonight. Her haggard, thin appearance was heartbreaking. As the sun sets over the earthen houses, the smoke from the cooking of the families comes out, and it's time for dinner. Chen Tong put both the screws and the fish on his clothes for wrapping and rushed back home. By the time he arrived home, the red sun was setting, the light was dimming, and in the thatched and mud-piled house, he saw Yang Wenjing sitting there dumbfounded. When she saw Chen Tong come back, she was a bit rushed and didn't know where to put her hands. There's not a grain of rice in the house. There are fields, but Chen Tong doesn't farm at all. There are only 3 things to do. Go home for dinner, beat up Yang Wenjing, and go out and fool around with your fox friends. Originally, Yang Wenjing was going to farm by herself, but being pregnant and having difficulty moving around, coupled with a long history of not having enough to eat and no nutrition and being physically and mentally tortured by Chen Tong, she simply couldn't do it. She touched the child in her stomach. Her eyes reddened, not daring to look at Chen Tong. Home, is there any more oil in the house? Chen Tong asked that nothing tastes good without oil. Yang Wenjing was in a bit of a trance, not knowing what Chen Tong was up to. There is still a small bowl of canola oil left in the house. Usually Yang Wenjing cannot afford to use. Chen Tong let out a long breath. It was fine if there was oil. He went around Yang Wenjing and took out 2 small iron pots from the house and dumped the fish and screws from his clothes into them. A man sits over there and cleans the minnows with well water. Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted. Suddenly, she frowned. Chen Tong would not be trying to poison her and the child in her stomach. She didn't know where the courage came from. Even if she was crippled today, she wanted to keep the baby in her belly. Where did you get that fish and what are you doing with it? Are you trying to poison me and the baby in my belly? Chen Tong had just finished cleaning the small fish and looked at Yang Wenjing with a tenderness in his eyes that he had never seen before, and didn't get angry because of these words. It's fish from the village creek. It's not like there's no food left in the house, so you and the baby in your tummy will have to make do with what you've got tonight. And tomorrow I'll go and make some money. Yang Wenjing knew that Chen Tongmu caught fish and would go up the mountain to dig out bird eggs, but one has never seen him take it to the house. Not to mention fish and eggs, not even a single bird feather or fish scale. For a moment, she froze in place. From the moment she got up this morning, she had a slight feeling that Chen Tong was a bit different from the usual days. However, this year of torture had left a deep shadow in Yang Wenjing's heart. The return of the prodigal son? She didn't believe it, and she didn't dare. You go ahead and sit down. I'll call you when the grilled fish is ready in a while. Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. He knew that only practical actions could prove everything. He cleaned the screws and picked out some of the conch meat. There wasn't much oil in the house, so if he fried them with the shells on, he ate the oil and it wasn't clean. By the time we got this done, an hour had passed and it was getting dark. Chen Tongsheng got up and held a pile of firewood. The firelight shook and shone on Yang Wenjing's face, and you could see the waves in her eyes. She had been sitting in the doorway, silently watching Chen Tong do all this. Chen Tong threaded the fish with wooden sticks, and the smaller ones were placed on the cleaned green bricks and roasted by the fire. At this time, the iron pot was also hot. Looking at only a small bowl of rapeseed oil left, Chen Tong poured all of it into the pot. Looking at Yang Wenjing's heartache for a while, her brows were tightly locked. These oils could be enough for her to eat for a long time, but she didn't dare to speak at all. Put in the onion, ginger and garlic. and the aroma is suddenly overwhelming. Chen Tong poured in the picked conch meat and stir-fried over high heat. After a while, the chopped leeks and some chili peppers were dumped into the pan and tossed together. The leeks and peppers were from the small vegetable patch in front of the dirt hut, along with some greens for the usual porridge. In these days of butchery, few people were so extravagant as to use a small half bowl of oil to saute greens and snail meat. The aroma wafts through the small yard and whets the appetite. Next to it, the roasted fish zipped and dripped oil down. It was meat flavor. Yang Wenjing didn't know how long it had been since she had eaten meat. Grilled fish, sautéed screws with leeks, fragrant. After all this, it was already dark. Chen Tong carried out the dirty little wooden table and placed it next to the fire. The night was chilly and he was worried about Yang Wenjing's body getting cold. Let's eat. There's no more rice, only boiling water. Chen Tong handed the biggest roasted fish to Yang Wenjing, the charred fish skin revealing the snow-white fish meat inside, bubbling with heat and aroma. Swish! Yang Wenjing couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face and didn't dare to take the grilled fish, because she wasn't sure what Chen Tong wanted to do. Have a nice meal and kick her out of Clear River Village? Or, she didn't dare think about it. Seeing that Yang Wenjing didn't answer, Chen Tong carefully pulled her to the table. Don't worry about eating it. There's no soy sauce or wine or oyster sauce or chicken essence or any of that stuff. It doesn't taste too good, but it'll fill your stomach tonight. After a long time, Yang Wenjing picked up her chopsticks and picked up leeks and snail meat and put them in her mouth. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. Chapter 4, Earn a little money to subsidize the household. After eating the grilled fish and leek fried screws, Chen Tong took the initiative to clean up the dishes and let Yang Wenjing walk around the yard to eliminate her food. Yang Wenjing was as if she was dreaming, feeling very unreal. Chen Tong, this is a turnaround. This is a 180-degree change. Tonight's meal wasn't exactly delicious, but it was many times better than before. And for Yang Wenjing, it was considered a big meal. In a short while, Chen Tong came out with the rest of the snails, having already boiled them once in a pot with ginger, holding a thin wire in his hand, quietly picking at the snail meat in the yard by the light of the fire in the moonlight. Yang Wenjing looked at all this, and there was a little touch in his heart. He was working. Hey, Wenjing, let's have a chat. Chen Tong's hands don't stop. Tomorrow is the Qingming festival. He wants to make money to let Yang Wenjing really eat a good meal. Sizzling rice, oily pancetta. Yang Wenjing looked at him, her heart rippling. In this year, Chen Tong called him Wenjing for the first time, cooked food for him for the first time, and took the initiative to do something for the first time. It was something she couldn't even think about. Yang Wenjing had a few moments of haste and stopped, her body standing stiffly to the side. Chen Tong smiled gently. The firelight danced in his eyes as he got up, wiped his hands casually on his clothes, and pulled Yang Wenjing to sit on the bench. This year, I've made you suffer. I promise that from now on, I'll let you eat white rice and meat all the time. Chen Tong's voice was not loud, but it was firm. Don't you think twice about doing something stupid for the baby in your belly? Chen Tong is still worried that Yang Wenjing doesn't trust herself and will run to the same village home to steal chickens. There was a hint of trepidation in Yang Wenjing's black and white eyes. Was Chen Tong hinting at something? He couldn't have guessed he was going to steal a chicken. Could he? However, so far in her pregnancy, her body is not nourished and she is worried about the child in her belly. Yang Wenjing was silent, her head lowered, looking at the dancing flames. She's a youth from the countryside. It's to have a face and be educated from a young age. If it weren't for the baby in my belly, tomorrow at noon, I promise there will be meat and eggs on the table. Chen Tong once again assured Yang Wenjing, just to dispel the thoughts in her mind. To be honest, Yang Wenjing does not believe in it. Mary Chen Tong is also really helpless. Also know his past. In the past 20 years, Chen Tong did not know what it means to work. Not before the separation of the family to eat the family, eat his second brother and sister. Idle. After the separation of the family, intensified, married Yang Wenjing, either beating or scolding, pregnant also do not care, follow a group of fox friends blindly mix, only care about their own food, where to care about her Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing's head was a bit confused, not knowing what to say. I'm tired. I'm going to bed first. She sensed that Chen Tong was a bit different, but, for better or worse, it can't be any worse than it is now. She lay on the bed, Chen Tong's words ringing in her head. Let's see if he can do it tomorrow. There are some shadows and scars that can't be erased in a word or two. In a day or two, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yang Wenjing didn't dare to think about it. Her greatest fear was to give herself hope and have it turn into despair. Well, that would be the last straw that crushes the heart. Only, I can't go stealing chickens tonight. Chen Tong worked until late at night to pick all the snail meat, which was to be sold tomorrow. The next day, the haze was faint. The first crow came from the big rooster in the village. He got up with a start. There was still a bit of last night's grilled fish left. He added water to the pot and heated it, placing the grilled fish in a bowl before placing it back in the pot to smother it. The family was too poor to have anything but to make do with what they had. He then took a basket and a bundle of rope from his house, with the snail meat he just picked last night in the basket, and most of the leeks from the field in front of the door cut. He hurried out the door. When he came back from rebirth and saw his penniless home, the first thing Chen Tong thought of was to make money. But in the 1980s, not to mention the farmers in the small mountain villages, even in the small county an hour and a half away from here, there were very few people doing business. For him, it was opportunity. In his eyes, everything is gold. Screws are gold, as are leeks, and even roadside mugwort. He was confident that he could make Yang Wenjing eat white rice and meat every day. He wants to give Yang Wenjing and her unborn child the best life possible. Not long after, Chen Tong walked to the place where he had fished yesterday, and there were large patches of mugwort here, although a lot of them had been picked off by the villagers of Qinghe village. After all, they were surrounded by mountains, and the last thing they lacked was vegetation. Huaiyin County, 12 miles away, was his goal for the day. The dewy mugwort is definitely a favorite. By the way, marketing the leek fried screws will not be a small harvest today. In the county, there are public compounds, but also meat factories and aquatic supply houses. If he remembered correctly, there was also a family building where the people who lived there worked in the public sector. The people there's no shortage of money. The sky is cloudy. A mugwort fell, and these things were easy as pie for a 20-year-old lad. After getting about 30 pounds of mugwort, he picked some watercress and put it in the basket. The watercress stir-fry was so flavorful. What's more, it's the kind of flavor that people in the county's public sector want. 12 miles, not too far, not too close. An hour and a half later, he arrived at the county seat. At 7:30 a.m., he found the family building of the public housing unit. It's all about time for families to get up and make breakfast, and a lot of people are out shopping for groceries. Today is the Qingming festival. Every family has to pay homage to their ancestors. The food can't be bad. Treat your ancestors with filial piety. Chen Tong squatted on the side of the road and placed the wormwood, which had been bundled with a rope, on the side of the road. The green mugwort and the dew were very solid. Watercress, snail meat, and leeks are all neatly set aside. A number of sharp-eyed middle-aged women coming and going saw the bright green from afar. Hey, young man, is this mugwort? Before Chen Tong even opened his mouth, several middle-aged women gathered around. Chen Tong smiled, wiped the beads of sweat on his head, and said, "Today is not the Qingming festival, so I came early to sell some mugwort, wild watercress, and screws. Mugwort, this is the Qingming festival, everyone necessities rituals to use. Mugwort boiled eggs, specializing in female migraine." Chen Tong's mind struggled to recall the effects of mugwort as he introduced it aloud. "Well, that's true, and it looks pretty fresh. That's true, I just picked them by the river this morning." Chen Tong spoke quite loudly. These days, almost no one will do business on the side of the road. Suddenly surrounded over a lot of people. Chapter 5 sold out. Chen Tong smilingly introduced the freshly picked mugwort, and a good number of middle-aged women were obviously moved and wanted to buy some. "Big sister, this is freshly picked. I arrived here early in the morning, just to be able to reassure the big sisters who buy mugwort. Most importantly, mugwort boiled eggs, good for women's health." One of the middle-aged women nodded. She was weak and had frequent migraines, and asked, "How do you sell this mugwort? How much does it cost per caddy?" Chen Tong smiled and said, 40 cents a caddy. I rushed in the morning, did not bring a scale, just by feel for you to take, less you come back to make up for. More counted on me to send. 40 cents a pound. The price is acceptable. The key is that this is freshly picked from the river in the morning. But what middle-aged woman buying groceries doesn't like to get a little cheap and like to bargain? The middle-aged woman made a meaty face and pointed to the mugwort on the ground. "Young man, I'm sincere in wanting to buy it. See if you can get it cheaper." "Big sister, you see my clothes are still wet now. Rushed 10 or so miles, just to ensure freshness. Earned is also a hard money. This mugwort, is also rushed to the Qingming festival this stall." Chen Tong had started from nothing in his last life. What kind of people he hadn't come into contact with? "I'm a good judge of character. This big sister is definitely buying it, just to save a little money. And Chen Tong has manners, with a smile on his face. A mouthful of big sister shouted. "Very kind. Come on, look at your lad's eyes. Give me 3 pounds. The middle-aged woman saw that Chen Tong was sweating profusely and was also having a hard time, so she stopped bargaining. Chen Tong grabbed a handful from the ground. He was in business for many years. It's not split hairs, but it's not far off. A pair of hands without a scale is not far off. And he's all about taking a little bit more towards the end. "Big sister, This mugwort is only too much. You go home and weigh it, and if it's less, I'll make up for your 3 pounds. The woman took the mugwort and was delighted. This young man, he can do things. Anyone who likes to dip a toe in the water. The middle-aged woman paid the money and then saw the black and white screw meat in Chen Tong's vegetable basket, and was curious for a moment, saying, "What's that one? Is it for sale too?" Chen Tong followed the middle-aged woman's finger, pointing to the very screw meat. "It's screw meat, 70 cents a pound." "Screw meat? That's the screw with the shell from the river? That's edible?" The middle-aged woman still had a few moments of trust in Chen Tong. The key was that the young man had a sweet mouth and could talk. Not many people ate screw meat in the 1980s, and it's not surprising that they didn't know about it. Big sister, this screw meat has high nutritional value. Not losing eggs, especially leek fried screws. Men's gas station. Women's beauty salon. The body has inexhaustible strength. The man of the house ate. It is a plowed cow. Many middle-aged women's eyes are bright. The mouth of their family. Doing things during the day, and at night after dinner fell asleep, snoring loudly, where there is any spare time activities. I don't know anything about gas stations or beauty parlors, but who doesn't know the strength of an ox that plows a field? Just this screw. Can eating it be more nutritious than eggs? The middle-aged woman was half convinced. She had a plot of land that hadn't been plowed in I don't know how long. Not just her. A lot of middle-aged women on the sidelines are the same. Their own men do things hard during the day. And there is no TV at night, can only go downstairs to a bunch of women to get together and chat. Big sister. Screw fried meat. You can steal it tonight. Chen agreed to point and said, "That's not a lot of screws and leeks." "Okay, screw meat and leeks, give me a pound." The middle-aged woman is not ambiguous. This young man looks quite circumspect. Does not look like a liar. These days, most of the prescriptions are from the countryside. There are still a few credible. The middle-aged woman was giddy and smiling as she held the wormwood. Screws and chives. "Young man, I want some more of this mugwort tomorrow. Can you send some more over? And bring some screws and leeks along with it." The middle-aged woman departed. Even her footsteps were a little lighter. Eat what is not eat. Can make their own men grow strength, that have to eat more. Yeah. Chen Tong was also smiling, because the remaining middle-aged women were all out of their hands, as more and more people were gathering around, and if they didn't buy it, it would be gone. Whether it works or not, we'll see if we try it tonight. After the crowd dispersed, there was not a single piece of mugwort left. Screw meat and leeks were gone, and watercress was sold by Chen Tong hitchhiking. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, and the change bulging in his pocket, Chen Tong smiled. Just then, the first older woman who had bought the mugwort and snail meat returned, accompanied by a couple of women about the same age. "That's the young man who sells mugwort and screw meat." "Hey, how come it's gone?" Big sister is obviously to introduce business to Chen Tong to come. Snail meat fried leeks. Her heart misses. Big sister. "Sorry for being late. It's already sold out." Chen Tong smiled in embarrassment and said, Tomorrow I'll get you some more mugwort and snail meat." The older sister nodded and said, "Don't forget tomorrow." She'd gone home and waited, and the young man had given an extra tail for the mugwort. The snail meat must be fried with leeks. Chen Tong looked at the departing back and droned loudly. The older sister smiled back and nodded. Chen Tong packed up the basket and rope, came to a shade, took out the change in his pocket, and carefully counted it. 30 pounds or so of mugwort at 40 cents a pound sold for $11.50. 8 pounds of snail meat at 70 cents a pound sold for a total of $5.02. 5 pounds of leeks for 10 cents a pound. 50 cents total. 7 pounds of watercress, 20 cents a pound, for $1.02. Although busy, Chen Tong, who is naturally sensitive to numbers, remembers everything. The total income this morning was $18.40. A stack of change, grasped in his hands. For a moment, he had 100 different feelings in his heart. It's just getting started. He has to work hard to make a good life for Yang Wenjing and her unborn child. Chen Tong moved his muscles and bones and didn't leave in a hurry, observing for a while longer. This family building, although the income is not low, but usually eat the same kind of food. This is a good opportunity for him. Come back tomorrow and try again. That middle-aged woman, although her mouth said that she wanted mugwort and boiled some eggs to regulate her body, but Chen Tong understood that she wanted snail meat and leeks. Chen Tong left and headed for the supply and marketing center in the county. Supply houses are the equivalent of a latter-day supermarket, and almost everything you want is in there. However, something has to have a corresponding ticket. Otherwise, it's a lot more expensive. A small village in the mountains like Qingha village could not afford to buy rice, flour, and meat even if they had a ticket, and they simply would not come to the county's supply house. Only those who eat public food can eat white rice from time to time and come here to buy things. Chapter 6, Buying Meat and Rice. Although Qingha village is not far from the county, but in those days, No one had the idea of doing business. Every family guarded the fields that had just been allocated, and worked feverishly. Unfortunately, you don't make much money all year long, and you want to spend every penny in half. The main source of food in Xinghua village is sweet potatoes and bush rice, homegrown and easy to store. Chen Tong walked into the supply house. It was full of merchandise, all with handwritten prices, hanging by the register. He doesn't have food stamps or meat stamps, and the price of what he buys will be considerably more expensive. When I asked, a pound of rice was 20 cents. Without food stamps it was 23 cents a pound, a full 3 cents more expensive. Flour is 25 cents. Without a ticket it's 27 cents. 2 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of noodles, Chen Tong said. First buy some emergency, later come to the county town will be a lot of times. Slowly buy is. The salesman weighs it and pulls out the unused newspaper to bread the rice and bread. Chen Tong counted out the corresponding Mao ticket from his pocket and handed it over. Then I bought some kerosene, cooking oil, bags of soy sauce, chicken extract, and eggs. These are the necessities of life. He looked at the light bulb sitting on the counter and didn't buy it after all. Xinghua village is not far from the county town, although surrounded by mountains, but also easy to get in and out, so the village is also electrified. However, electricity costs money, and only a few families in the village can afford electric lights. More are using kerosene lamps, and there are even some villagers who sleep in the dark. Come to think of it, we are not rich now, so let's put food on the table first. Chen Tong walked out of the supply and marketing agency. The hands of a large bag took a lot of small bags, are carried with hemp rope. The basket won't hold that much either. Outside the door of the co-sale, I saw someone selling pancakes, asked for a nickel of veggie and 20 cents a meat, bought 4, 2 meat and 2 veggies. He was so hungry that he carried dozens of pounds and drove more than 10 miles without a sip of water. He sat on the side, ate 2, and tucked the remaining 2 into his arms to bring home to Yang Wenjing. Even if you get home in time, the pancakes might still be warm. He hoofed it to the meatpacking plant, where there were several butcher stores right out front. There was a lot of pork sitting on the newspaper, greasy and smooth. Chen Tong quickened his pace and arrived in front of the butcher store. How do you sell this pork? Bring the meat ticket. The stallholder was sharpening his knife without looking up. Chen Tong frowned and said, there are no meat tickets. No meat ticket? The stall owner was surprised. These days it's not often you come to buy meat without a meat ticket. It's going to be a lot more expensive. 2 for lean and 2.5 for fat. How much do you want? The vendor was talking about the price without a meat stamp, which is really expensive. And with a meat stamp it's 20 cents a pound cheaper. In the 80s, families didn't have much gas. The fat can be boiled in oil and stored for a long time. And the boiled lard residue can be eaten and smells good. That's why lean meat is cheaper than fatty meat. However, it's all the same for Chen Tong. Just 2 pounds for both the thin and fat ones. Yang Wenjing needs nutrition now. Fat and lean to be balanced. Honestly, that was because Chen Tong hadn't seen any milk. Otherwise he would have definitely bought some. No matter how expensive it is, you can't spare your daughter-in-law from eating it. If you're poor, you can't suffer your children. The stall owner does things nimbly. Hand up, 2 pounds of lean meat. 2 pounds of fat meat, the same as wrapped in newspaper, hemp rope tied up and handed to Chen Tong. That's $8.02. Chen Tong took out the money and handed it to the stall owner, earning a total of $18.14 in the morning, which is about to bottom out. Couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. In this day and age, you have to make a lot of money to eat meat and white rice all the time. At noon, Chen Tong returned to the entrance of the small courtyard, where Yang Wenjing was pacing in the courtyard with a worried frown. Seeing Chen Tong return with a large bag of things, his brows furrowed even more. The first thought was, where did Chen Tong get the money to buy a lot of things? It can't be stolen, right? That's a prison sentence, a stain for life that won't wash off. You bought something? Where's the money coming from? Yang Wenjing was a bit nervous. She had never questioned Chen Tong like this before, but she was more worried about the unborn child in her stomach. Is it possible to be born without a father and have to carry the reputation of being the daughter of a thief? Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing's nervous expression and knew that she had misunderstood him. Hastily placing what he was holding on the table, he said, I bought this with my own earned money. Clean and dry. You earned the money? Yang Wenjing wondered. Yes, today is the Qingming festival. I took the snail meat I picked last night and cut some leeks from the ground. And I cut some of the mugwort next to the creek at the head of the village and took it to the county town to sell. Really? Yang Wenjing's heart trembled. Did Chen Tong really go out to make money? Don't worry. Chen Tong patted his chest and suddenly remembered something, taking out from his arms the pancakes wrapped in newspaper. Still a little warm. He bought a total of 4, 2 meat and 2 veggies. He ate 2 vegetarian ones for himself and left the meat ones for Yang Wenjing. What is it? Yang Wenjing asked. her heart fluttering again. Chen Tong bought her something. These are pancakes. I bought 4. I was so hungry I couldn't resist eating 2 first. Chen Tong laughed a bit nervously and stretched the pancake in his hand forward again. He didn't say what kind of pancakes he bought 4 of. Yang Wenjing's eyes were a little moist, and her arms trembled slightly. Again, he confirmed. Did you really earn this money? Clean? Aha. Chen Tong stuffed the pancake into Yang Wenjing's hand and said, eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it gets cold. I'll go cook first. After that, he entered the house without looking back. Only the fuming Yang Wenjing was left behind. She had just noticed the contents of the basket: oil, eggs and other necessities, and 2 large piles wrapped in newspaper. Seeping oil outward. That's meat. That's pork. How much would that much stuff cost? She had to mess with her mind. Besides, it wasn't like Chen Tong hadn't done the stealing thing before. He has a second brother named Chen Hao. Originally the 2 brothers lived together, following Chen Tong's parents. There were 3 houses in the yard, a main house and 2 side rooms, all of which were mud piles. Chen Hao is different from Chen Tong, who farms solidly and raises some livestock along the way. Raise cows, pigs and ducks. And Chen Tong, since childhood, lazy, heart-calculating small ways, specializing in evil ways. I didn't realize that a year ago, Chen Tong, in order to invite those so-called diehards to go to the county town to go down to the restaurant, directly the oxen that plowed the land and the little black pig that was less than 34 pounds were stolen and sold. Incidentally, they took all the duck eggs that they usually couldn't afford to eat and used to sell for money. When Chen Tong's father found out, he was so angry that his eyes blackened on the spot and he fainted. And Chen Hao, also when this brother do not come and go, moved out to live alone, with parents went to the end of the village to rebuild the house. It could be said that Chen Hao was also suffering now, eating only 1 meal a day. Chapter 7, a very fragrant meal. While Yang Wenjing was lost in thought, Chen Tong had already organized the large bag of things he had bought. 2 pounds of lean meat and 2 pounds of fat meat sat very prominently on the small, worn wooden table. It is full of essentials such as eggs, oil, rice, noodles, and other necessities. Although it is not up to the standard of the later generations, but in the small mountain village of Qinghe village, it is quite rich. A few of the richest families in the village can't always afford to eat that well. Yang Wenjing took a bite of the still hot pancake, and her originally cold heart seemed to have a little temperature. Is it true that a man who has been wandering around for 20 years or so will return as a prodigal son? Still, it was just a whim. Chen Tong didn't know what Yang Wenjing thought and had already buried his head in his hands. Wash both the lean and fatty meat and place them in separate small pots. The first thing he had to do, boil the lard, and today he said he would use the lard to fry the food, even if the lard was sizzling with the rice. Unintentionally, she skimmed over Yang Wenjing standing in the doorway. The light was just right, hazy, and obviously 5 months pregnant, but skinny as a bamboo pole. I really don't know how Yang Wenjing survived this year. Chen Tong had a heartache. He was so inhuman. You must let Yang Wenjing have meat at all times and an egg every morning, because he can make money. 2 pounds of lard had been cut by him into barred chunks, and the iron pot had been washed and cleaned, and a small half pot of hot water had been poured over it, and the cut lard put in. Yang Wenjing wanted to come over to burn the fire, but Chen Tong refused. He was too busy with these jobs. The iron pot gurgled and bubbled. Chen Tong skimmed off the froth with a wooden spoon, and the pot chamber burned on a small fire. These days the one thing every household lacks is meat oil. Dry stomach, smelling the aroma bubbling up from the lard. Chen Tong also couldn't help but feel that it smelled really good. After a while, the lard was almost ready. The drippings have been molded, golden brown and nourishing with a dense little bubble. In small mountain villages at this time of the year, almost everything was used to hold things in tiles and such, and their house was no exception. In fact, it would be best if you could sprinkle some Garcinia Cambogia peppers in this tawa. But the family was poor, and many people had never heard of it. Chen Tong served up the lard and put the rest of the lard drippings on a plate. After chilling for a little while, he pinched up a piece of lard residue and carefully handed it to Yang Wenjing. Taste. Yang Wenjing looked up, just in time to meet Chen Tong's eyes with a smile. Swish. Her face was surprisingly red. Chen Tong had actually become so gentle with him. I just had pancakes. I'm not hungry. She stumbled a little. Chen Tong bowed his body and lowered his head, all close to Yang Wenjing's face, and said, "This is for the baby in the belly." Yang Wenjing's face turned even redder, and she could even feel Chen Tong's nostrils blowing on her face. The earlobes were so red they were about to spill blood. Reaching out, he took it and put it in his mouth. Chewing slowly, Chen Tong turned to leave. The meal was not yet done. The lean meat was sliced and set aside. Then, 2 more eggs were beaten and stirred constantly with chopsticks. I didn't have any tomatoes at home, so I had to make steamed eggs. There are also some peppers and baby greens in the vegetable patch in front of the door. Chen Tong picked some, washed them all, and cut them up. These things he did in an orderly fashion. Any way you look at it, it doesn't look like a punk who's been hanging around for 20 years. There are 2 pots in the house and one has been used for casseroles. The rice bought today is not much, but after all, there are few people. Only he and Yang Wenjing can eat for 2 days. However, he had to make a trip to the county town early tomorrow morning to earn money and buy a little more rice to store. First course, chili pepper stir fry. The iron pot of oceanic oil was not washed, and the fire was still burning in the chamber. Stab! The hot oil clattered as it met the excitement of the cold water, and a white mist steamed over the iron skillet. Before laying down the slices of meat, Chen Tong purposely threw a few dry sticks and turned the small fire into a large fire. Stir fry the meat on high heat, that's what makes it flavorful. Sure enough, the meat was just coming off the pan, hot and cold. The smell of meat filled the entire small yard. Yang Wenjing, who was standing in the doorway, even smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but gulp a little. Her heart suddenly thumped. She's so scared. She was so afraid it was a dream. She was afraid that the moment she sat down at the table, all the sights in front of her disappeared. The scent is wood, rice and salt. It's a year-round thing. It was something that had been on her mind since she married Chen, but over the past year, she'd learned what hell was. Suddenly, floating up into the clouds, everything was so unreal. Those pyrotechnics were like the fairy mist that lifted her up into the clouds. Like a dream. Pork. Since Yang Wenjing went to the countryside, in addition to the New Year can dip so meat, weekdays can eat sweet potatoes has been very good. The iron pot on the other side, also bubbling with white vapor, slowly rose. A thin layer floated above the entire hut. In that pot, white rice was cooking. It all came so suddenly. Chen Tong served up the 7-minute cooked pork, then poured in the chili peppers, rolling them over and over in his hands. The flavor of the chili pepper also spread out in all directions. The aroma of meat, rice, and chili peppers are intertwined in this new home. The pork was poured back into the pot, with soy sauce, salt, MSG and a little sugar. This white sugar is also bought at the supply house and is very expensive. But Chen Tong sheds. When the pork and chili peppers are about to come out of the pot, sprinkle a handful of small onions freshly picked from the ground. The pork is oily, the green chili peppers are dripping with oil, and the aroma fills the room. Immediately afterward, Chen Tong scooped a small spoonful of freshly boiled lard and put it into the iron pot. That looked like a heartache for Yang Wenjing. Where do you eat oil like that? But Chen Tong didn't care at all. Putting the fresh baby bok choy into the pot, the wooden spoon in his hand rolling up and down, the pan crackled. Just like Yang Wenjing's mood, it was not calm at all. Finally, the bok choy is also fried. The food was served with a nice spray of flavor. The house was darker, and the noon meal was eaten in the small courtyard. Pork sautéed with chile, steamed eggs, and green vegetables with fragrant rice. It was quite a luxury. The smell of meat wafted throughout the yard, whetting the appetite. At the moment, the yard next door, Chen Tong's young aunt Yang Sume is sitting in her own yard busy, the work in her hands non-stop. At this time of year, the mountains are full of wild grasses and weeds that grow like crazy, and you have to get quite a few of them every day and raise pigs. Suddenly, she stopped what she was doing and looked up, foxing around. This is what it tastes like. How to tickle the cravings in your stomach. Oh, my God, it's a meat flavor. She hooked her head, nose up, and kept sniffing, her stomach rumbling. The smell of this meat, why does it seem to be wafting from the yard next door? With that, she dismissed the ridiculous thought. Chen Tong's house? Beating her to death is not an option. Chapter 8, The sun hits the west side. Yang Sume is Chen Tong's youngest aunt, and his husband, Chen Wenhai, is the youngest biological brother of Chen Tong's father. However, this little aunt is incredibly shrewd and calculating. Before Chen Tong and his second brother Chen Hao split up, they didn't interact much. The reason is simple, because there is still money to be made from subdividing the land. In those days, land was divided according to headcount, 1 person per acre. However, Yang Sume took all the land of Chen Tong's grandparents, a fancy name for planting for the old couple. Planting, it became his own land, leaving the old couple without even a bite to eat. Fortunately, at that time, Chen Tong's grandparents had a few more children, and Chen Tong's father was the third in line, known as Chen Laosan. There's a second uncle and a great aunt up there. The youngest was this little uncle next door, and at that time the oldest two were also the most loved. Now, the grandparents live in the second uncle's house, and from time to time, Chen Tong's father and great aunt receive a little help. 2 months ago, Yang Sume caught a piglet. She went to the village early in the morning at the foot of the mountain to play some weeds. The heart kept calculating. Daily this hard. How much money can earn down to the end of the year? As a result, it didn't occur to me that it was only about 11-12 o'clock and I could smell the meat. Whose family is this so extravagant? It's only 11 o'clock and we're eating. How can we eat around 2:30 in the afternoon? Otherwise you'll be hungry at night and won't be able to sleep. Yang Sume stopped what she was doing, her head lifted high. This really smells like meat, and it's very dense. It's drifted into your own yard. Yang Sume took a big sniff. Her mouth swallowed and swallowed again. What a mesmerizing meat aroma. That's really tempting. Half a dozen times, Yang Sume finally reacted. It should be the old Zhu family next door. Old Zhu's father-in-law is the production captain of the next village, and from time to time he is able to get some pork to help his daughter who is married to him. This year, every family except the New Year can eat some meat. This is only after 3 months. Full of fragrance. In addition to the old Zhu's family can be who else's home? Yang Sume wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Hate it. My own man also works on the production team. Fooling around all day long. Just barely filling his stomach. To be able to get some pork. That's really almost far. Yang Sume remembered that during the New Year, her eldest daughter who married in the county gave some money to buy a piece of red and white pork. That's quite a taste. That's quite a taste. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward at the thought of this daughter. Even though she didn't give birth to a single carrier, she couldn't help but give birth to 2 good daughters. These are 2 great daughters. That's something. Just wait until the second daughter graduates with the golden bowl of public service. Not to mention pork, even mutton, beef and other kinds of meat. She ate it. Eat meat now. Suffer later. Suffer now. Eat meat later. My good times are ahead. Yang Sume began to busy herself with the work in hand again. However, not a moment later, he saw old Zhu Tu walking past the door of his house carrying a shovel. Looking at the mold. It's time to go down to the field and work. Old Zhu? What are you up to? Yang Sume raised her tone. Isn't this old Zhu's family cooking? Shu Kangwu froze for a moment, looked at Yang Sume with a puzzled expression, and said, at this time of the year, what else is there to do besides working in the fields? Work? Now. Instead, it was Yang Sume's turn to freeze. I just smelled your family stir-frying, and the smell of pork is wafting into my yard. Shu Kangwu froze again, looked up at the large sun hanging in the sky, and said, stir-frying at this hour? Isn't it a waste of food? He bared a mouthful of old yellow teeth, carried a shovel, and said, I still have to work in the fields, so I'll go around the mountains and see if there are any wild mushrooms. After that, he walked away without looking back, muttering under his breath, pork flavor, stir-fry. This old is afraid that the cravings in her stomach are guilty. Shaking his head, he puffed and puffed. Once again, Yang Sume froze in place. It's not the old Zhu family. That so strong scent wafts into your own yard. Her neighbors to the right and left. A family is the old third family, that bastard boy. The wife is starving to death, do not care about the Lord. One family is that old Zhu's family. Not old Zhu's family. Is it? Chen Tong. That kid? No way. Absolutely not. The sun is beating down on the west side. None of it. She wondered if the cravings in her stomach had gotten the better of her and an illusion had occurred. Once again, he raised his head and lay down on the wall near the courtyard of Chen Tong's house, his nose sniffing hard. It's the meat flavor. It definitely smells like meat. Suddenly, an idea popped up in her mind. Yang Wenjing went to steal. With that, she shook her head again. Yang Wenjing is a youth who went to the countryside and has pride in her bones. As for how she was hooked by Chen Tong, she doesn't even understand it now. 2 days ago, Yang Wenjing also came over to borrow sweet potatoes, was rejected by her. Is it hard to really drop the facade and steal it? That won't do. Then she must go to the police and report her to jail. Wenjing, come over for dinner. Just then, she heard the voice of that asshole kid, Chen Tong, coming from next door. Yang Suime had a jolt. Are you starving yourself? Hallucinating? Dinner? Can't it be true that the smell of meat is coming from that asshole's house next door? She looked up at the sun to make sure it wasn't rising from the west. She was like 100 claws scratching her heart, itching strangely. Yang Sume ran to the house at once, moved the highest stool in the house and leaned it against the wall. She cautiously stood up and tried to look over the wall. However, his own wall of dirt was piled too high to see. This is what Yang Sume herself asked for in the beginning. No, I must be starving. Yang Sume enlightened herself on how Chen Tong, that bastard boy, could possibly afford to eat meat, but the smell of meat filled her nostrils and lingered. Her heart felt like it had been stabbed very hard, and at this moment, in the small courtyard of Chen Tong's house, 2 bowls of stack-tip white fluffy rice, that's very white, smothered in an iron skillet over wood fire. It was a fragrant one, a steady stream of 3 dishes on a worn wooden table. Here, eat. Chen Tong chucked a large piece of meat to Yang Wenjing's bowl, dripping with shiny oil. Tune in to a name for this plate of chili pepper stir-fry. Meat fried chili is more like it. It was full of meat and really smelled so good. You eat too. Yang Wenjing still felt unreal, carefully picking up a piece of oily lean meat and placing it in her mouth to chew slowly. Fragrance. It really smells too good. She couldn't stop the tears from falling one by one anymore. What's wrong? Isn't it good? Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing with a nervous face. Yang Wenjing just shook her head, her chopstick still on her mouth, and didn't say a word. Chapter 9 Preparatory Work. Yang Wenjing and Chen Tong didn't have a short time to eat this meal. Because of that, Yang Wenjing's long history of malnutrition and starvation had a very small stomach. A bowl full of stacked tips of rice. She couldn't eat that much at once. What's more, Chen Tong kept on chucking meat into her bowl, afraid that she wouldn't get enough to eat. Yang Wenjing could only barely force it down one bite at a time, so the meal was not short. Still, it really was the best meal she'd had since she'd been in the countryside. Almost as good as New Year's Eve. There was meat, eggs, and fragrant white rice. Chen Tong was given enough meat this time, and the eggs were steamed in a bowl, so the two of them simply couldn't finish it, and the rest was saved for the evening. After the meal, Chen Tong began to clean up the dishes again. Yang Wenjing couldn't sit still and wanted to get up to help. Pay attention to the child in your belly, Chen Tong said with a smile, his eyes as bright as the stars in the sky. Yang Wenjing's face burned a little. Chen Tong seems to have really changed. After cleaning up, Chen Tong rested on the cot for a while. He still had things to do in the afternoon. He was going to catch more snails, because of the thought of leek fried snail meat. So today at noon, the leek in the vegetable field in front of the yard he did not cut. However, leeks grow fast, cutting one crop after another. As long as the snail-fried leeks eat well, he is not afraid of the people in the county family compound do not love to eat. Who doesn't want their man to be as strong as an ox? This time, he took bamboo baskets from his house that could hold at least 30 pounds of snails. After the meal to eliminate food, Chen Tong walked not fast, past the door of the next door small ant's house, went forward to the village head of the stream to touch the snail. In fact, ever since Yang Sumei smelled the smell of meat from Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing's house, she had kept the door half closed, keeping an eye on every move next door. I can't wait to give birth to a smooth ear and a clairvoyant. She was also distracted by doing things in the yard. Every now and then he looked up and skimmed the door. When Chen Tong walked through the doorway with his basket, Yang Sumei was instantly energized. She wiped her grass-juice-stained hands casually on her apron and ran to the doorway with small, soft steps. Hunched over, he stretched out his head and focused on Chen Tong's every move through the gap. What's he doing with the bamboo basket? This was the first thought that popped into Yang Sumei's mind as she looked at the distant back, immediately followed by a second thought. This kid is being mysterious. He's not going to steal it, is he? Then thought, even if it is stolen, this kid can't have just stolen once in the morning, and then go out to steal again in the afternoon. That's too much guts. Yang Sumei was puzzled, not knowing what Chen Tong was up to. However, her heart had been unwilling to admit that Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing had eaten meat today. I didn't know to bring it over to honor auntie. Her mouth muttered and her working hands lost their strength, and her mind kept calculating what Chen Tong was doing with the bamboo basket. The door to her house wasn't closed. It had been left ajar, just waiting for Chen Tong to come back. On the other side, Chen Tong was walking leisurely with a bamboo basket, whistling under his breath. Two tigers, run fast, no food for the slow runner. No food for the slow runner. Will starve. At noon today, he could clearly feel Yang Wenjing's inner changes, and his opinion of him finally had a slight change of opinion. A good start is half the battle. He must earn a good living so that Yang Wenjing and her unborn child will be well fed and warmly clothed. At that thought, he couldn't help but look at his torn pants and the patches all over them that he had worn for years. Yang Wenjing's clothes have more patches. His heart ached again at the thought. Yang Wenjing has really suffered too much this year. Following him, 15 minutes later, Chen Tong came to the side of the creek, and there were still quite a few busy villagers in the fields, half-grown kids catching ants and bugs in the dirt. Seeing that Chen Tong had arrived, his eyes instantly glowed with joy. There was a slightly older child, about 7 or 8 years old, named Erniu. The family was poor and never went to school, helping out around the house. Brother Tong, tomorrow take us to the back of the mountain to look for mushrooms and wild game. Dirty face, dark pupils, full of anticipation. This is something that Chen Tong often did before. The children answered as soon as they shouted, often with 10 or so children behind them, running to the back of the mountain, pulling out bird eggs, catching rabbits, hunting birds. Chen Tong looked at Erniu with a smile and said, "Your mom is here." With a jolt, Erniu scrunched his head and lay down on the ridge to look back. True to form, he saw his mom straighten up and look over. Tongo, the wind is tight and pulling and whistling. Next time sneak up on me. Ernest slipped away. However, Chen Tong looked at the snail in his hand thoughtfully. In the late afternoon, the evening sun spread across the sky, coloring the ends of the fields and the water with a golden hue. Chen Tong had already filled the bamboo basket with 30 pounds. He hoofed it home. The snail deshelling was a no-brainer. And there was no delay. When Chen Tong passed by Yang Sumei's door, Yang Sumei was on her side by the door and could not be seen by the people outside. The basket is running and kinda heavy. Yang Sumei suddenly realized that catching fish went, which is the most common thing that Chen Tong did. Che. Yang Sumei gave a blank look, just turned around, and settled in place again. Not right. This river fish a smell of earth. And not big. No heavy material is not delicious. Eat instead of the heart guilty of nausea. So basically the village people in addition to the children will be grilled to eat. Adults almost do not eat. Then where did his family's meat come from? Yang Sumei's heart was always thinking about the smell of pork at noon. It lingers and lingers. In the evening, Chen Tong's youngest uncle, Chen Wenhai, had just dealt with some trivial matters on the production team, and was walking home with his hands behind his back, puffing and puffing. There were 2 sweet potatoes left in the chamber. It's baked well, but I can't help but eat this almost all year round. Chen Wenhai let out a long sigh, swept the ash off the top, and took a big bite. In the dark kitchen, Yang Sumei suddenly poked her head out. Wenhai, why are you back so late? Chen Wenhai was concentrating on eating the sweet potatoes, and with this scare, he almost dropped the sweet potatoes in his hands on the ground. You, out in the dark pretending to be a ghost to scare people. You don't even walk with a voice? You're a big old man. What's wrong? You're so timid? If you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. What are you shouting at me for? Chen Wenhai is in a bad mood today, producing things on the right. It's all about the neighborhood. It's not right to say who's right, and the chicken feathers have been making a fuss all day about the house. It's annoying. Back at the house, in the dark, and pulling 2 sweet potatoes out of the potbelly. Can you not have a temper? Chapter 10 Quarrel Next Door. Chen Tong laughs and makes money. Chen Wenhai was annoyed in his heart. When this didn't want to cook, she would throw 2 sweet potatoes in the pot chamber. Combined with what happened today, Mo was a bit unable to control his temper. Yang Sumei is a spirited master, famous in Xinghe village. Never lose an argument with someone. If you have the ability to be a bully, don't use it on me. If you have the ability to punch your nephew next door, 2 sweet potatoes are too much for you? Let me tell you, Yang Wenjing is starving to death. I didn't borrow a single one. For what? It's not for you to come back to be able to eat one more bite. You've grown up now, haven't you? You go next door to see. You now go to see. Go to people's bowls to see. Is not still pork flavor. Yang Sum ripped out her voice. Rural nights were already unusually quiet, and she had this tugging call. Chen Tong, who was picking snail meat in his yard, pricked up his ears. Although he couldn't hear the content of the 2 people's conversation, but looking at the situation, it must have been a quarrel. He hemmed and hawed, his insides flooding. Yang Sumei, however, has been targeting him, saying all sorts of bad things about him behind his back. What, having a boy is better than having a girl? Not as good as her family's second maiden or something like that. He knew all about it. Chen Wenhai, who was originally in a rage, froze. Nephew? Which nephew? He was puzzled for a moment and said, Chen Tong? Because he heard Yang Sumei say next door. Originally, Chen Hao also lived next door, only to move away later. Yang Sumei sneered and said, who else could it be but that indomitable little bastard? Let me tell you, that kid's family had chili fried pork today, and I can smell the rice. People can eat pork. You are a production team. In addition to sweet potatoes is corn. You have the good sense to you? Chen Wenhai's mind was a bit confused. It took a long time before he reacted and realized what Yang Sumei meant. Chen Tong's kid had meat and rice for lunch today. Ha ha ha. Chen Wenhai laughed out loud and said, eating meat? Just that kid? I think you're craving for it yourself. Yang Sumei's face instantly went cold and said, you said I have a craving? Chen Wenhai, you've grown a temper, haven't you? After saying that, he touched something unknown in the darkness and came at Chen Wenhai. Ah, my head! Chen Wenhai exclaimed, turning around and running towards the courtyard. This tigress in the family cries and hangs herself. Every now and then, he brings up his mother's family to pressure him. He could only break his teeth and swallow. The 2 of them were making a scene, and Chen Tong was listening to the fun in the yard, smiling. The old couple is fighting. After half an hour, all was quiet. Chen Wenhai touched his head and said, today's Qingming festival, did you pay homage to your ancestors? If you say so, don't you see the corn and sweet potatoes and incense laying there? This is too shabby. Tomorrow you go and buy some meat. Honor your ancestors and bless Irma with a golden rice bowl. Hearing that there was meat to be eaten, Yansu may temporarily put everything aside. The mood was instantly beautiful. On second thought, it's possible that I really did have a craving and smelled it wrong. Wanhai, how is it? Does your head hurt? The delicate voice made Chen Wanhai recoil and run into the house as if he was fleeing. Over here, Chen Tong also finally cleaned up the snail meat in his hand. 38 pounds of snails, and only 16 pounds of snail meat were picked out. But that's enough. Add to that the leeks in the field. Pick more wild greens by hand tomorrow, and bring less mugwort. And there's quite a bit of money coming into your pocket. Day 2. At the dawn of day, Chen Tong woke up early. He slept in the outer room and Yang Wenjing slept in the inner room. He poured the rice he still had left from last night into the iron skillet, added more water, and put another egg in the pan. It's just a shame there's no milk. Otherwise the nutrition is adequate. He washed his face casually with cold water. Taking a cleaver, he went to the field, cut leeks, put them in a basket, and rushed to the head of the village. There was watercress and mugwort there. Today, he picked more watercress and less mugwort. The Qingming festival has passed. Fish-bellied in the east, he busied himself with everything and wiped the sweat from his eyes. An hour and a half later, he arrived at the county's family compound. This is the time of year when housewives come out to buy groceries. Still in his usual spot, Chen Tong put down his basket and watercress and waited patiently. Sure enough, not a moment too soon, he then saw the big sister from yesterday, coming with hurried feet. The big old man shouted, "Boy, boy, you've kept your word." Chen Tong stood up and looked at the big sister with a smile. "Do you have snails today? Are there any leeks?" Big sister glanced toward the basket, overjoyed. "Have 3 pounds of snails and 2 pounds of leeks." Chen Tong noticed that his big sister's face was extraordinarily rosy today, and her entire body carried a joyful aura. "How's that? Big sis, the snail meat and leeks are spot on." The eldest sister covered her mouth, unable to hide the laughter in the corner of her eyes, and said, "It really is a bull, a brute." Big sister's face was beaming with happiness. "A few pounds of mugwort too. Boiled eggs are quite good, and a pound of this watercress too." Big sister was really in an extraordinarily good mood, looking around for acquaintances. "Hey, come on, come on. I said hurry up you guys." The big sister saw a familiar face and hurriedly greeted. "This leek fried snail is so good, but you can only tell a few of them to buy it first." "Well, yeah, tell me, how was your old Lu last night?" Chen Tong's eyes are familiar. "These are the ones who came yesterday, but the food is sold out." The older sister said nothing, just gave a thumbs up. A few people instantly understood. Come, lad, 2 pounds of snails and a pound of leeks. I'll take this watercress too. It's good for stir fry. I'll have 2 pounds of snail meat too." Chen Tong here surrounded 4 or 5 people. That is a living signboard, and immediately surrounded a lot of people. That big sister is also on the road, helping Chen Tong to publicize. One day it is mugwort boiled eggs for women's health. One day it is watercress fried meat is delicious. And one day it is said that snail meat fried leeks for their own men to eat. The strength is great. This time, in less than half an hour, everything Chen Tong had brought was sold out. "Young man, come back from time to time. This snail meat fried with leeks is really not cowardly." Big sister was happy. "Big sister, I have to thank you for helping so much today." Chen Tong sincerely thanked. The best sales for selling things came from customers. "That's true. Big sister thanks you too." A smile spread across Big sister's face as she waved goodbye to Chen Tong. Looking at his bulging pockets, Chen Tong was very happy and walked to a less crowded place and took inventory. That's $26.50 in total. With the hot Mao ticket in his hand, Chen Tong smiled happily. "Yang Wenjing, you must have meat every day from now on." Chapter 11, Yang Sumei's Tale. $20-something. A public sector worker in the county only gets $30-something a month, right? Himself merely still earns it in a day. But that's not even close. Gotta think of more lucrative ways. Small fights don't work after all. I didn't eat in the morning and I've been busy again. It would be a hungry stomach, too, and he packed up his things, thinking about things as he looked for food. Just past a bend in the road, a cacophony of voices could be heard. "Boss, hurry up with my noodles. I'll put a little more on my scallions. Mine don't want chile, can't eat spicy." Along with these sounds came a strong noodle aroma that went straight to the head. Chen Tong's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the hunger became more pronounced. These days, you can't really do anything without oil in your stomach. Chen Tong squeezed into the crowd, casually found a table and sat down, saying, "Boss, a bowl of noodles." "Okay, sir, you sit down first. The noodles will be right behind you." The owner's voice was gruff and mid-range. Before long, the noodles came, steaming hot. "Your bowl of noodles and big bone soup. There are scallions and chili oil on the table. Add your own." Serving the noodles is the boss's wife, busy as hell. Flying quickly, he placed the bowl of noodles in his hand in front of Chen Tong's table and turned to leave, not stopping for a moment in his hand. Chen Tong wasn't much of a spicy eater, but he poured a little spicy oil anyway. This spicy oil is authentic, all boiled with chili peppers. It's not the backwoods one, with lots of adjuncts and a change to the original chili flavor. Chen Tong is famished. Grabbing his chopsticks, he picked up a chopstick of noodles. Hoo, put it to my mouth and blew on it twice. Couldn't wait to put it in my mouth. Ooh, hot, over the top. The owner gave a good amount of noodles, made of white flour, hand-beaten, strong and popping in your mouth. Chen Tong feels the happiness that food brings. This feeling was something he hadn't felt in many years in the afterlife. He was rich, and everything he ate was too refined, losing the original flavor of the food. In fact, these days people have a much bigger appetite than in later times, because there is so much manual labor involved. Consumption is high. Although the boss gave a lot, it was still not enough for Chen Tong to eat. He drank all the soup. How much, boss? Chen Tong stood up to check out. 50 cents a bowl. These days, pasta belongs to the expensive ingredients. After all, with a soup made from big bones and 2 pieces of meat, 50 cents a bowl is not too bad. However, as Chen Tong checked out and prepared to leave, without realizing it, there was someone hiding in the corner who had been staring at him for quite some time. Right from the moment he appeared at the noodle stand, those eyes had been glowing. This person is none other than Yang Su-mei, carrying half a pound of pork in her hand for $1. Her flesh ached. She came to the county today to buy meat and passed by the noodle stand, the aroma of which made her crave it. The noodle stand was not far from the front door of the supply house, so she stood there for a while, mouth watering, so flavorful. The word is spreading far and wide. Just as she was about to get over it, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. You asshole, Chen Tong. She was very surprised and hid in a secluded place, carefully observing Chen Tong's every move. She saw with her own eyes that Chen Tong sat down, greeted the owner, and asked for a bowl of noodles. Looking at the way Chen Tong was feasting, Yang Su-mei's jaw dropped in shock. Every time Chen Tong took a bite, her mouth muttered twice. With his own eyes, he watched Chen Tong finish all of the bowl of noodles, greedy as hell. Then she saw Chen Tong pay again, his eyes glaring like copper bells. This kid, really has money. This bowl of noodles is not cheap. How can a country bumpkin afford it? She watched as Chen Tong paid and patted his ass and left. She froze for a moment and immediately straightened her body, her eyesight not leaving Chen Tong, following from afar. She was going to see what this kid was up to. Straight away, she saw Chen Tong enter the supply house, and by the looks of it, she wanted to buy something. She waited a few minutes, then ran inside in a huff, like a thief. He was afraid that Chen Tong would find out. Hiding in a corner, he kept his head down and pretended to be reading something. In reality, his eyes were slanted, looking for Chen Tong's figure. Rice, noodles. Yang Su-mei's throat was clogged. Not here to buy foreign fire and kerosene. How many pounds of rice and noodles must this be? Watching Chen Tong put the wrapped rice and noodles into the basket, Yang Su-mei was incredulous. However, there was still a hint of fantasy in her mind that this kid was definitely going to run away. Can't afford it. Unfortunately, Chen Tong pulls out a stack of Mao tickets and completely breaks Yang Su-mei's last trace of fantasy. A gross ticket. A wad of gross bills. It's in the hands of Chen Tong. Why not in my hands? Yang Su-mei watched Chen Tong pay the money and walk out a long way before she realized it afterward. Chase. Let's see where he goes next. She saw Chen Tong right in front of the butcher store in front of the meat factory, was gesturing motions at the pork looking like how much to cut. Sure enough, the stall owner's hand rose up and cut a good-sized chunk of pork, wrapped in newspaper. Yang Su-mei's heart swelled with a wave of vertigo. This pork, too lean, too fat, too How much does a piece that big cost? How long do you have to eat? Looking again at the half a kilogram of meat tied with twine in her hand, Yang Su-mei immediately felt that it didn't smell good. That bastard Chen Tong. Why does he eat better than me? Such a big piece of meat. Such a big piece of meat. A couple bucks, I think. Yang Su-mei purposely didn't use newspaper to wrap the pork in her hand just to show off. I can't wait to return to the village with the pork around my neck. Let all the villagers of Qinghe village see that it's not even a few months after the new year. Yang Su-mei ate meat again and married a good man. Sheridan. Yang Su-mei looked at the pork in her hand and then at the butcher store in the distance. Looking at Chen Tong's fading back, she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, ruthlessly, came to the butcher store and added another half pound of lean meat. I bought half a pound of fat before, and it can be boiled in lard for a long time. When she saw Chen Tong buy a large piece of pork, her eyes reddened. How can you eat for yourself and be worse off than not caring about your wife and the baby in your belly? Yang Su-mei carried the pork and left, quickly following Chen Tong to see when the kid was going to go home. Walking, Yang Su-mei regretted a little. It's a little too much money to spend on something that shouldn't be compared secretly. That extra dollar used could come back in a couple months to buy meat. When she got home, she couldn't speak with a stiff upper lip. Whatever, now that I've bought it, I'm going to let the whole village know about it. When Yang Sume ate meat, she had to carry the rice, stand in the doorway, and show the shredded meat to the villagers passing by. Chapter 12, Today at noon. Extra meal. Yang Sume has been trailing Chen Tong to Qingha village, and her heart is very bad. Sighing, he entered the yard and sat down to stare. To this day, Yang Sume doesn't understand where this asshole kid got the money. A handful of gross tickets. Next door, Chen Tong had already returned home and placed the ingredients he had just bought in his hand on the table. Yang Wenjing looked at the sweaty Chen Tong, and her heart touched again. In fact, there is still rice and noodles left, so how can you eat it all so quickly? Yang Wenjing wanted to speak, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. Chen Tong raised his head, smiled faintly, and said, I made a total of $26 today, and there are still $8 left, so you can take this money first. After saying that, Chen Tong took out the rest of the stack of Mao tickets and handed it to Yang Wenjing. No need. Yang Wenjing refused, saying, the ones you bought are enough for a long time, and it's not convenient for me to go out right now. Yang Wenjing placed the Mao ticket that Chen Tong had placed in his hand on the small wooden table and retreated into the house. Chen Tong smiled and shook his head, but was not discouraged. He wanted Yang Wenjing to slowly change her opinion of him. For once, the ingredients brought to the county are selling fast, so it's still early. Chen Tong looked up at the sun, estimating that it was only about 10 o'clock. Still early for dinner. Yang Wenjing also ate quite well and quite a lot in the morning, and she definitely wasn't hungry yet at this time of cooking. However, he had to think of ways to cook for Yang Wenjing. In his last life, he climbed all the way to become a generation of business and sea hegemony, starting from nothing, and ate the pain only he knows. So, he's a good cook. Come to think of it, the watercress in front of the village head is good. With a fresh head, juice comes out in a pinch. Tender. This watercress is only good when sautéed with pork to stimulate the appetite and taste buds. Because Qingha village is poor, they can't afford to eat meat. So, no one knows either. Chen Tong washed the pork and put the rice and noodles in the kitchen. Turning, he took the basket and left. He is of course going to pull a handful of the freshest and most tender heads of watercress to sauté for lunch today. Passing by the gate of Yang Sume's house, Yang Sume wondered again. This kid, what is he doing with the basket again? If it had been before, she wouldn't have paid attention. As long as she went out of that door at home, Yang Sume knew with her toes what Chen Tong was going to do. But today, it's a little different. This kid's making money. He's got a door. To say that Yang Sume is really a shrewd woman. Watching Chen Tong leave, she took the door with her, carried her hoe and went out. The day she didn't figure out Chen Tong's doorway to money. The day she felt bad in her heart. Itchy. 100 claws scratching at the heart. If this asshole can do it, maybe I, Yang Sume, can do it too. Isn't it said at this time of year that a woman can hold up half the sky? About 10 minutes later, Chen Tong was already picking watercress by the stream at the head of the village. At the same time, he was thinking of another way to make money. Qingming snails, raising fat geese. But after Qingming, it won't take more than a few days for the snail meat to become dry and mushy and not tasty. The snail is money that can only be made for a few days. There was so much watercress that it was impossible to eat it all. Within a few minutes, Chen Tong had picked a large handful. Enough for today's lunch. Waste is shameful. Eliminate waste. Chen Tong looked at the handful of watercress in his hand. Content. The moment he lifted his head, he saw Yang Sume walking down the road carrying a hoe. However, Chen Tong chose to ignore it. Yang Sume has said a lot of bad things about him. Not only about him, but also about Yang Wenjing, about his father and his mom. In the past, Chen Tong naturally didn't care. But, naturally, it's not working now. However, Yang Sume didn't care. She despised Chen Tong from the bottom of her heart. 20 years of being a jerk. That's what you bring up in your mother's womb. You can't change it. It's like a dog that can't change its mind. Yang Sume walked by carrying a hoe and saw a handful of watercress in Chen Tong's hand. Bright green and dripping with water. What's the point? Will it taste good in a stir-fry? A big question mark rose in Yang Sume's heart. She came into her field and Chen Wenhai was there. His eyes were wide with surprise. If he wasn't at home making hogweed, why did he come over to the field? Do your job. Yang Sume felt that this was the right thing to do for herself. More important than haying and feeding the pigs. Knowing Chen Tong's way of making money, she also wants to eat meat every day. Chen Wenhai, inexplicably, but fearing the tigress of the family, he could only work in a muffled voice. What's wrong with her brain? Didn't she buy meat for dinner? Why is it still a load of fire? Chen Tong finished picking watercress on his side and looked up and around. The village of Qinghai is surrounded by mountains on all sides, though none of them are high enough to be rich in species. Beasts of the mountains, bamboo forests, wild vegetables, mushrooms and fungi. There is no shortage of anything. His eyes lit up. This is a good way to make money. Cannot help but think of the supply chain. If he can get a steady stream of mountain goods to the supply house door, that's a solid way to make money. When he said he would, he put the watercress in his basket, put on his open-mouthed shoes, and bumbled up the trail to the mountain. Yang Sumei looked at the direction Chen Tong was going. Not like going home. Where's he going with that handful of watercress? Who eats watercress these days? It looks like it's going to the end of the village. It dawned on Yang Sumei that Chen Tong's parents followed his second brother Chen Hao to live at the end of the village. Must be asking for money to go. Yang Sumei suddenly a breath of air. These money? I'm afraid to pull out all of his parents' family background. Wan Hai, come home early for lunch today and eat pork. Yang Sumei's delicate voice came, and Chen Wan Hai shivered. There's something wicked about this. Lately, when it came to Chen Tong's parents, it was a lifelong pain in his previous life. Yang Wenjing hanged herself at home, along with the unborn child in her womb. Those were 2 fresh lives, and they were trampled on by Chen Tong like this. Because of this, the old couple was completely disappointed in Chen Tong. Die of old age. When he learned the news, Chen Tong's father cried out on the spot. Chen Tong's mom directly white head overnight. The body was too hunched to lift his head. There's no place for their old faces to rest in Qinghai village. Chen Tong passed by his second brother Chen Hao's new home. Both adobe houses, covered with straw, tree branches and leaves. Chen Tong stopped and ultimately didn't go in. They, as yet, did not know that Chen Tong had changed. Chen Tong circled around and ascended the mountain. Looking around, there were many trees of all sizes on the mountain, and many overgrown and fallen to the ground, and some of the dead trees were covered with fungus and mushrooms. These mushrooms are non-toxic and edible. He roasted it when he brought a bunch of kids to dig up bird eggs. That's not a good taste. That's not a good taste. However, nowadays, the family has enough firewood, rice, oil and salt, as well as oil residue and pork, and the meat oil is so fragrant when it is fried. Chen Tong picked the fungus and mushrooms, put them in his mouth and blew on them, then put them in the basket. Today, at noon, extra food. Chapter 13, Chen Tong, thinking of ways to be nice to me? When Chen Tong returned home, the bamboo basket was full of baskets, wild greens, watercress, fungus, several types of mushrooms, and a few bamboo shoots. This is the season when bamboo shoots are just drilling out, tender and delicious. These are wild ingredients that are in season, and in a later era, they would be called seasonal ingredients. It's tight as hell. Here, it's all over the mountains. Nobody wants it. Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong picking another basket of vegetables and didn't know what to say. He didn't dare to say a bad word about Chen Tong for fear of inviting punches and kicks like before. At one point, she just asked what she was doing out there. His mouth was swollen by Chen Tong. Chen Tong smiled at Yang Wenjing and said, "Extra lunch today." "No, it's not necessary. There's too much to eat and waste." Yang Wenjing stood by the door in front of the house. In the past 2 days, she could feel the changes in Chen Tong. Getting up early and working on things, going out and earning money, buying rice, meat and noodles. He is improving the living conditions of this family little by little. Not only that, but when you went to the county seat you remembered to bring back meatloaf for yourself. And when you went out early in the morning you knew to make a good meal for the pot. These, all of them, are changes in Chen Tong. And little by little her broken heart was being soothed. But it hurt too much before. How can it be so easily smoothed out when it hurts to the marrow of your bones? At 1 o'clock, Chen Tong made the meal and didn't need Yang Wenjing's help at all. Pork sautéed with watercress, eggs sautéed with fungus and mushrooms, wild greens sautéed in lard, and the last one is soup. Fresh bamboo shoots, beaten with an egg flour and some chopped fat. 3 courses and 1 soup, neatly arranged on the worn wooden table. The spray of flavor was mouth-watering. Look at the table with a meal better than New Year's Eve. If it was in the past, Yang Wenjing would not even dare to think about it. The highest demand in those days was just to be able to feed yourself. And now, one is not only full. It was really as Chen Tong had said at the beginning. There was meat at every meal, and rice that was piled high with tips in every bowl. Eat more. You have a baby in your belly now. You need to keep up with your nutrition. Chen Tong chucked a chopstick of meat over, and this time the meat he bought was fat and thin. It smells good. Yang Wenjing looked at the meat covering the tip of the bowl. The oil was moist and shiny, almost transparent, dripping down the edges of the pork onto the white rice. She raised her head and glanced at Chen Tong. Thanks to. Her voice was soft. It never occurred to me that one day I would say thank you to Chen Tong. Although it was very soft, Chen Tong still heard it. Frozen for a moment, he said, "What's the point of being polite to me? You're only thankful if you eat more and are healthy." Yang Wenjing froze. Is that being nice to me? The meal was flavorful. Extra flavorful. Chentong and Yang Wenjing finished eating before movement came from next door. Yang Sumei's voice was so loud that Chentong and Yang Wenjing could hear it clearly. Hi, where's the meat you just bought? Both fat and lean. A full 2 pounds. At the moment, the door of Yang Sumei's house was wide open, and the small table was moved to the doorway, just in case the villagers coming and going could not see it. Hi, go and pick some of the chili peppers from the field in front of the entrance. Stir-frying the meat will be fragrant. Hi, pinch 2 more small onions. I don't know that meat is expensive. These days, whose family can afford to eat it? Hi, frying the pork once. It made Chen Hai busy. One moment this way, one moment that way. Yang Sumei bought half a caddy of fat meat cut into small pieces. She cannot afford to cut into large pieces, for fear of boiling the oil is not thorough. In the iron skillet, it pricked and rattled, bubbling with tiny, fine bubbles. For some reason, the large piece of pork bought by Chin Tong appeared in front of her eyes again. It's got to be 3 or 4 pounds anyhow. A big sheet of dough. And the rice. The noodles. This kid emptied his parents' and his second brother's house? That's not right, she mentally muttered. Chen Tong's second brother, Chen Hao, just raised his house this year. Where did he get the extra money? It's not going to be the old couple's coffin money. Thinking of this, Yang Sumei despised Chen Tong even more. Took all his old folks' coffin money to buy meat. That's pretty filial. By the time Yang Sumei figured it out, the lard had boiled. It just so happened that Chen Wenhai had also cleaned the chili peppers and small onions and some green vegetables. At this moment, Chen Tong had already finished packing up the dishes in the house and stood in the doorway in front of the small yard, basking in the sun. Seeing the table where Yang Sumei had placed her meal at the door, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What is this? After all, Chen Tong had the mindset of 2 lives and hadn't reacted for a while. Otherwise, he was instantly able to guess what Yang Sumei was doing. Not long after, he saw Yang Sumei carrying the dishes and placing them on the table. The aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of chili peppers drifted to Chen Tong's nostrils. He tapped his head as realization dawned on him. This Yang Sumei, who ate pork today, is showing off. It was now about a little after 2 o'clock. Just when the families of the villagers in Qinghe village had finished their work in the fields and were returning home to cook their meals. No, there were villagers passing by Yang Sumei's house. Old Zhang, just got back from the field. Haven't eaten yet. Old Zhang, whose name is Zhang Deshun, is a villager who lives a few rows back. 2 sons, both in their 20s, are still bachelors. Yo, so fragrant, eating pork. Zhang Deshun's voice was loud, staring at the pork on the wooden table, both eyes glowing. His saliva kept going down, unabashedly. There's no shame in looking at pork cravings. He hasn't had any meat in 2 years. At this time, Chen Wenhai brought out 2 more bowls of rice with sweet potatoes inside, and white rice. Zhang Deshun was envious, his big rough hand wiping his mouth. This thanks to the big girl, not married well in the county to eat and drink spicy, heart and this parents, today specially instructed to tell me to go to the county to take a full 2 pounds of meat. Yang Sumei opened his voice, fearing that Zhang Deshun, who was close at hand, could not hear. Zhang Deshun smashed his mouth and said, Good. Yang Sumei's face smiled. After today, the whole village will know that she ate meat today. 2 pounds. From the big girl. Zhang Deshun smashed his mouth and left, taking 1 step and turning back 3 times. Seeing Chen Tong standing in the doorway also chose to ignore. Probably also the same. Craving for meat. Many villagers passed by one after another. Smelling the aroma of meat, they all stopped to chat with Yang Sumei for a few moments. Some people don't want to talk much. All of them are Yang Sumei raw and left at the door. Not a sip of hot water. Hard chat. Chen Tong watched from the sidelines and was happy. It is not easy to eat a meal of meat. Cannot wait for the whole village to know. But yes, in this day and age, rural people can't keep up, especially in this ravine. No one has the sense or idea of doing business. Shame on you. Mess it up. Eat jail time. Chapter 14, Bringing Food to Mom and Dad. The meal at Yang Sumei's house lasted close to an hour, and a number of villagers passed by their door. Yang Sumei's mouth was crooked with laughter. Chen Tong entered the house just in time to see Yang Wenjing gawking at the remaining pork. Walking over, he whispered, What's the matter? Too much meat? At this time, even though it was afternoon, the sun was not so strong. The gentle and warm light hit Yang Wenjing's body. She was still skinny and small though, and her hair wasn't so thick and dark. However, with the white rice and pork and eggs that the 2 heads ate, the nutrition kept up. Yang Wenjing's originally pale face also had blood color. Rosy. However, At this moment, Chen Tong felt that Yang Wenjing was particularly good-looking. Quiet afternoons, bright sunlight, yellowed earthen walls, and a woman sitting by the wall, staring, beautiful like a painting. In fact, Yang Wenjing was originally very good-looking. When she went to the countryside as a youth, she attracted a lot of single men in Qinghe village to rise up and peek at her from afar. Chen Tong still remembers clearly. At that time, Yang Wenjing's big eyes have light in them. Eyeballs are as eye-catching as black jewels. Her nose is straight, and her lips are full and attractive. She was a young girl who knew how to go to the countryside and used to live in the city. And her skin was also very white, tender enough to pinch. However, the labor in the countryside and the torture of Chen Tong changed her greatly. The big eyes no longer have the spirit. The skin is not before the white and smooth and delicate, thin and unrecognizable, where still with the beauty by the side of awe. Yang Wenjing felt Chen Tong's burning gaze and was a little bit rushed, saying, "Why? What's wrong? The meat, it's a little bit more." For a moment, Yang Wenjing was a bit flustered. Reaching out with the back of his hand, he wiped it carelessly on his face. "Is there ash on my face?" Chen Tong smiled and walked forward. Reach out, taking hold of Yang Wenjing's palm. At once, Yang Wenjing stiffened her body. At a loss, Chen Tong felt the roughness coming from his palm. This year, Yang Wenjing was too bitter. It's really too bitter. There's so much meat left. What do you think? Chen Tong asked with a smile, his voice soft. Are you asking me? Yang Wenjing was a bit disbelieving. Chen Tong, who had always been a man of his word, would actually ask himself? Yeah, listen to, daughter-in-law. Yang Wenjing's heart trembled with a little bit of happiness. Those two words sounded a little strange, yet a little warm. Mom and Dad have been separated for so long. They're having a hard time. Why don't you send some to them? Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong expectantly. The jerks he committed back then are still fresh in his mind. It's the ox that plows the land. The whole family depends on it. But Chen Tong good. Cattle and pigs along with the eggs sold together. Just to invite his friends to the county to have a meal. How much you spend in the county? You know, that egg was for Chen Jianghe, the child of the second brother Chen Hao's family. To grow his body. The little guy is 7 and just started first grade. Nutrition is needed. Chen Tong took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen and cut a large piece of meat. Went out to the front veggie patch to pick some more peppers. And some fungus and mushrooms that I picked this morning wandering around the mountains. Together they all went in the basket. And before leaving the house, they did not forget to take a few more eggs. Stir-fried fungus with egg, that's really good. He carried a bamboo basket and walked beside Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong's family lives a little further ahead of the village, but not at the head of it. Second brother Chen Hao's new house is at the end of the village, and it's convenient to go up the mountain. On the way, many villagers saw Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing, and a hint of disbelief flashed in their eyes. The boy was carrying a basket with vegetables in it. This is going to his second brother's house? Chen Tong and his second brother's affair is known to the whole village. So big a commotion. Want to hide it cannot be hidden. Especially next door also lives a broken-mouthed woman Yang Sumei. It is a day to hide is not a big deal. What's more, Chen Hao and the old couple exhausted the family's wealth to rebuild the house. And it can't be hidden. In about 15 minutes, Chen Tong arrived at the door of Chen Hao's house. There was a bit of discomfort on his face, and for the first time since his rebirth, he came over to the door to see his parents and second brother. The gates are closed. Yang Wenjing gave him an encouraging look. Chen Tong stepped forward and knocked on the door with a sure-footed thud. Half a dozen times, and no one answered. He lifted his feet and peeled himself against the yard fence made of tree branches, hooking his head and peering inward. It's also locked. It's possible that they've all gone down to the fields to work and aren't at home. Chen Tong said, "Let's come back later in the day." Yang Wenjing whisked her hair that hung down on the side of her face and said, "Why don't you wait? It's okay." Chen Tong placed the bamboo basket on the ground and circled around the second brother's house. 3 adobe houses covered with straw and branches. Not a single tile or brick. It's a tough life. This second brother of his, honest and simple, can't beat a stick to a fart, likes to recognize the dead. But it was really good for him before the family was separated. He grew all the land in the house, raised pigs, chickens, worked in the mountains, followed his father in odd jobs, and supported his family. Not a single complaint. Just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly saw their sister-in-law Li Hong appearing from around the corner holding their young nephew Chen Jianghe. "Sister-in-law," Chen Tong hurriedly shouted. "Li Hong is Chen Hao's daughter-in-law. It's not far. It's next door to Pan's village, 8 years older than myself. At that time, when he married into the Chen family, he treated himself as if he were his own son. It is a pity that he does not know what is good and bad. Since Li Hong gave birth to Jiang He has gone on the road of making demons. The relationship with Li Hong is also in a bad way. Li Hong heard someone call out to him, looked up, and froze. There was a flash of unnaturalness in his eyes, and it was quickly reined in. Xiaotong, siblings, what brings you here? Li Hong was a little apprehensive. Have you eaten yet? If you haven't, sister-in-law will go and make some for you to eat. There are still 2 eggs at home. Li Hong hurriedly opened the door and said, in the past 2 days, your father and your brother have been busy with the things in the field, and they don't have time to go out and earn money. It's not that sister-in-law is stingy. It's really. Li Hong's first reaction was that Chen Tong had come over to rub his nose in the food and ask for money. But this time, there were some things going on at home, and not only did they not earn a penny, but they borrowed a lot. Now, Chen Tong came at this juncture and brought Yang Wenjing with him. Must be using the baby in the belly as an excuse to ask for money. If they didn't, there would be no shortage of fuss. Chen Jianghe shrunk his little head and hid behind Li Hong, who was afraid of Chen Tong. Li Hong's body was taut, her heart pounding. Sister-in-law, I'm not here for money. Chen Tong picked up the bamboo basket that was placed on the ground. With big strides, he glanced at Jiang He who was hiding behind Li Hong. River's gotten a little thin. Here, there's pork, eggs and some vegetables in this basket. I'm here to deliver pork to you. Chen Tong handed the bamboo basket to Li Hong. Li Hong froze in place. Chapter 15, A New Way to Make Money. Li Hong thought she had heard wrong and stared wide-eyed. She looked at Chen Tong. It hadn't changed. The looks haven't changed. The size hasn't changed. Even the clothes you wear haven't changed. It had several patches on it that she still stitched together. You mean, you're talking about coming to deliver pork? Li Hong said in shock. Chen Tong nodded and looked at Li Hong. Look, because the pork was placed at the bottom of the basket, Chen Tong didn't want the villagers to see it, and placed the chili peppers and wood ear mushrooms on top. He plucked away the peppers and mushrooms and white, oily pork was revealed. Chen Jianghe stared at the pork in the basket, his eyes straightening. He couldn't help but gulp. I can't remember how long it's been since I've had meat, let alone meat, and I only eat 2 eggs a month. Kids, when they see pork, they can't walk away from it. Mom, it's really pork, Chen Jianghe whispered, pulling Li Hong's sleeve and shaking it a few times. He's 7 years old, not so young. Naturally, he heard the conversation between them. Sister-in-law, just take it. Chen Tong looked at the bewildered Li Hong and walked straight into the courtyard, placing it on a stool in the courtyard. Then he beckoned and said to little Jianghe, go and bring the basin from your house for the pork. Although Xiao Jianghe was usually afraid of Chen Tong, this time, only pork was left in his mind. He took the key from Li Hong and opened the door to the house. Li Hong's brain was still buzzing now, his reaction half a beat slow. It wasn't until Ogawa put the eggs, pork, and chili peppers into the pot that he reacted. No, don't take it. However, River had already brought a tub full of food into the house. Where are Mom and Dad? Have they all gone to work? Chen Tong asked. Well, busy. Li Hong's expression was a bit unnatural as she casually responded. I'll go get you both a glass of water. Like a child who had made a mistake, Li Hong fled into the house. Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing glanced at each other, and the former gave a helpless smile, mostly because he had such a bad reputation before. It's not surprising that Li Hong acted like this. Carrying 2 bowls of boiling water out, Li Hong's complexion eased considerably and placed it on a stool in the yard. Sister-in-law, this meat and chili pepper fried to eat is very similar. Eggs can be fried with fungus. Xiao Jianghe is now the time to grow the body. Do not give up, Chen Tong said. When will Mom and Dad come back? Li Hong's face that had just eased up was unnatural again as she said. All went out to get busy, and may not be back until later. Chen Tong chatted with Li Hong for a while longer, then left with Yang Wenjing. Before leaving, Chen Tong glanced at the door of the other room, which was locked. Sister-in-law, you don't need to send it. Make something delicious for Xiao Jianghe tonight. Chen Tong waved his hand at Li Hong. After Chen Tong left, Li Hong looked at the meat and eggs in the pot on the table and fretted. Blaine glanced at Ogawa. Can I take this? Would she dare to take it? Because she didn't know where Chen Tong got this meat and eggs from. Stolen? Robbed? Cheated? Li Hong let out a long sigh. This meat, it is not easy to handle. Mom, I want meat. On the other hand, Chen Tong didn't stay idle when he returned home and went straight to the rice field at the head of the village. It's still dark for a while. He didn't work off the land, and now his own family acreage is still dry. He squatted on the ridge and looked at the paddy field. A layer of water. Stepping down, mud up to the calf's belly, and inside the water are most often small carp leeches and other creatures, especially on the ridges near the sides. There are many big holes and small holes, all drilled by loaches and eels. That's where Chen Tong's mind was set. Eel, loach, wild fish. He remembered again that the creek at the end of the village leaned against the back part of the hill, and that there might be snappers. As for wild game, it's also a gateway, but wild game is a bad road. He looked at a small hole in the ridge at his feet and reached out and snapped his index finger, chirping. But a few dozen seconds, a finger-thick eel appeared in the hand. Weighing it in his hand, it was 4 or 5 tails. Chen Tong was happy and threw the eel in his hand onto the paddy field, saying, "Go, call your mom, dad, grandparents, your grandpa Chen is going to make money." Early the next morning, Chen Tong drank a bowl of porridge and ate an egg. Just go to the county. This is a noodle shop that specializes in eel noodles, but also has a decent variety of noodles such as mixed fish noodles. In fact, according to the time in his previous life, at this time he had already left Xinghe village and started selling things to start his business. So he remembers well that there was an eel noodle shop in the county that had just opened. The owner is from out of town and his daughter-in-law is from the local county. He's been here quite a few times for eel noodles and the flavor is amazing. It had just opened and business was booming. So the eel loach and small mixed fish were underprepared. However, the noodles were tasty and the amount was sufficient, leaving behind one group of diners after another. There is a growing shortage of loach and eel hybrids. They can only go to the aquatic market every day to buy goods, which is simply not enough. Eat the noodles. Seeing Chen Tong come into the noodle shop, the boss's wife greeted loudly. There were a lot of people, and the ones outside had quite a few tables set up, and the tables were full. The eels mixed with the strong aroma of dried chili peppers. Thick oil stir-fried over high heat, fresh and delicious. Have a bowl of eel noodles with extra small mixed fish. Since we're here to talk about things, we have to have a bowl first, don't we? The couple was busy. The man sautéing, the pan in his hand going up and down, white smoke rolling out. The women are responsible for collecting money up there and giving a hand when they have a spare moment. The eel noodles come up with an aromatic spray and a strong flavor that stimulates the appetite. It was topped with some small mixed fish, the intestines cleaned out, wrapped in flour and fried in a frying pan to a crisp. Even the bones of the fish were edible and crunchy. Chen Tong took a bite of the noodles. The noodles were tough, and he took a bite of the soup, which was very delicious. Yummy. That's really the only two-word comment. After finishing the noodles, Chen Tong didn't leave in a hurry, but sat on the side. It wasn't until after 10 a.m. that the crowds got smaller. The owner grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat from his head, drank a bowl of hot water and sat down to rest. Seeing Chen Tong, he revealed a kind smile and said, "Older brother, is this noodle okay?" Chen Tong gave a thumbs up. "Fresh. Fragrance." The owner laughed his ass off. "Older brother, there's one more thing I came to do today besides eating noodles." Chen Tong smiled and said, "Do you want eels and loaches and small miscellaneous fish?" The boss's eyes lit up. This was not what was missing. It's a real sleepy head. "Want? How many do you have, young man?" Chen Tong smiled faintly and said, "As many as you want, as many as you have." Then without forgetting to add another sentence, he said, "All of them are wild, caught in the river and fields." Chapter 16, Primary Accumulation. As much as you want, as much as you can. All river, wild. The noodle shop owner cracked a smile. That's what he was missing the most. Eel loach small miscellaneous fish. He's got a secret recipe. It's delicious. No fishy stinky flavor. Fresh and delicious. How much is a pound? Old Edge asked as he took another sip of water. Chen Tong thought for a moment and said, "Boss, my eels and loaches are all caught from the fields and rivers, authentic and wild, and I guarantee that each one is as thick as a thumb. How about $1 a pound? At $1 a pound, it's half the price of pork and not half as nutritious. But that's normal. Half a pound of fat. Or you can boil up lard and still have drippings to eat." Rural people can only look at pork with the money they have in their hands, and eel and loach are only eaten by city people. High nutritional value. However, it's a pain in the ass to handle and slippery. Got to use heavy oil and heavy material. The price of the aquatic market is $1 to a catty. Chen Tong said 2 cents less. Very polite. To solidify your business in your hands for the long haul, it's a good idea to give up a little profit. Hearing the price given by Chen Tong, both husband and wife laughed. "Okay, see you. This young man looks quite honest. Is not a person who says nonsense." The price is also given a fair. The boss should be down. Said, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Send some eels and loaches over. I'll look at the character. As for the small miscellaneous fish, flat rate, 50 cents a catty. Nothing longer than chopsticks, the boss added. The owner is a cool guy. Business must be getting better and better. Chen Tong was sweet-talking. The couple laughed heartily. The lad could talk. Chen Tong left and hoofed it to the next noodle shop. He's doing more than one family's business. And he's got good stuff from the mountains. Mullein, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, wild greens, etc. galore. If you don't pick it, isn't it a waste? There's gold everywhere. The noodle stall not far from the supply house is where Chen Tong ate big bone noodles last time. His noodle flavor is also very good. Besides the big bone noodle, there are some egg noodle and veggie noodle. By this time it was 10:30, just as the last person had finished eating and the owner was starting to close up. Boss, eating noodles? No. That? Chen Tong came close and said, Boss, do you want wild goods from the mountains? Fungus, mushrooms, wild vegetables and the like. It's all grown and picked right off the mountain. Fresh as can be, and it's one of the best down there. The boss looked down and thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Tong and said, 40 cents a pound. 50 pounds a day. Gotcha. Chen Tong laughed merrily and said, I'll send it to you tomorrow morning and see how it looks. Okay. The owner nodded and proceeded to clean up the stall. On the way back, Chen Tong's footsteps are light. This time it is very smooth. The first eel noodle shop he is very sure. The second one is his spare. I did not expect the boss is very quick. Directly agreed. Blowing in the breeze, Chen Tong's footsteps quickened. Now, he couldn't wait to instantly move home and start the primitive accumulation. Earn his first pot of gold. At 12:10 p.m., Chen Tong returned home. It was a full 20 minutes faster than usual. Yang Wenjing had already made lunch and had been waiting for him. Chen Tong's heart warmed, knowing that his actions Yang Wenjing could feel it. The heart is more energized. After eating and cleaning up the dishes, we went to the head of the village. 7 or 8 older kids are playing on the side of the road. All this crickets and ants. Qingha village is poor and there are many children who do not study. He was in his teens, couldn't read much, and helped out around the house when the farm was busy. Chen Tong walked over and squatted down on the side of one of the larger children. Blackie, remember you Tong? Chen Tong smiled. Blackie, 11 years old, dark and skinny, a living skinny monkey, wearing pants and slipping on shoes, with patches almost halfway down his shirt. Tong. Blackie got up and turned around to see Chen Tong. Teeth are very white. What took you so long to get to me? It's been days since I was yelled at to go touch fish and catch shrimp, Blackie said excitedly. Chen Tong came to him with only one thing in mind, to take him for a ride. Cough cough. Chen Tong clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed twice, saying, Today, looking for you is serious business. Serious. Koriko's eyes widened. Make money. Chen Tong simply said 2 words. Swish. The remaining children around them all got up, not to mention that earning money was, in their hearts, the most eager thing to do. Can't be kidding. Tongo. Blackie smiled a cheap smile. He and Chen Tong played together and were quite close. Il Loch no. 20 cents a caddy. Your brother I have as many as I want. Chen Tong patted his chest in a big brotherly manner. Ha! A few children were up in arms. A caddy of eel for 20 cents. They do not believe it. I even caught a few in the field a while ago, and they were all played with and tossed aside. This eel, it's so bad. No one even wants it. It's smelly and fishy and a pain in the ass to kill. However, they don't know that eels are a great tonic. It's quite a catch for city folks, especially these days, and there are a lot of people who eat it. A lot of people can't buy it. Hey Z, your brother Tong has lied to you? Chen Tong was also happy, making money on his own. It was true that no one believed him in the village. From 3-year-olds to 80-year-olds, no one will believe it. Looking at Chen Tong's serious face, Blackie would be skeptical. Really? Really? After you catch the eels go and wait outside my house. You have 2 hours. Chen Tong said the requirements. Not too small. Not dead. He turned away. He had to go up the hill to pick fungus. Mushrooms. When I got home, I found a nylon pocket, grabbed the basket and headed out the door. Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong, who was coming and going, and wanted to say something. Chen Tong heart thinking about making money, did not pay attention, thinking about the gold on the mountain, the gold in the water. After an hour and a half, Chen Tong loaded a lot. The fungus is relatively soft, easy to break, so he put it in the basket. The fungus, wild greens, bamboo shoots and such are just put in a nylon bag. He hurried back, carrying the bulk of his bulging pockets. He was afraid that a couple of kids wouldn't be able to catch much and send it to his house and wait long enough to think they were fooling them. After all, one's current reputation was such that if one were to say first in the village, no one would dare to say second. Bad reputation. Of course, when I arrived at home, I did not see anyone. Chen Tong asked Yang Wenjing, and I did not see anyone come in the afternoon. It looks like it should still be catching eel loaches. He's not going to catch the small miscellaneous fish today. Not enough manpower. Although the creek is not deep, in order to be safe, he has to take the older children to catch together. Of course, the whole village will have to be mobilized to catch it later. Wenjing. Chen Tong opened his mouth and said, Can you please help me wash these fungus and mushrooms? Please. Yang Wenjing froze. Chen Tong had said thank you to herself and asked for her help. The tip of her heart touched and a warmth flowed through it. Chapter 17 Selling Eels for a Small Fortune. This time, Yang Wenjing laughed. Although it was only a moment, it was still captured by Chen Tong. Over this period of time, Chen Tong's change could be described as a cloud of difference. Previously, the things in the family were all done by themselves in big and small ways, and Chen Tong had never interfered. In the past few days, nothing was allowed to be done by himself. Even washing clothes, Chen Tong took over. To be honest, Yang Wenjing's heart was a bit empty. Now, Chen Tong has asked her to help. The heart is secretly happy. 10 minutes later, Blackie's voice called out to Chen Tong from the doorway. There were 8 little kids in all. Literally 8 little mud monkeys. Wet and dirty. Face, hair, mud spots of all sizes. In the hands of all 8 of them, they were holding nylon bags. Seeing Chen Tong walk out from his house, he grinned at the same time. In fact, they were apprehensive and did not believe that the eel loach could be sold for money. I was afraid that Chen Tong was teasing them for a laugh. Tong, here. Blackie held up the dripping nylon bag in his hand, and it looked like he had grabbed quite a few. The heavy nylon bag. Kuriko's eyes revealed a hopeful look. The remaining 7 children did the same, standing in a row in unison, right in front of the small courtyard of Chen Tong's house. That's quite a lot. Chen Tong was quite happy. Just by looking at the weight of one person in Blackie's hand, it had to be 7 or 8 pounds. He didn't have much left, though, so I don't know if it's enough to share. You guys wait. Chen Tong turned around and entered the courtyard. In the yard, Yang Wenjing is still organizing the fungus. Daughter-in-law, give some money to pay the little children at the gate for selling eels and loaches. Yang Wenjing blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. This money she has. Chen Tong didn't spend it all last time and asked her to keep it. Yang Wenjing washed her hands and went inside, taking out a wad of Mao tickets. He handed them to Chen Tong. Chen Tong hand in hand to take the home scale, although his hand weighing accurate, but after all, he knows, Blackie's first scale was a full 8 pounds, $1.60. The remaining 7 children were 6 pounds, 5 pounds, 5 pounds, 4 pounds, 4 pounds, 3 pounds, and 2 pounds. The total came to 37 pounds of eels and loaches. It's going to be $7.40. Chen Tong let out a long breath. He had $8 in his hand, and Yang Wenjing did not spend a single cent. Before giving the money, he opened the nylon bag and took a look at the eel and loach dragons. All meet the requirements. Here, Chen Tong settled the money without a penny less. Several of the children had smiles in their eyes, never having seen so much money. On New Year's Eve, parents don't give more than a dime or two, and that's plenty. Blackie, in particular, was laughing so hard that the red color could be seen on his tanned face. Happy, excitement. After getting the money, Blackie didn't rush off and looked at Chen Tong. Brother Tong, will this eel and loach still be collected tomorrow? Collect. You will keep the money, and you may continue to catch them in the afternoon, and keep them at home. Dead ones not. Chen Tong instructed a few people to look at a sweaty and dirty look. Kids, they love to play. They don't care. Having heard that Chen Tong will continue to collect eels tomorrow, he naturally knows what it means. As long as you catch eels and loaches, you will always have money in your hand. In fact, the price of eels and loaches are more expensive than the wild goods in the back of the mountain. Chen Tong also have to run a trip for a very simple reason. The village of Qinghe is so big that eels and loaches are all caught at some point. Mountain goods are different. They grow year after year, surrounded by mountains, and are plentiful and sustainable, stable and long-term. The most important point is that there is a real lot of wild game in the mountains. Hares, pheasants, wild boars. Seeing that the sun was almost up, Chen Tong put the eels and loaches into a nylon bag, carried it on his back, and left at a fast pace. He didn't have a cart, or a crate, for that matter. It's not too hot now, so hurry up on your feet and you won't die a few deaths by the time you get to the county seat. Eels and loaches are not like fish. They will die when they are out of water. With just a little bit of water to keep your body moist, you'll be able to live a long time. Coming to the side of the creek at the head of the village, Chen Tong put the nylon bag in the water and dipped it, not caring that his clothes were drenched, and once again left with the bag on his back. An hour and 15 minutes later, Chen Tong arrived at the eel noodle house. At this time of the day they were not even off work. There was not much business in the store, and the couple was rising noodles and frying small fish. Seeing that Chen Tong had arrived, the boss instantly got up, both eyes glowing. Boss, let's see what it looks like. The boss took the nylon bag from Chen Tong's hand, opened it, and burst into laughter. The eels and loaches, too, are so beautiful. The resulting pasta is definitely fresh enough. Granny, get the scale, the boss shouted at the house. A short while later, the boss's wife came out with a bamboo basket in addition to the scale. Bamboo baskets are used to drain water. Chen Tong does not care. Do business. Sometimes it's right to be catty. No false generosity. Of course, it's time to be generous. Excluding the weight of the bamboo basket, it was 36 pounds. Another pound is the loss on the road. After all, a few words brought when the nylon bag is more or less a little water. A caddy weighs a pound, and the cost is only 20 cents. So Chen Tong doesn't lose any money. Here, $36 in total. The boss was very quick and took out a thick stack of Mao tickets and gave them to Chen Tong. Chen Tong thanked him and put it in his pocket. It's a lot more down to earth. I'm also out of stock of small mixed fish on my side. Get some tomorrow. The boss smiled and reminded Chen Tong. The guy gave away all the good stuff. And it's even prettier than the ones he bought at the aquatic supply house. That's the way it is in business. If you make it the first time, you can trust it. Not to mention, he's got comparisons. Chen Tong left with a smile, excluding the capital of $7.40, netting a profit of $28.60. This business, it's doable. And that's just the beginning. The eels and miscellaneous fish and mountain products will only increase, and so will his intake. It's hard to start everything. He now has a way to sell eels and loaches, as long as after a certain period of time to accumulate. Not long, in the hands of a certain amount of money, he can shift the goal. There are some ways, but they are more profitable. After selling eels and loaches, Chen Tong did not rush home, but went to a supply and marketing agency. Yang Wenjing's clothes were worn out, and she hadn't bought any new clothes for a long time. He carefully picked his way through the counter where the cloths were kept. After all, he was a woman and loved beauty less. The next thing you do when you're full is wear it. A man is only as good as his clothes and his horse is only as good as his saddle. A truth for all time. As a matter of fact, in this day and age, there are tailor stores in the county. It's all well made ready to wear laid out in the store. It's quaint, and it's generically not cheap. So, a lot of girls in the county pull their own cloth and go to the tailor's store to have it tailored. It just takes a while to wait. Chen Tong picked and chose, and finally took a fancy to a piece of material. Chapter 18, Being Approached. Something wrong? Chen Tong carefully selected and finally looked at a piece of fabric. Small crushed flowers with a tiny yellow and white daisy printed on them. If a dress is tailored, it will naturally look great. It sets off the wearer with brightness and vigor. The material is cotton, which is considered a fine fabric. It's not cheap, but what is all this for the sake of my daughter-in-law? Isn't money meant to be spent on your daughter-in-law and children? Hello, this rag, how much is it a foot? Chen Tong was very polite and had a smile on his face. The teller came over, pointed to the crushed fabric, and said in an unsavory tone, "Is this the one?" Because Chen Tong was really not dressed well, the teller didn't think he could afford it. Chen Tong nodded. "This fabric is top quality. Oh, do you have a cloth ticket?" the teller asked. Chen Tong shook his head. He vaguely remembered that his family had cloth tickets, but he didn't think much about it on the way here. $1.50 a foot without a cloth ticket. Come 6 feet of cloth. Without hesitation, Chen Tong ordered a stack of gross bills and handed them over. The teller glanced at Chen Tong unexpectedly and counted just $9. Not a small amount anymore. Chen Tong paid the money, took the cloth, and hurried home. Walking all the way back to Qinghe village, it was already dark, and I picked some watercress at the head of the village by hand. Fried meat for dinner at night. Before he reached the door of his house, he saw a group of people from afar, standing in front of his house, not knowing what they were doing. Chen Tong was puzzled as to how so many people had gathered at this time. It looked like there were dozens of them. At a glance, they were all villagers from Qinghe village. He didn't say he was collecting eels and loaches at night. Chen Tong is back. I don't know who shouted. Wow. The crowd stirred and looked at Chen Tong with an unfavorable gaze, especially Blackie's mother. Her eyes were vicious, as if she wanted to eat Chen Tong. He came to the front of his yard and saw Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing stood in the yard. Her hands and feet had a loss, her eyes red. Chen Tong's heart sank. Yang Wenjing was bullied? However, he couldn't afford to have a fit until he knew why. Then came the sight of Blackie and a bunch of loach and eel catchers all there, their clothes still dirty. Apparently, it went back to catch in the afternoon. After all, it's money in hand. The atmosphere was a bit off, and Chen Tong took the lead in breaking the dullness. Uncles and aunts, what's going on? Chen Tong does not understand. Is not it a good thing to bring their family's children to make money? So one is cold. Not to mention, city people only get $30-something a month. Blackie made $1.06 in one day. That's a lot. It's half a pound of pork. Doesn't he smell good? Chen kid, you usually have nothing to do. Take the children up the mountain to catch birds. Under the water to catch fish. We put up with it. But now, you're not doing things quite right. Chen Tong, just tell me, how did Blackie get this money? It's $1.60. Yes, and our dongs, and our family. In the past few days, I have seen him buying things to the house every day, and weighing a lot of meat. You bastard, you can't be stealing someone's cow pig and going to sell it. Right. Scum like you should be arrested and eat jail. Yes, Blackie's mother said. Gave Blackie a full $1.06. Maybe doing bad things. Lack of virtue with smoke guy. A group of people chattering. A number of people came to watch the fun. Especially women. That mouth broken. Talking really bad. On the side, Yang Su Mei was laughing and was watching the fun. She knew that Chen Tong's money was not coming from the right place. And the parents of those kids, all of them had bad looks on their faces. Money is a good thing. But money that comes from the wrong place is not a good thing. Especially from Tran Tong here. 9 times out of 10 it's not right. So it was this. Chen Tong understood. It seemed that Yang Wenjing had also helped him explain. And it was clear that the villagers didn't believe him. How can a wobbly asshole who's been around for 20 years have money for his kids when his own wife is starving to death? I don't know where it was stolen. Robbed. Putting your own family's children on the back burner. Really good ruthless kid with a bad heart. You're not afraid to give birth to a child without an asshole? Blackie, you speak. Chen Tong looked at He Zi. He was the oldest of the group of children and must have expressed himself the most clearly. Blackie was also red-eyed. And his face was still flaming with rippling fingerprints. Tong, I told you. But Amma didn't believe me. And father even slapped me. Blackie was aggravated and sad. First time earning that much money and getting beat up. The heart is so aggravated. Uncles and aunts. This money was earned by He Zi and a few waifs themselves. All from selling eels and loaches. The villagers don't believe it. Knowing that it would be hard to explain it all in a moment. Chen Tong rubbed his brow. Gee, it's not just missing anyone. Both were able to help him with his work and clear up any misunderstandings. It's better this way. Uncles and aunts. Blackie and the others have earned their money with their own hands, even though I gave it to them, and not only that, but I have more here. After saying that, Chen Tong took out a stack of Mao tickets. Thick. I can assure you that the money came from a clean source. And if you don't believe me, just wait and see if any police come to arrest me. Many people's eyes went straight when they saw such a thick stack of money. OMG. That's too much. Chen Tong knew the effect and said, from today onwards, as long as you catch eels and loaches and sell them to me, 20 cents a catty. Small miscellaneous fish no longer than chopsticks. 10 cents a catty. Cash settlement. I'll take as much as I can get. Chen Tong added. Let the villagers earn a steady stream of money, and then we will know whether the money comes from the right place or not. Really? Hearing Chen Tong speak so loudly, many villagers were skeptical. It is also true that Chen Tong receives so many eels and loaches and miscellaneous fish. Cannot always go to steal money. He is a jerk though. Not a cutie. This loach and eel miscellaneous fish and not delicious. Cannot eat every day by themselves. At that moment, someone asked, cash settlement? Yes, bring it by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and it's worth every penny. Many villagers were moved. Looking at Chen Tong's stance, it didn't look like a fake. Besides, how dare he deceive so many people? That shall not drive him out of Qinghe village. No backing out of a deal. Yes, eels and loaches are 20 cents a catty, and small miscellaneous fish are 10 cents a catty. Chen Tong said the request and said, I am now cleansing my heart and making a fresh start. I am willing to go on the right path under the supervision of all the villagers, and I just want to get down to earth and earn some money, and if I have the ability to do so, I will definitely also bring my aunt and uncle to earn a little bit of money and improve their lives. That was a bluff. These villagers were the ones that no one thought that these words could come out of Chen Tong's mouth. A change of day isn't. Chapter 19. Let the villagers also earn some small money. The word of mouth improved. Not only do I need to exchange eels and loaches for small miscellaneous fish, but I also want fungus, mushrooms, bamboo shoots and some other mountain goods from the mountains. Chen Tong threw out another way to make money. Just 50 pounds. No more. First thing in the morning. First come, first served. Also 10 cents a pound. A storm was easily dissolved by Chen Tong. No matter what era, there is no such thing that money cannot solve. If there is, then the money must not be there yet. The villagers work hard all year round to earn as much money as they can, and every family is poor, empty stomach and no oil. Spend a penny and half. Blackie made $1.60 in one day, and many people still eat it. I am only afraid that the money is not coming from the right source, and I am worried that when I arrest Chen Tong, I will bring my own family's children with me. Now that you've figured most of it out, your mind is starting to come alive. Hey, that kid in my house. He didn't even get to eat meat on New Year's Eve. Who isn't? My boy, who wears one shirt for 3 years. Hey, the one at my house is skinnier than a bamboo pole. The words were spoken, but each person went to his family's rice field without a second thought, and part of it went up the hill. Although Qinghe village is surrounded by mountains, there are no wolves, tigers or other beasts on the mountain, and the biggest one is the wild boar. So they don't care. It's actually mealtime at this time of year. but it's unaffordable and many people only eat 2 meals. One meal in the morning, a meal at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Idle at home, just in case. That thick wad of gross bills is straight up itchy. Chen Tong stretched his arms. It had been a busy day and his feet didn't leave the ground. He entered the courtyard and saw Yang Wenjing, who was still in a daze, and was a bit heartbroken. I wonder what nasty things the villagers have said. After all, he hadn't studied, and Chen Tong had a bad reputation. The village people couldn't hold their tongue, which might have irritated Yang Wenjing. What did they say? Chen Tong walked over and asked softly. Yang Wenjing shook her head, biting her mouth and not speaking. It's okay, what they say is their freedom. Freedom of speech, right? Chen Tong took out the shredded cloth from his waist behind him and said, "Look, what's this?" The first time he saw the villagers, Chen Tong hid the rags in his hand. "Boo!" Yang Wenjing's voice was nasal. "Yes, authentic cotton. Small scraps. For your dress." "I don't." Yang Wenjing hadn't finished her words. Just as she felt warmth coming from her lips, Chen Tong's index finger was placed on the edge of her mouth. "You're my daughter-in-law. If I don't treat you well, who will?" Yang Wenjing's face suddenly reddened, her pink earlobes dripping blood. Just then, the moon was over the willows, shedding clear moonlight. Yang Wenjing slightly lowered her head, and the moonlight shone, setting her off even more beautifully. Eating well in the past few days, Yang Wenjing has gained a little weight. Her face has blood color. Her mouth is also red and moist. And the most important thing is the psychological change. Gulp. Chen Tong swallowed and said, "I'll go cook," panicked and left. Just now, Yang Wenjing's red lips were so attractive that he almost couldn't hold back. But, luckily, he was hungry too. One person had a bowl of steaming rice, ate fresh vegetables, and looked at Yang Wenjing, whose stomach was rumbling. Chen Tong. Very reassuring. Now that's life. The next morning dawned bright and early. Chen Tong then heard the shouting and got up in a flash. The villagers came to sell mountain goods. The 4 or 5 Hans at the door, Chen Tong, are all recognized. We all have to call out to our uncles by seniority. This was picked last night. Fresh, clean, and none of the bad ones were wanted. One of the voices said, named Korea Kyung, used to work odd jobs with Chen Tong's father. Chen Tong took a look. Rural people are really real organize mushrooms, fungus, wild greens and such. Thanks uncle, I'll weigh them one by one. Korea Kyung's 11 pounds weighs a dime a pound. $1 a dime. Chen Tong took out the Mao ticket, counted the corresponding amount, and gave it to Korea Ching. Korea Kyung revealed a smile. This kid, sort of watched him grow up. It was a pity that he didn't learn to be good, and made his father angry, not realizing that one day, he would be able to earn money from him. Han Kyung doesn't dare to think about it. Mountain goods Chen Tong wants not much, so not many people go up the mountain, and it is night. There are still people who are afraid, but someone wants to make money. Eel loach small miscellaneous fish, Chin boy said, only to collect in the afternoon. Small strays die easily and it's hard to catch things in the water at night without a light. It's not too late for them to catch it in the afternoon. The reason why I went up the hill was also by moonlight, and fungus mushrooms don't run. Still able to pick some up, a total of 55 pounds. Although there was an extra 5 pounds, Chen Tong still accepted it. $5.50. Everybody got paid. Happy heart. It was natural to think highly of Chen Tong. You kid. Not bad. We're happy to be reformed. Yes, it's been 20 years of muddling through. Be nice to your own daughter-in-law. The baby will be born soon. We kind of watched you grow up. Now. Yeah. Chen Tong smiled and responded. These things, to be able to slowly change the Qinghe village villagers' view of him. Word of mouth has gotten better. After all, proper money is being made. Which doesn't want to? Wife, child and hot bed. The simple and unadorned thoughts of a crop farmer. Chen kid took them to make money. Why don't you brag about it? Mission qua. Uncle Han. Wait a moment and ask you something. When a few people were about to leave, Chen Tong left behind Korea Kyung. What's up, Chen kid? Uncle Han. Have you seen my father lately? Chen Tong had been thinking about this ever since he came back from his second brother Chen Hao's house last time. He could see that his sister-in-law Li Hong was hiding something. The faces were a little off at the mention of their father. He'd been busy lately, his mind on making money, and he hadn't been able to keep up with it. Your father? Han Guanqing frowned and said, recently, I've been busy with the paddy fields, and I haven't had time to work odd jobs, so I haven't been able to touch your father. They're all busy at this time of year, and your family has a lot of land, so you should be down in the fields too. Chen Tong nodded and smiled. Thank you uncle. Korea Kyung left. Qinghe village has a small population, but it covers a large area, surrounded by mountains on all sides, so it is relatively sparsely populated. There are paddy fields at the beginning and end of the village for farming. To be honest, Chen Tong still didn't know where his family's paddy fields were. Every time I pass by the village head, I don't see the shadow of Chen Hao, the second brother, and the water field should be at the end of the village. We'll have to make some time to visit. Next time, Chen Tong went back to the house and fixed breakfast. No matter what, as long as you have money in your hand, you never panic. At 6:30, Yang Wenjing got up, watching Chen Tong cook breakfast and bring it to the table. She said softly, "You're so busy every day. I'll take care of these things." Chen Tong hemmed and hawed and said, "Are you concerned about me?" Chapter 20, Borrowing a Trolley. After breakfast, Chen Tong took the initiative to clean up the dishes. The villagers had already cleaned up the mountain goods they sold themselves, so they didn't need Yang Wenjing's help. "Let's go to the county together sometime." Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing, who had a slightly bulging belly, and was very much in love with her. I'm not going. It's not convenient with a baby in my belly." Yang Wenjing knew how far Qinghe village was from the county seat, and she was pregnant. "Inconvenient. That won't do. The rags were bought to make clothes for you. They have to be tailored at the tailor store in the county. When the baby is born, use it for the baby. When you're pregnant with a child, fabric that good won't be wearable after a while." Yang Wenjing knew that the fabric wasn't cheap and couldn't afford to part with it. Chen Tong smiled and didn't say anything, got up and left. He went to no one else's house, but the house of Chen Bulan, the village head of Qinghe village. Same last name as him and related to him for generations. By the time they got to them, it was just a matter of calling them uncles and uncles in plain sight. He arrived at Chen Bulan's house and knocked on the door. By this time, the families were already up. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Bulan, who was smoking a dry cigarette, opened the door. He wondered a bit, shouldn't they all be working in the fields at this hour? "Open the door." Chen Bulan's hand holding the dry cigarette trembled, and the smoke in his mouth almost choked in his throat. Cough cough cough. Chen Bulan's dry, thin, dark hand held the edge of the door and coughed violently. "Here, why is Chen Tong here so early in the morning?" Chen Tong acquired eelloch miscellaneous fish last night. The village head Chen Bulan does not know. It's a busy time of year when families have to raise seedlings and there's a lot going on. There are many things about the village that he doesn't know much about. "Hey!" Chen Tong hemmed and hawed. At that moment, goosebumps rose on Chen Bulan's body. "I'm not afraid of the king of hell calling on the third night, but I'm afraid of Chen Tong smiling at you." What it meant, Chen Bulan, as the village head, knew too well. There's something in the house that this kid has his eye on. "What are you doing here?" Chen Bulan didn't have a good impression of Chen Tong and was about to open his mouth to let Chen Tong go. "Uncle, I'm looking for you for something." Chen Bulan frowned and took a drag on his dry cigarette. "It's true. There's nothing to do. This kid isn't holding back any good." Chen Bulan was just thinking about whether or not to take this from Chen Tong, when he heard Chen Tong speak again. "Uncle, do you have a cart at your house? The kind with one wheel in front and two in the back?" Chen Tong was afraid that Chen Bulan wouldn't admit it, so he purposely described it more carefully. "Nice guy." Chen Bulan almost didn't spit up a breath and choked himself to death on the dry cigarette. This kid got his eye on his family's cart. "If you lend this out, you're not going to get it back." Chen Bulan blackened his face, reached out and prepared to close the door, not willing to say a word more to Chen Tong. This plague, coming knocking at the door early in the morning, is bound to be no good. It's just that Chen Bulan thought, why can't this door close? It's stuck? Upon further inspection, the asshole's foot had stopped the doorway. He smiled a very big smile. "Uncle, any more? I'm calling you uncle here." Chen Tong looked at Chen Bulan. "I don't have a cart at my house, so look elsewhere." Chen Bulan reluctantly spat out the words, only thinking of Chen Tong hurrying away. Chen Tong poked out half of his body and looked toward the yard. "Uncle, what's that?" Chen Tong pointed to the small cart in the yard and said with a smile. He saw it. "It's in the yard under the date palm. It's good." Chen Tong ignored Chen Bulan's face, which was darker than the bottom of a pot, and squeezed his way through the door of his house and into the courtyard. Chen Bulan. No wonder he kept having nightmares in his sleep last night. "How dare you fulfill it this early in the morning?" Chen Bulan cried a face. In Qinghe village, something that was targeted by Chen Tong, there is no good that comes out of it. "Chen kid, I still need to use this cart. You see village chief, I have old arms and legs. Without this cart, I can't do heavy work. Chen Bulan sells misery." Chen Tong laughed happily, knowing that with his current reputation, borrowing things was not easy. He was prepared for this and felt in his pocket. "Uncle, this cart of yours, can you sell it to me?" Chen Tong's hand was holding a wad of woolen tickets. He knew that the portions of eels and loaches and small mongrels would follow today, especially the small mongrels, which would inevitably die on the way without buckets of water to carry them on the hour or so's journey. He can't carry buckets of water to the county seat. That would be exhausting. Chen Bulin looked up and stopped smoking the dry cigarette in his hand, looking toward the Mao ticket in Chen Tong's hand. Yoo-hoo! That's great, there's a big unity. He's holding a wad of gross bills, $10 or $20. I think. Chen Bulin's eyes went straight. His first thought was that the kid was out plying his trade again, but the thought was squashed from his mind. If he had just heard correctly, this kid was going to buy his family's cart. Isn't that heavenly? No one else came over to buy a cart, but Chen Tong came to buy a cart, yes. Because, sooner or later, the trolley was on Chen Tong's mind, and sooner or later, he would get it too. At that time, there might not be a penny. Now, there's money, and isn't that a godsend? I paid someone to make this cart too, so if you buy it, give me $3.50 and I'll sell it to you. Chen Bulin gritted his teeth and gave the offer directly. Instead of looking at your cart with fear every day, you should sell it to Kid Chan and pull it down. Chen Tong is happy. This village chief, but really good people nah. Not bad for the head of a village. Chen Tong counted out $3.50 from a stack of Mao bills and handed it to Chen Bulin. I'll have to ask him for help in the future. This time, it's kind of a good foundation for cooperation. He pushed the cart out of the courtyard of Chen Bulin's house with a smile on his face. When he arrived home, Chen Tong placed the mountain goods he had collected early this morning on the cart. 55 pounds. Not too heavy, not too light. And with the cart, he didn't want to carry it anymore. After talking to Yang Wenjing, he pushed the cart and went to the county town. Mountain products are not like water products, which are cleanly handled and ready to go straight into the pot. Mud skippers, eels, and small miscellaneous fish should all be prepared a day in advance for the next day. And that owner must have some secret recipe to make the loach and eel spit out the dirt in their stomachs to get rid of the fishy odor. That's why he asked Chen Tong to send it over at 5 in the afternoon. Although the day ran twice, but Chen Tong is also happy. This trip down can be money At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Tong pushed the cart to the noodle stall. The boss is busy at this time. Asked, have you eaten yet? Chen Tong sat on the cart and said, eat and come. Busy with this wave? Just a moment. Great. The owner took the time to open the nylon bag while the crowd was small. Oh, the whole thing is so clean. This kid, he'll come around. 55 pounds. The boss took it all. Fresh and clean. Cut and sold. Fragrant. Chapter 21. Pushing his daughter-in-law to the county seat. 55 pounds of mountain goods at 40 cents a pound. It came to $22. And after costs of $5.50, made $16.50. This trip didn't make as much as the previous ones, but it was a win for stability and consistency. Mushrooms on the mountain can grow until fall, and there are many kinds of mushrooms, and there are different kinds of wild vegetables in different seasons, and this business is not for 1 day or 2 days. Eels and loaches are small and miscellaneous, and can't be done for too long. There's a lot of people, and they'll soon be caught out. Moreover, Chen Tong has a worry. Although the boss's noodle shop is not small and business is booming, it may not be able to eat so much eel loach. The only way to get through to the aquatics is to figure out how to get through, and that's the most stable way to do it. Chen Tong spoke to the boss and pushed the cart away. An hour and 20 minutes later, Chen Tong returned home. It's almost time for dinner. In fact, in the entire Qinghe village, only Chen Tong's family had arrived for their meal. After all, having been relived, 3 meals a day are standard now. What's more, Yang Wenjing is carrying a baby in her belly, and she is starving without eating a meal. Nutrition can't keep up. Panning rice and cooking, Chen Tong also does not rest. With a cart, dozens of pounds are light and not at all tiring. It's young guys again. It's all small potatoes. In the wood-fired pot is fragrant rice. The family still has meat, rice, eggs, and noodles, so I didn't buy them from the county supply house when I came back today. In this day and age, no one else knows what a refrigerator is except for Chen Tong. He couldn't have built one out of thin air either. Rice, flour and eggs can last a long time, but not this pork, so buying 2 or 3 pounds at a time is the best option. No waste and enough to eat. Meanwhile, next door at Yang Sumei's house, from last night, no Chen Tong collect eel loach business. Yang Sumei a whole cannot raise energy. This would, again, smell the meat coming from his house. If I remember correctly, during this period of time, the smell of meat came from Chen Kid's house every day, and it's 3 meals a day. What a luxury. Touching her empty stomach, Yang Sumei actually wanted to catch eels and loaches to sell. 20 cents a caddy. Just grab it. 10 pounds or so. That's a pound of pork. However, she simply cannot pull the face. Their second daughter is a golden phoenix. Let her catch eels and loaches for Chen Tong. Is not disguised to earn money for him. Shame on your own second girl. But then again, the pork is really flavorful. When Chen Wenhai comes back from the field this afternoon, he will have to talk about this matter. Chen Tong's house. The food was already on the table. Still heaping tips of rice? Steaming hot. Stir-fried marjoram with pork, steamed egg, and chives in lard. Fresh and flavorful. This afternoon, come with me to the county seat. Chen Tong chucked a piece of meat and placed it in Yang Wenjing's bowl. With food, Yang Wenjing's weight has grown, and her arms are thicker than bamboo poles. There's meat on the face that's so skinny it's out of shape. Red and moist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What? Yang Wenjing lowered her head and ate her rice. Take you to the tailor's store. Have your clothes tailored. And buy a pair of shoes on the way. And buy more of the family's wealth. Rice, oil, and salt. I'm afraid I can't remember the course, so I want to take you with me, Chen Tong said with a smile. I won't go. It's not convenient to walk slowly with a baby in my belly. Yang Wenjing's face turned a little red. This man. It's not just lip service and teasing her. It's really about showing her around the county. However, Qinghao village is more than an hour away from the county town. Chen Tong still has to go into business. He can't afford to be delayed. I'm not going. I'll clean up the house this afternoon. During this time, the two have eased up quite a bit. Yang Wenjing is not as afraid of Chen Tong as before. Chen Tong's change is real. She can see it. It's a deal. Chen Tong didn't give Yang Wenjing a chance to speak and ate with a big mouthful of food. Eat enough to work. Around 1 o'clock, one after another began to villagers with eels and loaches to come. It's all caught on the spot in the rice fields. In the creeks, one is alive and well, because they all know Chen Tong harvested eels, so early in the morning to work in the field have taken pots of. The village head Chen Gulan squatted in front of his house smoking a dry cigarette, and wondered, why are they all going to the field with pots? Scooping water? There's plenty of water in the fields. Asked, only to know. Chen Tong this kid collect eel loach small fish. They, are farming and earning money at the same time. Uncle Lee, you have 10 pounds of eels and loaches. $2. Auntie is here. You have 5 pounds for $1. Blackie you kid. Nice day. 15 pounds. $3. Chen Tong was busy collecting eels and paying on the spot. The villagers were happy. It's a hairy ticket to get your hands on. The feeling of holding it in your hands. It's a great feeling. And you can farm and make money. Where to find this good thing? Come on, Chen kid. Look at my little mongrel fish. Fresh. And me. Mine. Chen Tong's door. Selling eel loach miscellaneous fish is more and more people. Hot as hell. Yang Wenjing also got busy, taking pots, buckets and bamboo baskets. There were too many eels and loaches to fit in the back, so they were placed directly in the tank, one after another for 2 hours. Chen Tong saw that it was getting late and did not want to delay. Uncles and aunts, I won't collect today. I have to go to the county town. Anyone else who didn't come and saw it let me know for me. Leave it at home to raise it, and continue to come tomorrow afternoon. Eel loach quite a lot. Chen Tong incidentally borrowed a few bamboo baskets, otherwise it cannot be put. The rowdy crowd dispersed, with smiles on everyone's faces. Real tickets. Kid Chan didn't lie. With money, you can buy clothes, candy, meat and eggs for your children. Improvement of life. Pork is so flavorful. Who wouldn't want to eat it? This time, there were well over 100 pounds of eels and 50 pounds of small hybrids. He dumped all the eels and loaches in a bamboo basket, and the small miscellaneous fish in a wooden bucket and poured fresh water over them. Tie it with twine. Then he took another bowl and put it in the barrel. There are quite a few eels and loaches, so water them a bit on the way to keep their skin moist and they won't die. Although the bamboo basket breathable, but still worried about the roads suffocated to death. This loss have to compensate for their own not. Come on, daughter-in-law, get in. Chen Tong got this done, clapped his hands, and greeted Yang Wenjing to come over. This 3-wheeled cart is narrow in the front and wide at the back. Chen Tong purposely left a place for Yang Wenjing to sit at the back. Yang Wenjing blushed and stood still, where she was nice and shy. Chen Tong pulled Yang Wenjing over and picked her up, placing her on the cart. The strong arms still carried warmth, which was transmitted to Yang Wenjing's body, and her face turned even redder. Done and gone. Chen Tong inhaled, bellowed, his arms fired, his veins rippled, and slowly pushed the cart, rushing to the county town. Chapter 22, Income of $150. Chen Tong pushed Yang Wenjing and rushed to the county town. Due to the construction of the cart, Yang Wenjing could only sit facing Chen Tong. With a weight close to 300 pounds, it was still a bit of a struggle for Chen Tong. A heavy snort hit Yang Wenjing's forehead, and her face warmed slightly. Chen Tong has really changed. As it was an afternoon rush to the county, the temperature was a bit high and I was worried that stopping to rest would delay and smother some eel loaches and small hybrids. Chen Tong froze without saying a word, gritted his teeth and insisted on pushing to the county. Not only that, but the hour-and-a-half trip was 12 minutes faster than it used to be. The whole thing was shaking with exhaustion. Yoo-hoo! The young man brought his daughter-in-law along today. The couple who owns the stall isn't too busy at this time of year, organizing the ingredients. Chen Tong put the cart down carefully, then helped Yang Wenjing down, wiped the sweat from his head. Collected a bit too much today, worried about dying on the road. He grinned, his whole body relaxing. The couple who owned the stall put down their hands and came over, poking their heads toward the bamboo basket on the cart, the bucket of water. The two men were shocked. Good boy, this eel and loach must be more than 100 pounds. That's more than a day's worth of portions at an aquatic dealership. Eel loach must have hundreds of pounds. Small fish also have dozens of pounds, plus pushing a pregnant daughter-in-law. How to have a small 300 pounds it? This young man can do it. He can work hard. Chen Tong smiled and said, all of them were just collected this afternoon. The dragons and tigers. Uncle, weigh them. The dead ones are on me. I won't sell them to you. The stall owner and his wife's brows relaxed quite a bit. This is a nice young man. Chen Tong said the words ahead of time to make people feel good. With so many eels and loaches crammed together, it is inevitable that some will be smothered. Dead loaches and eels are designated as not as tasty as live ones, especially since the owner has a secret recipe and is definitely concerned about the freshness of the ingredients. Daughter-in-law, get the scale, and by the way, get a stool for little brother's daughter-in-law to sit on. The boss was also quite attentive, noticing Yang Wenjing's bulging stomach. Scales were brought in and batches were weighed. The boss's wife had a notebook and pen taking notes. First basket, eel loach, 28 pounds. Second basket, 36 pounds of loach and eel. The third basket, after weighing the loaches and eels, there were a total of 120 pounds. This is the weight of dead eels that have been picked out. 120 pounds. A full $120. The cost was but $24, and it netted $96. Next, weigh the small hybrids, which are more or less watery and unavoidable. 60 pounds. The total was $30, which netted $24 after costs of $6. The net profit from this trip was a full $120. Chen Tong was a bit surprised by this number. Yesterday, I promised the villagers that I would take all the eels and loaches as long as they were qualified. Genus was not expecting that much. Here's a total of $150. The vendor was cool with it. Chen Tong sent the goods are too beautiful. More is more, but do not accept the heart in its jaw. A dozen or so large unions, and the rest of the first some 50-cent and $1 gross tickets. Chen Tong took it and said thank you. Yang Wenjing looked at the wad of Mao tickets in Chen Tong's hand, and also felt very unreal. $150. Xinghe village face to face, tired to work for a year. What's the income? Chen Tong merely made more than $100 in one day. Chen Tong put away more than $100 close to his body and came over to assist Yang Wenjing. In fact, Yang Wenjing was only 5 months pregnant and her movements were not hindered. But Chen Tong was following the standards of the latter days, so offered to come forward to assist. It made Yang Wenjing's face slightly red again, which was outside, not at home. Someone's watching. Big sister is so lucky. How attentive her husband is. The boss's wife's eyes were full of envy. Her own family's mouth, like an elm. The stall owner looked at the two Chen Tongs who were about to leave and rubbed his hands together, a little embarrassed. That, little brother, there's something else I need to make clear to you. Chen Tong stopped and said, Uncle, you say, it's like this. This eel noodle shop me and my daughter-in-law also just opened not long ago. Every day to use up the eel is also 50 or 60 pounds. You this if every day is 100 pounds of delivery. We here can't use so much. The owner is very nice and doesn't hide anything. Seriously, this eel and loach stuff from Chen Tong is really good. The price is 20 cents less than an aquatic dealer. He'd love to keep doing it with Tran Tong. However, the extra eels and loaches cannot be posted by themselves as not, with how much to how much, said clearly, to save the trouble later. Chen Tong smiled and nodded his head. Uncle, it's better this way. From now on I'll send you 60 pounds a day, starting the day after tomorrow. What do you think? The boss laughed out loud and said, all right, lad, the more I see of you, the better you look. Neither one does anything without ink, and that's what makes for a long-lasting business. Chen Tong and the other party thanked each other, and Yang Wenjing nodded, push the cart and leave the eel noodle shop. This time, Yang Wenjing was walking and did not want to sit on the cart. She knew that Chen Tong was tired. Walk a little bit, she's fine. In fact, it did, carting it all the way over to close to 300 pounds. Chen Tong can't afford to eat. Only the trolley had goods on it, and Chen Tong was in a hurry and had inexhaustible strength in his body. This time the loaches and eels will be sold and there will be money in my pocket. Suddenly my arms were sore. Daughter-in-law, are you hungry? Yang Wenjing shook her head. Daughter-in-law, come up here. I'm strong. Yang Wenjing shook her head. Daughter-in-law, guess how much money we made today? Yang Wenjing still shook her head. Unconsciously, the two of them passed by a tailor store, which was the path that Chen Tong had intentionally taken. Daughter-in-law. Tailor store. Oh. Yang Wenjing secretly put away the expensive piece of rags in order to save it, saving it to make clothes for the baby that was born. At this time, Chen Tong felt around his waist. Daughter-in-law. Yang Wenjing had a red face and looked at Chen Tong. There was more daughter-in-law calling along the way than there had been in the previous year. What do you see here? Chen Tong took out the folded rags from his waist and waved them in front of Yang Wenjing's eyes. You, where did you find it? Yang Wenjing glanced at Chen Tong in embarrassment. He. Chen Tong hemmed and hawed and said, I said that this piece of rag is for you to make clothes. Even if you hide it well, I'll find it. In case if I can't find it, then I'll buy another piece. Looking at Chen Tong who was smiling like a child, Yang Wenjing's heart suddenly thumped. Chapter 23, The moon is beautiful tonight. The tailor's store is called Nini's Tailor Shop, and it chose this location well. At a crossroads, people come and go, and a lot of people can see the sign. Chen Tong pushed the cart and placed it at the door. Comrade, bringing your daughter-in-law to make clothes? Just then, the store came out a woman. Not short, can have 1.6'7" permed the most fashionable hairstyle, a bit of Hong Kong and Taiwan style flavor. This is the owner's wife of Mei Mei's tailor shop, called Zhang Meiwei, sitting in the store drinking tea. Just then I saw the young couple appear in the doorway, peering into the store from time to time as if they were going to make clothes. Doing business is all about being sharp and being able to talk. Chen Tong looked at Zhang Meiwei and nodded. Made it for my daughter-in-law. Come on in. This daughter-in-law of yours is so pretty, just like Shisher. Zhang Meiwei hurriedly opened the door and went down to assist Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong smiled and was soothed. Zhang Meiwei is not talking nonsense. She has been doing business for so many years. She can read people accurately. Although Yang Wenjing is thin, her face is bright and her lips are red. At first glance, it's not a bad meal. The two men entered the store and the walls were covered with clothes, all in typed patterns. It's in stock, so if it fits, buy it and wear it. Others are still sample goods, specializing in picking out favorite styles for guests, tailored from fabrics I brought myself. Look, summer is right around the corner. Dress shirts, short suits, whatever you can think of, I can make it. Zhang Meiwei looked at Chen Tong and saw that he was the paymaster. Chen Tong smiled and nodded in response. Looking at the clothes on the wall, the patterns were too old. It was a small county after all, but the workmanship is quite careful, stitch by stitch, from a sewing machine. Chen Tong handed the material in his hand to Zhang Meiwei. Zhang Meiwei took it and touched it in her hand. Her eyes lit up. It's the finest cotton material, and that's not cheap. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and I want to make a dress for her current figure, a little looser, just to get through this summer. Zhang Meiwei's eyes widened. Such an extravagant material. Just wear it only this summer. Are you sure? Are you making a summer dress? Zhang Meiwei afraid that she heard wrong. This material, at least $1 more than a foot. The batter this weight, I'll also have 6 or 7 feet, is $6 or $7. $6 or $7, plus $1 for labor. Only wear it for a summer? Boy, it's a real crowd pleaser. This is running into rich people. Yes, boss, a half-sleeve maxi dress that comes up to the arms here and then a slight bunching with ruffles. Chen Tong, after all, is a passerby. Used to do business when also ran a clothing, more or less understand a little. He gave Zhang Meiwei the precautions. The shape of the neckline. Double or single collar. What's at the waist? How does it fit? Embellishments and so on. The more Zhang Meiwei listened, the brighter her eyes became. She had always been a seamstress, and this kind of alteration transcended the eyes of people nowadays. This kid doesn't look big. He's awesome. What a dress. Totally tailored for a young woman. The finished product, when made, absolutely shines. That, can I make too? I think your idea is pretty good and would like to make one to wear myself. Zhang Meiwei was embarrassed to open her mouth. What woman doesn't love beauty? This type of fit and style, once made, is definitely favored by the market. She wanted to keep one for her store to display. Chen Tong smiled and nodded, saying, no problem. Well done. In the future my family's clothes will come to you. Zhang Meiwei cracked a smile. The craft fee, which was $1, was only 80 cents. She took out a ruler and measured Yang Wenjing. Big sister, you married a good man. Ah, people handsome, and willing to spend money for you, but also know how to make clothes. Zhang Meiwei kept praising Chen Tong. She felt that this young man was good from the bottom of her heart. Yang Wenjing had a red face and lowered her head. Her heart was sweet. After leaving the tailor store, Chen Tong let Yang Wenjing sit on the cart. Yang Wenjing saw that it was getting late and didn't postpone. After all, it is a hilly stretch of road, and it's not good when it's dark. Although there are no large beasts in the mountains, there are still wild boars, and it is not safe for Chen Tong to push her. However, Chen Tong did not go straight home. Instead, she pushed Yang Wenjing to the supply house, and the pork in the house was finished, the noodles were still there, and the rice was eaten quite quickly. After all, it's rice for lunch and dinner. There aren't many eggs left. Every morning, both were an egg for nutrition. Chen Tong also thought about whether to buy a few chicks and ducks to accompany Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing is pregnant, can't travel far, and her mother's family is not here. Keep yourself busy all day. No one's talking. The two bought rice, eggs and some daily necessities. Chen Tong excused himself and left for a while, then ran back with a smile, like a happy wind. Passing by the meat stall, Chen Tong bought 2 pounds of fat meat and 2 pounds of lean meat. Yang Wenjing is heartbroken. Which family has money to spend like this? On the road, Chen Tong pushed the cart and walked very fast, and it was already dark. Finally, as the last rays of the sunset were swallowed by the blackness, he returned to the village of Qinghe. Back at home, Chen Tong started to get busy again, burning fires for cooking, boiling lard, frying vegetables. It's too busy to stop. Yang Wenjing sat in the small courtyard and quietly watched this busy back. The heart is solid. Is she, like, bittersweet? The moon was over the willow, and the small, broken table was filled with a fragrant meal. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, egg and fungus soup with dregs of oil, and stir-fried bok choy with lard. There was also a large dish that Chen Tong ate by himself. Under the heavy spicy, is the afternoon picked out of the eel, high heat and heavy oil stir-fry. The earthy flavor is almost inedible. Eating eel grows strength. It's a shame to throw it away. However, he didn't give it to Yang Wenjing. It was too spicy and not as fresh as the live ones. He thought of leaving 2 fresh ones tomorrow afternoon to make soup for her in the evening. After eating, Chen Tong cleared the table and looked at the bright moon in the sky with a lot of emotions in his heart. Daughter-in-law, out to enjoy the moon. Again, it's not the Mid-Autumn Festival. What's there to see? Look, the moon is so full and golden tonight, like a big burnt cake. Put. Yang Wenjing laughed. Chen Tong froze, and Yang Wenjing finally smiled. He knew that he was not far from victory. Daughter-in-law, come and see. Chang'e has gone to the moon. Really? Really? Yang Wenjing came out, looked up at the moon, pretended to be angry, and said, liar. Chen Tong got up, grabbed Yang Wenjing's hand, and said, Chang'e, is descending to earth. Then, he took out a fine hairpin from his pocket and inserted it into Yang Wenjing's large twisted braid. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Yang Wenjing lowered her eyes, her earlobes seemingly able to drip blood. I knew it. The boy's nature hasn't changed. Chapter 24, Looking for Someone. Chen Tong got up at the crack of dawn. The villagers have come to deliver the mountain goods again, organized and clean as usual. Uncle Han. So early. Chen Tong snorted. Korea Kyung smiled nervously and rubbed his large rough hands together. Here, this mountain stuff was picked last night and cleaned by my mother-in-law. The same few men from that day. Years of labor and bruises on their bronzed skin. A mountain man, resistant to roughness. On average, $1 a day for each person gives weight to the talk in the family. This is not counting the income from eels and loaches. If you add a lot more. No, yesterday Korea Kyung went to buy some eggs and pork for the child's growing body. You and your mother-in-law can also relieve your cravings. Eat a full meal, have oil in your stomach, and work with all your strength. The money, how it came to be, they are bright in their minds. Chen Tong brought a scale and weighed it. That's 52 pounds for $5.20. Chen Tong took out the Mao ticket and handed it to a few people. Uncle Han, when will the rice fields be finished? Chen Tong remembered his family's acreage, which was still empty. It's almost over. There's still a week to go before the seedlings are planted. Chen Tong pondered for a moment. Uncle, please, you kid, what do you say about please or not? You let Uncle Han make money, don't even know how to thank you. Isn't that rice field in my house still empty? And I'd like to ask you and a few uncles to plant seedlings for it. This, Han Guanqing looked embarrassed. Not that he didn't want to help, but he didn't have that many seedlings at home. Uncle Han, if there's something you want to do, just say it, Chen Tong said with a smile, knowing that it would be difficult. It's not that Uncle Han won't help you, it's that there aren't many seedlings left in the households. Otherwise, I'd have done it in a day with a few of your uncles. Chen Tong nodded and said, understood Uncle Han. Watching the few people leave, Chen Tong also closed the door of the house. However, instead of going home, he went to Chen Bulan's house at the head of the village. The matter of the seedlings can certainly be solved by looking for him. At this time, Chen Bulan had already gotten up. Mountain people, there's no recreation whatsoever. Go to bed early, get up early. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Bulin slowly and unhurriedly stuffed the tobacco in his hand into the tin dry cigarette head, pressed it again with his thumb, and inhaled vigorously. Then, a large puff of smoke was exhaled. Opened the door. Kid Chen. Chen Bulin's heart trembled. Is it possible that something has been missed at home again? Uncle, there's something I want to see you about. Chen Bulin didn't hate Chen Tong as much as he did before, and he also knew a few things. This kid, now reformed, is bringing the villagers together to make money. The only thing I'm worried about is that he's thinking about his own stuff, and even though he's paying for it, it's inconvenient. It's too much for old arms and legs without a cart. Chen Bulin was depressed for half a day before finally spitting out a word. Say, Chen Tong was happy and said, isn't it the time for seedlings to go into the field? And my family doesn't have any seedlings, so I've come to ask for your help. My family doesn't have many seedlings. If you don't mind, you can have the rest at the end. Hearing this, Chen Bulin immediately became brisk. When families drop their rice, they drop a little extra for fear of not having enough. So, it's all going to spare a little bit. It's a waste to throw it away. Since now Kid Chan is reformed, smoothly give it to him. As the head of a village, he hopes for the good of every family, rich enough to afford white rice and meat. Uncle, that little bit which can Chen Tong pointed to the seedlings in the ground and said, Uncle, please, you old man, ask for me. Which family will sell me if they have extra? You buy? Chen Bulin was surprised that the extra seedlings were worthless. Yes, how can I let folks suffer? I'm so mentally aware now. Chen Tong took out $5 and gave it to Chen Bulin. Chen Bulin didn't delay and accepted it. By the way, I'm looking for someone to help me plant the seedlings. Uncle Han Hanqing, I've promised him. Looking at Chen Tong's departing back, Chen Bulin couldn't help but feel emotional. A kid who's been an asshole for 20 years, and his wife didn't even have food when he was poor. Hey, overnight turnaround. Not only let his wife eat rice all the time, it also brings the villagers together to earn money. It's really a dream come true. Chen Tong returned home and cooked eggs and porridge. And last night, he fried a lot of vegetables and did not finish it. It was also put in a pan and warmed up. Yang Wenjing had already gotten up, her hair casually coiled behind her head, with the same hairpin that Chen Tong had given me. It was held up. Daughter-in-law. Beautiful. Chen Tong gave a thumbs up, a genuine compliment that. Yang Wenjing lowered her head to eat. Already accustomed to Chen Tong's left sentence daughter-in-law right sentence daughter-in-law. After eating, Chen Tong put the collected mountain goods on the cart, rushed to the county seat. I'm going to the county seat today, not only to sell mountain goods, but to find someone. These days, it's good to have something. Eel Loach, this market is very large. A lone eel noodle shop simply cannot eat. He's going into the aquatic dealership. Qingha village is surrounded by mountains and has many streams. A couple of villages next door do the same. So there will be no shortage of eels and loaches. He is not only going to collect eels and loaches, but he is also going to make this business bigger. Sooner or later, this business will be followed by others, and we have to take a firm hold of the market before anyone else reacts. Neighbors in the same village may be too embarrassed to take this business, but not those in the next village. So where can you eat that much eel loach? The only other aquatic dealerships are in the county. If it doesn't work there, then it has to go to the province. Chen Tong is not believe. So big a county cannot eat their own hundreds of pounds of eel loach. He gives the cart's contents to the owner of a small noodle stand, and business is booming this time of year. It's rush hour at work. Chen Tong didn't want to wait, and after informing his boss, he went to sneak around first. Come back later. Chen Tong left the small noodle stall and turned left and right in the alleys of the county by memory. Stopped outside an alley. The place is full of young people coming and going, dressed in the trendiest clothes of the moment. And of course, the hair was the most popular hairstyle in the county. Walking and floating, they all thought they were the prettiest cubs on the street. Chen Tong entered the alley, found a place, hooked his head, and looked inside. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve. At the entrance of the cabaret, a number of young people, both men and women, had gathered. One had a cigarette in his mouth and hooked up a human-sized bamboo pole in a indeed jacket. At the very outside, sat down on a stool. His hair was long and his fringe was cut diagonally, half of it covering his eyes. It's the most popular hair flip in the county right now. This person was exactly the person Chen Tong was looking for. Chapter 25, Paving the Way. This seated youngster looked a bit younger than Chen Tong. The face is a bit long and thin, characterized by small, thieving eyes on a long face. One look at it makes you able to remember it. This would be looking around at the crowds coming and going, eyes gurgling. Chen Tong walked over and stopped not far from Lee that person. Harry, is this available and how much is a box? Chen Yi made a cigarette clamping gesture and stared at the seated man. The man called Mao Zi froze, his arms as thin as bamboo poles stretched out. looking Chen Tong up and down suspiciously. You are? Someone else introduced me, and the last time I passed by the cabaret, I saw that you had the goods, then I inquired about it. And you, brother Mao Zi, are the best around here, saying that you can get any kind of goods. Chen Tong lowered his voice and flattered Mao Zi. This one was of course made up off the top of Chen Tong's head. The man's name is Mao Zi, and he sells cigarettes in reverse. These days, a lot of young people are doing the trade of buying and selling in order to earn money. Chen Tong in his last life started from nothing, all the way from Qinghe village. More or less contact. Remember, there is such a person as Harry, but it doesn't seem to be ending well. Chen Tong came this time to buy cigarettes. What was the hardest thing to buy in the 80s? 3 rings and a turn followed by these cigarettes. Especially the big front door he wanted to buy. The genius had to ask for the door to get it. Like the countryside and the mountains of dirt and mud. How many people have never seen a cigarette in their lives? It's basically homegrown tobacco. Cut, sunned and made into tobacco. Pound it. Put it in your pipe and take a hard drag. That backbone. It's really big. Cigarettes are premium. Dakianman cigarettes, which are high-grade goods in Huayin County, are the most popular. How many people can't get it? Chen Tong wants to go to the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Society to find someone to open up the sales channel. He has to bring sincerity. Otherwise the gate might not even be accessible. This big front door cigarette belongs to a knocker now. Of course, that's because Chen Tong has no connections and is a mudblood. A lot of business in a previous life. Chen Tong knows it. Having connections to get things done really saves time and effort. Get 2 packs of cigarettes and get in the door of the Aquatic Supply House. Chen Tong is willing. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Mao Zi was originally still searching for this unfamiliar face in his mind. This would hear Chen Tong give himself a burst of blow, and he couldn't help but feel a little fluttery. The young, which cannot stand such a boast. Kid, quite good this Huayin County. I have the most goods in my hands, the safest. We don't care if we go out of Huayin County. What other people have in their hands, I definitely have. What other people don't have in their hands, I still have. Harry sat on the stool, thighs cocked while retreating, shaking his legs in triumph and tossing his hair. Tell me, is it a single purchase or a whole box? Harry asked. Chen Tong thought about it and counted 4 fingers. 2 boxes to give away. 1 for loose cigarettes and 1 for spare. 4, Harry asked. 4 boxes. Chen Tong's expression was flat. 4 boxes? Mao Zi sat up straight. This man is a 4-box. It is inevitable to look at Chen Tong a few more eyes. 4 boxes of cigarettes. That's not cheap. Most of the young people who come to hang out in this neighborhood buy them one by one. It costs money to get into the cabaret. 2. They don't have a lot of money on them. When you come to this place to play friends, there are a lot of girls that buy loose cigarettes to put on a face. Having a cigarette in your ear or in your hand is doubly impressive. Otherwise, embarrassed to strike up a conversation. The young man in front of me doesn't look very big. 4 boxes in one opening. It's still really broad. It's a business. Who wouldn't want to do it? Dakianman 2 yuan 5 a package. The entire Huayin County city. I hear the cheapest. Other places want you to 2 yuan 7, 2 yuan 8. I see you buy a one-time 4 boxes of initiative to give you a cheap. This business is after all a long time to do. Is not it? Of course. You don't say outside Harry is a man with an eye for detail and a decent personality. Chen Tong smiled, knowing that Mao Zi hadn't lied to him. He gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Mao Zi, I will definitely look for you to buy cigarettes in the future. When Chen Tong finished speaking, he took out the prepared dumpling from his pocket and handed it over. Mao Zi nodded and took it, and behind him, he dug around in the box under the stool for a while, and in no time at all, he pulled out 4 boxes of Daqianmen out. Here, take it. With 4 boxes of Daqianmen in hand, Chen Tong was in no hurry to leave, blowing off steam with Harry for a while. That's when he left. Mao Zi often mixes with the county. Some news, more or less, can still know some. Leaving the place, Chen Tong went straight to the noodle stall. The cart is still there and the mountain goods haven't been weighed yet. By now, there were fewer people over at the noodle stall, only 1 or 2 customers. The boss took a break and was eating noodles. When he saw Chen Tong coming, he hurriedly put down the noodles in his hands. Just in time, lad, just finishing up. The owner was very enthusiastic and said, You don't know, when you have just served this fresh ingredient, the taste of the noodles is immediately upgraded by a notch, and there are more repeat customers. Chen Tong smiled happily even after hearing this. Can this not keep the soup fresh? The ingredients are good. The boss took out his scale and weighed the mountain goods that had been delivered. 52 pounds, $26 in all. A stack of gross bills was handed to Chen Tong, who didn't even count them and put them directly into his pocket. Young man, the mountain food you sent is really good. whether it's vegetarian noodle dishes or boiled bone soup. It tastes delicious. Starting tomorrow, send over 80 pounds. The owner is really happy. Early this morning, the traffic is half as much as before, naming all the elements vegetable noodles. It's all about the ingredients. This little surprise really made Chen agree to the exception. Delivering an extra 30 pounds a day will give you an extra $12 after the cost of 10 cents. Quite a lot. Chen Tong thanked the owner and left the noodle shop. By this time, near noon, it was getting late. He had to rush back to cook, and the villagers were sending eels and loaches in the afternoon. The aquatic supply house is not going to make it today. It's mostly too far from here. The cabaret is on the north side of the Huayin County suburb. The aquatic supply houses are in the south of the county, one south and one north. You can't get there without 40 or 50 minutes. Not enough time. Most importantly, Chen Tong was worried about Yang Wenjing and the child in her belly. When it's mealtime you have to eat, don't you? Chen Tong thought as he pushed the cart. Anyway, the cigarettes are already bought. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the gate of the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Center and have a good talk with the gatekeeper. And by the way, I will sell you a bad deal and stuff 2 packs of cigarettes into it. The path, isn't it paved? 80 pounds of eel and loach, 50 pounds of small miscellaneous fish, and 80 pounds of mountain products. There's a minimum of 210 pounds a day to be delivered to the county. Honestly, Chen Tong is tired and happy. Every shipment was a white ticket in hand, and his and Yang Wenjing's lives were gradually improving. Being reborn in a new life, he had to treat Yang Wenjing and his soon-to-be-born child well, work hard and give them the best. Chapter 26. Yang Su-mei brought her grandparents to borrow money. When Chen Tong returned home, it was already 12 noon. Yang Wenjing had been standing at the door waiting. It was a relief to see that Chen Tong had returned. Daughter-in-law, what are you standing at the door for? Chen Tong pushed the cart into the house, took out the cigarettes he bought, and gave them to Yang Wenjing to put away. Yang Wenjing didn't say that she was waiting for him, and silently took it and turned around to go into the house. Chen Tong also got busy, building a fire and cooking. Before long, the rich aroma of meat spread out in all directions, wafting to the left and right neighborhoods, and at this moment, in the next yard, Yang Su-mei had already inquired about Chen Tong. Actually, there's no need to inquire. The whole Qingha village knows Chen Tong purchase eel loach miscellaneous fish, and mountain goods. Actually, these are secondary. Yang Su-mei inquired about this kid every day to collect eels and loaches. These things. Exactly how much? She was counting on her fingers at home. Don't count it. It's a shock. Eels and loaches are 20 cents a pound, and mountain and small miscellaneous fish are 10 cents a pound. She asked a number of villagers and each one brought quite a bit. The mind probably combined. Boy, 180 pounds there. In other words, Chen Tong has to take out dozens of dollars from his waistband every day. That's every day. Yang Su-mei's heart is blocked. A few dozen dollars. That's a year's worth of income for their family. Not only that, but in the past 2 days, she had seen a number of villagers who had bought meat back from the county town, carrying it on twine and showing it off. Where did all this money come from? It's not because of Chen Tong from next door. 10 pounds of eel and loach is the price of a pound of pork. The door to Yang Su-mei's house had been slipped open, specifically to watch when Chen Tong returned. It hadn't been long since he'd been back, and the smell of meat was coming from next door again. Yang Su-mei hated it in her heart. Eating meat every day. Why don't you serve it to honor her as an aunt? Just now, a tofu seller passed by here and stopped in front of his yard. And Chen Tong must have bought tofu again at noon today. That's true. Chen Tong bought a piece of tofu, all homemade, with a rich soybean flavor. He cut the tofu into squares, small pieces, tiny pieces. A good amount of lard was put in the iron skillet, and then the tofu was slid in, piece by piece, along the edge of the skillet. Wow! Hot oil met cold tofu and crackled. In no time at all, a faint burnt scent came out. Chen Tong flipped the tofu piece by piece. The previous side was charred and shiny. Very nice. After frying the tofu, Chen Tong took 3 more eggs, hit the bowl and keep stirring with chopsticks. The pan is now on low heat, so use the lard you just fried the tofu in. Follow the chopsticks and swirl the egg mixture into the pan. Yellow egg pancakes with a tantalizing aroma. Chen Tong served a whole egg cake, took a chopping board, and cut the eggs into long strips. Return the tofu to the pan. Pour in the long strips of egg and toss up and down. Salt, soy sauce, message, a little sugar. This scent, Yang Wenjing could smell it from outside the house. Remove from the pan and sprinkle with a handful of scallions. Yang Wenjing looked at the egg and tofu in Chen Tong's hand and froze. Colorful and flavorful. She never thought that eggs and tofu could be done this way. In her mind, eggs were nothing but boiled and steamed. And you can stir-fry it with tofu? But it really smells good. Pork is really essential for every meal when served with eggs. there is no shortage of nutrition. Chen Tong also thought that next time, he would get some pig's feet and pork ribs and make a soup for Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing was also fattened by Chen Tong's raising of her meat, and her food intake became larger. Stacks of tips of rice, bok choy soup, egg and tofu, and pork sautéed with watercress. She was, literally, bittersweet. Knock, knock, knock. The two were just halfway through their meal when there was a knock on the door. Chen Tong was puzzled as to who would come to him at this time. Eel seller? It shouldn't be. It's not time yet. Chen Tong opened the doorway and froze. Yang Sume. It's not just Yang Sume. It's also the youngest uncle. Chen Wenhai. Something's wrong? Chen Tong didn't call out to anyone either and threw out those two words. Ahem. At that moment, two more coughs came from outside the door. Chen Tong froze again and opened the door. The one who coughed was no other than Chen Tong's grandfather. His own father's real father. Grandpa. Several people entered the house in unison. In the courtyard, Yang Wenjing, who was eating, was also stunned. Get up in a hurry. Yang Suime saw it for what it was. Boy, this food is too good. It's better than any New Year's Eve at her house. Pork sautéed with watercress. This oily pork with watercress still dripping with oil. Eggs scrambled with tofu? It's really scrambled eggs in tofu. That white rice. Right away. Her mouth kept watering. Not only her. Chen Wenhai, Chen Tong his grandfather, his grandmother, both gulped involuntarily. This smells too good. Chen Tong really did not expect that Yang Sume would bring the old couple to knock on his door, and at the time of his family's meal. Not to mention, he should be the only one eating at this point in the entire Qinghe village. Yang Wenjing went inside and took out a couple of stools. A few people sat down and the atmosphere was a bit subtle for a while. Grandpa, Grandma, you came to see my dad? Chen Tong didn't mention the dinner. Well, where's your dad? At my second brother's house. Should be out and about this time of night. It's like this. Your little uncle, his family's second girl, isn't studying in the capital and needs to spend money recently. So he wants to borrow some from your father. Grandpa Chen Tong's name was Chen Dague, and he was called by Chen Wenhai. Of course, the person who came up with the idea was definitely Yang Sume. Although Yang Sume occupied the old couple's land, she said with all her mouth that it was for the family's Irma. All that comes out of your mouth is that it costs money to go to school and your family is tightening their belts to get by. Even with those extra 2 acres, it's still not enough. Blowing Chen Wenhai's ear off over nothing. Old Chen's family has produced such a golden phoenix. Most of them are patriarchal in this day and age, and it's a serious phenomenon. However, it can't be helped that Yang Sume is awesome. Woman. Blowback. When Irma comes out of college, she's bound to go into the public sector. That's tens of dollars a month. How can you not honor her grandparents? Guaranteed meat and white rice at every meal. No one else can let you two enjoy yourselves, but my Irma can. Other people can't make money. My Irma can. I want these 2 acres more. It's all for Irma. The old couple didn't have any land though, and Yang Sume didn't give a bite to eat. However, these 2 old men still believe in their hearts what Yang Sume said. Irma, the golden phoenix of Qinghe village, flew out of this mountain pass. With the money, it will let him, Chen Dague, enjoy his happiness. Therefore, Chen Dague, under Chen Wenhai's lobbying, still followed to Chen Tong's house. He had also heard that this kid, Chen Tong, had recently gone into business. Chapter 27, The Lion's Bargain. Borrowing $50. Yang Sume and Chen Wenhai looked from time to time at the meal on the small broken table, and it was a rush. This kid, he really doesn't know what he's doing. I wonder if I should ask my aunt and uncle if my grandparents have eaten yet. They're just as well off going along for the ride and having a good meal. That cutlet, such a big piece. Put it in your mouth. It must be full of oil. Chen Tong bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, completely ignoring Yang Sume's unblinking eyes as she stared at the sliced meat. He was not in a hurry to speak, and told Yang Wenjing to continue sitting down to eat. He went inside himself, took out 2 bowls, poured 2 bowls of hot water, and served them to Chen Dague and Wang Xiao Goose. Grandparents, have some hot water while I arrange a few more dishes. Yang Sume and Chen Wenhai just stood in the courtyard, their faces a bit unsightly. Yo, this kid, he's giving the elders a hard time. However, the 2 of them didn't care. As long as they could mix up a good meal for lunch today. Who else with meat? Didn't this asshole Chen Tong say to arrange a few more dishes? It's done. But as an elder, he couldn't show too much, and had to ask Chen Tong to come over and invite them to take their seats. That would be the face. His grandparents are here. He wouldn't dare make a move. Chen Tong went to the vegetable patch in front of the yard and picked a few peppers and some greens. Yang Wenjing sat down at the table and didn't proceed to eat. She naturally saw that the atmosphere was off, but somehow, she trusted Chen Tong to get this done. Inexplicable peace of mind. Not long after, Chen Tong served out the dishes: fried, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, drippings and bok choy, and 2 fried eggs. This chili pepper fried meat. Yang Su-mei saliva straight to swallow. It's not called chili pepper stir-fry, it's meat stir-fry with chili peppers. This meat, what a chunk! It's so fragrant. And the drippings, which were really delicious, yellow and oily. It must have been delicious to put in your mouth. Grandpa, Grandma, haven't eaten yet, have you? Chen Tong asked with a smile, bringing out 2 more bowls of pile-tip rice from the kitchen. White and smoking hot, Yang Su-mei could no longer take her eyes off the white rice in Chen Tong's hand. No, haven't eaten yet. Chen Daguay opened his mouth with difficulty. In his entire life, he had never eaten so well. Then sit down and eat with us. Chen Tong stepped forward and pulled Chen Daguay and Wang Xiaogus to the table, placing chopsticks in their hands. Come on, eat together. Chen Tong picked up his chopsticks and chucked a large piece of sliced meat into Chen Daguay's bowl. Yang Wenjing was very understanding and gave a piece to Wang Xiaogus. The 2 old men were cracking up with laughter and had forgotten what they were there for. Yang Su-mei and Shan Wenhai kept swallowing their saliva. These 2 had something to look forward to in their hearts. It's family, after all. The grandparents are sitting down. So how can I greet them and eat with them? You can't have 2 elders standing in the yard, watching them eat. These 2 had a little scheme going on in their minds. However, after Chen Tong sat down, he never got up again and ate to himself. Yang Su-mei and Shan Wenhai. Eventually, Yang Su-mei couldn't help herself. She was too greedy. It smells so good. Father Wenhai and I haven't eaten yet either. Yang Su-mei was after all known to be formidable, and her cheeks were naturally pulled down. Chen Daguay was eating happily. It's white rice. I haven't had it in years. Yang Su-mei's words came to his ears. He looked at Chen Tong. Chen Tong picked up another piece of meat and put it into Chen Daguay's bowl. Grandpa, you eat more meat. The rest of this meat can all hear? Specially for grandparents fried. The wrinkles on Chen Daguay's face were missing a few. The heart is soothing. Yang Su-mei and Shan Wenhai blackened their faces. This Chen Tong kid is deliberately pissing them off. Shan Wenhai is on the production team, usually a little official. This will be about to start posing. Father, Irma can still be suffering in the capital. She went to a university, eating, not enough to eat, wearing, not warm. She is the Chen family's golden phoenix, the face of the entire Qinghe village. Chen Wenhai glared at Yang Su-mei, who understood. The eyes were suddenly red and nasally. Father, we do not say anything else. Just this old Chen, this a big poor I and Wenhai frugal. A penny cannot afford to spend every month on time to the second girl sent over. But this is not enough. Irma entrusted someone to write. Has been thinned to 80 pounds. That arm a pinch on the broken Yang Su-mei faked a scene, squatted on the ground, and bawled. At this time, Chen Daguay immediately felt that the meat in his mouth didn't smell good. Yes, the golden phoenix of the old Chen family is still suffering. That's the face of the Chen family, the hope of the Chen family. I'm still relying on her for my own retirement. Since Mr. Chen has made money, let's lend some out. It's not that bad. Chen Tong saw that Chen Daguay was about to open his mouth and jumped ahead of him. Auntie, just now you also said when you came in the door that you were looking for my father to borrow money. So go ahead. Why are you crying in my yard? Chen Tong chucked another piece of meat and placed it in Chen Daguay's bowl. I thought your father was away, so it's just as well to look for you. Chen Wenhai's eyelids fluttered, not expecting to be able to say such a thing. How much do you want then? Chen Tong said with a smile. Hearing Chen Tong loosen up, Yang Su-mei got up from the ground in a flash, her eyes letting out a brilliant light. Not much, just $50. Chen Daguay and Wang Xiaogus were eating, and their bodies shivered in fear, their chopsticks falling to the ground. $50. You said you'd only borrow $5 when you got here. How did that change to $50? How much does this cost? In his entire life, he, Chen Daguay, had never seen so much money. Isn't that holding him over the fire? Chen Wenhai was also startled. Why is she asking for $50? Chen Tong smiled as he ate his meal, not intimidated by Yang Su-mei's numbers. Yes, I'll tell my father that you'll have to borrow $50 from him. Yang Su-mei was anxious and said, it's not your father, it's you. Chen Tong stood up with a smile on his lips. He lives again. College students? Amazing. How many college students work for him under him? What's more, it was the daughter of Yang Su-mei's family, not Chen Tong, his father's daughter, his own sister. If he remembers correctly, he was muddled and unintelligent, not caring about Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing was starving to death, and should have gone to Yang Su-mei's house to borrow sweet potatoes, but unfortunately, Yang Su-mei said no. So why did he lend money to Yang Su-mei? Looking to borrow money from me? Ha ha ha. Chen Tong laughed and said, you find my father to borrow money. How much can I borrow? I don't care. That's the matter of your elders. But I have a family to feed. My wife is pregnant. An unborn child. That can be money. Your family. Irma reading a mouth to eat. I'm different. I want to eat. My daughter-in-law wants to eat. And the child in the belly also wants to eat. Chapter 28 almost made these two spit out blood. Chen Tong was not in a hurry and said every word. Yang Su-mei and Chen Wenhai's faces were a shade of green and white. The two men looked at each other. Chen Wenhai a little complained. Yang Su-mei, you, a little want too much. $50. Crazy, how dare you think that? Who's going to come up with $50 to lend these days? Chen Kid has only been in business for a few days. How can he have that much money? $5 will do. You can buy 2 pounds of pork for a meal. He, Chen Wenhai, would be satisfied. As for the money, naturally, it won't be paid back. You're a businessman, and you're still short of $5? Actually, it's not Yang Sum's fault. The $50 she had carefully calculated. She had inquired about it, and the cost of collecting goods for the Chen Kid was only $20 or so a day, with his belly full of bad water. In addition to the capital shall not earn more than double. In other words, Chen Kid was bound to be able to earn $20 to $30 a day. This is, of course, a conservative estimate by Su Young. Since you can make $24 a day, this 50 is just a 2-day affair. Chen Kid business time is not long, not short. $50 was still within his reach for him. So when the two of them went to invite Chen Tong's grandfather and grandmother, Yang Su-mei just said she borrowed $5 for an emergency. The second girl who reads has no money to spend and drinks cold water and eats leftovers at school, skinny as a bean sprout. The old couple was heartbroken, so they could only accompany the two over. How can it not hurt when there's a golden phoenix in the family? But who knows? It's here. Yang Su-mei opened her mouth to borrow $50. It directly scared the old couple, and their chopsticks fell to the ground. Well, that's good. Yang Su-mei patted the dust on her ass and said, $5? That'll do. I can't get 50. Can I get $5? Chen Tong picked up the chopsticks that had fallen to the ground, washed them with well water, and handed them to the old couple. Chen Dague was a bit embarrassed to take it. This contrast the heart is inevitably a little idea. Tonzi, you are not Irma in the university study how hard. Unfortunately, the school fee expenses are too big. Irma she can't afford to eat. Skinny that call it poor. Yang Su-mei pitifully talked about Irma's misery at school. Tears snapping. For those who don't know, it's a real tearjerker. Chen Dague and Wang Shougus also kept wiping their tears as they listened. This golden granddaughter of their family has had a really tough journey. It's more bitter than farming. Chen Tong nodded and said, hearing Auntie say that, going to school is indeed quite hard. Yang Su-mei wiped her tears and revealed a hopeful look. Then this money. Chen Tong shook his head and said, no, you. Yang Su-mei's breath clogged her chest and she was dizzy. I dare you to play with her for the whole day. Bad seed 1. Today's grandparents are also in. So let's have a good talk about this. Irma's school reading thing. Your family from my father's side borrowed more than once. Of course, his old money he borrowed is his business. I do not care. However, you open your mouth to borrow $50. My family's money is a windfall? Besides, does it matter to me if Irma is a college student? She graduated, worked, earned money, can honor me? She's still honoring her parents. I was wrong. It's not a loan of $50. It's a loan of $5. Yang Su-mei hurriedly interrupted Chen Tong. Come on, it's the same for $5. Not to mention $5. Not even 50 cents. Chen Tong sat down and picked up his chopsticks to continue eating. Still, this meat smells good. Chen Wenhai and Yang Su-mei were so angry. I didn't realize that Chen Dague and Wang Shougus were both there, but they still couldn't suppress Chen Tong. You bastard brat. So ungrateful. Yang Su-mei was angry and furious. You're not my parents. What's the point of being filial? Chen Tong squeezed Yang Su-mei. He had long since ceased to be the punk kid he used to be. Father, look at this brat Chen Tong. Yang Su-mei had no choice but to ask Chen Dague for help. This kid, he can't be bothered. There's nothing we can do about him. Chen Dague coughed and said, why don't you two go back first, and I'll talk to my good grandson again. Yang Su-mei and Chen Wenhai almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. How is it that in one meal, what was agreed upon has changed? Actually, Chen Wenhai and Yang Su-mei borrowing money from Chen Tong's father is still reasonable and somewhat justified, because we all know in our hearts that when this money is said to be borrowed, it is actually given. There's no way to give it back. But, it's a bit of a stretch to ask Chen Tong for money to pay for his own daughter's education. If it was spread out, Chen Wenhai's face would certainly not be able to hang on to it. After all, it was working on a production team. It's kind of a titled character. The most important thing is that his family does not lack the money. Just want to take advantage. A whole lot of hogwash. Let's go. Chen Wenhai spoke angrily towards Yang Sume. This time, it's really a disgrace. This kid, really pissed off. It didn't work when Chen Dagui and Wang Shou-goose came. See you around, Auntie Junior. Chen Tong said politely, saying, I'm still eating, so I won't get up to see you off. Yang Sume had wanted to argue over here a bit. $5 is not available. $3, $2 is fine. At the very least, get a pound of pork for it. Otherwise it's not for nothing. However, Chen Wenhai had a dark face and dragged her away stiffly. Watching the time, the eel delivery man is coming. Then the news was designated to be impossible to hide, and the rumor spread fast. He still wants to face Chen Wenhai. He's not mixing with the production team? In fact, this point was deliberately chosen because Yang Sume knew that only Chen Tong's family was eating. What does it mean to be able to afford to eat at this point? We all know it in our hearts. She just wanted to show Chen Dagui and Wang Shou-goose that Chen Tong had money now. So the whole borrowing money thing is just par for the course. Unfortunately, the old couple was really dumbfounded by the white rice and pork. Larded. However, this Chen kid seems to have changed a bit. It's not like it used to be. Different from what? Yang Sume couldn't think of it for a while. After finishing the meal, Chen Tong collected the dishes. Seeing Chen Dagui take out the pipe pinned to his waist, he knew that Chen Dagui was going to smoke. A cigarette after a meal is better than a living god. And, still, such an extravagant meal. Isn't that more beautiful than the gods? Grandpa, don't smoke your dry cigarettes today. I have something good here. Chen Tong entered the house and took out a pack of Dichenmen. Rip, took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Dagui. Chen Dagui's eyes went straight. These are cigarettes. Premium stuff. Only people in the county smoke them. Chen Dagui carefully took it and his eyes never left the cigarette. What a Irma came out to work to honor me. Chen Dagui hurriedly pressed the idea down. Chapter 29, Yang Wenjing. Understand him. Chen Dagui beautifully finished smoking this one cigarette. The whole person is floating. However, it didn't stay long. He knew that Kid Chan was going to be busy in the afternoon and couldn't help here. This trip today was not in vain. The food was so good. Chen Dagui left with Wang Shou-goose in satisfaction. The matter of Yang Sume borrowing money was long forgotten. Left with a cigarette in his ear. It was Chen Tong who taught him. Over there, is it really okay? Will father be angry when he finds out? Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong and said softly, if that doesn't work, take. Chen Tong knew that Yang Wenjing was afraid that this would spread out and be bad for Chen Tong's newly established reputation. Chen Tong shook his head. Yang Wenjing frowned and whispered, you've just started the eel and loach business. If little auntie spreads the word about this and adds fuel to the fire, saying that you're unfilial, there will definitely be people in the village talking about you behind your back. It was rare for Yang Wenjing to say so much. Of course, it's all because of Chen Tong. Chen Tong's heart warmed as he walked over and took Yang Wenjing's hand. I'm not worried. Day by day, road by road, I take them to make money, not less pounds on the line. Chen Tong smiled and patiently explained to Yang Wenjing, if I lend out $5 today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Who can guarantee that Yang Sume won't come back to borrow money? I can't get half as good as I would if I borrowed the money. My father was in the way and lent money to Yang Sume a few times. Did they pay it back? No. I will not be the wrongdoer. Wool gathering on me? No door. Weed. Gathering wool? Yang Wenjing was puzzled. Do we have sheep at home? Chen Tong laughed and didn't explain the meaning of wool gathering. Knock. 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 Just then, someone knocked on the door. Chen Tong no. Send eel loach came, opened the door, and sure enough, Blackie carried the nylon bag and held it high, saying, here, Tong. Chen Tong smiled and let Blackie in. This kid, not to mention, is a good eel and loach catcher, no less than 10 pounds at a time. Tong, my mom said that I should take her to apologize to you. Apologize? Chen Tong was puzzled. Wasn't it last time, when my mom misunderstood you? Chen Tong suddenly realized that it was the time he found the door and mistakenly thought that he was fooling around with Blackie. The money was stolen. Now, she said that I should follow you well, and that I would never go west if you told me to go east, and that I should catch eels and loaches well to make money. Last night, I even ate pork. Old fragrant. Chen Tong was a bit emotional and stroked Blackie's head without saying anything. The children of poor families are early adopters. It's hard to come by every penny. One after another. Sell eels and loaches door to door. Chen Tong all accepted. It's close to 200 pounds. The noodle shop side only receives 80 pounds. The rest of the eel loach. To find a way out. It's getting hotter and it's going to die quite a bit in the house. That's a lot of money. Not long after, Korea Ching came carrying eels and loaches. Korea Kyung is dark-skinned and very honest. The village chief told me that I'll go help you plant seedlings in a couple days. Korea Kyung looked at Chen Tong and was happy. It's a really good income these days. Thanks, uncle. Chen Tong smiled at Han Guoqing and said, by the way, uncle, the mountain goods have become 80 pounds from the original 50 pounds. It's been hard on you. Korekion laughed even more when he heard that. This kid, he's getting more and more reliable now. What's hard work? What's hard work? Odd jobs during the weekday hours are only 30 or 40 cents a day. And it's exhausting. Now, 20 cents a pound for eels. Not a bad price for a mile. Besides, it's a lightweight thing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Tong stopped collecting eels. He had to rush to the eel noodle shop in the county seat. This afternoon, a total of 260 pounds of eel and loach and 50 pounds of small miscellaneous fish were collected. The eel noodle shop only needs 80 pounds, which is a full 180 pounds more. 180 pounds is $180. And if you smash your hand, you'll have to post $36. A significant amount. Chen Tong loaded the eel on the cart and packed it up. Daughter-in-law, these eels at home depend on you. Water them regularly so they don't get smothered. In the yard, large and small tanks, pots, jars, black all the loaches and eels. Yang Wenjing nodded and told Chen Tong to be careful on the road. Slow down. There's no rush. Don't worry about her at home. Although Yang Wenjing had few words, she did understand him. Chen Tong was warm in his heart and pushed the cart to rush to the county town. It's really hard to find a daughter-in-law like that. Why, in my last life, was I so stupid as not to cherish it? Chen Tong couldn't figure out why he had trampled on Yang Wenjing so much. Yang Wenjing is pretty, and she's a youth, and she's capable of hard work. In later words, knowledgeable. The big girl. Well, that's it. The more Chen Tong thought about it, the more beautiful his heart became. Joyfully pushing the cart. Such a motivated wife. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong arrived at the eel noodle restaurant. The owner was beaming with joy when he saw Chen Tong arrive. These 2 heads of eel loach small mixed fish sell well, and customers say the ingredients are fresh. Popped eels are smooth and tender. It pops in the mouth and has a kick. There are a lot of repeat customers, although the price is a bit expensive, but it can't help but be delicious. The fame of his noodle shop has spread and he is busy every day. You kid, that's a beautiful delivery. Don't you know, I've more than doubled my business than usual. People need to queue up in the morning to come and eat the noodles. The owner was beaming with joy and felt that Chen Tong was his lucky star. This eel noodle shop has just opened a few days off. Not only the surrounding residents over to eat. Faraway places run over early in the morning to stand in line. It's all about the fresh flavor. The main thing is that the owner is good at his craft. And this flavor is unique to your home in the county. Chen Tong gave his boss a thumbs-up compliment. The boss smiled even more. This kid can talk. The owner brought the scale and counted the money. 80 pounds of eel and loach, and 50 pounds of small miscellaneous fish. A total of $105. Excluding the cost of $21. Chen Tong made $84 today. For this day and age, being able to make $81 a day is a lot. However, Chen Tong still felt that it was too slow. Wendy Yang gave birth 5 months later. Hospitalization and expenses are a significant cost. Moreover, he promised to give Yang Wenjing and the child the best. Chen Tong thanked the owner and pushed the cart away. He went to the supply house and bought some necessities. And, of course, he made a point of buying a bar of soap. White Cat brand. Not a bad price. It's going to be hot soon, and it's especially nice to smell good after a shower with the soap. Yang Wenjing should like it. Chen Tong pushed the cart and smiled as he thought. It smells so good. It's different when you hold it in your arms. Chapter 30, Luck. The city leaders are coming down. Early the next morning, Chen Tong was woken up. Korea Kyung and the villagers came to deliver mountain goods. This time, there were 82 pounds. The mountain fungus and wild vegetables, etc. are really very fresh. Chen Tong paid the money and picked 2 pounds down. Prepare to make soup for Yang Wenjing at noon. That should be so fresh that your tongue wants to swallow it. At this time, Yang Wenjing hadn't gotten up yet. The two had always slept separately. Chen Tong slept in the outer room and Yang Wenjing slept in the inner room. Chen Tong put the mountain goods away and went to the village head Chen Bulan's house. At this time, Chen Bulan was squatting on the threshold mountain, smoking a dry cigarette. And when he saw Chen Tong coming, he hurriedly got up. Chen kid, up early enough. Chen Tong hemmed and hawed and said, Uncle, there's also something I came to see you about today. At those words, Chen Bulan raised an eyebrow. That thing you were talking about. Ah, it's already been taken care of. This morning Han Guocheng and a few villagers will go to your family's land to plant seedlings. Chen Tong asked Chen Bulan to do this thing, and he always remembered it. After all, it's not what you're paid for. It's good to have money. Things went surprisingly well. When the villagers heard that it was Mr. Chen who wanted seedlings, they didn't say a word. Gather whatever is left in the ground and don't pay a penny. Chen Bulin is all about hard money. Chen Tong smiled. Uncle, this is not what I came here for today. I came to your house the other day and saw 2 big baskets. Chen Bulin's hand shook as he held the dry cigarette. This kid, is he eyeing himself? What do you want to run baskets for? Chen Bulin was puzzled. I'm not acquiring eels and loaches. The water tank at home is not enough. So I'm looking for you to buy 2 baskets. Hear the word buy. Chen Bulin's eyelids jumped again. Chen Tong took out a large solidarity from his pocket and handed it to Chen Bulin. Uncle, apart from this money to buy 2 baskets, and the labor cost of transplanting rice seedlings, and then I have to ask you to find me a crate. The rest is for you. Always bothering you. I feel bad in my heart. The cart is too small after all. Can't put too much stock in it. If we get through the doors of the aquatic supply house, it's going to be hundreds and hundreds of pounds delivered daily. A rainy day. It's better than a hot mess. Chen Bulin smoked a dry cigarette, a mouthful of smoke, and choked in his throat. Ahem. You already paid last time. How can this work? He waved his hand in a huff. Chen Bulin was thankful when Chen Tong was able to return to his prodigal son. What's more, it's taking a lot of villagers to make money. The money, he can't have it. Uncle, if you don't take this money, how can I have the nerve to come over and ask for your help in the future? Chen Tong shoved the great unity into Chen Bulin's hands. On his way out, he took 2 large baskets and a large wooden bucket. When I got home, I put the mountain goods in a basket and tied it with twine. Had some porridge and carried 2 packets of daimen in his arms. Rushed to the county seat. After arriving all the way to the county seat, the mountain goods were delivered to a small noodle stand. As the owner said, there was a long line, all for this bite of the most authentic mountain food, fresh to the point where one is refreshed for the day. Chen Tong said hello, placed the cart in front of the noodle stall and left. This time of year the owner is too busy with business to come over and weigh in. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the front door of the aquatic supply house. It'll be a little after 8. The big red painted iron gates of the aquatic supply house were already open. There were quite a few people in there, hot and heavy, most of them coming to buy aquatic products. Chen Tong found the doorman, a grandpa, past a large front door. Moncler outlet store. He gave Chen Tong a high look and carefully put it away. Boy, what's going on this early in the morning? Chen Tong opened the door, directly to find the manager of the aquatic distribution agency. It went well. It's one of those little things. Chen Tong found Li Shan, bald with a bit of fat and small eyes. Look at people with their eyes rolling. Chen Tong piled smiles on his face and was very polite. The first moment he saw the person, he took out a packet of large front door and handed it over. Without saying a word, give the cigarettes first. This Li Shan's face burst into a smile. The heart is soothing. Hello Manager Li, I'm from Qinghe village. Just call me Xiao Chen. Chen Tong's posture was lowered to satisfy Manager Li's lofty mentality. This set of lines is familiar. Li Shan was even more satisfied, and looked at Chen Tong 2 points more smoothly. He looked at the large front door that was handed to him. We're all serving the people. What's the point of being polite? Little Chen, right? What is it? Li Shan accepted the large front door handed over by Chen Tong without a trace. Sit down and talk. Pointed to the chair next to him. Chen Tong said with a smile, it is like this. Manager Li, this period of time in the spring, Qinghe village households are inserting seedlings, but who knows too many loaches and eels in the field. A footstep down. No 3 also have 2. Villagers are worried about loach eel nibble bad seedlings, so the spontaneous catch eel loach. This day down to a few hundred pounds it. This loach eel is a tonic. Throw away the strange pity. I know Manager Li, for the sake of the people, for the sake of our people. The truth is that this several hundred pounds of eel and loach, too much. So trust me to come to the County Aquatic Distribution Society here to see if you can eel loach to collect a collection. Indeed is to help the people. We Qinghe village will remember your good. No, you Manager Li is a big good man. This horse shot. Li Shan almost floated. He took out the large front door that Chen Tong had just given him, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Taking a sharp drag, he glanced contentedly at Chen Tong. Chen Tong's heart rejoiced, knowing that this matter was in all probability a success. This Li Shan, he doesn't even frown. He flicked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand and said, you kid, being able to think for the villagers, your ideological awareness is quite high. Today is really for you to catch up. Good luck. Chen Tong sat in his chair, heard this, looked up at Li Shan, and said, what Manager Li means. The city came down people. It's from the Aquatic Distribution Society. Just happened to arrive at our Huayin Aquatic Distribution Society today. Li Shan crossed his legs and said, recently, the province has a red-headed document issued, saying that the province's city vigorously develops aquatic products and agriculture. No. As soon as the document came out, It immediately made it to the daily newspaper. People across the province have responded to the call and expressed strong support. Now buy fish by eel loach people a lot more. The city and the province's supply and marketing agencies are in short supply. Yesterday the document was issued to us, and today a special person came over to talk about the target. Chen Tong was overjoyed and his eyes lit up. It's a good direction. You can't go wrong by following the national government. This, when Manager Li puts it this way, it's really luck. Thank you so much, Manager Li. Li Shan smoked his big front door and got up from his chair. Come with me. The city people are having a meeting. If you're bold. Understand? Li Shan hinted at Chen Tong. Chen Tong nodded his head hurriedly and said, Understood. Understood. Chapter 31, Hard Money? Chen Tong followed behind Li Shan, and the two of them arrived at the door of a conference room with white walls and green doors. Li Shan knocked on the door, then pushed the door in. Directly across the wall hung a blackboard with a few large, proper letters written in chalk. Agriculture and fisheries together. There were several people sitting in the conference room, papers still in their hands, and next to them was the abacus, which would be crackling. Chen Tong swept a glance at a few people. That's a lot of pie. A fine dress made of indeed fabric, hair greased and slicked back, and real cowhide shoes on his feet. That's quite a bit of money for this outfit. There are documents coming down from the province that emphasize the agriculture and fisheries industries. At this time, it belongs to the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Society is the most appetizing, taking advantage of the east wind to make a fortune. Either position would be rich as hell. Several people looked up at the sound, rising up in droves. Manager Huang, you're here. Comrade Sunday. Li Shan walked over and shook the man's hand, saying, you guys rushed over from the city and got all worked up because of the matter of the index, and I, as the aquatic manager of Huayin County City, naturally have to think of ways to help you reach the index. Li Shan pointed to Chen Tong behind him, said, this is a small Chen, Su Liao town to come. The village opened the village insertion of seedlings, too many eels and loaches in the ground. Nibbling seedlings, the villagers took the initiative to catch the loaches and eels, but too much. A day there are a few hundred pounds. There is no place to get out of the way. Came here today. It just so happened to catch up with the coincidental. I'll bring it over. Li Shan glanced at Chen Tong, who immediately stepped forward, pulled out a large front door and handed it over. The man took the cigarette and skillfully hung it over his ear. Li Shan smiled and said, you guys talk? Isn't there an indicator for Suyo Town as well? Sun Liping nodded. When Li Shan saw the man nod, he smiled and said, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. In the room, only Chen Tong and a few heads from the city remained. Chen Tong took out his Dechen men and scattered one to each of them. The atmosphere is great. Chen Tong said what he had said to Li Shan again to these people. Sun Liping is from the city, and he doesn't understand these curves at all, and he only thinks about the index. Chen Tong finished. Sun Liping then frowned and looked at Chen Tong with a serious face. You, little comrade, have a high level of ideological awareness. Then this favor, I'm going to help. Sun Liping murmured, above the directive issued. We will be in the province during this period of time and the aquatic supply and marketing agencies to buy eels and loaches, old soft-shelled turtles, miscellaneous fish, etc. sent to the province, especially eel loach and old soft-shelled turtle. The largest aquatic supply and marketing center in the provincial capital is the best seller. I wonder how many pounds Comrade Xiao Chen can provide. Chen Tong pondered for a while. In that case, I'm afraid it's a large amount. He thought of Li Shan imploring him to be bold. It was instantly clear. It's going to be at least 1,000 pounds of catch this time down. Is that a hard cash offer? Well, now it was up to him, Chen Tong, to see if he could eat it. Loach and eel can provide more than 500 pounds per day, Chen Tong said. 500 pounds. Sun Liping thought for a moment. This eel loach good catching season is only a few months. Do you think 1,000 pounds a day is okay? Sun Liping also has no way. The target given by the above is to send how many pounds of eels? How many pounds of loaches? How many pounds of catch to the provincial city every half a month? Chen Tong. Of course, we don't just take eels and loaches. As long as they're in the water, basically all of them. How many do you have to deliver? I'll say hello to Manager Sun later. You're the only one who can deliver in your area. Nice guy. Chen Tong was directly stunned. And luck? Just let you pull your pockets open and they send money into them. Chen Tong took a deep breath. I'll try to finish the job. Hey, Comrade Chen. Not as much as possible. Make sure you complete the task. Sun Liping reached out his hand and patted Chen Tong's shoulder. People have put words in their mouths. Chen Tong can still postpone? Isn't that typical of going out and picking up money? In that case, eels and loaches are $1 a catty. Old soft-shelled turtles are $2 a catty. And carp are 50 cents a catty. Chen Tong hurriedly borrowed a pen and a piece of paper. Quick note. These goods, which can be sent to the provincial capital for sale, are priced quite a bit higher than in small counties. If usual, the county's aquatic distribution society to buy loach and eel is also 7 or 8 gross a catty. The rest of the process went smoothly. Eel, loach, miscellaneous fish, old turtle. There are as many as people want, uniformly placed here at the county's aquatic dealership. And, Sun Liping and Lishan, greetings. As long as the eel, loach and other aquatic products sent to that area of Shui town only recognize the same person, Chen. How many to how much? Provincial city. Eat down. Chen Tong followed behind Lishan, and his walk had a few moments of floating. It seems that this morning, letting the village head Chen Bulan buy a crate was the right choice. Ah, little Chen. Lishan smoked his big front door and said, well, is there anything difficult about it? Chen Tong hastily shook his head and said, no, there's money to be made, and there's a hard time? The brain is kicked by a donkey, isn't it? Then do a good job, and if there's anything else good back there, I'll look for you. Lishan was about to go into his office after talking with Chen Tong. However, Chen Tong's hands were quick. With a tug on Lishan's coat, he took out another pack of Diqianmen, tucked away. I don't know what Manager Li's preferences are on weekdays. Qinghe village is a poor mountain valley. Nothing of value, only some mountain goods. Lishan smiled with an open brow and pocketed the large front door that Chen Tong had shoved over. If you want to talk about preferences, besides smoking is drinking tea. But it's too early to hint at it, and a fine line isn't. Mountain goods? What mountain goods? Lishan asked, rubbing his head. It's all worthless. Mushrooms, fungus, wild greens and such. Lishan heard. This is not a coincidence, not. That's what his daughter-in-law is good for. Lishan is the manager of the aquatic supply and marketing agency, and has had enough of big fish and meat. Just trying to change my mind. Especially my own mother-in-law. It was in his ear all day. Just want to get some wild mushrooms. What about fungus? Little Chen, it's still you who understands me. The one in my house. He likes to eat these. Chen Tong understood and said, then Manager Li, I'll send it to you once a week. All of it is freshly picked on the mountain. It's fresh. Lishan nodded and told Chen Tong to do a good job. Chen Tong left the Aquatic Distribution Society. I did not expect this time is really an unexpected pleasure. Send money into your pocket. It's true. No matter what kind of business you are in, if you stand on the wind, pigs can fly. Follow the party and the country. That's the right choice. After spending quite a bit of time chatting, Chen Tong rushed forward to the noodle stall, where the cart was still there. What about 80 pounds of mountain goods? $40 it is. Chapter 32 Expansion. It was already noon when Chen Tong rushed home. Yang Wenjing had already cooked rice in the wood-fired pot and was waiting for Chen Tong to come back. However, Chen Tong couldn't care less about eating. Mudskippers and eels want too much. His went to Korea Kyung and a couple of uncles and informed them to catch as many as they could, and have them tell the other villagers. Starting today, send over as many eels as you can. No time limit, except at night. Of course, daughter-in-law, I'll have to leave you to it for lunch today. Can you cook me a meal? Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing and deliberately teased. Yang Wenjing froze. What do you want? What do you want to eat? Eat whatever you want, as long as it's made by your daughter-in-law. Yang Wenjing reddened. This kid, he's all grease. It's kinda nice to hear, though. I'm going to find Uncle Han and the others now. Things are quite urgent, so I won't be able to cook for lunch today. Yang Wenjing nodded. Chen Tong left his yard quickly, not going to find Han Hanqing first. Instead, they went back to the house of Chen Bulan, the village headman. At this time, Chen Bulan was taking a nap. It's right under the family date tree, straw hat over his face. These days, with no money in hand, you can only eat twice a day. What else is there to do at this hour but sleep? Ahem. Chen Tong pushed the door into the courtyard. Chen Bulan was sleeping in a daze when he heard someone coughing. A jolt sat up. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. This kid, again. There's nothing left in the house. Chen kid, what are you doing here again? Chen Tong hemmed and hawed, took out $5 and slapped it on the table in Chen Bulan's yard. Uncle, tonight, I must have 2 crates. 2? Chen Bulan got up and said. You kid, didn't you say you wanted one? There's something going on right now. It's urgent. It has to be in place tonight. Is that okay? Chen Tong didn't want to say much either. Just think about spending money to get it done. Chen Bulan looked at Chen Tong's face seriously. Know that there is no delay. Geez, your uncle will go and buy it for you now. I remember that old Su-Tu at the head of the village has one. And who else's family has one? Chen Bulan lowered his head in thought, not forgetting to pick up the $5 on the table. Uncle, whoever has a big bamboo basket and a big wooden bucket, give me a lift too. Chen Tong shouted loudly behind Chen Bulan. He went to find Han Kyung. Han Guk Kyung's home is at the end of the village. right at the foot of the mountain. That's why he goes up to the mountains every day to pick mountain products, clothes and convenient. Tran Tong knocked on the door of Han Kyung's house. Open the door. It's Han Kyung's wife. His wife's name is Guan. She hurt herself giving birth. Thin and dark. He's not in the best of health. He's what they call a medicine man. In his previous life, Chen Tong often passed by their house when he went to the back of the mountain to dig out bird nests or something. Auntie Guan, is Uncle Han home? Guan Suihua knows Chen Tong. Han Kyung's return also hangs around from time to time. Recently, thanks to the blessing of Chen's boy, Chen Tong, he has earned a lot of money. The family can afford to eat meat and eggs. Come in, come in. Guan Suihua opened the door and hurriedly let Chen Tong in. Chen Tong stood at the door and said, Aunt Guan, I'm here to see Uncle Han for something. Is he home? Guan Suihua was happy to see Chen Tong come to the door. Taking him by the hand, he yanked him hard into the yard. Take the bench and let Chen Tong sit down. Pour a bowl of hot water. Your Uncle Han went to catch eels and loaches. It's all thanks to you that the family can afford to eat meat. You don't know. That boy of mine is jumping for joy. Guan Suihua was grateful to Chen Tong from the bottom of her heart. She was too weak to work in the fields. I don't earn a penny, and I have to spend a lot of money every year on doctor's appointments. The family's already poor situation was exacerbated. At one point, Guan Suihua thought about dying, but can't give up the baby, a half-grown child without a mother. Poor thing. Therefore, Guan Suihua was grateful from the bottom of her heart for Chen Tong's ability to make money for Korea Ching. Chen Tong drank hot water. Guan Suihua was too enthusiastic to leave directly, and chatted stiffly. Aunt Guan, take care of your health. I'm going to find Uncle Han. Hey, go ahead. Chen Tong wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand when he saw Guan Suihua turn around. It's a hard life these days. Tran Tong found Han Kyung in a rice field in the back of the mountain, is burying his head in the sand to catch eels. In his hand was a nylon bag. It was covered in mud and dirty. Uncle Han. Chen Tong followed the ridge and came close to Han Kyung. Hearing someone call out to him, Korea Kyung lifted his head. There were still mud spots on his tanned face. Chen kid. Korea Kyung was a bit surprised when he didn't expect Chen Tong to come to him. Uncle, there is something serious to tell you. Now how much of this loach and eel do I want? Han Guk Kyung froze. How much do you want? 100 pounds for you too? Yes, Chen Tong said with a smile. Not only that, but please ask Uncle Han to go to the county town with me every morning from now on. Korea Kyung stood up with a swish and looked at Chen Tong. To the county seat? Right. What for? Deliver the eels. Good. Without saying a word, Korea Kyung agreed. Uncle, in a moment, I still need to trouble you. Talk to the villagers, eels and loaches, as many as you want, all sent to my home. Chen Tong did not delay Korea Ching to catch eels and went back home. From early in the morning we rushed to the county seat and worked non-stop until now. Already hungry up to my chest. I still have to deliver 80 pounds of eels and loaches and 50 pounds of small miscellaneous fish to the county seat around 3 o'clock later. He had to rush home for dinner. When they arrived home, Yang Wenjing had already fried the dishes. Very simple 2 dishes. It's all modeled after Chen Tong's previous fry. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers and drippings baby bok choy. And a fried egg. Daughter-in-law. Thank you. Yang Wenjing didn't expect Chen Tong to say thank you to her. She knew the thanks wasn't raw. Rather, it is an expression of Chen Tong's alternative. The two sat down to eat. Before they had taken a few bites, then someone comes to sell eels. Chen Tong haphazardly shaved 2 mouthfuls of white rice. 2 more pieces of meat were stuffed into his mouth. Hey, my daughter-in-law's stir-fry is so good. Coming. Chen Tong came to the door with the scale. It was a couple of middle-aged women, all from the same village. Chen kid, we didn't catch many. Don't mind, Auntie Zhang. Look at what you say. Starting today, I'll take as many eels and loaches as I can get, and I'll send them at any time, as long as it's not at night. Chen Tong took it and weighed it. How much do you want? Chen kid, you're not kidding, right? Before Chen Tong said that he would not accept eels after 3 o'clock, everyone knew that. So the villagers rushed to send them before 3 o'clock. Not much of a catch. Now, there was no time limit, so they could catch more. This also means that they can make more money. Women can now hold up half the sky. This kid, why the more you look at him, the better he looks. Chapter 33 Trust. A few of the villagers left in high spirits, their dark faces red with excitement. This Chen kid, now that's something. As many eels and loaches as you want. They women can also earn money. Quite a bit more. In the future, nothing else. Your own children will be able to eat meat. Now they're going to catch eels. We'll send it again tonight. It's money again. Chen Tong himself doesn't even know. 20 years of being a jerk. Reputation sucks like stinking. Only a little while had passed, And the villagers were everywhere saying good things about him. The great white star has descended to earth, nodded the asshole out, bringing people together to make money for miles. Villagers one after another door to door to sell eels. Chen Tong have said one by one. Jingle bells. A clear sound of copper bells came out, and a lot of people got out of the way. Chen Tong was still weighing eels and loaches. The village headman, Chen Bulan, is here. He was pushing a crate with a man behind him, also pushing a crate. That half-palm-sized copper bell was exactly what was on Chen Bulan's crate. Bought the crate as a gift. Chen Tong heard the sound of the brass bell and also walked out from the house. At once. And he laughed. Teeth are very white. Sure enough, looking for anyone is not as good as looking for Chen Bulan. On both crates, there were 3 large baskets. Chen Bulan saw Chen Tong come out and put down his crate. Chen boy, I got you the crate you wanted. Uncle, I knew you were reliable. Chen Tong gave a thumbs up and praised Chen Bulan. Chen Bulan waved his hand and took a drag on his dry cigarette, and didn't leave. Instead, he watched the villagers come to sell eels and was heartily happy for Chen Tong. This kid, changed. It's like a different person. In all my years of life, this is really the first time I've seen it. At about 3 o'clock, Chen Tong had to make a delivery to the eel noodle shop. Daughter-in-law, can you use a scale? Chen Tong asked Yang Wenjing. The family had 180 pounds of eels left over from the day before yesterday. However, the county supply and marketing needs 1,000 pounds. So far, the villagers have sent 300 pounds of eels. It only adds up to 480 pounds. Not even close, but he had to go to the county seat to deliver eels. In business, the most important thing is honesty and trustworthiness. Just because you have a watermelon, you can't forget about the sesame seeds. There's no one in the house except Yang Wenjing. It's expanding, and there's not enough staff. Chen Tong thought of his second brother, Chan Hao. One is born again, and the previous conflicts have to be solved. Anyhow, they're blood brothers. The second brother is more argumentative. What happened in the past was not right for him as well, so he was needed to defuse it. Yang Wenjing took the scale from Chen Tong. You go deliver the eels. I will. Yang Wenjing paused for a moment. Why don't we go and get Ergo to help out as well? Chen Tong paused, looked at Yang Wenjing, and said, good. Yang Wenjing's words spoke to Chen Tong's heart. It's just that I've been so busy lately that all I can think about is making money. Ignore these things. Although Yang Wenjing doesn't say anything on weekdays, but she knew it in her heart and remembered it. Aunts and uncles, I'm going to the county town to deliver the eels, so if you have any eels, just give them to Wenjing. Okay, Chen kid, your daughter-in-law can recognize the scale. Chen kid, don't you take your daughter-in-law along for a spin? Ha 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 ha. The villagers were all very simple and deliberately teased Chen Tong. That's an endorsement of Chen Tong. In the past, when I saw Chen Tong, I couldn't wait to hide 8 meters away. Yang Wenjing's mouth also contained a smile. Heartwarming. Chen Tong moved the eels and loaches in the basket onto the cart, and the small fish were placed in the bucket. Tie it with twine. Daughter-in-law, I'm leaving. Chen Tong waved his hand and greeted Yang Wenjing, pushing a cart, went to the county. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, Chen Tong came to the eel noodle restaurant. The owner was satisfied every time he saw the goods delivered by Chen Tong, all live and wild. Doing business with this kid? Don't worry, boss, business is booming, Chen Tong said with a smile. It's half thanks to you that you're a kid who can talk. The loaches and eels delivered by Chen Tong are all fresh. Again, it's grown in living water, which makes the meat more tender than the meat that comes out of stagnant water. Take the money. The owner pulled out a wad of gross bills that had obviously been prepared in advance. Chen Tong froze for a moment and said, it hasn't been weighed yet. Oops, old acquaintance. Still using the scale? Chen Tong knew that this was his boss's trust in him. The eels and loaches and small miscellaneous fish that you send in the future, you don't need to weigh them. You kid, I'll rely on it as soon as I see it. The boss shoved the wad of Mao tickets in his hand into Chen Tong's hand. Chen Tong took it and didn't count it, directly stuffing it into his pocket. Yo, you kid, don't you want to count it? That's a lot of money. 80 pounds of eel and loach, and 50 pounds of small miscellaneous fish. That adds up to $105. It's not a small fortune. The public sector in the county is only about $30 a month. Chen Tong put it in his pocket without even counting it. That's a big heart. Look at you. You chose to believe me. What reason do I have not to believe you? The two men looked at each other, then simultaneously laughed out loud. The hearts of both men, were refreshed. Integrity in business. It's a must for good business. Boss, there's something else to discuss with you. Now that I'm busy, running the county twice a day is a real-time suck. Say, the boss doesn't even frown. It's this delivery of eel and loach, can you not change the time to morning? The boss laughed a little. So it was this little thing. It was an immediate yes. If it were anyone else, I'd say no, but you boys are different. So name a time. From now on it will be delivered every morning. Do you think that's okay? Okay. Chen Tong sold the eel loach and hoofed it back. Yang Wenjing was home alone and he was worried about being too busy. There's also the fact that it's too much of a waste of time to make 2 trips to the county seat in one day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened this. Tomorrow is the day to take time out and visit my second brother Chen Hao's house. It's good to talk about things from the past. After all, one is now reformed, not the muddled kid he used to be. When I got home, it was 7 o'clock. It was still dark. There were a few villagers standing in the doorway, nylon bag in hand. It dripped sparsely. Kid Chen is back. Come on. Your daughter-in-law hasn't rested since this afternoon. Yeah, married a good daughter-in-law. Chen Tong quickly stepped forward and looked at Yang Wenjing, whose forehead was drenched in sweat and stained with a few strands of green silk. Hard work, daughter-in-law. Chen Tong spoke loudly. Yang Wenjing was embarrassed and said, there are still people. What's wrong with someone? You're my daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. With a red face, Yang Wenjing handed over the scale in her hand to Chen Tong. Fleeing, he went into the house. This man, he's not ashamed. Chapter 34, $790. The eel-selling villagers are gone, and it's already dark. At this time of the year, there were not many homes in Qinghe village that used electric lights. It's all kerosene lamps. It's hard to see. What's more, it's dark. How can you disturb someone's rest, isn't it? There were too many villagers delivering eels this afternoon. Yang Wenjing was busy and dizzy. Fortunately, Chen Bulan, the village headman, sent several large baskets and large wooden buckets. The yard was full of black eels, leftover white rice from lunch and scrambled and egg fried rice. There were leftovers and another vegetable soup was made. He's starving. Front and center. Finished eating and cleaned up the dishes. Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing sat in the courtyard. It can be seen, Yang Wenjing was in a good mood. Busy afternoon, though tiring. But, for being able to help Chen Tong and relieve him of a little burden, there was a little leap in her heart. Maybe she didn't even know that deep down she was gradually accepting Chen Tong, who looked like a different person. Daughter-in-law. Hard work. The full moon was bright, shedding rays of thin light. The small yard was brightly illuminated. It should be, Yang Wenjing said. Chen Tong took out the soap he had bought from the county from his pocket. Daughter-in-law, this is for you. What? You won't know until you take it over and look at it. Yang Wenjing took it. By the light of the moon, I could see what was in my hand. Yang Wenjing froze. She was a youth in the countryside. Recognize this stuff. Put it in front of your nose and sniff it gently. Eyes a little red. As I recall, the scent was exactly the same as the one my mother wore. Lightly scented with jasmine. Haunting. This is soap. Rub it on your body when you take a bath. It smells great. Chen Tong did not notice Yang Wenjing's change of heart and said to himself. Yang Wenjing nodded. Go inside. Leaving behind a confused Chen Tong. Daughter-in-law, is this shyness? Day 2. The east is just showing the white of the fish's belly. Korea Kyung and the villagers who delivered the mountain goods came. This time it's 100 pounds of mountain goods, organized and clean. The extra 20 pounds, Chen Tong organized separately, put it in a bamboo basket. Chen Tong took out his gross ticket and paid. Han Kyung didn't leave. It's going to the county seat today. Uncle, have you eaten yet? Hey, up early? Not yet. At this hour, poor mountain villages usually haven't eaten. All went to work in the fields first, 8 or so this way, at home for dinner, then take a break and proceed down to the ground. Otherwise, the stomach won't be able to resist until 2 or 3 p.m., and it's bound to be hungry and rumbling. No strength to work. Korea Kyun's thoughts were also simple. I got up early, got my feet wet, and got back just after 8 o'clock. It's not too late to eat at that time. Chen Tong greeted Han Kyung inside, went into the kitchen and got busy. Shortly after, 2 bowls of noodle lumps were brought out with a white poached egg inside, already shelled. Make no mistake. Han Kyung got up from his stool in a hurry and waved his hands. He saw it for what it was. Chen kid served white flour lumps and an egg. Eggs are okay. Families have chickens, and although they don't eat them every day, you can still get one in half a month. But, that white flour lumps can be expensive. Only people in the county can afford to eat it, I guess. Isn't it as expensive as pork? It would be a lie to say that Hallyu Kyung doesn't want to eat it. But what is this food? It's too good to be true. Uncle, this time, when I ask you to help me, it's physical work. So how can I do anything if I don't have enough to eat, right? Chen Tong shoved the lump of noodles in his hand hard at Han Kyung. Han Guk Kyung gulped. This, after mumbling for half a day, he didn't say anything after all. The villagers in the ravine are honest, and not good with words. The only thing on your mind is to get things done. Otherwise, I'm sorry for the bowl of white flour lumps in my hand. Had dinner. The two men worked together to lift a box of eels and loaches onto the crate, tie it with twine. Loach and eel, Chen Tong estimated, about 700 pounds or so. The big fish and the small fish added up to a couple hundred pounds. Jingle bells. The sound of a crisp brass bell broke the quiet of the early morning. Chen Tong and Korea Kyung, pushing the crate. Departure for the county. Korean Kyung is honest and simple. There were no extra words on the road. An hour and a half later, the county's aquatic dealership was reached. The gate is still open. Chen Tong walked to the janitor's office and took out a large front door, handed it to the janitor's grandpa. Yoo-hoo! It's you kid again. Moncler outlet store remember well. Out of the gate is the big front door. I didn't expect this kid to come back today. Chen Tong hemmed and hawed and said, Grandpa, it's me. When will this big iron door open? What's your boy's business today? Moncler outlet online. He took the large front door and put it away. Eat your heart out. Take your hand out. He knew that Chen Tong had found their manager Lee here yesterday, but he didn't know what for. Chen Tong pointed to the two crates parked at the entrance. Delivery came. I talked to manager Lee yesterday. Get in. Get in. The caretaker's grandfather took out a set of keys and opened the big iron gate. Chen Tong and Han Guoqing pushed the crate into the gate of the distribution center. Li Zan hasn't gone to work yet. After waiting for half an hour, a staff lookalike came quickly with a small book. You're Chen Tong from Shui Town? Chen Tong nodded. Manager Lee has instructed you to follow me. The two men pushed the crate and followed the man to the pound. The total number of eels and loaches is 680 pounds. It was full of chopstick-length crucian carp, grass carp and other miscellaneous fish, totaling 220 pounds. The leaders up there got through. After weighing it straight away, I wrote a note and tore it off. It was handed over to Chen Tong. Just go to the accountant and get the money. Chen Tong asked Han Guoqing to pack up the baskets and buckets and push the crate to wait for him outside. He took the bamboo basket of mountain goods, along with the approval slip, and went to the accountant's office. 70 big lump sums, and the rest is a thick pile of gross bills. $790 in all. The moment he got the money, Chen Tong's heart was incomparably happy. He counted the money twice to make sure there were no mistakes, and put away the 60 grand ties, with the gross bills for pocket change. Then, carrying a bamboo basket that was placed on the ground, he put 10 sheets of dumpling in the basket and went to look for Li Shan. At this moment, Li Shan was sitting in his office, leaning back in his chair, legs on the table, smoking a large front door, swallowing the clouds. A knock sounded at the door. Enter. He spoke lazily. Manager Lee, it's me, Xiao Chen. Chen Tong entered the house, very low key. Little Chen come and sit. Li Shan sat up straight and said, how is it? The following didn't give you a hard time, right? No, you said hello and it went smoothly. Li Shan nodded, and without realizing it, his eyes glanced over the bamboo basket in Chen Tong's hand. Chapter 35, this kid, he's a tough guy. Li Shan is slightly fat, with no hair on his head and small but bright eyes. One of his offhand glances, Chen Tong understood, came over to see him, and that's the main thing. Manager Lee, I personally went up to the mountain yesterday and picked some mountain goods. What do you think? Chen Tong smiled and placed the basket on the table. Li Shan just glanced at it. Mushrooms, fungus, wild vegetables, mountain shoots. It's pretty cleanly organized. This kid has some heart. He smoked his big front door, leaned back in his chair, and didn't say a word. This kid has heart. His heart seems a little out of the way. Chen Tong looked at Li Shan's attitude and had a number in his heart. Manager Lee, I'm really sorry. My family is poor. Can I take this bamboo basket? Li Shan's brow immediately furrowed. I gave away 2 packs of Daisensho earlier and thought the kid was pretty on the ball. Today, turned your back on me? He exhaled a puff of smoke. You're taking home a broken basket? Looking at the bamboo basket on the table in contemplation. This kid, is he really that stupid? 2 packs of Dakianman are sent out. 1 bamboo basket can't be spared? At once, he understood. This kid, he's so ing on. Ha ha ha. Li Shan's eyebrows stretched and he laughed openly. You're so fresh in the mountains. You just picked them last night, didn't you? Yes, Manager Lee, the bamboo basket contains these mountain goods. The road is not easy to break. Next time, I'll use this bamboo basket to deliver mountain goods to you. Chen Tong smiled and stood aside. 10 big ties. He's pretty willing to put his money where his mouth is. Li Shan's salary isn't that high. You can't shed a child to catch a wolf. In the future an aquatic distribution business is constant, and the relationship with Li Shan must be maintained. Aquatic distribution agency manager is not a person under the people. 10,000 people. Li Shan got up and found 2 old newspapers. Take the mushrooms, fungus and other mountain products out of the house. The top layer of mountain goods was taken out, and the heck of it revealed the big knot. Hit the eyes. Boy, this kid. Big deal. There can be 7 or 8 of them. Li Shan's hands shook. Without moving, he brought out the big unity. Put aside. Keep your hands up and keep taking the mountain goods. The mind was turned upside down. He is the manager of the aquatic dealership though, but the pay is just that. $30 a month or so. There was no policy down before to encourage agriculture and fishing. The aquatic dealership has been in a half-assed state. There's no chance of raking in the dough. And even if they did, it would only be a few cents or a few dollars. The policy had just come down and he wanted to capitalize on it to make a killing. So it was a great coincidence that Chen Tong came. He went along with it, so he introduced Chen Tong to the people from the city. The deal is a done deal. Now that the business is a done deal, the oil is naturally running out. Li Shan was calculating this matter this morning when he knew that Chen Tong had come. But, really see the great unity. He almost jumped up. This kid, he's a tough guy, came up and gave 70 or 80 bucks. It's more than his 2 months' salary. Take out all the mountain goods in the bamboo basket. Li Shan's heart was still pounding. He pretended to be calm and said, Little Chen, do this business well. If anyone below dares to make things difficult for you, tell me directly. Chen Tong nodded and took the bamboo basket. Manager Li, I'll come back next week to deliver mountain goods to you. Li Shan's heart shuddered again. This is a real gift of mountain goods, isn't it? Chen Tong knew better than to bother Li Shan and left the office. Li Shan sat in his chair. His face was flushed with excitement to the point of flushing. Took the big knot that had been put aside. Counted them one by one. 10 of them. Li Shan thought he was hallucinating and wiped the sweat from his palms. Recounted it again. That's right. 10 indeed. 10 sheets of great unity. Is this kid crazy or is he crazy? That's more than 3 months of his salary. Grass. Li Shan couldn't help but burst out. This kid. Righteous enough. Not too old. Driven and seedy enough. On the other hand, Chen Tong walked out of Li Shan's office and went to look for Han Guanqing. Delivered eel loach and mixed fish to the noodle shop yesterday afternoon. No need to deliver today. So there's no rush. Just give the rest of the mountain goods to the small noodle stand. Just delayed some time in Li Shan's office. Uncle. It's been a long wait. Korea Kyung sat on the crate and looked around the dealership. Seeing Chen Tong come out, he hurriedly got up. A little constrained. Chen Tong didn't care. Uncle. Hard work. Let's go. Korea Kyung gave a naive smile and followed Chen Tong. Push the crate and leave the dealership. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the small noodle stand. The breakfast guests had dispersed. There were a few people sitting scattered about. When the boss saw Chen Tong, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Coming. Here you go, boss. Here's today's mountain goods. Chen Tong pointed to the crate behind him and said, All right, move down. The owner greeted the owner's wife to get the scale and took a sip of hot water. 80 pounds total. Here. The boss took a wad of Mao tickets from the boss's wife and handed them to Chen Tong. Chen Tong smiled and didn't count. Put it away straight away. Korea Kyung is honest and nice. But this age, after all, is too poor. There is nothing wrong with this approach of Chen Tong. Money is not exposed. Saying hello to the owner, Chen Tong and Han Guoqing left the smiling noodle stall, came to the door of the dealership. Chen Tong took out a $1 paper ticket. Uncle, this is yours. After a morning's delay, it's not hard for Korea Kyung to catch 5 or 6 pounds of eel loach in the paddy fields and small ditches. 20 cents a pound purchase price. It made sense for Chen Tong to take out $1. Han Guoqing waved his hand repeatedly and said, Chen kid, aren't you slapping Uncle Han's face? Many people in Qingha village were still quite grateful to Chen Tong. Korea Kyung is naturally included. Most of the people in them never thought they could make $1 a day. $1. Half a pound of pork. Truly no one ever thought that they could make money from the comfort of their own home. The root of it all came from that cynical kid. Of course, that was before. Now, it's a role model and exemplary for the village of Qingha. All their money was given by Chen Tong. Tran Tong called out to Han Kyung for help. That was kind of the plainest kind of repayment for a mountain man for Han Kyung. Not to mention, this morning it was fine noodle lumps and an egg. The money, it is never to be taken. Uncle, this is what you deserve. Early in the morning to come with me to the county town. Delayed you catch eels and loaches. Otherwise you would have already caught 7 or 8 pounds of it. Counting, can be more than $1 it. If you don't take the money, I won't feel good about it. And tomorrow, I won't ask for your help. Chen Tong is soft and hard. Korea Kyung accepted the $1 with mixed feelings. This kid, changed. From the time when everyone was yelling, now everyone is bragging about it. It's only a matter of days. Chapter 36 Stunned Young Wenjing. Tran Tong is going to the supply house to buy something. At night, it's too dark. For him, it's a little uncomfortable. So, He's going to buy light bulbs and electrify the house. Moreover, with electricity, it's convenient for Yang Wenjing at night. Not so careful walking with a kerosene lamp. Han Hanjiang is dead set against going into the supply house. Can't afford to spend money. The family relies on him alone to make money, and he has to save money for everything. I'll watch the crate outside. You go in and get it. Korea Kyan looked at the door of the supply house and shuddered to think what kind of people were going in to buy things. No way. Mr. Chen went into the supply house with the same person. He found the store that sold light bulbs and bought 5 of them. In addition to the room, the yard should be lighted. Although Qinghe village is a small ravine, it is not too far from the county town, so it's energized. But it costs money to use electricity. Where's the spare money? You can't even afford to eat. And you have electricity. Burning? That's why very few people in the village have electricity. We still have rice and pasta at home, so we don't need to buy it. Afterwards, some candy was purchased, along with a block of tofu. Candy is worthless. It's for my little nephew, Chen Jianghe. Tonight, he's going to find his second brother, Chan Hao. Apologize in person and admit your mistake. As the saying goes, there is no greater good than knowing your mistakes and correcting them. Chen Tong came out of the supply house and passed by the meat factory again. Bought 3 pounds of meat at the next butcher store. An apology has to be sincere too, doesn't it? 11 o'clock or so. Chen Tong and Han Guanchang returned to Qinghe village. The sound of the copper bell is so clear and crisp that it shakes one's spirit to hear it. Yang Wenjing poked out half her body and saw Chen Tong. Chen Tong parked the crate in front of the door, dragged Korea Kyung into the house and stayed for lunch. Korea Kyung turned red and said he wouldn't go in. In the end, Chen Tong couldn't argue with him. It can only be dismissed. When he entered the courtyard, a bowl of warm water had been placed on the small, broken table. Chen Tong picked it up and drank it all in one go. Cool. Chen Tong then got busy making lunch. There are eels and loaches at home. Fresh. Chen Tong picked 2 eels as thick as his middle finger and 4 or 5 large loaches. To pop the eel, loach and tofu soup. Nutrition cannot be lacking in every meal, and it must be organized for Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong slapped the eel with a knife, washed it, and pinched the head and tail. Wash it. The same goes for loaches. As it is. Then, poured some hot water in the basin and put in some saltines. Put the eel and loach in. It gets rid of the surface slime and also reduces the earthy flavor. Shred the eel. Prepare green onions and ginger, and dried chili peppers and green and red bell peppers freshly picked from the ground. Suddenly, something came to mind. Daughter-in-law, is there any wine in the house? No. Yang Wenjing sat in the yard and watered the eels brought by the villagers from time to time. Chen Tong thought the same thing. All poor cannot afford to eat. Where to get wine? The bottom of the pot is burning on a large fire. Using a wooden spatula, he scooped a large spoonful of lard into the iron skillet. Zippy 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 zippy. Chen Tong stretched out his hand and felt the temperature of the oil. Pour the onion, ginger and dried chili into the pot. A quick toss. Then, quickly add the shredded eel to the pot. The scent. Duong. It's coming up all at once. The eel was shredded and tossed over high heat. Add salt. Message. Add fresh green and red chili peppers and a little sugar. Pour some water over it, smother it for a while, and collect the juices. Chen Tong couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and put one in his mouth. Aha! Delicious, smooth and not a hint of fishy flavor. You can't get away with 5-star cooking. Chen Tong beautifully praised himself in his heart. Next course. Loach and tofu soup. Put onion and ginger first. Fry the loach with golden brown on both sides and pour boiling water. Boil. Then skim out the froth to keep the broth clean. Add MSG, salt. Cook on high heat for a while. The aroma overflowing. Chen Tong put the tofu in. As white as milk. The loach and tofu soup is ready. It's incredibly fresh and flavorful. Before long, the dishes were all on the table. The photo is the white rice at the tip of the heap. Yang Wenjing sat at the table, stunned. When did Chen Tong know how to cook so much? This shredded eel is cut almost the same size and thickness, and paired with green and red bell peppers. It makes for a very appetizing meal. This creamy, milky loach and tofu soup had bright green scallions floating on top. A burst of scent. Pork sautéed with bamboo shoots and baby bok choy. 2 people, 3 dishes, 1 soup. I don't know when it became standard. You know, at this time of year, it's a big deal to be able to afford a midday meal. And so scrumptious. Daughter-in-law, this is for you. Keep it for me. When the villagers come to sell eels, you take it out and give it to the cash. No need to keep score. Yesterday afternoon, Yang Wenjing collected eels has been bookkeeping. She can read and write. A thick pile. Yang Wenjing didn't dare to pick it up. She just looked at a lot of great unity. A little panic in my mind. This, how much is this going to cost? This This is all the money you get from selling eels and loaches? Yang Wenjing was really panicking. The heart is on edge. She couldn't believe that it was only a day's worth of money from selling eels and loaches and small miscellaneous fish. That's just today's money. There's more tomorrow. Chen Tong put the money on the table. With that much money, there's no way he could have carried it with him. Inconvenient. It's not safe out there these days. Yang Wenjing fixed her mind. Chen Tong had shocked her again and again. It's too much for my heart. Her outstretched hand trembled slightly. Pick up the pile of gross bills on the table. Counted. 60 sheets of Grand Unity. 6, 10. Zheng. Yang Wenjing was dumbfounded. Stunned. $600 just for the big Unity. And that's just what you make in a day. If she heard correctly. Tran Tong says there's more tomorrow. Yang Wenjing simply stopped breathing. She silently put down the large knot in her hand and swallowed hard. First, let's eat first. Happiness comes so suddenly. It's more violent than a tornado. She's a little overwhelmed. She knew that Chen Tong sold eels and loaches to make money, but never thought it was so profitable. Daughter-in-law, count them and put them away. Or someone should come to deliver the eels later. Chen Tong plowed a mouthful of rice. He still had some money left on his body and didn't take it all out. Yang Wenjing nodded. Heavy picked up the gross ticket on the table again. $710 in all. The whole $700. Not a penny more. Not a penny less. Yang Wenjing got up with one hand holding the money and one hand supporting the table. Entered the house. Chen Tong smiled and chucked the eel. So delicious. Fresh. Beauty. The heart was soothing. A pig can fly on the wind. Let alone him. Eels and loaches cost $68. Small miscellaneous fish cost $22. Mountain goods cost $8. The cost was $98 total. The total income for the day was $830. After costs, the net income was $732. Another $100 was sent to Li Shan. In other words, Chen Tong's income today totaled $632. Chapter 37. Something happened to his father. Chen Wan Kai. Yang Wenjing's meal size grew and she ate a bowl of rice. Another bowl of delicious loach and tofu soup. Put down the dishes. Her mind could not be calmed yet. A whole $700. Unbelievable. Chen Tong knew that Yang Wenjing couldn't come back to her senses for a while, and it didn't bother. Packed up the dishes and went to scrub the pots and pans. Just after packing, some villagers came to deliver the loach and eel. Chen Tong knew that these 2 days would be the peak time for delivering loaches. It will be busy. Uncle Zhang. 20 pounds of eel and loach. A total of 4. Auntie Wang is here. 8 pounds of eels and loaches. $1.60. Daughter-in-law. I'll do the weighing. You pay. Chen Tong was methodically busy. Yang Wenjing sat on the stool with a stack of Mao tickets in her hand. Chen Tong finished weighing a weight and reported the number. Yang Wenjing then counted out the corresponding amount from the gross check in her hand. It was a 3-hour hustle. A full 500 pounds of eel and loach. But, it's not nearly enough. The last time a leader from the city said that mudskippers and eels should be 1,000 pounds at the very least. Not enough was delivered yesterday. Only about 700 pounds. It's still 300 pounds short. That's $300. However, one couldn't blame Chen Tong for this. Qinghe village population is not too large. Big dozens of families. Scattered and wide. It's not easy enough to catch that many. Moreover, there are more eels and loaches in Qinghe village. There will be a day when you run out of catches. Therefore, he needs to go to the next few villages to collect eels. Gotta have some help with that. Chen Hao, the second brother, is the best candidate. Few villagers came after 6 p.m. There are also more than 700 pounds of eel and loach. There are a lot fewer small, chopstick-length hybrids, only 100 pounds or so. Fish are flexible and not easy to catch. The stream is again alive, making it more difficult to catch fish. What's more, the small mussels aren't worth a dime a pound. If the villagers hadn't watched the fish hit weight, they wouldn't have caught it at all. There are leftovers for lunch. Chen Tong cooked congee. After the two of them had eaten, Chen Tong took the bamboo basket and put in the pork he had bought, locked the door and went with Yang Wenjing to her second brother Chen Hao's house. 10 minutes later, the two reached the door. The door was closed. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Tong knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. It's sister-in-law Li Hong. The moment she saw Chen Tong, Li Hong first froze. Instant panic set in. Xiao Tong. What are you doing here? Sister-in-law, I've come to find second brother and father, and to drop off some pork. Chen Tong raised the basket in his hand high enough for Li Hong to get a good look at it. Oh. Li Hong lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, responded haphazardly. Standing at the door, he wouldn't let Chen Tong enter either. Chen Tong could see Li Hong's abnormality. The heart sank. Something is being kept from him at home. Sister-in-law, where are second brother and father? Chen Tong asked in a deep voice. Li Hong stammered, unable to speak. She also knew that she couldn't keep this from the public. There's no more lies to be told. Swish! Li Hong's tears instantly fell down her cheeks, choking back sobs. Dad was hospitalized and your second brother was injured. Chen Tong only felt his head buzz for a moment. Father is hospitalized? Ergo is hurt too? Chen Tong's head was buzzing at the moment. He hasn't reacted yet. Li Hong cried harder as she uttered those words. Crouch in the doorway. Home. The family field to plow. There is no cattle. Father went to the next village to borrow a cow. Who knows this side of the loosening of the soil? Sent back when that cow fell down. After spending half an hour, Li Hong finally made things clear. The next village has cattle that family Zhao Dinyo and Chen Tong his father Chen Wenkai is working together casual labor to meet. It's time for seedlings. The soil in the field is to be loosened. Otherwise it is not good for inserting seedlings. Villagers without oxen had to take shovels, shovel by shovel, turn the soil in the ground several times, getting fluffy. Chen Wenkai saw his eldest son, Chen Hao, busy with so much land all by himself. Too much work, so he mentioned it to Zhao Dinyo. What I didn't expect was that Zhao Dinyo agreed in one breath. Very readily. His own land had not yet been loosened, so he lent it to Chen Wenkai. Chen Wenkai didn't think much of it and pulled the cow over. But whoever thought that after loosening the soil, the cow had just been delivered to Zhao Dinyo's house when it collapsed. Dead. Then people can let it go. Ask for $200. Not to mention $200. Even $100. Chen Wenkai cannot take out because a couple of adobe houses had just been raised. The family funds were depleted. There's no money at all. And so, Zhao Dania held Chen Wenkai in place and wouldn't let him leave. Let the family get money for the ransom. The second brother, Chen Hao, naturally refused to do so. Isn't this blackmail? How can a cow be worth $200? Carrying a hoe, he went to Zhao Dinyo's house in the neighboring village. A few words were said that moved the fire, and it went straight to work. That's their turf. How can you, an outsider, get away with this? Bruised. His father, Chen Wenkai, was also furious and collapsed straight on the spot. Now, both are in the hospital. Chen Wen just woke up 2 days ago. However, it's fortunate that Ergo wasn't badly hurt. People are in it for the money. No death blows. Chen Tong was struck by lightning. It's amazing that he didn't know about something so big happening at home. It happened in the next village. Even though they are neighboring villages, they all have to walk through the mountains, and no one usually strings them together. No one in the whole village of Qinghe knows about it. Chen Tong's head was spinning. It happened just half a month ago. That time, he's still a mixed-up kid. You can imagine how disappointed his father Chen Wenkai was in himself, and he still didn't tell him after he woke up. Chen Tong felt 10,000 remorseful and very guilty in his heart. I can't wait to slap myself twice as hard. He suddenly remembered. In his last life, after Yang Wenjing and the child in his belly passed away, the family broke off relations with him. He's got a big business and a place to stay in the province. Back in the village of Qinghe want to pick up my parents and live with them, only to find out. Chen Wenkai was slow to move. His speech was sloppy, and the corners of his mouth were still drooling from time to time. When he saw that he had returned, he leaned against the corner of the yellow earth wall, smoking a dry cigarette and saying nothing. Tran Tong remembers. It hasn't been more than a few years since he came back to see his dad, Chen Wenkai. Just die. A crop duster in his 50s or so. His body was supposed to remain hard. A few more years at 60 and you'll be blessed. But not before enjoying his blessings. Not before being surrounded by children and grandchildren. One bite at a time. He died while calling out for his grandfather. Chen Tong's face went white. It was horribly white, without a trace of blood. His head was spinning and his ears were buzzing. So much so, he didn't even hear what Yang Wenjing was saying in his ear. Ryoko. Chen Tong just got up. He's literally not even. No one told him when something so big happened at home. Yeah, what's the point of telling him? Your own wife doesn't even have food to eat, so you can help a little bit by dashing off on your own. Except to reach out for money? Chapter 38 Yang Wenjing's Gentleness and Firmness. Chen Tong left pork for his sister-in-law Li Hong. The ride home was muddled. Heads are spinning and in disarray. This time, Yang Wenjing took the initiative to pull Chen Tong's hand, but it felt like Chen Tong's hands were cold. The evening breeze mixed with some coolness ruffled the two men's hair, and the moonlight spilled over their shoulders, lengthening their silhouettes. She knows. The moment. Chen Tong's heart must be incomparably tormented. The reason for all this is simple. The family ran out of plow oxen, and that plow cow. It was sold by Chen Tong. Yang Wenjing held Chen Tong's hand tightly, trying to make him feel warmth. You don't have to blame yourself. It's already happened. All we have to do is to do our best to cure father's body. You are, now, in a position to help. Yang Wenjing thought about it and pulled Chen Tong. Then, gently, she hugged him. one hand, patting him on the back. You'll make hundreds of dollars a day, and this family will get better and better because of you. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the county town and sell the eels and loaches, and I'll have more money in my hand. In the future, the days will only get better. Yang Wenjing's chin just happened to be cushioned on Chen Tong's not-so-broad shoulders, whispering comforting words in his ear. Suddenly, Chen Tong hugged Yang Wenjing tightly. Yang Wenjing's words woke him up. The mind was instantly transparent and clear. Yeah, the past is like smoke, and the damage that will be done by the reckoning and remorse will only be more. Something that happened in a previous life. In this life, everything is in time. All he had to do was make up for the regrets and shortcomings of his last life. Keep those things from happening again. Being reborn and coming back. Even the heavens were on his side. Wasn't it just giving him a chance to start over? And he's going to do it. That is, cherish this opportunity. Everything. None of it is too late. Thank you. Under the moonlight, Chen Tong jerked his head up, his dark eyes locking with Yang Wenjing. Two hearts. In this moment, it seems to mingle together. Facing Chen Tong's eyes, Yang Wenjing's heart skipped a beat. Her heart was in turmoil. Should. She lowered her head and whispered. Day 2. Chen Tong woke up at the crack of dawn. Last night, he thought about it again for a long time. Yang Wenjing is right. Things have happened. Repentance and self-loathing are useless. The only thing that can be done is to fix what has happened. This is going to be the time when both second brother and father are in the county hospital. Don't even think about it. The one thing that's missing is money. He didn't know what Chen Wensai's current condition was, where he was injured. But, the thing to do now is to take the money and go to the county hospital and find Dad and Ergo. Last night, when I was leaving, I asked my sister-in-law how much money Li Hong spent on hospitalization. Li Hong kept quiet. He wasn't even told what floor he lived on or which room. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't dare. What Chen Tong didn't know was the last delivery of pork. Li Hong made it and put it in a basin and brought it to the county hospital. Said it was from Chen Tong. Chen Wensai's eyes rolled back and he almost turned his back. Where did this kid get the money to buy pork? Stolen? Robbed? Chen Wenkai didn't dare to imagine. This pork, is it edible? Chen Hao even scolded Li Hong in pieces. Anyone who has anything can take it and borrow it. The only one who couldn't was his pussy brother. Li Hong was so aggrieved that she came back from the county hospital and cried all night. Chen Tong had finished cooking, and Yang Wenjing had gotten up. Daughter-in-law. Chen Tong paused. Why don't you just stay home? Yang Wenjing shook her head. The words were gentle and firm. I'll accompany you. Chen Tong smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing had dinner. Han Qiang then knocked on the door. In fact, he came a long time ago, squatting in front of Chen Tong's house, quietly waiting for him to finish eating. In his hands, he also carried 80 pounds of mountain goods. A few people from the same village weighed them and gave them together to Han Guancheng. When he came back from helping Chen Tong deliver the goods, just give it to them. Han Guoqing helped Chen Tong lift the eels and loaches in the baskets and barrels onto the crate, and then tied them with twine. Yang Wenjing locked the door. Sitting on a crate pushed by Chen Tong. Jingle bells. The sound of crisp brass bells rang out, and the trio rushed to the county seat. Passed by the door of village headman Chen Bulan's house. Chen Tong also asked Chen Bulan to tell the villagers selling eels. Today's eels, take them to his house this afternoon to sell. He and his daughter-in-law went to county advantage. Chen Bulan, patting Chen Tong on the shoulder. Without hesitation, I said yes. 1.5 hours later, the trio arrived at the aquatic supply house. The grandpa who watches the door already knows Chen Tong. Opened the mottled red iron door and let Chen Tong in. The process is the same as yesterday. Weigh in. Write a batch. Get the money from the accountant. Everything is going well. That $100 for Li Shan was no housekeeping. No one dared to make things difficult for Chen Tong. Sold eel loach miscellaneous fish. Chen Tong let Korea Cheng first go back. He pushed Yang Wenjing and the remaining 80 pounds of eels and loaches and 50 pounds of small mixed fish. Came to the eel noodle restaurant. The owner gave money. Chen Tong thanked him and didn't talk much. Asked for the address of the county hospital. Pushed the crate and rushed off. 720 pounds of eels were sold today, along with 150 pounds of fish. $795 in hand. Another $600 from home on the way out. It's all on Yang Wenjing. This will total $1,395. Totally a huge amount of money. Huayin County Hospital in 1980. Just built a couple years ago. Chen Tong pulled out a cigarette and asked the janitor to help watch the crate. Into the hospital. The hallway smelled heavily of disinfectant, with white walls and green paint. The chairs in the passageway were filled with people, all family members of the patients. Chen Wenkai is in Ward 25 on the second floor. Chen Tong asked the hospital nurses. The ward, which held 5 beds, was packed to the brim. All poor. There are broken legs and injured arms. Chen Wenkai lived in one of the outermost beds. At the moment, both eyes were glazed over. He was so angry that he had a brain spasm, which caused many complications. My whole body is not strong. I have no strength. You have to be assisted to get in and out of bed. It requires observation and treatment in the hospital. On the hospital bed, Chen Tong's mom, Korea Hyung, is wiping tears with her head down. Compared to the environment in other hospital beds, it could be clearly felt that Chen Wensai's hospital bed was very depressing and dull. Chen Hao sat on the ground and leaned against the wall, head wrapped in bandages. There are still bruises on the corners of the mouth. The face was somber. The doctor came by a while ago and told the family to make an early decision. Transferred to a more comfortable hospital room and treated individually for Chen Wensai's condition. But that's a lot of money. Chapter 39, $1,000 for medical expenses. Actually, Chen Hao was very self-condemning inside. There's no one to blame but yourself for this. What about your own 20-something-year-old guy with a sturdy body? Another 10 or so acres of land at home and he could do it all by himself. It's okay to be tired and bitter. That's what it's all about. A shovel, scooping food from the dirt. But, he knows, Chen Wenkai borrowed the cow for his own good and to suffer less. With the extra time, you can work more odd jobs to make money and subsidize your family. Right about this time, the nurse is here, holding a list in his hand. Room 25, Bed 1, Chen Wenkai. Here's the payment slip, pay the rest of the fee. Chen Hao took the list. The numbers made his head spin. When he came, his mom, Korea Hyang, brought all the money in the house. Daughter-in-law Li Hong also went to her mother's house to borrow money. It came to $25. It's only been a week. Why do I have to pay another $30 in fees? That's too much. How could it be taken? Isn't that pushing people over the edge? Oh, right. The doctor asked me to remind your family that Chen Wenkai, your body can't be delayed any longer. And if it drags on, you'll have to go to the provincial city for treatment. It's not necessarily cured yet, the nurse added. Chen Hao froze in place, his body trembling a little. His throat was bitter and his voice hoarse as he said, "Nurse, how much does the treatment cost?" "The exact cost? I can't say, $1,000 or more." The nurse finished and left. But the words the nurse left behind completely silenced the three men. Korea Hyang had forgotten to cry. $1,000. That number. For this family, that's astronomical. Can't imagine. Chen Wenkai earns money by doing odd jobs in the village. It's only $1 a day. It's still good times. When it's bad, it doesn't even work. That's a dime a dozen. $1,000. He didn't know how long it would take him to go without eating or drinking every day. Now, in the hands of their family, it's a struggle to even get $2 out. The oldest son, Chen Hao, is strong though, but strength is the most worthless thing there is. Just barely making ends meet. What's more, there's also my son, Chen Zhanghe, at home. There's still reading to be done, and a time to grow up. $1,000. Forget it. No cure. It was God's way of taking his life. There's an old saying, the king of hell tells you to die on the third night, but you don't want to live past the fifth night. Tears flowed silently from Korea Hyang's eyes. A woman from the ravine, who has never read a book, is at 6s and 7s when things go wrong, just cry. In fact, Chen Wenkai was so heavy with anger this time, it triggers many problems in the body. A big part of it still comes down to Trantong. Over the years, the genus has infuriated Chen Wenkai. All sorts of issues and problems. The body is left with a dark disease. So, this time, Zhao Dinyo opened his mouth for $200, and his eldest son Chen Hao was beaten again. Let a breath come up and just pass out. All sorts of physical ailments appear. A crop duster who earns his living by his strength. It's hard to get out of bed now. For Chen Wenkai. How cruel this is. Original. The two of them, Chen Hao and Korea Hyung, discussed and finalized their ideas. If there were only $100 or $200, they would have been brazen enough to borrow it and look for the village chief and Li Hong's mother's family. How about this? We have to cure this body. After all, it's the backbone of the family. As long as the people are good, just take your time to make money and pay it off. But it's $1,000. Don't say they'll go borrow it. They'll go steal it. They won't even know where to steal it. Chen Hao got up with tears in his eyes. A ringing ombre. It's also desperate. Things haven't been resolved on Zhao Dinyo's side yet. It's also a lot of money. Father, mother, I'll go to the village to borrow a loan. To beg the village chief. A living person can still let urine suffocate? This body. Forget it. On the hospital bed, Chen Wenkai, who had been silent, spoke up. That's $1,000, which the whole village put together may not be able to come up with. And again, he, Chen Wenkai, is half in the ground. Lives. It's not worth the $1,000. Take a step back. Really, if I borrowed the $1,000, that's not generations of people working their whole lives to pay this back. For him, it's not worth it. But, Dad. Chen Hao was still about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Chen Wenkai waving his hand. Your father half of the body into the ground, people. What big storms have not seen? Just like this. Not cure. You do not cry. Go home and lie down for a few days. Your man will be able to go down to work. Chen Wencai's tone was cold. The heart is desperate. He knows his own physical condition. For the rest of my life, I'm sure it's a waste. But it's better than crushing the grandchildren. One man, dragging down generations. Forget it. At this moment, Chen Tong was holding Yang Wenjing's hand, came to the door of the ward, heard his mom, Kore Hyang, letting out a loud cry in the hospital room. While crying, he talked about the family's hard life and suffering. Chen Tong's heart tightened, took a deep breath. In his mind, he was actually a little apprehensive, anxious. Yang Wenjing held his hand and gave him a smile. She knows that at this time, something has to be done. Yang Wenjing knocked on the door, then, pushed open the door to the hospital room, pulling Chen Tong inside. The wards are not large. Someone came in and immediately drew everyone's attention. A good-looking young man in his 20s, holding the hand of his youngest daughter-in-law. Yo, that's a pretty little daughter-in-law, watery and pregnant. Chen Wenkai lay on his bed, fuming. Kore Hyang sat at the end of the bed, her head down, wiping tears from her eyes. Chen Hao squatted by the wall, his eyes scarlet and glowing. Of these three, none of them noticed that Chen Tong had arrived. Dad, Mom, second brother. Chen Tong opened his mouth. The voice was calm. However, with a little bit of attention, one could notice that he was holding Yang Wenjing's hand with an involuntary force. The three men heard voices. Both were stunned. Chen Wenkai raised his head and looked toward the door. What are you doing here? In his voice was the coldness of rejection. However, Korea Hyung is heartbroken for Chen Tong. Don't look away and wipe your eyes. Why are you here? And why did you bring Wenjing too? You know your father's temper. He's afraid you'll worry. He hasn't been allowed to tell you about something so big. So don't think too much. Korea Hyung grabbed Chen Tong's arm and hurriedly explained. Because she knows. These two are not father and son. They are simply enemies. One bad word and it blows up. Chen Tong patted Korea Hyung's arm and nodded. I came to see father, and second brother. Chen Hao, who was crouching in the corner, grunted and didn't say anything. He didn't even raise his head and didn't even look squarely at Chen Tong. Chen Tong did not say anything. Chen Hao was angry, and he didn't want to get into trouble. Chapter 40, This money, I have. Yang Wenjing is also very polite. Up shouted. Father, mother, second brother, Chen Tong and I have come to see you. Yang Wenjing is a youth who went to the countryside and knows what she's talking about. Korea Hyang that was a favorite. Of course, Chen Wenkai couldn't pick a single bad point. Korea Hyang took Yang Wenjing's hand and sized it up. Yang Wenjing, who was originally as thin as a bamboo pole, fat, the face is fleshy and red. There's blood color now. Is this woman living well? Look at the face. Just know. Chen Tong walked to the hospital bed, half squatted, and said, Father, your body. What did the doctor say? Korea Hyang heard this. The tears came, all at once, snapping down. Just as he was about to open his mouth to repeat what the nurse said, he saw Chen Wenkai glaring at him. What can it be? It's just uncomfortable. Just lie down for a few days. Chen Wenkai did treat Chen Tong a bit badly. The sight of him is distracting. A belly full of fire. If it were before, Chen Tong would have come over to take a look. Seeing Chen Wenkai lying here safe and sound, the big difference was believed. But, he wasn't the same Chen Tong as before. Wenjing, you stay here with mom and dad. I'll go out for a bit. In the hospital, it is most accurate to ask your doctor about the specifics of your patient's situation. Chen Tong went out. Instead, the atmosphere in the hospital room eased a bit. The second brother Chen Hao didn't give Chen Tong a good face, but he wouldn't to this sister-in-law of his. Chen Wenkai also stopped making faces, looked at Yang Wenjing. Why are you here? What are you doing in the hospital with a baby in your belly? This hospital is in their eyes. That's where the money burns. You know, in those days, many people delivered babies with midwives. The family is poor. Don't even consider coming to the hospital to have your baby. Deep down, rural people are a little bit repulsed by hospitals. Minor ailments. Fight them off. How can you afford to spend money? Yang Wenjing smiled. Father, you and second brother are injured. Can Chen Tong and I not come? Chen Wenkai sighed when he heard this. Thinking about my body, and the asshole son, and even more about the grandchildren or granddaughters yet to be born. The heart ached even more. Depressing. Dull. What's this asshole kid doing trampling on such a nice Yang Wenjing? You're not afraid of going to hell after you die. Chen Tong walked out of the hospital room. When I found the doctor's office, there was only a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, a white coat. Chen Tong handed over a cigarette. Chen Wenkai from Ward 25. The doctor smoked a cigarette and fell into a brief silence. He's been here for a few days now. His body is infuriated. The angry blood attacked his heart may have injured his brain, and the lack of cerebral blood supply has led to many kinds of complications. It will take a big price to treat him completely. And it's something that requires long-term medication, and those medications may have to be imported from abroad, which we don't have at the county hospital. We can't delay any longer. We need to hurry up and use medication to keep our body functions stable. This body will be in big trouble once it misses the best treatment time. Doctor, what's the approximate cost of that? $1,000 or so. A heart of Chen Tong's instantly fell to the ground. $1,000? He can afford it now. But, the doctor hesitated for a moment. The maintenance cost of the follow-up drugs will be higher. They are imported from abroad. A bottle will cost $200 to $300, and you need about 2 to 3 bottles a month. 2 or 3 bottles a month, which means $600 or $700 a month. Not a small amount. It's difficult for people in the county, not to mention the people in the ravine. The doctor was aware of Chen Wencai's condition. From a small ravine, earning money from odd jobs to support his family. It's money that simply can't be afforded. He hadn't wanted to say anything, but the healer's heart. It's not that patients don't have a chance of recovery, it's that the price is too high. Can't afford this imported drug at all. Chen Tong thanked him and left the office. For him, it doesn't matter if it's $600, $700 or $1,000 a month. It all has to be cured. Back in the hospital room, Korea Hyung was holding Yang Wenjing's hand and chatting. Chen Tong left for a while. From the dialogue, just the three of them, Chen Wenkai, Korea Hyung and Chun Hao, sensed that something was wrong. The meaning of the words. Yang Wenjing was all praising Chen Tong, and it wasn't faked. It came out naturally. Father, I've asked the doctor about your body, and it can be treated for $1,000. Chen Tong spoke lightly, but Chen Wencai's face immediately turned ugly. As long as? Are you scared out of your wits? What's wrong with you? Have you ever seen $1,000? It just came out of his mouth so lightly. Here the $1,000. Korea Hyang covered her face again and started crying. Chen Hao bit down on his cheeks. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pinched into his flesh. What did he, his brother, mean by saying such things at this time? Come to taunt? Already indifferent to this extent, Chen Hao got up and was about to explode. But Chen Tong's next words directly froze him on the spot. Not to mention Chen Hao, the entire ward was quiet as a pin could be heard. This money, I have. I'll pay the bill in a few minutes, so you can stay in the hospital in peace, and then I'll change you to a single room, so mom can take care of you. Chen Hao couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. His eyes were scarlet and he was panting like a raging lion. Do you know what $1,000 means? Do you know how much money that is? You think $1,000 is $100? Steal a cow, sell a pig, and you can get it for it? No one treats you like you don't exist if you don't come to see dad. You just know how to make trouble. Get the back. Korea Hyang cried even harder and hurriedly came over and stood between the two. Hand on heart, where Chen Tong was the character to suffer. His second brother gave him a scolding like that, in case if there was a fight in the hospital. So is she still alive? Stop it. Xiao Hao, you stop it. Tonger, take Wenjing back. She has a baby in her belly and can't be frightened. Korea Hyung's tears really don't cost anything, and they're pouring out. Chen Tong didn't talk back and quietly looked at his second brother Chen Hao. Wenjing, where's the money? Yang Wenjing took out a bunch of banknotes from her arms. Neat and tidy. It was placed on the hospital bed. At a glance, one by one. It's all about the big unity. And some gross bills. It's a sight to behold. Chen Hao froze. Korea Hyang froze. Chen Wenkai also froze. Father, mother, second brother. This is the money I earned from my business. Enough for this treatment. Chen Tong did not say that there would be subsequent monthly medication to maintain the treatment. $600 or $700 a month. It only adds to the stress of the older couple. Presumably, Chen Wenkai would have refused on the spot. That money on the hospital bed is not all of Chen Tong's money. He only came up with $1,100. The rest of the money was to be given to the villagers for the eel collection in the afternoon. In business, you can't run out of money in your hand. Chapter 41, Half Beliefs, Half Doubts. The moment that money was taken out, the whole ward got even quieter. Original. The other 4 hospital beds were all holding and watching the show. When Chen Tong said he had $1,000, some people secretly mocked in their hearts. $1,000? Take it out. He jumped off the second floor on the spot. Luckily, it didn't come out. Chen Wenkai rolled his eyes and almost fainted. That's really $1,000. Really? $1,000? Nothing else. Just about anyone in this ward. who's lived most of their lives, has ever seen this $1,000? I can't even dream of doing that. Chen Wensai's face was dark and scary. Cora Hyang had lived with him for most of his life and had never seen his face look so terrible. It was as if he wanted to eat Chen Tong. Son of a, you're a ing businessman? What kind of business makes so much money? What the hell have you been doing? What have you done to hurt the world? Do you want to piss your old man off? Do you want to get shot? Leaving Wen Jing and the unborn child behind? Ahem. Chen Wenkai was so excited that he coughed loudly and his body was trembling. 2 lines of muddy tears. It ran down his tan cheeks. This kid is here to take his life. What kind of sins did he, Chen Wenkai, commit in his previous life? In this life, retribution comes. Father, don't be angry. It's not stolen or robbed by Chen Tong. It's earned by his own hard-earned pennies. Yang Wenjing hurriedly explained. What? Chen Wenkai was stunned. Subsequently, and then broke down and cursed. How dare you deceive even a child as good as Wenjing? You should go to hell. Chen Wenkai thinks Yang Wenjing doesn't know anything. It was snubbed by Chen Tong. Otherwise, how could they have followed Chen Tong over to lie together? This asshole kid, he really deserves to be struck by lightning. You ate a gun. What are you doing with Wenjing? Where did she wrong you? You want to lie to her like this? There's still an unborn child in her belly. Chen Wenkai was in old tears. It feels like there is no hope in this life anymore. It's dark. Father, I watched Chen Tong do business with my own eyes. And I even helped. The entire Qingha village villagers followed along and made money. This money of his, it comes clean and square. Yang Wenjing was worried that Chen Wenkai would be angry once again and explained. That's if Chen Tong said it. Chen Wenkai was bound to disbelieve it. But it was daughter-in-law Yang Wenjing who said it. The credibility is still there. Chen Wensai's mood has stabilized for the moment. Coldly looking at Chen Tong, Yang Wenjing had to tell the story in detail, but did not say exactly what business she was doing or where she had sold it to. After all, there were so many outsiders in the ward. If everyone knows that selling eels and loaches is so lucrative, it would not cut off Chen Tong's fortune. Yang Wenjing isn't stupid. Father, Mom, you can disbelieve what Chen Tong said, but what I said can still be false. If not, Big Brother will follow us home and things will come out. Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong. Get up. Take his hand. I wanted Tran Tong to get better more than anyone. And, well, he did. Father, I was wrong about what happened in the past. I know it was wrong. Chen Tong took over Yang Wenjing's words, seriously and seriously. For a moment, silence fell over the ward. Brother, I'm going to pay for a better ward for father. I have something to do in the afternoon. Is it okay if you go back with me? Chen Tong looked at Chen Hao. Aha. Chen Hao answered in a deep voice. Having said that, Chen Tong came to the hospital bed and picked up a pile of duanjie. Chen Wenkai hesitated. After all, he didn't say anything. He didn't believe it though. But, there was no room for disbelief. Something that everyone in the village knows about. 9 times out of 10, that can't be faked. Just in case. What a sham. He, Chen Wenkai, then went from up the hill and found a pit to bury himself in. Just the moment Chen Tong was about to step out of the ward door, Chen Wenkai spoke up. You'll follow your brother back this afternoon to take a look around and lend a hand. By the way, that, Chen Tong does understand. And so does Chen Hao. In fact, it is to verify that Chen Tong this money comes from the right way. Chen Wenkai believed what Yang Wenjing said. However, he was worried that Yang Wenjing had also been hoodwinked by Chen Tong. Not for a while. Chen Tong then came back. Give the hospital $1,100 and all expenses will be deducted from it. When it's not enough, the hospital will let me know and I'll come back to pay. Chen Wenkai is going to stay in the hospital for a month. Doctors will have to observe his physical condition and prescribe the right medication. Many drugs are imported from abroad, so it's extremely expensive. Brother, father's ward has also been changed. It's on the 3rd floor, a single room. Now, Chen Tong helped Chen Wenkai up from the bed. Although Chen Wenkai was reluctant, he didn't push away. Cora Hyang wiped the tears from his eyes. Pack the clothes you brought. Chen Tong and Chen Hao set up Chen Wenkai on the left and the right and walked towards the 3rd floor, leaving only a room full of dumbfounded people. You're just leaving? Dreaming? Single room on the 3rd floor. Chen Wenkai laid down on the bed and curiously surveyed his surroundings. White sheets with red lettering. However, he didn't recognize it. Sterilized water doesn't smell as bad. The point is, boy, this bed goes up. So cozy, soft. Korea Hyang was even touching everywhere. Touch this and that too. There is a crib next to it. That's for the accompanying family members to sleep. The last few days accompanying Chen Wenkai. It is lying on the edge of the bed to sleep. Couldn't eat more than a few bites of rice. Old arms and legs hurt. Yo, can barely stand up, but who knows? Today it's a change of scenery. the shift came too soon. For a while, it's hard to get used to it. Mom, here's $100. Take it and don't spare any food or drink. Father's body. It needs nourishment now. Chen Tong took out another 10 sheets of Grand Unity. Handed it over. At once, tears were streaming down his face. TSK. Chen Wenkai was instantly dissatisfied. This, how can she cry even when she gives money? Kore Hyang took the money and wiped her tears. Well, go about your business. I'll just serve your father here. Chen Tong and Chen Hao are busy. And it's okay. The rest will have to be left to the doctors. It takes a professional to do what a professional does. Next, the two of them just have to make money. Father, Mom, I'll go back with Chen Tong and second brother. Yang Wenjing stood at the door of the hospital room and waved to the two men. Korea Hyang held Yang Wenjing's hand. The tears are coming down again. Go on. Slow down on the way. The hills are bad. Slow down. The three left the hospital. Chen Tong pushed the crate and Yang Wenjing sat on it. Chen Hao walked after him. Chen Tong knew his second brother's character and didn't initiate a conversation. With that, the three of them returned to Qinghe village. Chapter 42, Brothers in Arms. Back home, there were already quite a few people waiting at the door. The village headman, Chen Bulan, is also there, crouched to the side, smoking a dry cigarette. Seeing Chen Tong come back, stand up and pat the dust on your ass. If you don't come back, they'll be waiting. Yo, Chen Hao is here too. Chen Bulan was surprised. You're ahead. Chen Hao still has a bandage on his head. Walking up a hill, fell. Chen Hao's face was expressionless, and no one in the village knew this about his family. And don't pay attention. What's with the walking panic? Chen Bulan rebuked twice and didn't think much of it. Chen Tong parked the crate and helped Yang Wenjing down. Open the door and get out the scale. Chen Hao just watched from the sidelines. The reason why he followed Chen Tong back despite the fact that his injuries were not healed, it's to see if the money is coming from the right place. Eels and loaches 20 cents a caddy. Uncle Zhang, you're 8 caddies. A total of $1.06. Chen Tong deliberately said loudly, so that Chen Hao could really hear it. Yang Wenjing took out the Mao ticket and handed it over. Thanks, Chen kid. Zhang Yonglin smiled, took the money, and walked away. Chen Hao froze in place. That's $1.06 right there? Come that easy? 8 pounds of eels? Chen Hao thought of the fact that he followed behind Chen Wenkai to earn money by doing odd jobs. Carrying wood, carrying rocks. Barely earn $1 for a hard day's work. In the hands of Chen Tong, 8 pounds of eels made $1.60. He kind of can't think. Knowing that Chen Tong has returned from the county town, there are more door-to-door eel and loach sellers. It was busy all at once. Ergo, help me bring the big basket, Chen Tong said naturally. Chen Hao gave a beat. A flash of unnaturalness crossed his dark face. But, still, he walked over and brought the large basket over. Now, he was completely relieved. This unconscious brother of his own has really changed his ways. Not sure where that much money comes from though. But, at least his dad, Chen Wenkai, could use it without fear. There's no need to be scared. In the hospital, he himself was wrong about Chen Tong. Chen Hao did not make a sound. Well, Chen Tong weighed the eel loach handed over, poured into the large wicker basket, then, returned the nylon bag to the person. 3 people working together. The speed just went up. In no time at all, it was half a basket full. Chen Hao immediately brought a second basket. Eels and loaches are piled high and easily smothered. The corners of Chen Tong's mouth rose slightly at the unintentional sight. It also has to be a real brother, who does things on the up and up. When brothers are united, their strength is broken. After working all afternoon, several baskets and buckets were filled with eels and loaches. The small stragglers were only a poor few dozen pounds. It was late, too, and the sky was covered with haze. There are also fewer people coming to deliver eel loaches. Chen Tong whispered a few words in Yang Wenjing's ear. Yang Wenjing nodded and quietly left. Second brother, you go back later. Ah, there will be someone else to deliver the eel loach in a while. Wenjing is hungry. I'll go cook. After Chen Tong finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chen Hao to speak. A slinky run into the house. Chen Hao took a look. A helpless shake of the head. Honestly, he still couldn't believe that his brother had changed after all those years of hanging out. You know, just a while ago, he was the one who didn't even care about his pregnant wife. How did he change all of a sudden? These days, shelling out $1,000 isn't even a blink of an eye. Chen Hao was afraid that this was a dream. I'm afraid I'll wake up early tomorrow morning with a dream. He then went back to the hospital and crouched by the wall. Powerless, he looked at his father lying in his hospital bed. Until now, his steps were still vapid. Why does it smell like meat? Suddenly, Chen Hao smelled a meaty aroma. Without realizing it, it scurried up his nose. Chen Hao smiled to himself. What's with the nerve all of a sudden? I can't believe I smelled meat. It must be an illusion. What family would cook at this hour? Must be that I've been too hungry lately. Already hallucinating. Not a moment too soon. Chen Tong came out. Second brother. Wash your hands for dinner. If there are no villagers to deliver eels and loaches at this hour, no one will come. Chen Hao thought he had heard wrong. Did this kid just call himself for dinner? He turned around and saw the small broken table in the yard filled with food. That pile of pointy white flowers. Yes, white rice. And what's that shiny thing? Why does it smell so good? It was getting a little late and he couldn't see well. But he smelled it. Or is it pork flavor? That's right. It's pork flavor. Dad. Just then, a loud voice interrupted Chen Hao's thoughts. The small river came running with open arms. And behind the small river, it was Yang Wenjing and her own daughter-in-law, Li Hong. Original. Just now, Yang Wen quietly left. It was to call Li Hong and Xiao Jianghe to come over for dinner together. Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing thought together. Xiao Jianghe jumped into Chen Hao's arms. Voice choked. Dad, I miss you. Even Chen Hao, a man who didn't understand tenderness, reddened his eyes. He looked at Li Hong. Opening his mouth, he said, daughter-in-law. Li Hong was equally red-eyed. On the way here, Yang Wenjing had already told her. So, she was aware of it. Second brother, sister-in-law, come in and eat. Chen Tong heard the commotion and hurriedly greeted. Several people sat down around the table. Xiao Jianghe almost jumped up in excitement when he saw the sumptuous meal on the table. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, stir-fried pork with mushrooms, stir-fried pork with bok choy, and a steamed egg. All meat. Dad, look, pork, and white rice. Chen Hao grimaced. What's all the yelling for at the dinner table? Look at you. What are you doing? Li Hong snapped. How long has it been since the child has eaten white rice? Chen Hao froze. Yeah. How long has it been since a child has eaten white rice and pork? Chen Tong picked up a piece of pork and put it into Xiao Jianghe's bowl. Then, another piece of pork was chucked into Chen Hao's bowl. Yang Wenjing similarly chucked a piece of pork into Li Hong's bowl. Second brother, sister-in-law, don't be polite. The family has money now. None of this is a big deal. Chen Hao picked up the piece of meat in the bowl. Fragrance. He had mixed feelings in his mind. 5 flavors. He's lost a ton of weight in the last few days. In the hospital, shedding food and spending money. All he could think about was his father Chen Wen's medical bills. And now, hot white rice and sizzling pork are right in front of your eyes. He glanced at Chen Tong. Put the pork in your mouth. Chew slowly. Fragrance. It's so fragrant. His uncontested brother. Contested. The family was happy at the small broken table. Although Chen Wenkai and Korea Hyung are not present, there was still an atmosphere of joy that could not be concealed. Especially Xiao Jianghe, who ate 2 bowls of rice. After all, the hospital bills for treatment were settled. A big stone fell from everyone's heart. Chen Tong laughed heartily. Reborn once. He knew it in his heart. It's the intimacy that counts. In his last life, he made a mistake and was not willing to bow down. So he drifted away from his second brother Chen Hao, and died of old age for the rest of his life. In the end, only a lone grave of the second brother was visible. Chapter 43, Chen Hao watches Chen Tong make money with his own eyes. Finished eating. It was still early, so Chen Hao and the others were in no hurry to go back. Little River was very happy as she bounced around the yard. He hadn't had meat in a long time. So big chunks of meat. Chen Tong sent meat to Li Hong twice. The first time was when Li Hong made the end to the hospital. It's not that she doesn't want to give her kids meat. Rather, I'm afraid that my child will have a craving for one bite and won't be able to stop. Mess with her. The meat was delivered yesterday. Still at home and untouched. Li Hong didn't dare to move. The last time she was scolded. She took it to heart. Chen Tong cleaned up the dishes. River, come here. He waved at Chen Jianghe. Xiao Jianghe wasn't as afraid of Chen Tong as he used to be. Just now. And chuck yourself some pork. A hop, skip and a jump over. Chen Tong stretched out his hand. There were a few candies in the palm of his hand. Xiao Jianghe's eyes immediately lit up. However, he did not dare to take it. Instead, he turned his head to look at Chen Hao. Chen Hao was cold and said, "It's enough for a child to have food to eat. What sweets are you buying and spending money indiscriminately? Father spent so much money on hospitalization, and my younger sibling has a child in her womb, so she'll need money in the future." Chen Tong knows. This second brother of his is just a knife with a heart of gold. Chen Tong hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Gave the candy to Little River and told him to go play off to the side. Next, it's just a matter of getting down to business with my second brother. Chen Hao, second brother. Starting tomorrow, why don't you come over and help me together? Wenjing and I are too busy. The village of Clear River has a limited population. You can't catch thousands of pounds of eel and loach in a day. The only way to collect them is to push a crate to another village. Second sister-in-law Li Hong can also come over here to help. Two women are at home, waiting for the villagers to come and sell their eels. He went out with his second brother, Chen Hao, to collect eels. That way, you can collect a few hundred extra pounds every day. That's all money. Chen Hao nodded. Aha. Chen Tong let out a long breath. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to get past the past and that Ergo wouldn't want to come and help. Talked a little more. It's getting late. Chen Hao and Li Hong are going back. Walked to the door. Chen Tong spoke again. Brother, there are many houses at home, so why don't you come back and live here? Chen Hao paused for a moment. We'll talk about it when father gets better and comes back. Early the next morning, the east is just showing the white of the fish's belly. Chen Tong opened the door. Han Kyung is already here, holding the mountain goods in his hand. Chen Tong waited and gave the money. Uncle, how is Auntie Guan's health? Korea Kyung let out a long sigh. It's just that, thanks to you kid, it's a lot less stressful to bring us money. I should. They're all from the same village. Right. Uncle, do you know Zhao Denyo from the next village? Zhao Denyo? Korea Kyung subconsciously spoke. I know each other. Before, with your father and me, we would get together to find casual work to do. How is he? Chen Tong had only casually asked, not realizing that Korea Ching really knew Zhao Denyu. His father, Chen Wen-kai, borrowed the oxen and plowed the family's acres of land. Go back and die. To say that there was nothing fishy here, Chen Tong didn't believe it. And, Zhao Denyo opened his mouth to ask for $200, and that was really daring to ask. That's not a lion's share of the money. Pushing Chen Wenhai's family to the brink of extinction? In this day and age, it's harder than hell for a man in the ravine to come up with $200. Han Ke pondered for a moment. I had little contact with him. Your father had more contact with him, but it felt like he was very naive and honest. Chen Tong knows. It seems that things are not simple. Just then, the second brother, Chen Hao, also came. Chen Tong then didn't ask more questions. The three of them moved the eel loach onto the crate and set off for the county. Jingle bells. The crisp sound of a brass bell broke the peace of the morning. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the trio arrived at the aquatic supply house. As usual, Korea Kyung was waiting outside. He's been helping out for 2 days. There's no way to know how much money Chen Tong can make at one time. Chen Hao followed behind Chen Tong, came to the accountant's office. This time, the loach and eel totaled 820 pounds. There are just a few fish longer than chopsticks, so Chen Tong left them at home. Only brought some small assorted fish for the eel noodle shop owner. $820. Sheet after sheet of great unity. Chen Hao watched truly from behind Chen Tong. It's really over $800. Sell the eels and loaches and you're there. Although I was prepared, I was still taken aback. However, this could not be blamed on Chen Hao. The limitations of the times bound the thinking. In the 80s, the idea in most bones was to work hard and get rich. You can get rich farming. Doing business is a speculative thing. If you don't get it right, you're going in. This next, Chen Hao was completely relieved. Seeing with my own eyes that my brother is earning money from the public sector, not from a pit. Tran Tong kept the money close to his body, leaving the aquatic supply house. Gave Korea Kyung $1 and told him to push the crate and go back first. He pushed the rest of the eels and miscellaneous fish to the eel noodle shop. Another significant amount coming in. Boss, this is my own brother, Chen Hao. Chen Tong introduces Chen Hao to the boss and pulls out a Dichien Nen and hands it over. The boss happily took it and sized up Chen Hao. There's a few resemblances. What? Have your brother deliver it later? Chen Tong nodded. Once he's accumulated his first batch of seed money, he'll have to look at the longer term for his goals. He's going to the city to feel his way around. In the future, it will definitely have to be Chen Hao, the second brother, who comes to deliver eels and loaches. Before leaving, of course, he's going to pave all the way and have no worries. Chen Tong brought Ergo to the small noodle stand again. The same was introduced to the owner. The owner nodded. Since they are blood brothers, their natures should be similar. He doesn't care as long as the mountain goods delivered are fresh. The two left. Chen Tong and Chen Hao arrived at the county hospital. Ergo, go up. I'll wait for you down here. Chen Tong knew that the second brother insisted on coming to the county hospital. It's to report the disappearance. Let his father, Chen Wen-kai, be completely at ease with his treatment. Chen Hao walked quickly all the way to the hospital room. Chen Wen-kai is working out with the support of Korea Hyang. It's not a good idea to lie around all the time. Chen Wen-kai was annoyed and gasping for air. Obviously, the mind was still worried about where the $1,000 was coming from. Seeing Chen Hao coming, hastily speaking, he said, "What? Did you see it?" At this moment, Chen Wen-sai's heart was extremely nervous, afraid to hear news that I dare not think of. See, I was watching from last night until this morning. Chen Hao's tone was much more relaxed. The villagers sold eels and Chen Tong dragged eels and loaches to the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Society. Chen Wenkai told Korea Hyang to let go and sit on the hospital bed. A long breath. The heavens have opened up. His indisputable little son, finally getting the hang of it. Korea Hyang kept wiping her tears on the sidelines. The words kept coming out of his mouth. That's good. That's good. On a side note, the debut is coming soon. Brothers 5-star reviews are important. It's about the numbers in the back. So please give a 5-star review. Chapter 44, Collecting Eels in a Neighboring Village. Chen Hao got out of the hospital. The burden on his heart was laid down, and he looked much more relaxed. Chen Tong didn't ask what Chen Hao had gone for. It wasn't like he couldn't guess. Chen Tong pushed the crate and came to the supply house. Chen Hao followed behind and became anxious at the sight. What are you doing here? The stuff in here is old and expensive. Chen Hao is used to living a hard life and can't afford to spend money. Chen Tong smiled and said, "Second brother. In the past, the family was poor and didn't have any food, but now that they have money in their hands, they mustn't eat something good. You need strength to work. When Jing has a child in her belly, and Xiao Jianghua is growing up. So tell me, how can you not buy rice and flour grain?" Chen Hao couldn't say anything to Chen Tong. And, it's his own hard-earned money. It's not his turn to say how to spend it. Chen Tong parked the crate, pulled Chen Hao into the supply house. Chen Tong went straight to the stall selling rice. In the future, my brother and sister-in-law will all eat together, so I'll have to buy more rice. Get more noodles too. Though eating with 2 mouths became 5. But, Chen Tong heart is very happy. Family should not be like this. I bought 100 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of white flour, and some eggs, when pulling out the gross ticket. Looking at Chen Hao was a pain in the ass. It's not your own money though. Yet, he still felt wasted. What's wrong with sweet potatoes and potatoes that taste crunchy? It's all grown on your own land. It doesn't cost a penny. Second brother, look at this 100 pounds of rice, Chen Tong said deliberately. Chen Hao grunted, crouched down, and with one force, carried it on his shoulder. Chen Tong followed with 50 pounds of white flour and eggs, put the rice and noodles on the crate. Chen Tong came back to the pork store in front of the meat factory and bought 5 pounds of meat, and incidentally bought 2 blocks of tofu. The eyes of Chen Hao jumped as he watched. This brother of his, he spends money like water. What you spend today is what your neighbors in the same village spend in months. When I got home, Little River was already out of school and playing by himself in the yard. Yang Wenjing had just settled the bill for a group of people, and this time she and Li Hong were busy washing vegetables. Back, she watched as Chen Tong and Chen Hao came in with large bags of things. Well, I bought pork and eggs to make a meal of braised pork, and I'll have my sister-in-law give it to my parents this afternoon. They certainly can't afford to eat well in the hospital. He and his second brother, Chen Hao, had to go to other villages to collect eels and loaches after eating. Yang Wenjing is pregnant and can only send her sister-in-law Li Hong. Chen Tong put down the noodles in his hand and walked towards the house. Wenjing, you and your sister-in-law should go rest after washing the dishes. You've been busy all morning, right? Originally, Chen Hao was a bit distressed that Chen Tong was spending money recklessly. It's not easy to earn money these days. Save your money, how nice to save. When I heard that I was going to make braised pork for my parents, it didn't hurt right away. Father is hospitalized and weak. He should eat something good. Yang Wenjing and Li Hong washed the dishes and handed them to Chen Tong. At this hour of the day, Chen Tong was the only one who cooked in the village. One after another, people still come to deliver eels and loaches. Yang Wenjing was unambiguous, weighed and paid. Before long, the smell of meat wafted out of the house. The villagers who come over to deliver eels can smell it. It can be really gluttonous. They sell eels and loaches every day and make a little money. But, that's money you don't want to spend. Who knows, one day the eels and loaches will be caught out. They were grateful to Chen Tong, and at the same time they were all guessing how much money Chen Tong had earned from selling eels and loaches. Every day we eat at noon. It seems like you can smell meat every day. That's enviable. The braised pork is done. It also had fried tofu in it, and eggs. However, Chen Tong did not serve it to the table outside. There are still eel and loach sellers who haven't left. He fried 2 more veggies, sautéed greens with lard and scrambled eggs with mushrooms. It wasn't until the villagers had left that he brought it out and closed the door to the courtyard. He didn't want to show his wealth, but it was his normal routine. 3 meals a day, and there was no need to hide it. The red meat made a lot of it and put it in a pot. It was steaming hot, with a layer of oil floating on top. The meat smells mouth-watering. 5 bowls of white rice with stacked tips. Chen Tong chucked an oily egg to Chen Jianghua. Eat more, study hard in school and go to Tsinghua University. Xiao Jianghua ate with his mouth full of oil. His mouth was stuffed with bulging and slurred. Bo, what's Tsinghua North University? Chen Tong laughed loudly and said, I'll tell you later. After finishing his meal, Chen Tong brought out another pot of braised pork and served 2 more bowls of white rice. It was all placed in a bamboo basket and covered with a cage cloth. Li Hong wants to send Xiao Jianghe to school. Just passing through. Daughter-in-law. Second brother and I have gone to collect eels and loaches. Yang Wenjing straightened the broken hair in front of her forehead and said, "Go ahead. I'm at home. Don't worry about it." Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing's patchy clothes. Think of the floral dress. The tailor should be done. Yang Wenjing will look great in it. Jingle bells. The brass bells on the crates rang with a crisp sound. This time, it was Chen Hao who pushed the crate. Chen Tong followed behind. Second brother. Which village is Zhao Dinyo's family from? Chen Hao's face was a bit less natural as he said, "Why are you asking this? You don't want to be a jerk and look for him to fight." Second brother. What are you talking about? I'm a civilized person. Let's go to their village to collect eels and loaches. Other villages have them too. Chen Hao didn't understand what this brother was thinking. Second brother. You still don't believe me? Chen Hao had no choice but to push the crate to the village where Zhao Dinyo was. Yamazato village. It's even farther from the county. An entire village is without electricity. The folk are tough. The two walked for an hour to get there. It's not easy to push a crate, and it's hard to climb the dirt slopes, big and small. There is a lot of water in the mountain village, and you can see large and small ponds of water everywhere. There are a lot of ponds and a lot of loaches and eels. Chen Tong and Chen Hao pushed the crate to arrive here, and it was only 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just after eating and coming out to work. He didn't let Chen Hao take him directly to Zhao Dinyo. It's natural to be in no hurry for something fishy. Take your time. The two came to the edge of the rice field at the foot of the hill. As far as the eye could see, there were men and women working in the fields everywhere. Chen Tong cleared his throat. Put your hands to your mouth and synthesize into a trumpet shape, collecting loaches and eels and old turtles. This voice startled Chen Hao next to him. Doing business is doing business. What are you yelling about? 20 cents a pound. Bring it in for money. The voice is loud and centered. Along this mountain woof. It kept echoing and spreading out a long way. The villagers who had been bending over to plant rice seedlings heard the howl. All of them raised their heads, searching for the source of the sound and looking curiously in Chen Tong's direction. Collect what? Didn't hear that. It seems to be an eel and loach collector. These days, people still collect this? Can it taste good? Chapter 45, 300 pounds of eels and loaches arrived. The first voice shouts down. The villagers in the field looked up and then bent over. There's something wrong with this guy. It's not like you can eat loach and eel. There's no time to catch it here. Rice planting is important. Chen Tong touched his nose. It's a little awkward. Did he not make himself clear? Or did they not hear him? No money at all? Collect eels, loaches and soft-shelled turtles for 20 cents a catty. Chen Tong ripped out his voice and shouted. This time, they heard it clearly. So true. Hand eels, loaches, old turtles, 20 cents a pound. The ground is full of eels. Eel? Loach? A han was close, and smoothly touched one out of the mud hole in the paddy field, and threw it in front of Chen Tong, thicker than an adult's thumb, and it looked like it had to be 2 or 3 pounds, like a small snake. Are you sure you want to take this thing? He frowned. People in mountain villages don't thrive on deception. Chen Tong picked it up and brought it to Chen Hao for weighing. No more, no less, just 2 pounds. Chen Tong took out 40 cents and handed it to the man. The Hanyu was surprisingly rushed and really grossed out. A dime a dozen. Really? The Hanyu was in disbelief. Here, eels and loaches for 20 cents a pound. As many as I want. The middle-aged man wiped his hands. Take over. He pocketed it and paused, suddenly shouting. It's true. It really paid me. That blew up the field. They have put down their hands and started catching eels and loaches. Nice guy. That scene screams hilarity. Here. Someone came up from the field, carrying an eel in his hand, and curiously walked towards Chen Tong. Here. Really 20 cents a pound? Chen Tong took the eel and didn't talk. Wei Chen Ho. Half a pound. He drew a dime from the wad of gross bills in his hand and handed it over. Actions speak louder than words. The Hanyu froze and took it, headed down to the ground without looking back. At this time, the villagers who were planting rice seedlings in the field came. But, in his hand was just a sparse carry of an eel or two. Chen Tong cried and laughed. Uncles and aunts. I'll be over here for 2 hours. There's no rush. So grab more at once and send them in. It's no one's fault. Chen Tong only said to collect eels, and did not say when to go. And then there's the fact that anyone would want to verify the authenticity. The money that's coming in right away. Who isn't tickled? What if after half a day's work, you catch 7 or 8 pounds and you're gone? Chen Tong is very patient. There's no need to rush this. He was from an outside village, and it was normal for people not to trust him. 1 by 2. He waited for the person first and then paid for it. Get the money. Immediately became different. Huffing and puffing. He went down to the ground. his feet flying. Chen Tong looked at Chen Hao and let out a bitter smile. This thing is ed up. He took a scoop to the small puddle next to him and scooped water in a wooden bucket, watering it once in a while. The villagers of Shanli village were enthusiastic. It's not their fault, though. Shanli village is even poorer than Qingha village. They don't go to the county at all. They have to go to the town. And you can only pick the time of the year when it's a holiday. They would carry the pigs they killed, sheep, eggs and some other goods to the town to sell for money or barter. On weekdays, families are poor. Many people were hungry and had to drink water to fill their hunger. It would be 20 cents a pound for eel and loach. And God knows how excited they were. Planting rice seedlings? When can't you plug in? When the god of wealth comes today, the whole family must mobilize, catch eels together and sell them for money. Come, boy, see how many pounds of eel and loach I have. A dark crop duster with lots of dirt still on his legs and a bare upper body that showed off his firm muscles. And his clothes, sparsely dripping. It was filled with eels and loaches. Chen Tong took a small bamboo basket and weighed it. Then pour the man's eel loach into the bamboo basket. 6 pounds. Chen Hao reported the weight. Chen Tong took out a piece of 20 cents and gave it to the man. A hot, gross ticket. For real. It really is the god of fortune. Boy. My. Look how much mine weighs. Li Erdog, don't come to my field. Have you finished catching in your field? Gee, why are you in my field? Oops. Uncle. I was careless. If you cross the line again and catch my family's eels and loaches, I'll get angry with you. These villagers ran back and forth, delivering loaches and eels trip after trip, because they don't have anything for eel loaches. One can only take off clothes that are full of patches, bulging. There were even parents muttering around their small children. Those kids ran away as fast as they could. It was to call the family and to get the basin and barrel. It's a trip to deliver eels and loaches. It's not a waste of time. Time is a gross ticket. The sun was slowly setting. Chen Hao weighs in and Chen Tong pays. The cooperation is so skillful. As the sky gradually darkened, Chen Tong filled the baskets and barrels he brought with him. The passion for catching eels in the mountain village. It was much higher than he thought it would be. This trip down, enough to collect 300 pounds of eels and loaches. Before leaving, Chen Tong bought a few more large baskets. Otherwise, plus the eels and loaches at home definitely won't fit. 300 pounds of eel and loach. $60 after cost. Netting $240. It was a trip that wasn't wasted. Chen Hao pushed the crate while Chen Tong helped. By the time the two got home, it was dark. Li Hong and Yang Wenjing both stood at the door anxiously waiting. After all, you are going to another village and are not familiar with it. Never saw the two return. Naturally, he was full of worry. It was only when they heard the sound of the crate's bell that the two men dropped their hearts. Yang Wenjing held the kerosene lamp, the weak flame illuminating her face. Extraordinarily beautiful. Worry was written all over her black and white eyes. The village in the mountains is a bit far away. The road is not easy to travel. And there are a lot of eels and loaches. So I'm a bit late. Chen Tong pushed the crate into the yard. Chen Hao came forward to help. The two will be filled with baskets of eels and loaches unloaded. How many eels have been sent from our village? Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing, his eyes full of heartache. Must be exhausted this afternoon. 650 pounds were collected in the morning and afternoon. And there are only 30 pounds of small mussels left. Chen Tong nodded. It adds up to 950 pounds. It's not enough. However, he knew in his heart, the eel and loach in Clear River Village have been catching for days. It's not easy to catch next. The documents coming down from the province can't just be a gust of wind and pretense. It's not good to do everything you can to catch fish after all. Looks like some ideas are on the agenda. He is going to fly higher while the east wind of vigorous development of fisheries and agriculture is still there. Keep expanding. The more raw capital you accumulate the better. Chapter 46 Energizing and Buying Donkeys. 5 people, eating around a small, broken table, lit by a kerosene lamp. The table was broken, but the food was plentiful. The red meat that I didn't finish for lunch. Cooked porridge tonight with sweet potatoes in it. The sweet potatoes were brought from home by Li Hong. The family ate and laughed and chatted. Second brother, why don't you and your sister-in-law move in here? Otherwise it's inconvenient to go back and forth. What's so inconvenient about it? It's a few minutes away. How long has that home been up? And you don't live there anymore? Chen Hao took a sip of the white rice porridge. It smelled so good. It was hot and comforting in my stomach. Not only is it hot in the belly, but also in the heart. When Chen Tong asked him to come back and stay, it was with all sincerity. It's not a facetious, casual remark. To move or not to move. Wait for his father Chen Wenkai to come back. It was enough that his brother had this heart. Finish eating. Chen Hao held Xiao Zhenghut and Li Hong. Going home. Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing stood in the doorway and watched the backs of the departing family of 3 through the moonlight. and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but turn upward. Simple happiness. Ordinary and rare. Chen Tong felt even more deeply. The times behind him flew by. The divorce rate is surprisingly high. How many children never get to experience the happiness of a complete family? The next day, Chen Tong got up early. Go to the village headman, Chen Bulan. Chen Tong has come to a truth. If you have any problems, you can find Chen Bulan. At this point, Chen Bulan has already gotten up, sitting on the threshold of the courtyard entrance, half squinting and smoking a dry cigarette. Beautifully enjoyed. Uncle, come taste mine. Chen Tong pulled out a Dichinmen and handed it over. Chen Bulan had a jolt. The smoke choked in his throat. Ahem. This kid. Why don't you make a sound when you walk? Oddly scary. It took a few minutes for Chen Bulan to ease up. But, he didn't reach out to take the cigarette that Chen Tong handed over. He was afraid the cigarette would be hot to hold. This kid. He's got nothing to do with it. It's bound to be something when you come. So it depends on whether it's easy or difficult. Granted. The kid is now reformed. However, thinking about what happened in the past, Chen Bulan was still more or less terrified. You kid. Running over here early in the morning to scare people, nah. Chen Bulan's mouth whined. Uncle. It's too dark at night and the house wants electricity. Chen Tong didn't beat around the bush and said something. Chen Bulan exhaled a mouthful of dry smoke and looked up at Chen Tong. His eyes inadvertently glanced over the cigarettes Chen Tong was pinching in his fingers. That's high class. No more? Chen Bulan asked as he knocked the dry cigarette in his hand. Nope. Chen Tong shrugged with both hands. Chen Bulan breathed a sigh of relief and took the Dichinmen cigarettes. I'll have it done for you this afternoon. Chen Tong walked away happily. Get home and finish cooking. Yang Wenjing just happened to get up. The village chief will bring someone to turn on the electricity this afternoon. And I've bought all the bulbs. They're in my room. Yang Wenjing nodded. Had breakfast. Both Korekyung and Chanho are here. The three of them worked together to lift the eels and loaches in the baskets onto the crate. With the sound of a crisp brass bell, the trio set off for the county seat. Everything is going well. Deliver the goods and take the money. Han Kyung went back first. Chen Tong and Chen Hao each pushed a crate. Brother, let's go buy 2 donkeys. Buy a donkey? Chen Hao was surprised for a few moments. What's the point of buying a donkey when you're doing a good job? There's a lot of money to burn. I can push this crate even with 500 pounds of goods on it. And $70 or $80 for a donkey is too expensive. Chen Hao didn't want Chen Tong to spend money recklessly. Second brother. Eel Loach Aquatic Supply and Marketing Society is in high demand. How much to ask for? The two of us pushing a crate to collect eel loach is too little. A day even 1,000 pounds. If the two of us separate to collect eels, we are able to collect a lot more per day. Tran Tong is right. The hills are bad. Mud and gravel mix. It's fine if it doesn't rain. It's acceptable for one person to push a few hundred pounds of cargo. But if it rains, it's a problem. And, when you go to other villages to collect eels and loaches, you have to walk through the mountains, with high and low hills. Tired people. The body is the capital of the revolution. If the brothers split up and go to another village to collect eels, there will be less people to help. It's still really hard to get. It's not cost effective in case of injury. With a donkey pulling the cart, it saves time and labor. This time, Chen Hao didn't object anymore. He felt that Chen Tong was right. Yesterday, he went to the village of Shanli to collect eels and loaches, and he was deeply impressed. It took a lot of effort to push up the dirt slope with the two of them working together. The genus is not easy. An hour and a half later, the two arrived at the town's livestock market. This livestock market is mostly used for bartering. Very few people will pay for it, mainly because it's too expensive for the average person to get. Donkeys and mules dominate the trade, and from time to time half-sized calves are also sold. It's in town, but it's actually pretty much the same as the countryside, surrounded by farmland and puddles. The little calf lay on its back in the puddle, its tail wagging, and from time to time it half buried its nose in the water and made a grunting noise. Chen Hao and Chen Tong took a walk. The crofter, squatting in front of his donkey and mule or calf, doesn't even look the two men in the eye. Instead, they have a wary mind. I'm afraid I'm here to step on it, because the few families that are here come with their own livestock. And who comes here with 2 empty hands to poke around? Buying livestock? They don't believe it. Just the way these two were dressed. They didn't look rich at first glance. These days, there are lost cows and mules from time to time. Not long ago, I also heard that a family in Dongjia village lost their sick cow. The man of the house, with both eyes rolled back, almost passed away. Whoever did this is not afraid of losing their children and grandchildren. The town's livestock market is not only for exchanging and buying and selling but also a medium for disseminating information from the neighboring villages. The two searched around and finally found themselves in front of a donkey in his prime. That middle-aged man sitting on the ground had a jolt, eyes coldly looking at Chen Tong and Chen Hao. Brother, How do you sell the green in your house? The older brother was a middle-aged man with sturdy calves and arms and bronzed skin, pulling up his pants and wearing sleeveless patched clothes. He had a straw hat in his hand and waved it around. It's not for sale. It's not for sale. Look elsewhere. Chen Tong and Chen Hao were dumbfounded. Isn't this a livestock market? Why isn't it for sale? We pay for it. Chen Tong opened his mouth to emphasize. The middle-aged man waved his hand and sat down again. Like shooing flies, the two had no choice but to leave and proceeded to wander around the livestock trading market. After asking several in a row, people were unwilling to talk to Chen Tong. But, through the chat, Chen Tong also more or less sensed a bit of abnormality. He came to an old man who was buying a calf. Moncler outlet online there was bearing a dry cigarette in his hand. Chen Tong took out a Diqianmen and handed it over. Chapter 47 Buying a Donkey and Unexpected News. Moncler outlet online wearing a straw hat he knitted himself. A pair of tattered and mud-covered liberation shoes. The torn and holy top shabby over his own body, exposing his lean arms and body. A face, furrowed in black and red. Seeing the cigarettes handed by Chen Tong, the muddy eyes lit up. You've never eaten pork. You've seen a pig run. Moncler outlet store I have seen people smoking cigarettes. A high-class product. He wiped his hands, wanting to take it but not daring to. Moncler, here are the cigarettes. I was just inquiring about something. After all, Moncler outlet store he did not resist the temptation of cigarettes, and reached out his dirt-covered palms. Take it carefully. What is it? Young man? Master, I want to buy a donkey, but how come several uncles are not selling? Chen Tong voiced his doubts. What? Buy a donkey? Moncler outlet store suspecting that he heard wrong. There are really people who want to buy donkeys? It's almost always livestock for livestock here. Very few people come over to buy donkeys, and the two of you looking around with empty hands makes people suspicious. Suspicious? Chen Tong and Chen Hao were both puzzled. Why? You don't know. Some time ago, a family in Dongjia village lost their sick cow, and they haven't found it yet. Moncler outlet store smoking a dry cigarette. He looked around, then lowering his voice, he said, supposedly, that cow was being targeted right here at the livestock market at that time. Chen Tong and Chen Hao instantly understood. Dare the two of them to be misunderstood by others. This thing is ed up. Chen Tong smiled helplessly. Suddenly, it was as if he had thought of something. Came to be interested in this stolen sick cow. He crouched down, looked at the simple Moncler outlet store, and drew another large front door. Moncler outlet store flattered. A palm full of dirt and grime covered cracks in the crevices of his nails took it. Grandpa, didn't this family whose cattle were stolen call the police? Reported. How can it not be reported? But, separated by this mountain after mountain. If people really want to hide, how can you find them? Several people from the public family came and searched the hills near Dong's village a few times without finding them. And finally, they just let it go. Chen Tong pondered. Are some things really that coincidental? Not to mention, the ox that his dad borrowed from Zhao Danyou. The second brother only plowed a few acres of land and died when he sent it back. It had to make him suspicious. Chen Tong chatted for a while longer and had a general understanding in his heart. Then he got up and left with Chen Hao. The two men went back to the middle-aged man with the straw hat who was selling this cow in its prime. It's perfect for hauling cargo. That middle-aged man saw Chen Hao come back to survey his donkey again. It was a bit of a sitting duck in the moment. Cold down. Seeing this, Chen Tong hurriedly pulled out a prepared stack of Mao tickets. Uncle, I'm really here to buy a donkey. The middle-aged man saw the Mao ticket in Chen Tong's hand and his expression eased. However, it remains a matter of skepticism. Do you really want to buy this donkey from my family? Chen Tong nodded and pointed to the crate parked not far away. Yes, buy a donkey to haul a load. You name your price. But it's the first time I've come to sell a donkey, and I don't know how much this donkey in my house costs. The middle-aged man made a mistake. He doesn't know how much a donkey costs, either. The people around them gathered around when they saw that there was business on this side. Most of them traded livestock for livestock. First time I've ever seen someone buy a donkey for cash money. Brother Zhou, why don't you make an offer? Yes, Brother Zhou. It's a lot of money for nothing. It's not an easy opportunity. The middle-aged man had a difficult look on his face. I'm afraid that if I bid high, people won't want to buy it and I'll waste such a good opportunity. Bid low and lose out on yourself. For a while, take the price. Here, that's better. I want to trade this donkey for a cow. It was all he could come up with. Originally, he was just here to trade for a cow. Uncle, it's a little hard to exchange a donkey for a cow, isn't it? These days, a donkey and a cow. People know exactly which one is expensive and which one is cheap. How precious the cow is. This ass is not even close. The middle-aged man scratched his head, grinned, and said, I'm trading for a half-grown calf, not a full-grown cow. Chen Tong understood. But, it remains difficult. Who wants to trade a calf for a donkey? What's wrong with your brain? Then wait, I'm going to buy the cow. Chen Tong remembers, just now that the grandfather is not next to the calf. Moncler outlet store. He was holding the Dakianman cigarettes given by Chen Tong and sniffed them under his nose. That's called a fine one. Seeing that Chen Tong was back again, he hurriedly put away his cigarettes. He's worried about being asked to go back. Chen Tong pretended not to see it and said, Master, is this calf for sale? Moncler outlet online. A grunt got up from the floor. You want to buy me this cow? Yes. You make an offer. Really? The old man is still a bit unconvinced. The price of a calf is not low. Chen Tong took out the Mao ticket and waved it in front of his eyes. The price was right and I bought it. The old man pondered for a moment and held up 3 fingers. 330? Chen Tong asked in a small voice. The old man shook his head. Chen Tong was stunned. 300? This little calf could be worth $300? That's the price. And it's the same if you ask anyone else. Usually for livestock. The old man wasn't lying. That's the truth. Few people would take money for them. They were traded for homegrown livestock. No specific figures are involved. We all have what you want. And we all have what we need. And not much. That's why Chen Tong had to take money to buy it. And that's what drew a lot of people around. If it's a full-grown cow, it's even more expensive. Moncler outlet store muttered. Chen Tong slapped his head. He hadn't really thought that a heifer calf would be so expensive. He couldn't help but think of stealing and selling the cows that his big brother Chen Hao had raised earlier. It seems like it only sells for $100 or so, I think. Besides, it was a full-grown cow. Loser, loser. Chen Tong all but admired his own largesse. Sir, is 208 okay? Chen Tong gritted his teeth. The donkey was definitely to be bought. Moncler outlet store. Think for a moment. Son, I've been spending half a month here with this little calf, and no one has taken 3 little piglets in exchange for it, and seeing that you lads are sincere in your desire to buy it, I'll take a little loss. Moncler. Seeing that Moncler outlet online he was so quick, Chen Tong was embarrassed to press the price. Come to a secluded spot and point out the corresponding ticket. Back to the big man. 1 hand to pay, 1 hand to deliver. Moncler outlet online 5 times. Sure. Only then did he let Chen Tong take the calf away. The middle-aged man saw Chen Tong bringing the calf. The first thing that happened was a smile on his face. Hey, kinda let him trade for a calf. Chen Tong just wanted to give the calf to the middle-aged man, but was stopped by Chen Hao. He saw him come to the donkey, break its mouth, look at its teeth, and make sure it was a donkey in its prime before nodding his head. The middle-aged man, suddenly a bit reluctant to part with his donkey, patted the donkey's ass and yelled, Go on, work hard. Sort of a simple goodbye for rural people. Debut tomorrow. Guys, leave a 5-star review, please. Chapter 48. Zhao Danyo of the Mountain Village. A young calf for a donkey in his prime. Obviously, Chen Tong is a bit of a loser. But, bartering is just that. Take what you need. It doesn't matter if the price is high or low. It just feels right. The donkey was stubborn and wouldn't follow Chen Tong at first. Chen Tong came to the edge of the puddle and picked some alfalfa grass before this donkey followed the two. The 2 men and the donkey did not leave. 1 donkey is not enough. Got both ends. Chen Tong stopped by another donkey. This donkey saw his companion. Squeak. The screamed. The donkey was a little shorter than the one I had just bought, and his 4 legs were bulging and muscular, so it looked like he hadn't done much work. Chen Hao looked at the donkey's teeth and there was no problem. Eventually, after bargaining, the donkey cost Chen Tong $260. The 2 donkeys cost $540. Chen Hao's face became even darker. Same as the bottom of the pot. The 2 donkeys were brought to the side of the crate and tied with a board of twine. He patted the 2 donkeys. Do a good job and follow me to eat and drink. The 2 donkeys shouted at the same time, as if responding to Chen Tong. Chen Tong does not know how to drive a donkey cart, so he can only lead it back. It was 11 o'clock when the 2 arrived home. The villagers delivered a number of eels and loaches, which were placed in baskets in the yard. Yang Wenjing and Li Hong. 1 person weighs and 1 person gives money and records. The sisters-in-law work well together. The free time is spent chatting and preparing the meal for lunch. A small life would be very fulfilling. Had lunch. Chen Tong and Chen Hao went to collect eels and loaches. Since Chen Tong did not know how to drive a donkey cart, he drove one out in the afternoon. Chen Hao drove the donkey cart while Chen Tong learned beside him. This stuff isn't hard. It's easy to pick up once you learn it. On the crate, several large baskets and barrels were placed. Jingle bells. The sound of brass bells rang out, and the 2 men sat in the crate. Traveled to Shanli village to collect eels and loaches. Pop. There was an explosion and a spin in midair. Chen Hao's whip was extremely forceful, like explosive thunder. the donkey began to power up, pulling the crate forward. With a donkey pulling the crate, it went faster. It took the two of them less than an hour to reach the village of Yamazato. At this point, it was just the right time to get down to work. This time, the villagers in the mountain village were smart enough to go down to the ground and bring pots and barrels. There were a lot more people than yesterday, because we all know that today the god of fortune will also come to collect eels and loaches. Some were down early and already had small half pots of loach and eels. Eels are finger thick, tens of centimeters long, and very powerful. The loach is short and stubby, with solid golden and brown skin, all freshly caught from the patties, fresh as a whistle. However, their only doubt was that it was edible. What should I eat? It wasn't like they hadn't gotten it before, and it tasted so earthy in their mouths that they almost spit out their overnight meal. Collect eels, loaches and soft-shelled turtles for 20 cents a catty, Chen Tong yelled at the top of his lungs. Chen Tong patted the donkey's head. This ass! What a tease! When the donkey cart stopped, someone came with eels and loaches to sell. Chen Hao took it and removed the weight of the basin. 6 pounds. All right, $1.02. Chen Tong counted out the corresponding amount and handed it to the man. One by one, people started to bring eels and loaches. It's all full of buckets and tubs and the weight comes up all at once. Just then, a man in his 50s or 60s came along carrying a barrel. Here, weigh it, please, little brother. The man froze just as he finished his sentence. At the same time, Chen Hao looked up and saw him. It's you! The two spoke in unison. Chen Hao's eyes reddened on the spot, putting down the scale in his hands and rolling up his sleeves. Son of a, Zhao Denyo. He was the one who shouted at him that day and injured him. Zhao Dania took a look at Chen Hao. Froze. I didn't realize there was Chen Hao among the eel and loach collectors. He put down the barrel in his hand. Surprisingly, it's you kid. How dare you come to Shanli village? I haven't even gone to ask your father for money yet. These two are enemies. Chen Tong pulled Chen Hao back, fearing that he would act on impulse. The two of them would definitely be the ones to suffer if they fought with others in the outer villages. Chen Tong carefully surveyed Zhao Daniu, close to 1 meter 8 tall, flat head, dressed in rags, looks really look at a glance to give people a very honest feeling. Zhao Denyo. My name is Chen Tong, the youngest son of Chen Wenkai. Chen Tong introduced himself. Zhao Denyo froze again. Chen Wenkai's youngest son? Isn't he a loser? He and Chen Wenkai worked together as laborers and once heard Chen Wenkai talk about it. There are 2 sons in the family, and the youngest son is not a fighter. He's been fooling around all day long, doing all sorts of sneaky things. Why are you collecting eels and loaches again? Zhao Denyo's brain was a bit wrapped up in a circle for a moment. If you can't get around it, don't spare it. Today, just in time, to set the record straight. That's a nice donkey, just as good as that cow. Zhao Daniu eel loach is also not sold. Hands behind the back. Choose your day. Meet you 2 today, and pay for the cow. Oh yes, the ox died delaying the plowing of my family's field. It's also a loss. Add it all up and give a total of $220. Zhao Denyo looked naive in appearance. This heart is truly black. Tian didn't delay at all, but opened his mouth and asked for an extra $20. Chen Tong sneered. Without slowing down, he opened his mouth. Pay you? No problem. That cow is used by my family and walked to your door and died. I'll admit this. You said $200. I'll pay you every penny. Zhao Daniu's heart was delighted. This Chen Wenkai's youngest son is really good to hold. This money isn't spoken for. But, Chen Tong continued, that cow died, and I gave you money. Shouldn't you give me the dead cow? That cow's been dead for a week. Chen Tong didn't believe that Zhao Daniu would stay at home and watch him rot and stink. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the cow had been sold by Zhao Daniu in all likelihood. You! Zhao Daniu was speechless and his face turned a little red. This kid, he's not that easy to hold. When a cow dies in this heat, it's bound to rot and stink. And I buried it. Buried where? Chen Tong pressed on step by step. If you bury it, and I haven't asked you to pay for digging the hole to bury the cow. Zhao Daniu's tone was noticeably weaker. The cow. Long ago, he sold for $100 or so. He knew the cow was sick and didn't dare ask for more. What's more, the cow wasn't his own. The heart is weak. It doesn't matter if it's buried. It's okay for me to look at the cow's bones. I'll pay you money if I see the bones of that cow. Chen Tong raised the pile of Mao tickets in his hand. Look at Zhao Denyo. Chapter 49, Robbing Money? Don't you want to ask the villagers of Shanli village? Zhao Daniu was unable to speak at Chen Tong's blockage. Originally, he had wanted to wait for a few days to call out a few relatives and go to Chen Wenkai in person. Anyway, that cow did die when Chen Wenkai borrowed it and returned it. Can't rely on it. It's hot right now and dead cows don't last long. It must have rotted. So he went to a cattle dealer to sell it. That cattle dealer looked at a cow that big for only $100, bought it without even thinking about it. Now, he couldn't find a single cow's hair, let alone a cow's bone. Ha, what's going on here? Young man, do you still collect eels and loaches? Someone came to sell eels and saw this. Can't help but wonder. Chen Tong revealed his white teeth and smiled. Collect, come weigh in. Chen Tong took it from the man and handed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao grimaced. There was fire in his heart, but this business could not be left undone. To make money, 12 pounds. Okay, that's $2.04. Take it. Chen Tong handed out the gross ticket. The man rejoiced and went back to catching eels and loaches. And a word on the way out. Zhao Denyo, what are you waiting for if you don't sell eels and loaches? Your family has a lot of money. Zhao Dania's face was unnatural and he smiled awkwardly at his fellow villagers. Then, and he's gone. Didn't even take the bucket. Looking at the fading Zhao Daniu, Chen Hao opened his mouth. And that's all there is to it? Whether things count or not, it's not me, it's him, Chen Tong said with a smile. If he insists on asking for money, don't blame me for not being polite. That cow, in all probability, is not Zhao Denyo's family. The eels and loaches kept coming. The two of them, Chen Tong and Chen Hao, were busy again. Auntie, ask you something. Chen Tong called out to a middle-aged woman who had just finished weighing eels and loaches. In his experience of living again, a village thing, ask the middle-aged woman that is not running. Gee, you tell me, lad, as long as it's about my village, I know all about it. The middle-aged woman's eyebrows were raised. The god of fortune is calling him to understand things. Happy as can be. Zhao Denyo from your village. Familiar? Che, the middle-aged woman rolled her eyes. Certainly not against Chen Tong. Hanging man, no use for, no money all day long. Wife ran away with someone. It is also said that they often steal chickens and dogs, but it is not in our village. So they turn a blind eye. Chen Tong touched his nose. This Zhao Denyo was a match for himself before he was reborn. And does he have a cow? Cow. Just his dangling face. His family is so poor that he doesn't even have a cow's hair. The middle-aged woman's words to Zhao Daniu were filled with contempt. The man is useless and the family is in bad luck. Everyone looks down on it. Chen Tong nodded. Thank you. Hurry up and catch eels and loaches. I want as many as I can get. Hey, okay. The woman went down to the field at a quick pace. There aren't many things that are so easy to make money on. In less than half an hour, 200 pounds of eels and loaches have been collected. At this rate, we won't have a problem getting 500 or 600 pounds today. Chen Tong thought. Suddenly, Chen Hao patted Chen Tong's shoulder. Zhao Denyo has brought someone. Chen Hao was a bit nervous, took the iron lump off the scale and held it in his hand. In a moment when the situation is not right, you run away first and leave me alone. Honest people start to get tough, and that's not to be messed with. After all, this is another village. If they really fought, it would be the two who would suffer. Chen Tong's heart warmed and he looked back. Sure enough, Zhao Daniu walked ahead of the others, followed by 5 or 6 Hans, all with sticks in their hands. It's okay. Chen Tong comforted Chen Hao. But, there are still a few nerves in the back of my mind. These days, a lot of people have a weak sense of law and it's normal for them to do something illegal. And, some of them don't feel they've done anything wrong. Zhao Daniu aggressively led his men to surround the crate. Pestle and stick. These two boys are Chen Wensai's sons. It's only right that a father's debt be repaid by his son. If you don't pay back the money today, don't even think about walking out of Shanli village. Pay back. Pay back. Zhao Denyo shouted all his own relatives. Otherwise no one in the village would really help him. And, promised a $5 mile each. I said it's okay to pay back the money. I want to see the cow. Chen Tong said. What's a cow or not? It's so hot this day. Leave it at home to rot and stink? After Zhao Dania finished speaking, he directly went up to grab the Mao ticket that Chen Tong was holding in his hand. Chen Tong's eyes were quick. Swish. The sound. Received behind. He was a little shocked. I didn't expect Zhao Denyo to go straight for the money. Chen Hao clenched his cheeks and was about to make a move. It was pulled down by Chen Tong's dead weight. At this time, the villagers catching eels and loaches in Shanli village also sensed that something was wrong. There was a flurry of walking. Why is Zhao Denyo calling people to gather around the god of fortune? Zhao Denyo, what the are you doing? What are you doing with sticks around little brother? Zhao Denyo, if you cut off my wealth, don't blame me for getting angry with you. The village in the mountains was so poor that the opportunity to earn money like this never existed. Not to mention, is so easy to earn. They thought Zhao Denyo saw money and wanted to rob in the open. That's not going to work. Uncles and aunts. I'm from Qinghe village. My father borrowed the ox from Zhao Denyo's family and died when he returned it. Zhao Denyo wants $200. The $200? I promised to give it to him. But is there anything wrong with the reasoning that I want the dead cow? Chen Tong purposely spoke loudly so that everyone could hear. What? Zhao Dinyo's family has cows? Where's the cow when you're poor and your wife has run off with someone? Son of a Zhao Dinyo. Where did you get a cow in your ing house? Zhao Dinyo. Don't mess around here. Chen Hao didn't know about Zhao Dinyo's family. The villagers of Shanli village know Zhao Dinyo's family can't even take a cow's hair, not to mention a cow. Zhao Dinyo's face turned red. Urgent. Chen Tong knew that this would be a bit of a mess in Zhao Dinyo's head. He's going to add to the fire. I heard that a family in Dongjia village lost a sick cow, and the man of that family was so anxious that his eyes rolled back in his head, and he's still lying in bed. Of course, the police were called, and public officials are still searching around. Chen Tong deliberately exaggerated the claim, terrorized Zhao Dinyo. Zhao Dinyo's heart was shocked and cooled down. It's like being caught in flagrante delicto. Other people don't know how the cow came to be, but he, Zhao Dinyo, knows it in his heart. It's none of my business if someone else's cow is lost. Zhao Dinyo muttered in his defense. The voice is weak. The aura from earlier was completely gone. Wilt. After all, they are from the ravine. And when they hear the word public their legs go weak and they lose the ability to think. Chen Tong looked at Zhao Dinyo with a smile. Zhao Dinyo. If you scare our god of wealth and cut off our fortune, I'll be angry with you. That's right, Zhao Dinyo. If you think about getting something for nothing, I'll your house up if the god of wealth doesn't come tomorrow. If you don't leave, I'm going to call out to the village headman and call the publicans here to see what's going on. Zhao Dinyo's legs trembled. Things have gotten out of hand. He's about to go in. He hasn't spent the money from that cow sale. You. Zhao Dinyo couldn't say anything for a while. With so many people around, he'd be exposed for lying any way he could. It will only be a whitewash. Little brother, don't be afraid. I see that you two are real people. Zhao Dinyo dares to make things difficult for you. You just tell us. Yes, if we terrorize you, we'll help you. The villagers of Shanli village are very unfavorable to Zhao Dinyo. Uncles, aunts, thank you. Tomorrow afternoon. I also come to collect eels and loaches. You can rest assured boldly catch, as long as it is not dead. I want all. Chen Tong threw in the towel. Zhao Dinyo knew that it couldn't go on any longer. He was afraid of being arrested. There's a chance of getting shot. Who can't be afraid of death? Zhao Dinyo just left with his men in ashes. Chen Hao let out a sigh of relief. This brother of his, how did he know that someone in Dawn's village lost his cow? This question, too, was on Zhao Dinyo's mind. This kid, how did he know he stole this cow from the sick cow in Dawn's village? He was afraid that Chen Tong would come to him with his public family. Then he's game over. In the evening, the two men collected 500 pounds of eel and loach, driving back in the donkey cart. The sound of crisp copper bells, accompanied by the evening sun. Chen Tong's heart was incomparably free. He held his head in his hands and leaned against his second brother, Chen Hao, with a dog's tail grass in his mouth. Honestly, he was a little worried about getting his ass kicked. I didn't realize that the villagers in the mountain village were so helpful, helped him defuse a crisis. You kid, how did you know that Zhao Dinyo's cow was stolen from Dongjia village? Chen Hao had been thinking about this in his mind. It was hard for him not to solve the mystery. Ha 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 ha. Chen Tong laughed loudly and said, Secret, your boy. Chen Hao was rather speechless. Chapter 50 The Development Blueprint of Qinghe Village. The two men were talking and laughing as they drove the donkey cart. This matter was easily taken care of by Chen Tong. The shock to Chen Hao was not small. This brother of his, he's really different. It really is the old days. Phew. Suddenly, Chen Hao pulled the donkey cart to a halt. It's the only trail out of Yamazato village. In the middle of the path, there was a man standing. It looks like they're here to stop the road at first glance. A few hundred meters apart, Chen Hao's heart tightened as he glanced at Chen Tong. Without realizing it, Chen Hao had completely trusted this younger brother. Chen Tong squinted his eyes and saw that the figure looked a bit familiar. Signaled Chen Hao to continue to catch the bus. Came close enough to see the person blocking the road. Zhao Dinyo. Chen Hao Tang got down from the donkey cart, holding the iron lump on the scale. He's always been defensive in his mind. Zhao Dinyo. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for whacking you. Chen Hao spoke very nonchalantly, and there was still resentment in his heart. He was beaten by Zhao Dinyo shouting and couldn't fight back. Holding back, Zhao Dinyo glanced at Chen Hao and then at Chen Tong. Skimming. I'm not here to make trouble. I'm here to make amends. Zhao Dinyo was 10,000 times more reluctant in his heart. But, deep down he was truly afraid. He thought no one knew about the cattle theft. Unexpectedly, Chen Wensai's son knew about it. Isn't this bumping into the wrong hands? He could never figure out what went wrong. However, he didn't want to think about it much. Things definitely can't be hidden. He was worried that Chen Tong would go to the police station to denounce him. He didn't want to eat a gun. The money from the sale of the cow hasn't been enough to buy pork for dinner. What? Reconciliation? Chen Hao thought he had heard wrong. This Zhao Danyo took the initiative to bow down. Chen Tong also didn't expect that Zhao Danyo would block here to find him to reconcile. Actually, he purely blew up. Zhao Danyo is just a thief himself. In this day and age, there are no cameras and it's ravine after ravine. Even if you lose the cow, it's still a muddled account. Couldn't find it at all. The public came down to the people just to muddle through. And they couldn't go over the mountains every day to look for cows. Could they? Who has that spare time? As long as you don't turn me in, I'll forget about your father and me. Zhao Danio gritted his teeth and his face became ugly. It's like swallowing a dead child. From his pocket, he pulled out 2 grand ties and handed them to Chen Hao. His heart was dripping blood. This is for you and your father's medical expenses. Chen Tong took it with a smile. He wouldn't be polite. How much did the cow sell for? 100. Ha? No. No. I buried that cow. Zhao Danyo cried out. An accidental slip of the tongue. This kid, where is he a loser now? If he's a loser, then what's Zhao Danyo? Chen Tong also didn't want to push Zhao Danyo to the brink of extinction. A rabbit bites when it's anxious. So be it. The 2 men got into the donkey cart. Gone. Leaving behind a worried Zhao Danyo. It was dark when the 2 got home. In the yard, a dim light was like a small hazy moon, hung under the eaves of the thatched roof. Gives light and life to a small yard. Afternoon. The village chief has gotten someone to put the electricity on. 2 in the house and 1 in the yard. A total of 3 lights were connected. The switch is just a wire with a stick snapped underneath. Where the wires connect, it is a black round cover, so you can't see inside. Little River curiously surveyed the glowing bulb. Big eyes filled with big question marks. He saw the lamp for the first time. Unusual excitement. Chen Tong was in a bit of a trance when he saw the long-forgotten familiar lights. What we have now is not easy to come by. It was what he had longed for in his last life. Yang Wenjing saw that Chen Tong had returned. The heart breathed a sigh of relief. These days, it's not safe out there at night. In the early 80s, it was still a planned economy with low productivity, and very few people with some guts and flexible brains started to do business. That money came in fast. When someone is making a few cents a day, there have been people who have grown into million-dollar households. So often you hear bad news coming in. A businessman, surely, must carry a large gross check with him, running east and west. Inevitably, you'll be targeted by some roadblockers and village bullies. In their eyes, businessmen are fat sheep to be slaughtered. How many people just flat out disappeared? Couldn't even find the body. Even if the case is reported, the police have no way to investigate. Detection methods are so outdated. How much do you make a year working the land? Killing people to cross the border. Do it once and live on it for a year. So, as soon as it was dark, Yang Wenjing, just look out the doorway. Chen Tong also keeps a low profile and never shows his wealth. Doing business until now. The village people know that he sells eel loach small mixed fish to make money. But exactly how much money? No one knows at all. My sister-in-law, Li Hong, often went to the county seat to deliver food and heard the radio about these things. Overheard talking about it at home. Though it is said that most of the take occurs around the city and county. It's a long way from the small mountain valley of Qingha village. But, Yang Wenjing took it to heart. The meal was ready. The table was set. And there was light in the small yard. Bright and shiny. The gentle dim lighting is very cozy. Families have dinner together with food and laughter. What a hoot. After dinner, Chen Tong found Chen Hao. Speak the thoughts in your mind. Ergo, ever thought about farming? Farming? Chen Hao is a little puzzled about what can be raised in this day and age. Families had just a few chickens and ducks, and the rich ones had a pig and a cow. Yes, we raise eels and loaches. Chen Hao's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he followed Chen Tong to get money from the accountant of the county aquatic supply and marketing agency. It's hundreds of dollars. A pound of eel and loach for $1 is not a bad price. But, he then shook his head again. This loach and eel growth period how to use a year. Raise it this time of year so you can harvest it next year. If the price drops or the aquatic supply house doesn't accept it, you'll lose a lot of money. Chen Tong knew what Chen Hao was worried about. The provincial document just came down not long ago. This east wind is not all of a sudden. I think it can be done in one go. Chen Hao didn't know, but Chen Tong did. After the plant economy is a market economy. More and more people will do business. The agricultural fisheries production industry will be increasingly emphasized. Lay out in advance and enter as soon as the east wind arrives. Definitely makes a pot of money. Even if there are major changes later in the year, the people's food and drink is a necessity. And, as more and more people read, the benefits of eel and loach will become better known. Always a bestseller at the dinner table, especially in the wild. That price continues to rise. Under the dim light, Chen Hao looked at Chen Tong. For some reason, deep down he was willing to trust Chen Tong. Good. Then we'll raise eels. Well, but there are some things that need to be discussed with the village chief, and this is not a matter of urgency. In a few simple words, the two planned the blueprint for the development of Qinghe village. Chapter 51, Finding Li Shan again. Early the next morning, the east is showing fish belly white. Tran Tong got up early as usual. There's white rice porridge and eggs in the pot. All day yesterday. Yang Wenjing and her sister-in-law Li Hong collected a total of 700 pounds of eels and loaches, plus the 500 pounds collected from the village in the mountains. 1,200 pounds in all. The cost is $240. Han Hanjian came knocking on the door carrying a nylon bag. The mountains grow wild with crop after crop of mushrooms, fungus, and wild vegetables. There's no way to finish picking. Just take a turn around the hillside and it's all the freshest ones that have just been born. Chen Tong weighed and paid, picked out some good quality ones and put them in the bamboo basket. This is for Li Shan. Whether or not you can farm loach and eel depends on what he says. Uncle Han, can you drive a donkey cart? Korea Kyung nodded. What kind of work haven't crop dusters like them done? Not a moment too soon. Chen Hao was here too. The three men carried the baskets of loaches and eels onto the crate. Both donkey carts were used, weighing 600 or 700 pounds on one side. If it was a donkey, it would be too much effort. 1,200 pounds of eel and loach, plus the weight of 3 adults. It's going to crush this donkey and make it crawl. Jingle bells. The sound of a crisp brass bell rang out, breaking the silence of the early morning. 2 donkey carts, one in front of the other, drove toward the county seat. Last night, Chen Tong had fed them all well. I fed and watered again this morning before I left. The donkey had all the strength in the world. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the three arrived at the county seat. First to the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Society will eel loach sold, leaving 80 pounds to the eel noodle shop owner. Chen Tong did not go directly to Li Shan. The cigarettes haven't been bought yet. Uncle Han, you drive this donkey cart back first. Han Guancheng nodded and drove the donkey cart back. Brother, in a moment I have something else to do. You deliver the remaining 2 goods. Eels are $1 a pound. Small miscellaneous fish are 50 cents. And the mountain goods are also 50 cents. Chen Hao answered and drove the donkey cart to make the delivery. He doesn't ask much about Chen Tong. It's not the same out-of-tune kid it used to be. Now, there's something out there. Chen Tong waved to Chen Hao and told him to be safe on the road. Half an hour later, carrying a bamboo basket, Chen Tong found Mao Zi, who was selling cigarettes, in the alley. Hey brother, it's you. Mao Zi was impressed with Chen Tong because he bought a lot last time. 4 packs. That's why he recognized Chen Tong at once. Chen Tong smiled and nodded his head as a greeting. Come to buy cigarettes or go in for a bit? Muko pointed to the ballroom. Buy cigarettes. Instantly, the hairy man's mouth grinned. Come alive. He knew that Chen Tong must have been generous. Chen Tong put up 2 fingers and said, is there any? Nice guy. Harry got it at a glance. 2 packs? Chen Tong shook his head. Harry was a little surprised. 2 big front doors? That's not cheap yet. What's this guy's job? What's your line of work? So generous. He lowered his voice and said, are you sure you want to? Maoist has always sold loose cigarettes. He still has to find the OP to get it. Chen Tong nodded and said, is there any? It's the same as the last at Qianmen. Yes. Harry nodded and said, I have to find my cousin. He has it there. Wait here for me for half an hour. Mao Zi gathered the cigarettes in his front pack and cradled them in his arms. Shout as you run. Brother, wait here for me. Wait for me. Don't ever leave. The hairy man was calculating in his mind. $2.50 for a box of Daisenshu. 1 10-pack. That's 25. 2 strips is a whole $50. More than a month's salary for a public sector job. That does the math. You can make a lot of money today yourself. This dude, he's a wealthy man. Chen Tong was fine, placing the bamboo basket on the ground and leaning against the wall, watching the people coming and going. The ones who play on this side of the fence are all youngsters, 17 or 18. Cigarette slung from his mouth, head cocked, walking a pad. It's all about getting a girl's attention. Actually, there is a hooliganism charge these days. You can't even talk to a woman on the street for more than a few minutes. But this place is different. Those who come to play don't talk about that. They said half an hour. The Maoists only took 20 minutes. Slanted bangs were damp with sweat and plastered to his forehead. He was running all the way there. Brother, Mao Zi gasped and said, there just happened to be 2 left, and I took them both. The hairy man drew from his bag in a stealthy motion. It was put into the hands of Chen Tong. Chen Tong took a look and made sure he was right, put it in the bamboo basket and took off his patched tunic to cover it. He took out 4 large unions and some woolen stamps. Here, $50. Harry counted it carefully twice to make sure it was right. Thank you, brother. Chen Tong nodded and didn't hurry. You've been hanging around the county all year. Aren't you pretty well informed? Mao Zi immediately patted his chest and said, in this Huayin County city, as long as it's a Taoist matter, there's nothing that I, Mao Zi, don't know. With these words, Chen Tong was relieved. That's fine. I'll see you next time I need something. Harry was happy as hell. Chen Tong rejoined the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Agency, came to Li Shan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Tong knocked on the door. Enter. A familiar voice came from the room. Pushing the door open, Li Shan was slumped in a chair with his legs on the table, swallowing the clouds. Li Shan saw Chen Tong come in. Eyes lit up and rose immediately. Little old me, why do you have time to see me today? His eyes flicked over the bamboo basket in Chen Tong's hand again without a second thought. Small eyes glowed with a thieving light. Thief bright. Chen Tong smiled, lowered his body, and said, Manager Li is good. Thinking that the wild mushrooms and fungus on his sister-in-law's side should be finished in the past 2 days, he specially picked the good ones and sent them over. Ha ha ha. Li Shan sat up straight and exhaled the smoke from his mouth. Or little old brother remembers the old love. Not to mention, this mountain goods is really called a fresh and beautiful. My family that saw. Beautiful. Also thanks to the old brother's blessing. These days, old brother go back at night that is called a comfortable. Li Shan seems to be talking about fungus and wild vegetables, but in fact, he is hinting at the 10 sheets of big unity sent by Chen Tong. He went home and slapped the 6 big ties on the table. That night, her daughter-in-law pulled out all the stops. It was called a flutter. It's good that your sister-in-law likes to eat. Chen Tong handed over the bamboo basket in his hand. Manager Li, see what this fungus is like. Li Shan looked at the bamboo basket on the table, straightened his clothes, and took out the newspaper he had prepared long ago. Lift the clothes that cover it. Ooh, 2 large front doors, neatly placed. On the large front door, there was another stack of large unions. Looking at the thickness, it should be the same as last time. Li Shan didn't move and covered the clothes again. Took a deep breath. Hide the excitement inside. I've had this experience once, but I can't afford to give away more than once. Chapter 52, it's worth the money. 2 large front doors. If I'm right, 10 sheets of great unity. Li Shan's mind was rapidly calculating. Combined, it's worth over $100. I think. Damn. I was right about this kid. Just enough seed, Li Shan thought in his heart. First he took out the Grand Union, took a book, and pressed on it. Then, took the 2 large front doors out, pulled open the drawer and put them in. Chen Tong saw Li Shan collect. The heart is great. If there's anything in the future, just go through this channel through Li Shan. He's out for blood. In 2 instances, I've given away 20 sheets of dumplings and 2 large front doors. It's more than his 6-month salary. The line with Li Shan is properly connected. Sure, as long as the business of aquatic products he has always had something to do. Li Shan has always had something to eat. Li Shan took the already organized mushrooms and fungus and wild vegetables to the newspaper. He was also very polite to Chen Tong. Pushed the bamboo basket forward. Little Chen you're too kind. You came to me today. Did you encounter any difficulties? The people below didn't give you a hard time, did they? Manager Li, no such thing. Every time I come to sell eels and loaches it goes well. Chen Tong laughed. TSK, what else to call Manager Li? It's too outgoing, isn't it? I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, call me Brother Li. Li Shan also thoroughly recognized Chen Tong. This kid is so young. Why is he so uptight? It's natural to draw closer. Chen Tong wasn't out of his league either. Good grin. Rico. The sound was that loud. The 2 men were polite for a few more moments. Eastbound and westbound. Finally, Chen Tong inquired about business. Brother Li, there's a problem that's been bothering me lately. Worrying me so much that I can't sleep at night. Chen Tong sat on the chair, lowered his head, and let out a long sigh. Oh, what's going on here? Our Qinghe village is such a big place. Loach and eel again. There are catching the end of the day so I would like to ask. Vigorously develop agriculture and fisheries this east wind. How long can blow? I have a family that is counting on this little business to eat. Li Shan was happy to hear it. Thought it was a big deal to call on him. Little Chen, if I remember correctly, your family is from Shui Town, right? Chen Tong nodded. Shui Town is so big. Our Aquatic Supply and Marketing Society can only recognize you alone. Chen Tong knew what Li Shan meant. The town is so big. It's not big enough for you to eat? But, Li Shan doesn't understand public sentiment. He drove a donkey cart to the next village to collect eels alright, which was relatively close. More or less everyone was able to recognize each other. Not much danger. If you go to a village a little farther away, it takes 2 or 3 hours to cross the mountains and catch a donkey cart. Even longer. There's a lot that can happen along the way then. when you go to collect eels and loaches, you have to carry a ticket in your pocket, if you're being watched. That, brotherly, you don't know, our area, there are too many mountains, it's not easy to walk. The two villages can be separated by dozens of miles. Going out to collect eels once is like fleeing from a disaster. A couple hours of traveling and bumps on the road, and when you get home and half of them are dead, your heart aches for this. Chen Tong was telling a half-truth. Make a sad face. After all, dead eels and loaches are money. Li Shan drew a large front door and took out a foreign fire to light it. A slight frown. This was something he hadn't thought of at first. Careless. Now, he thought of Chen Tong as a small fortune maker. It's natural to think of him. Chen Tong has loach and eel to sell, then he has oil water to fish. Keep selling. Keep fishing. It's not often that one is as on the ball as he is. No, several towns around Huaiyin County have had people come to him. None on the road. Just send a few pounds of pork. He's the one who's missing those pounds of pork? Li Shan knows. This east wind won't stop for a while. It's not out of the realm of possibility to blow it for a longer period of time. A couple years. So you're here today too? Li Shan wondered. What's the use of looking for him in this matter? The main reason I came today is to find out how long this east wind can blow and figure out what to do. Chen Tong didn't hide it either. Li Shan's brows stretched. He's the last one to use his brain. Why is there not a single hair on the head? It's about using your brain too much when you're young. The main purpose of Chen Tong's visit was to ask for information, not to beg for his services. That would be nothing but good news for Li Shan. A breath of fresh air. Otherwise, if Chen Tong's path to wealth is cut off, that's a pretty bad taste. Little Chen on this older brother assured you that the development of agriculture and fisheries above is not a joke. This gust of wind, a year or two will not stop. Taking a step back, the people follow the command. Living conditions will only get better and better. This loach and eel can be a good thing. In short supply. As long as I'm still the manager of the aquatic supply house, I'll keep taking what you send. Hearing these words from Li Shan, the big stone in Chen Tong's heart fell to the ground. If he does well in business, Li Shan's favor will surely not be lacking. It's money well spent. It's worth it. Sooner or later, he had to leave the small ravine of Qinghe village and go to the county town. To the city. To the provincial city. Before you leave, pave the way for your second brother, Chan Ho. The family is not worried about food and drink. Then he has no worries. Chen Tong and Li Shan talked for a while longer. Li Shan's words both meant that Chen Tong should not see eye to eye with him. Find him Li Shan in trouble. Then, brother Li, I'll be off. Chen Tong picked up the bamboo basket on the table. In a while, I'll pick out some more flavorful mushrooms and send an old hen to nourish my sister-in-law and you. The taste of that stew screams freshness and high nutritional value. Nah. Li Shan couldn't stop smiling. This kid, as if he were a roundworm in his stomach, always know what he wants. Being older and sitting a lot in the office, my body and bones are a bit weak. It's not as draconic as it used to be, but the one at home, nothing to do all day. 30 is like a wolf. 40 is like a tiger. Every night, he was honestly a bit overwhelmed. Hey, it's still got to be this kid. Upper Road. Chen Tong left the aquatic supply house. There was no rush to get back. Count the hours. The dress made for Yang Wenjing should be ready. Floral dress. As long as the owner is okay with his handiwork and follows his ideas, it should look great when it's done. Not a moment too soon. Chen Tong came to Mei Mei's tailor store. The owner's wife, Zhang Meiyue, was sitting in the store drinking tea. A familiar figure was seen pushing through the door. First, he froze. With that, he cracked a smile. Big brother, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Tong touched his nose. It's easy to misunderstand when the boss's wife says that. Chen Tong smiled politely. I'm passing through the county today to see if the clothes for my daughter-in-law are done. Okay, I'll get it for you. Chapter 53, Want to sell floral dresses? How about giving you a commission? Zhang Meiyue came to the inner room and brought out the finished floral dress. Chen Tong's eyes instantly lit up. The style, while not worth it in comparison to the latter, but in the 80s, definitely one of the chicest floral maxi dresses. Pale yellow chambray with a white base. Half sleeves with some raglan trim sewn on the cuffs. Flat neckline. No strangulation. The neckline, although simply altered, yet it was a great visual impact on all the clothes of the time. The overall look is stylish and airy. In this age of monochromatic colors and styles, this floral dress is very colorful. The boss's wife is good with her hands. Chen Tong sincerely praised Zhang Meiyue. Zhang Meiyue couldn't stop smiling. You're the only one who can talk. The heart is happy. That's the biggest compliment a craftsman can get. By the way, I remember you did 2 of them, didn't you? Chen Tong asked. Since the floral dress is so pretty, might as well buy that one back too. My daughter-in-law can wear it instead. Zhang Meiyue nodded and took out the other piece as well. It was exactly the same as the one in Chen Tong's hand. The only difference is that the waist of the second one has been altered to be skinnier. The version is better looking. It should be more slimming to wear and will reflect the gracefulness of the woman's figure. After all, the first one was measured to the size of my own pregnant daughter-in-law, and it was looser and more comfortable. Both dresses. Chen Tong loved them. Unfortunately, the second dress, his daughter-in-law can't wear it now. You want 2 floral dresses? Zhang Meiyue asked suspiciously. Well, this crushed flower made a very nice skirt. Thought of taking the one you made as well, so my daughter-in-law could wear it for a change. But unfortunately, your second skirt was gathered at the waist, so my daughter-in-law couldn't wear it. Is the dress really that nice? These 2 floral skirts, Zhang Meiyue just made last night. Good looking. Zhang Meiyue was aware of it. It's meant to be kept for your own wear. But, Chen Tong wanted to buy it and suddenly woke up Zhang Meiyue. So chic and pretty floral dress. Well, she could try hanging it in the store to sell it. The style, the look, must be a good seller. And, the price is not low. This idea, formed in Zhang Meiyue's mind, never lingered. This young man just looked at it and wanted to buy it back. Not to mention the young, beauty-loving girls in the county. In her tailor store, she often had women working in the surrounding supply houses and school teachers come over to have their clothes customized. Those girls, no less. When you see this floral dress, you probably won't be able to walk away. The only thing that embarrassed Zhang Meiyue, the fit and idea of this dress. None of it was thought up on its own. If she used it just like that, she felt a little bad about it. Actually, in this day and age, there is no such thing as a copycat or a high-fashion copycat, not to mention copyright awareness. The only one who has put a shackle on herself is Zhang Meiyue. If Zhang Meiyue really hangs this floral dress for sale in the store, what can Chen Tong do about it? But a floral dress that looks that good must sell well. You can make a lot of money. Zhang Meiyue was a bit torn inside. Chen Tong looked at the floral dress in Zhang Meiyue's hand. Although he wanted it, but after all, it was not suitable for his daughter-in-law to wear. Paid and about to leave. Wait. Zhang Meiyue called out to Chen Tong, a little embarrassed. This floral dress, can I sell it at the store? Chen Tong froze for a moment. Why is this question being asked of him? Zhang Meiyue saw that Chen Tong didn't say anything and thought that he didn't agree. Speaking again in quick succession. And I won't let you suffer. I'll give you a commission when I sell it. What do you think? She really thought the floral dress would sell well. It's a gut feeling she's had for years as a seamstress. Knows clothes best. One more thing. Mainly she runs this tailor store. A year after labor costs, rent, etc. It doesn't make a lot of money. Needed a dress to make her tailor store stand out a few in the neighborhood. She thought, this floral dress that Chen Tong had her make was it. Chen Tong came to be interested. It takes a shredded dress to make a few bucks. And how much commission does the boss's wife give him? With a joking mind, he asked, so how much commission is the boss's wife going to give me? It's going to take 6 feet of cloth for this one dress. So a good cloth costs $1.50 a foot. So the cost is going to be $9, including labor. And it's going to be a big roundup of money anyhow. However, I can grade the fabric down to 50 cents a foot, and that costs no more than $5. You don't care how much I sell a piece. I'll give you 20 cents a piece for any crushed dress you sell in this pattern. Zhang Meiyue felt that Chen Tong would definitely agree. Chen Tong looked at Zhang Meiyue. Smiley doesn't say anything. Zhang Meiyue looked at Chen Tong's deep eyes. There was a little panic in the back of his mind. It was a surprising feeling of being seen through. As if they were little children who had done something bad and had been caught by an adult. Well, that's 50 cents well. Chen Tong remained silent. Zhang Meiyue was a bit uncertain. How this kid has a unique aura about him. Too calm. Not age appropriate. The main thing was the deep look in his eyes. The feeling that everything was in his grasp. Doesn't look like it came out of the countryside. 60 cents. Chen Tong remained silent. Zhang Meiyue gritted her teeth. And there was a slight struggle in her eyes. 70 cents. That's the highest price already. Zhang Meiyue was ruthless. A floral dress costs no more than $5. And she can totally sell it for 10. Double the price to sell it. The price is not low anymore though. However, the women in the county who worked in the supply houses and schools could definitely afford it. It's a nice dress. And she's the only one in the whole county. As the saying goes, things are rare. After deducting the commission to Chen Tong, she could earn $3 or $4 for a floral dress. The profit you make is several times that of one piece of ordinary clothing. Boss lady, since you're so sincere, why don't you give me $1 commission for each piece? Having said that, Chen Tong added another sentence. You can sell a floral dress for $12 without killing the price. And I can assure you that your dress is the only one of its kind in the entire city of Huayin County. Chen Tong spoke without haste, with the feeling that everything was in his grasp. This floral dress, it belongs to the Hermes of this era's clothes. If he had guessed correctly, the boss's wife in front of him was trying to use him to make a name for her family's tailor store with this crumpled dress. Keep the business rolling in. $10, $12? Can anyone buy this? Zhang Meiyue couldn't believe that someone could buy this floral dress for $12. What about 10 days pay for those who work in the public sector? Just sell this one first. If it doesn't sell, you can wear it yourself. It's not a loss anyway, is it? Chen Tong looked at Zhang Meiyue with a smile. In his last life, he was in the clothing business. But the entrance was too late. It's a big loss. Almost broke. In this life, he didn't want to be in the clothing business either. Zhang Meiyue also sort of nudged him to consider the clothing business. Get up from where you've fallen. Chapter 54, Seek the Village Headman. Charter the land. Zhang Meiyue looked at the man in front of her. For a while, it was a bit of a witch's errand. Somehow, the man said something. She wanted to believe. Looking at Chen Tong's departing back, Zhang Meiyue gritted her teeth. $12 is $12. Give him $1 commission. You can make over $6 yourself. It's got to be 7 or 8 pieces of clothing tailored to the customer to make the money. This floral dress, if it actually sells, that profit margin, it's worth her doing. Besides, even if it hangs around for a month and doesn't sell, she's not losing out. The fit, the style, isn't it just tailor-made for you? Anyhow, you're a beauty yourself. Matches the dress. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong returned home. It just happened to be the point where the card was noon. Sister-in-law Li Hong had already prepared the meal, just waiting for Chen Tong to come back for dinner. Yang Wenjing is pregnant with a baby and Li Hong won't let Yang Wenjing cook. Just a hand up. The sisters-in-law get along well. Someone to chat with and help Chen Tong make money. It's a pleasure. Chen Tong had to go to the village head Chen Bulan to discuss things, so he ate in a hurry, haphazardly shaved a few mouthfuls of rice, and pinched vegetables into his mouth. The bowl of rice flew down. Then, another bowl of cool water and a belch. Said he had to go out first. Just leave. What's the matter? So urgent that you can't eat properly? Chen Hao muttered. This brother, when will he be able to be more stable? With his hands behind his back, Chen Tong arrived at Chen Bulan's house. At this time, Chen Bulan was lying in the yard to cool off, squinting. Granted, it's only May, but it was still hot at noon. This is also not the point to eat, so you'll have to sleep at home. The door was half covered. Chen Tong sidestepped and quietly squeezed in. Not a sound was made. He came to Chen Bulan's side. His light snoring could be heard. Ahem. Chen Tong pretended to cough and made a noise. Swish. Chen Bulan directly jumped up from his chair, staring straight at the door, still holding the dry tobacco stick tightly in his hand. Who is it? He thought he had a burglar. Upon noticing a familiar figure beside him, still covering his mouth to stifle his laughter, he just relaxed his body, because this man is no one else. It was the son of the reformed third oldest member of the Chen family. Chen Tong, how did you get in here? You kid? Chen Bulan knocked the dry cigarette in his hand at the corner of the stool. This kid, how to walk every time without sound? Uncle, your door was unlocked. I came in fair and square, just what you boys can do. Greaseball, say, what business have you boys come to see me about again? Chen Bulan knew that this kid had nothing to do. It's nothing more than simple and complex things. But, he's happy to help now. This kid alone is making money with the villagers. You have to do me a favor. It's not that difficult. Chen Tong smiled and said, Uncle, I want to charter land. What? Chen Bulan thought he had heard wrong. What the heck was this chartered land? I said, I want land. Chen Tong said slowly and with an aggravated tone. Chen Bulan stuffed some tobacco in the aluminum butt and pressed it with his thumb. Take out a foreign fire and light it. The mouth sucked hard. Barkley. Chen Tong hurriedly pulled out a Dichenmen, and surprisingly forgot about it. Chen Bulan hurriedly put away the dry cigarettes in his hand and took the Dakianman cigarettes handed by Chen Tong. What did you just say? Say it again. Chen Tong touched his nose. Chen Bulan is only over 60 and he is deaf? Uncle, I want to charter the land. Chartered land? Chen Bulan's eyes went wide. What the hell is a charter? What does it mean to charter land? Aha. Chen Tong nodded. What does it mean to parcel out land? Chen Bulan didn't understand that the land of every household was divided up by the production team. State policy. By the head. A few acres for a family of several. Uncle, what about the meaning of chartered land? It means that I pay money and rent other people's land for use. Now, Chen Bulan sort of understood. You think this kid wants to plant more land? But, who's got extra land for him to wrap up? It's good that you want to grow more food, but the production team has divided up all the family's land, and there's no extra land left. Besides, every year when the grain harvest is over, The town has to come down to collect the grain. So who's going to give you the land to use? There's no food to turn in. So what happens? Chen Tong froze for a moment. Collecting food? How did he not know about this? But then thought about it. He never asked about his family before he was reborn. What could he know? Uncle, I don't charter land to grow food. I farm eels and loaches. What? Chen Bulin almost jumped out of his chair. This kid, what a thing to say. You don't grow food on good land. You raise eels and loaches? This is crazy. Chen Bulin was not calm. Good land is not planted. Raising eels and loaches. This is not a waste of national resources. I can't help you with this. It's not like people are pointing their noses at you. What Chen Bulin said is indeed true. Families just pointed to the little land to grow some food, according to the national target to pay the public grain, and the rest to sell the money. Keep a little for their own food. If you rent the land to Chen Tong, what a family eats. There is some money, not that they don't want to make it, but they don't dare to take it. How much rations do you have to pay for that acre of land? This was something that Chen Tong really didn't know. Pre-rebirth. He's not doing his job. He doesn't care about anything. Yang Wenjing hanged herself and left Qingha village by herself. Started with nothing and haven't really farmed. Not less. 50 pounds an acre. And you must pick the best, fullest rice and dry it and turn it in. 1 acre. As long as there are no pests or diseases, it can produce about 300 to 400 pounds of rice. If you get a poor harvest, there are only 200 pounds or so. Turning in 50 pounds of the best really isn't that little. Chen Tong knows that in the 1980s, there was no hybrid rice and productivity was low. The acreage is just a few hundred pounds smaller. It would still have to be a beautiful day. Then is it okay to hand over ready-made white rice to the top when the time comes? If there's no rice, can I just pay for white rice? What? Chen Bulin was thunderstruck. How did this kid change his ways? And his brain broad is also bad? What's all the talk about? It really is a lot of money to burn. Uncle, can you give us a word? Yes or no? Chen Tong watched as Chen Bulin kept silent and got a little anxious. Ahem. Okay, that's not publicly earned. What's not okay? When 50 pounds of rice are peeled, the weight naturally goes down. Not up to 50 pounds. Chen Tong had to turn in white rice, which was a solid 50 pounds. Why wouldn't the public want it? It's not a problem when you can use readily available white rice instead. It's even easier to charter land. Nothing that money can't fix. If anything, the money isn't there yet. Chapter 55, The Wu Family Fortress. Chen Bulin really did not expect Chen Tong, this kid, gave him the biggest problem since he was born. He didn't think anyone's would be willing to rent their land to Chen Tong. What is this kid's brain made of? What's on your mind? Chartered land? Such fresh. Who told him? I'd like to pry his brain wide open to see what's in it. Uncle, I don't want all the land in any house, Chen Tong said with a smile. What? What? Chen Bulin was simply going to be unable to think. Now it's your turn to pick and choose? Who would rent to you? I want the field near that big puddle near the back of the hill. That piece of land is a piece of feng shui. The water supply is quite plentiful. In the village where Chen Tong lived, the terrain was slightly higher at the beginning of the village. Then, it gradually decreases downwards. That big puddle is the lowest of the relatively flat terrain. The large puddle has a channel that extends further into the ravine. Live water is best for keeping eels and loaches. In particular, May through September are the fastest growing months of the year for eel loaches. The same Chen said of the field near the big puddle. Chen Bulin knew it. You waif, why do you like to dream? That land is the best. Who would rent it to you? Chen Bulin did not hide it. You Chen kid now has a better reputation. But this land is the life of the people of Qingha village. Who would rent to you? Isn't that hard for him? Uncle, go ahead and talk for me. The price is negotiable. Chen Tong saw that it was getting late and knew that he couldn't delay. Still have to collect eels and loaches. Having said that, with a flurry of smoke, he ran away, not giving Chen Bulin a chance to refuse. Angry Chen Bulin stomped his feet. This melon child. It's outrageous. Chen Tong jogged all the way back home, and Chen Hao had already prepared 2 donkey carts. Second brother, you go to Shanli village. I'll go to another village. Wu Jia Fort. Upon hearing the Wu family fortress, Chen Hao's face was a little unnatural. About 2 hours away from the village of Qingha is Wujiabao, and partial and poor. In the past, there were bandits during the war, known as Wu's Nest. The folklore is much tougher than in the mountain villages. One word and you're in a fight with someone. Among the several villages in the surrounding mountains, Wu Jiabo had always been one of the few with a bad reputation. The public went with a headache. I think it's better to forget about it. Although there are many ditches in Wujia Fort, but it's not very safe. It's not as real as the villagers from several nearby villages. Second brother, there are only a few villages around. Sooner or later the eels and loaches will run out. So I'll go to the Wu family castle first to explore. It's not too hot yet, so I'll take the ones that are farther away, then the ones that are closer. It's okay, I'll just bring $300. Chen Hao knew that he couldn't persuade Chen Tong. Chen Tong was also telling the truth. In the past 2 days, the quality of loaches and eels delivered by villagers in Qinghao village is obviously not as good as that of the previous days. A lot of them are not the ideal standard for Chen Tong. If you run into danger, don't donkey cart. Life is most important, Chen Hao instructed. Jingle bells. The two men drove their donkey carts and parted at the head of the village. Chen Hao also rushed to Shanli village with $300 to collect eels. I've been to Yamazato village twice and know my way around. It was also the first time for Chen Tong to go to Wujiobeo. Every now and then along the way you have to stop and ask someone for directions. It was a tight rush that took 2 hours and 20 minutes to get there. The Wu family fortress, in the middle of a small mountain. The hills weren't high, but they were many, one after the other. As a result, villagers also lived scattered. 3 by 3, 2 families at the foot of this hill, 3 at the foot of that one. But, the land in Wujiazwang is relatively centralized, all in one place. This saved Chen Tong a lot of trouble. At this time, the villagers were all working in the fields. Collect eels and loaches, 20 cents a pound. Chen Tong formed his hands into a trumpet shape and yelled at the top of his lungs. Middle of the road and loud and clear. This roar was heard clearly by the Wujiapu villagers laboring in the fields. Rising in unison, he looked at Chen Tong. What the are you yelling about? Eels and loaches for 20 cents a pound. A dark-skinned middle-aged man asked loudly. Hey, yes, I collect eels and loaches for 20 cents a pound. What the? Eels and loaches are being collected too? This stuff is edible? The first man to answer back lowered himself to the field and rubbed it a few times. A half-meter-long eel appeared in his hand. Yellowish, wrapped around the man's hand. Mother asterisk 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 her, is this it? Yes, uncle, bring it over here. I'll weigh it for you and pay for it straight away. The middle-aged man was a bit skeptical, but he still took the eel in his hand and walked towards Chen Tong. Wujiobeo is poor. It's out of this world. The village is also not electrified. Dozens of families, not a single child is in school. All illiterate, lean and scrawny, like a mountain monkey. The most common things that the villagers use to satisfy their hunger are water and wildlife from the mountains. Chen Tong took the eel and weighed it. 1 pound, just under 20 cents. Chen Tong took out a Mao ticket and drew out 20 cents and handed it to the middle-aged man. But, the middle-aged man didn't even pick it up. Both eyes were green, staring at the pile of Mao tickets in Chen Tong's hand for an instant. Chen Tong was shocked. This will not be a hands-on robbery. Uncle, here's your money. I'm here today specifically to collect eels and loaches from Wu Jiabao. 20 cents a caddy. I'll take as many as I can get. Half a dozen times. It was only with difficulty that the middle-aged man's eyes moved away from the Mao ticket in Chen Tong's hand and took the 20 cents that Chen Tong handed over. You wait. He threw down the word and didn't look back. All ing catch eels and loaches for me. This kid is here to deliver money to our Wu family fort. The middle-aged man raised the gross ticket in his hand. At once, the villagers laboring in the fields exploded. Chen Tong let out a long breath. The man's eyes just now, like a wolf. What Chen Tong didn't know was, fortunately, the man who came up to talk to Chen Tong was the village chief of Wujia Fort, and was considered to know a little bit of reason and discipline. It has a certain status in Wujiazwang. Aside from a few second-rate people who were mongrels, the villagers still trusted him, if only the other villagers. Seeing that it was the same person, Chen, holding this pile of gross bills in his hand, one punch and he knocks down Chen Tong, robbed him of all the money he had on him. At most, I'll leave him with a pair of panties to cover up. Sure enough, those villagers were holding eels and loaches in their hands when they came to sell them for money. When they saw the pile of woolen tickets in Chen Tong's hand, they couldn't even walk. Gather around Chen Tong. From time to time, he looked at the village chief in the field, Wu Baoqiang. Luckily, all of them held back and took the money from selling eels and loaches, returned to the field to catch eels and loaches again. At this point, it was only then that Chen Tong realized that he had goosebumps and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his eyes. Boy, the villagers of this Wujia fort are really frightening. But okay, the feared scene didn't happen. With money in hand, the villagers catch eels that are full of energy. All of them took off their tops and put in the eels and loaches they caught. Not a moment too soon. 10 pounds of this and 8 pounds of that were delivered to Chen Tong. But, what Chen Tong didn't know was that someone was already in the woods of the hill. Keep an eye on him. Chapter 56, I've really met the village bully. Holding more and more gross bills in my hand, the more the villagers looked at Chen Tong, the kinder their eyes became. It's rollicking, heart-stopping. The things that make people happy and make people laugh are just a few pieces of florid paper. What makes it so rare? In 2.5 hours, eels and loaches filled several baskets. There was less than $50 left of the $300 that had been brought in. A little over 500 pounds of eel and loach. Chen Tong did some silent math in his mind. His second brother, Chen Hao, can also collect 300 or 400 pounds, plus the villagers of the village to sell at the door. Today it came down to a minimum of 1,000 or so pounds. He glanced at the sky. It's getting late, gotta get home. It's a 2-hour ride home in a donkey cart. Again, there are quite a few hills that aren't too great. After weighing the eels and loaches delivered, Chen Tong said loudly, "Uncles and aunts, we won't collect eel and loach today. It's getting late. I'll come back to collect eel and loach in our Wu family fort tomorrow." The few villagers who were close by didn't speak, cupping their woolen tickets in their hands. You look at me, I look at you, but their bodies, however, subconsciously blocked Chen Tong's path. This inadvertent movement fell into Chen Tong's eyes. His mind tightened. He's going back. A man then shouted loudly at the field. Wow! The villagers who were touching eels in the field came over with a crash, like a tidal wave, staring straight at Chen Tong. Back! A whoosh of cold sweat drenched it. Chen Tong's heart thumped. Spread thee out. What's the point of surrounding someone's little brother? Wu Baoguo pushed his way through the crowd and poked out half of his body, revealing a dark head. He held out his hand. Introduce yourself. My name is Wu Baoguo. I am the village chief of Wujia Fort. Spread thee out. Spread out. Scare people. Wu Baoguo has a typical temperament of a mountain village man. Dark skin, thin but sturdy body, rough talking and big-headed. Chen Tong smiled awkwardly towards Wu Baoguo and shook his hand. Qinghe Village. Chen Tong. The crowd of onlookers also dispersed, but they didn't go far, looking at Chen Tong from a few meters or 10 meters away. In our village, you are the first time. Door-to-door collection of eels and loaches. Our villagers' shallow eyes, not so much as seen the money, are over to thank you, and I'm worried that you won't come tomorrow, so I'm blocking your way, so don't mind. Little brother. Chen Tong looked at the dozens of people surrounding the place and balked. That's a bit of an unusual way to say thanks. Chen Tong said stiffly. Wu village head, rest assured. Tomorrow afternoon still come. Probably still 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You can let the villagers take pots and buckets. Catch some first. This saves time and effort. The villagers can earn more money. Chen Baoguo nodded and waved his hand. Get out of the way. Get thee out of the way. Can't you hear, little brother? Come back tomorrow. Wu Baoguo talks a lot. The crowd then dispersed in a clamor. Chen Tong sat on the plate car, took the whip and came up towards the ass of the donkey with a hard whip. The moment. He just wanted to get out of the Wu family fortress quickly. It's scary. The villagers gazed at the donkey cart that was getting farther and farther away, and one of them suddenly spoke up. Village chief, should we keep him? Damn you. What a time to be thinking about those hookups. If something really goes wrong, do you think the public sector can't find out? Wu Baoguo half-truthfully scared these villagers. Otherwise, he was really worried that someone would have ideas. Wouldn't that cut off the entire village's wealth? Mother ********. A lifetime of harboring in this ravine and having to reason and discipline these villagers. He's got a big head. If he wasn't the village chief, he'd always go to town to report. Didn't really realize that it had changed so much out there. Chen Tong drove the donkey cart, the small whip snapping and cracking on the donkey's ass. The heart was still pounding. Just now, it was obvious to him that some of the people were looking at him the wrong way. He'd seen so many in his last life that he could tell at a glance. Those eyes, cold and terrible. Chen Tong pretended to be calm, but can't help the crowd. He's not Donnie Yen. He can beat 10 people with one. I've seen all the big storms and waves, and I almost flipped my car here in Wu's castle. Pop! Another whip on the donkey's ass. Chen Tong hated that the donkey had 8 legs. Donkey! Chen Tong tightened the rope tied to the burro. Ahead! Several boulders blocked the way back. If it wasn't for Chen Tong's sharp eyes and desperately pulling on the rope, the donkey cart was bound to hit a boulder. Chen Tong knew it was bad. Someone had bet on him. On the way here, he remembered well that there were no rocks on the road. He sat on the donkey cart and did not presume to move. Cold sweat covered his forehead as he took a deep breath to keep his brain calm. Look around. Took the iron lump on the scale in his hand. It was getting late and there was a slight mountain breeze. Chen Tong's hands were sweating. He knew that it was bound to be the villagers of the Wu family fortress. Could it be the village chief? Wu Baoguo, he thought to himself. This road was made by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to cross this road, leave your money behind. Following the voice, there were 4 blurry silhouettes descending from a short hill to the side. Chen Tong's body stiffened as he looked at the several people. Your village chief, Wu Baoguo, said that he can't stop me from going home. Chen Tong forced himself to stay calm. This matter, whether Wu Baoguo knows it or not, must be tried with his name. Wu Baoguo is Wu Baoguo. I don't give a damn about him. If you want to go home, leave the money you have on you, and I'll seek my fortune and not my life. I've really met the village bully. But, Chen Tong's heart settled a few points. Luckily, it's just a money grab. A few big brothers. I've brought all the money to collect eels and loaches, and I don't have any more on me. Asterisk 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 you. We saw it from a distance. You had a thick pile of gross bills in your hand, and this is gone? Chen Tong was speechless. Talking is talking. What's the point of cursing? It's true. A few big brothers. Don't believe me. You'll come and collect yourselves. Chen Tong will be left with the rest of the gross tickets. Clipped it to the seam of the crate and pulled the basket to cover it. Very little movement. It's getting late again. A few people in the distance couldn't see it either. I advise you to be honest. Come over here, you people, and put $100 on the rock in the middle of the road, and then back out, and we'll take the money and let you go. The guys didn't come over. They just talked loudly from a distance. This next. Chen Tong was even more certain that these people were from the Wu family fortress correctly. They wanted money and they didn't want Chen Tong to see their appearance. Several people were worried that Chen Tong had told the village chief, Wu Baoguo, this village bully. It's a bit stifling to be a village bully. Big brothers, look at the eels and loaches in my basket. There really isn't $100. Chen Tong knew that he couldn't hand it over, whether he had money on him or not. Just hand it over and they'll think they still have money on them. It is bound to be unforgiving. The point is, he really doesn't have any money on him right now. Chen Tong looked back. This is some distance from the Wujiazwang. It's a little hard to run back. Chapter 57, Wu Baogui is here. For Chen Tong, knowing the other party's purpose made his heart relax a lot. It's not as tense as it could be. His biggest concern, one word and I'll you up, and then dumped in the wilderness. That's really up and down. There's no place to cry. One man, one donkey and the four men in front of them just froze. At the critical moment, the donkey brayed, breaking the heavy atmosphere. It traveled extraordinarily far. Chen Tong, tell your broken donkey to stop braying or get it killed and eat donkey meat. One of them shouted. They would have been upset. It's so hard to come up with a fat goat. You can't rob it fair and square yet. Looking ahead, mother asterisk 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 It's all about Wu Baoguo. Big brother, I told you, this donkey doesn't understand human language. Chen Tong sat on the donkey cart and made a trumpeting gesture with his hands. It's loud. It travels a long way. Keep your ing voice down. The voice was noticeably more annoyed. Sheep are fat. It's just a little zippy. For the Wujiazwang, that's a no-brainer for the goddess of fortune. If they killed Chen Tong, it would be the same as cutting off the wealth of the villagers of Wujia Fort. Some things can't be hidden. Especially Wu Baoguo. That pair of eyes like a falcon's. It was frightening to look at. Their mouths say they're not afraid. And that's not true. It's just one thing to the face and one thing behind the back. But, it's done. We can't go home empty-handed. Can we? What's the point of being a village bully then? Might as well be a chicken then. Bar it. Actually, these four people weren't too big either. About the same age as Chen Tong. They say they're village bullies, but they're really just dilettantes. Same as the old Chen Tong. He went up the mountain to pull out birds, went down to the water to touch fish, and did not listen to the affairs of the family. Usually, they just flirt with the little widows and bully the half-grown kids. If you really ask them to kill and set fire to people, they don't have the guts. After all, it wasn't those middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s in the village. That's so ruthless. You'd dare stab your own father. Wu Baoguo was able to hold them down. There were two tricks up his sleeve. Among the four people blocking the road, Wu Yijuan was the oldest and the leader. Said to be the oldest, but only 22. Since his birth, his maximum range of activity has not exceeded the Wujiazwang. It's all about hanging out in the nearby hills. Wu, what do you think of this? One of them asked. Damn, this kid even knows to use Wu Baoguo to pressure us. Things are a bit bad. How about us? The man made a neck-wiping motion. You are crazy. This person can set up a donkey cart to collect eels. The hand of a large amount of money. Dead can no one look for? Wu Yijuan's thick eyebrows furrowed into a ball of annoyance. He hadn't wanted to strike early. However, it was impossible to resist the incessant persuasion of several people. The four of them discussed and were ruthless about doing this one. Take the money and never go back to Wujiazwang. Go out into the world and get away with it. It really can't. Big deal. Follow the example of our old ancestors and take over the mountain as a bandit. Because, of these few people, none of them had ever stepped out of the Wu family fort. Every time the village chief, Wu Baoguo, comes back from outside, he gives the village a meeting. Talk about the changes in the outside world. They're yearning for it. How about? Forget it. One of them was timid and coy. I think we can make money by catching eels. So let's catch more. sell them, and let's go to town together to see what's going on. Asterisk 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 Q. Wu Xiao Wang, don't shake the military. The braying of a donkey broke the conversation between several people. It was already dark and blurry. This is Chen Tong intentionally bad. Take the whip handle to poke the donkey ass. The mountains are silent, and the donkey's bray is so penetrating that it can travel a long way. He wanted to be heard by the villagers of Wujiapu. Rushed to take a look. He was a little anxious in his heart. Going back late. Yang Wenjing should be worried. To not. Running back to Wu's fortress while it's still dark? But, a little worried about donkey carts and eels. That adds up to $800 or $900. Not a small amount. In case it runs and pisses off a few people. That, just as Chen Tong was entangled and kept turning back, he saw a light in the direction of the Wujia fortress. Far away and still moving. He was overjoyed. Keep poking the donkey's ass with the whip handle. The louder the donkey brayed, the more cheerful Chen Tong became. Sure enough, the torch moved significantly faster. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few of the men came to fire as well, holding large boulders in their hands. Flying fast, he moved towards Chen Tong's side. The men, gritting their teeth, fumed. Why don't you just do it? Why don't you just do it? There's always a first time for everything, isn't there? Playing the for the first time, kissing for the first time, go to bed for the first time, killing. It doesn't matter with the first time. Chen Tong knew that angered the other party. This young man in his 20s had his blood up his ass. It doesn't matter if his parents come. At this point, it doesn't matter what you say. He drove the donkey cart and backed up quickly. At the same time, he let go of his voice. Help! Help! Once those guys heard that, their speed visibly increased. Chen Tong looked back, and the torches were moving faster. Both sides are racing against the clock. At the same time, familiar voices could be faintly heard coming in intermittently. It's Wu Baoguo. That's right, it's him coming. Chen Tong almost burst into tears. However, after all, it was those four people who were close to Chen Tong's distance. Chen Tong had been able to see a few people's faces clearly, but it's all black. It's muddied with mud. Grass. Chen Tong blurted out, no longer caring for the donkey cart. He jumped from the crate. While running, his mouth was shouting, "Your village chief Wu Baoguo is here. Your village chief Wu Baoguo is here." Upon hearing the three words Wu Baoguo, several people's figures visibly paused for a moment. Stopped. A few people looked up and saw torches moving quickly not far away. Asterisk 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 Q. The four knew that the robbery had failed and couldn't care less about Chen Tong. Ran into the side hill. Just went in for 2 minutes. Wu Baoguo arrived with a torch in his hand, breathing heavily. His face was heavy and terribly gloomy. Well, no one's hurt. Chen Tong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Luckily, village chief Wu came just in time, and those guys ran away. Wu Baoguo was also relieved. There was no need to even think about it. It must have been the villagers of Wujia Fort who did this. Asterisk 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 in. He spat, a little too much in his mind, which has no eyesight to plug the god of wealth of Wujia Fort. If I find him, I'll break his legs. Chapter 58. In the darkness of the night, there was a light waiting for him. Chen Tong and Wu Baoguo came to the stone blocking the road, and the two of them worked together to move the stone away. This one was thankfully a false alarm. Wu Baoguo arrived in time. Scare away the few people who robbed the Wu family fort. Actually, a donkey's bray can't travel that far. It was what Wu Baoguo guessed in his mind. He knew there were a few 20-something dilettantes in the village. Nothing else. Specializing in stealing chickens and dogs. The villagers have not been looking for him to complain. Especially this afternoon when Chen Tong came to collect eels and loaches. 20 cents a pound for a mile. For the villagers of Wujiapu, the price is not low. You can make a lot of money in an afternoon. But, none of the usual good guys who dig up birds and fish showed up. Such an easy money-making gig. There's no way those guys didn't know. So, Wu Baoguo stayed on the ball. Came home from the fields and briefly washed the mud off my body. Just go from house to house on these. Since the villagers of Wujia Fort lived scattered, he went to look for these families and delayed a lot of time. When none were found, Wu Baoguo then sensed that something was wrong. Hurriedly, he headed for the mountain road out of the village. He was scared to death himself, worried that a bunch of youngsters, on impulse, a human life has been made. The consequences of that are unimaginable. Halfway through the drive, he heard a donkey braying. There are no donkeys in the whole of Wujiazwang. In the afternoon, Chen Tong again drove a donkey cart to collect loach and eel. He knew that Chen Tong had been blocked by Wujia Fort's people. Luckily, what he feared didn't happen, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Baoguo held the torch and kept accompanying Chen Tong for half an hour's journey. until we got out of the mountain pass near the Wu family's fortress. It took 2 people to separate. Wu Bagua held up a torch and stood on a high spot, watching the donkey cart blend into the darkness of the night. The sound of the crisp brass bells disappears. Only then did he turn around and go back. Mother asterisk 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 A couple of the village dilettantes must be properly treated tonight. The other side. Chen Tong drove the donkey cart, his mood gradually calming down. I didn't realize that he had been wise in his last life, but in this life, he almost fell in the ravine of Wu Jiabao. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A fictional rebirth crossover. It's either the prince or the celestial pride. It was a smooth start. This real-life rebirth of my own has only been open for a short time, and it's almost a grand finale. Asterisk 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 in. Novels are all lies, Chen classmates said viciously in Wu Bagua's tone. A few stars hung sparsely in the sky, giving off a faint light, barely lighting the way home. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong saw the faint outline of Qinghe village from afar. A big stone in my heart was finally put down. This trip to Warjiapu to collect eels and loaches was exciting. Poor mountains are full of unruly people. That's half true, I guess. Jingle bells. The sound of brass bells lingered as the donkey cart took the dirt road back to the village. Chen Tong knows. If you don't come home that late, your family will be worried. Suddenly, at the entrance to the village he saw a faint bit of light, glowing yellow. From a distance, they looked like fireflies dancing in the air. Chen Tong's heart fluttered. Who could it be? He drove the donkey cart. The blurring figure was also becoming clearer. Single thin, petite, is Yang Wenjing. Under the dim starlight, Yang Wenjing stood at the entrance of the village with a horse lamp, waiting for him to come back. Chen Tong's heart was hot. He jumped off the wagon. Quickly, he walked to Yang Wenjing's body. Seeing that Yang Wenjing's eyes were red, worry and fear were written all over her face, Chen Tong couldn't hold back any longer. With one hand, he wrapped Yang Wenjing in his arms, buried his nose into Yang Wenjing's neck, greedily feeling Yang Wenjing's temperature and body fragrance. At his chest came the firm softness of Yang Wenjing's chest. His abdomen felt the bulge of Yang Wenjing's belly. There, a new life was conceived by the two of them. Also, a family's bloodline heritage. Snap, snap. Chen Tong felt a coldness in his chest. Is that water? No, those were Yang Wenjing's tears. Chen Tong hugged Yang Wenjing tighter. Even, you can feel each other's heartbeats. In the darkness of the night, there was a light for him. In the darkness of the night, their hearts mingled with each other. Being reborn in this life was not what Chen Tong had been pursuing. Chen Tong cupped Yang Wenjing's head with both hands. Yang Wenjing had tears in her eyes. Another aggrieved look. Very endearing. Looking at Yang Wenjing's plump and red lips, Chen Tong couldn't hold back any longer. Lower your head. 2 lips meet. Yang Wenjing responded clumsily. The moment. The heavens and the earth are silent, and all things have disappeared. In the world of the two, only each other remains. Ryoko. Lip split. The tongue is separated from the tongue. Yang Wenjing doesn't know how to kiss. It's all guided by Chen Tong. Suddenly, Yang Wenjing's face flushed red, so red that it was about to drip blood. What's this for? It's still out there. It's not good to be seen. One time, Chen Tong didn't know how to speak either. It was a complete accident that he and Yang Wenjing slept together. At that time Chen Tong was completely greedy for Yang Wenjing's beauty. It's okay to molest Yang Wenjing. Get over it. Because he knew that Yang Wenjing was a youth in the countryside and could not possibly look at him. The reason the two slept together. It's because of the booze. Yang Wenjing received the notice of the return of the young people to their hometowns. That night, she was happy. The mayor of the village organized a farewell party for a few of the youths. That night, Yang Wenjing went to the head. Drinking. The two then slept together sparingly. Yang Wenjing contributes the most valuable thing a woman can have. You know, this year, that would get out and be laughed at and cursed. It's even possible that you won't be able to marry for the rest of your life. And, Chen Tong is guilty of hooliganism and will be shot. It didn't work. The two had to walk together. Free love. At first it was fine. Chen Tong treated Yang Wenjing like a treasure. But it wasn't long before Chen Tong revealed his nature. Good eating, lazy, no work, just thinking about sleeping with Yang Wenjing. And then also with punks from the same village. Bragging about banging a know-it-all. Yang Wenjing, that's so hydrating. That's so cool. Whenever he gets angry, he hits and curses, punches and kicks, and doesn't think of himself as a human being at all. Yang Wenjing came to her senses and wanted to leave Chen Tong and Qinghe village. But, it is too late. She's pregnant. She's pregnant with Chen Tong's child. If you want to leave, you can't. Thankfully, that's all behind us now. Smoke goes up in smoke. Chen Tong carried Yang Wenjing carefully on the donkey cart. He led the donkey cart back home. A dim light was on in the small yard. The table was full of food. Chen Hao, the second brother, sat in the courtyard, his mouth chattering, blaming himself all the time. At that time, one should have stopped Chen Tong. Shouldn't have gone that far. Even if you're going, you should go in pairs to have a caretaker. Her sister-in-law, Li Hong, was also fuming, her eyes a little red. So much so that neither man heard the brass bells of the donkey cart. Chapter 59, Come and get your money on the 15th of every month. Chen Tong held Yang Wenjing's hand and pushed open the courtyard door. Chen Hao and Li Hong were still oblivious. Second brother, sister-in-law, Chen Tong shouted before the two responded. Little Tong, back, come on, wash your hands for dinner. Li Hong twisted her head and inadvertently wiped the corner of her eyes. It's good that it's okay. Chen Hao was a bit mute and didn't know how to speak, holding back only one sentence. Back. Chen Tong nodded. The villagers of Wujia Fort were too enthusiastic, and I wasn't familiar with the road, so I got lost on the way back, making second brother and sister-in-law worry about the whole almost getting mugged thing. There's no way Chen Tong is going to say that. Not a word will be mentioned. Other than that, it's just Ergo's nature. It was absolutely impossible for him to let himself go to the Wu family fortress again. Little River had already eaten early and gone to bed. Kids, when you're tired of playing, you cry out for hunger. And when you're hungry, you eat, and when you're full, you go to sleep. Eat. Sister-in-law Li Hong cleaned up the dishes. The house was electrified, had lights, and had light at night. It's easy to do things too. Chen Tong and Chen Hao totaled up today's harvest. Chen Tong collected 520 pounds in Wujiabao. Chen Hao collected 400 pounds in Shanli village. The villagers of this village sent 380 pounds. The eel and loach totaled 300 pounds. That's over $1,300. It was worth the trip to go. Tomorrow afternoon. Still have to go to Wujiazwang. There are not many small hybrids left. Barely enough for the eel noodle restaurant. The brothers evened out the eels. Big buckets and small pots. And the yard was full of eels. It doesn't even out. And you're likely to get smothered some. It wouldn't be worth it. Early the next morning. It was light. Chen Tong got up early. After a brief wash, he went to find the village head, Chen Bulan. Yesterday, Chen Tong's heart was a bit backward. Then the breeding of eels and loaches has to be taken care of sooner rather than later. In case you get hit and hurt, this can delay the best golden time to raise eels. The baby eels collected at this time of year may be sold in September and October. That's a real moneymaker. At this point, Chen Bulan just sat on the threshold of his house, pounding the dry cigarette in his hand. It was a habit he had developed over the years. Get up early in the morning and clear your throat. Breathe in the fresh air and moisturize your lungs. Then, take out the dry cigarettes that have followed him for years. Pull out the tobacco, stuff it in, and press it solid. A beautiful smoke is simply one of life's great pleasures. Uncle, still some distance away, Chen Tong saw Chen Bulan, shouted from a distance. Chen Bulan narrowed his eyes, mouth baring, exhale a mouthful of dry smoke. Uncle, what? Chen Tong also did not see foreign, are not old acquaintances. It's not bad. The old Zheng family near the big puddle, the old Hu family, and the old Su family have all agreed. That was pretty much what Chen Tong had estimated. So nice. Cootie, don't agree. But they want to know how much you're willing to pay in gross to rent their land? Uncle, how much do you think is appropriate to give? Chen Tong smiled and went forward, sat next to Chen Bulan, and skillfully took out the large front door from his pocket, pulled one out and handed it over. You're a slippery boy. Chen Bulan took the cigarette and hung it by his ear. They are all from the same village and depend on the land for their living. So it's too much to give less. Let's give $100 for an acre of land a year. This price was calculated by Chen Bulan bit by bit. An acre of land that produces a full crop of food. 400 pounds shall not be enough. Even at the price of white rice, 20 cents a caddy. The total is only $80. You should know that each family also has to contribute 50 pounds of grain per acre per year. Do the math. Not even 400 pounds. It saves labor in the fields again, which is really a great thing. Chen Bulan sorted things out with them piece by piece, and naturally, they were able to accept it. Original. Chen Bulan was not convinced that anyone would rent land to Chen Tong, but Chen Tong left, and carefully thought about himself. It's the ones that don't rent the land that are the cuties, as long as the price is right. Everyone hates the fact that the big puddle side is their own land. Uncle, there's another thing that I've been thinking about for a long time as well, and I thought I'd discuss it with you. Chen Bulan took a sharp drag on his dry cigarette. You say, I can accept the price of $100 a year, but, to avoid conflicts at a later stage, I pay them the corresponding amount on a monthly basis. That means that this money is to be picked up at my house on the 15th of every month. One big roundup per person. Ooh, Boss Chen is atmospheric. With his mouth open, he added $20 to each of the villagers. Wouldn't it be nice to give it all at once? Chen Bulin was a little puzzled, and gave the money at once to save time and effort. Not only that, this Chen kid even gave an extra $20. There really is money to burn. Uncle, it's not that I'm a good person when I make money. I am worried that if I give all the money at once, the villagers will use the money too quickly, in case they don't hold it. Chen Bulin knows a thing or two. He knew what Chen Tong was worried about. Mountain people, after all, shallow eyes, hands, all of a sudden so much money. Couldn't control it, spent it all. There's nothing to eat, nothing to drink, so maybe it's backfiring. What if I back out? Well, you can only ask for your own land. It hurts the neighborhood to mess around with you. Chen Bulin unexpectedly glanced at Chen Tong, something he hadn't even thought of. You boy. Chen Bulin gave a thumbs up towards Chen Tong. This kid, he's really different. No wonder the people in the village said it was the great white star that woke him up. Actually, Chen Tong wasn't worried about himself. It's worrying about Chen Hao. If he goes out to make a name for himself in the future, not at home, really met some tricky things. That second brother of his is stubborn, definitely not allowed. When the time came to fall out with the village, he would be the one to suffer. A barefoot man is not afraid to wear shoes. People have nothing to eat or drink. What do they care? Uncle, then it will be hard for you to make 2 more trips to make it clear to the families that rent the land. And if they agree, they will make a note and press a red handprint. This one is just as meaningful. There are not many literate people in the village at all, and they don't know what's written on the paper. It's just that Chen Tong kept it, just in case. Chen Bulin nodded. He was happy to run for things that would benefit the village. Chen Tong, this kid collect eel loach this time, improve a lot of villagers' meals. Many people can afford to eat white rice and meat. Quality of life, that's a big step up. Who wouldn't praise him? Chen Tong left Chen Bulin's house after finishing things. He still has to sell loaches and eels. Back home, Yang Wenjing also got up. A pot of white rice porridge was simmering and some sweet potatoes were put in it. That smells good. Korea Kyung came, carrying nylon bags filled with mushrooms, fungus and other mountain products. Standing in the doorway and not going in. When he saw Chen Tong, he gave a hefty laugh. Chen Tong could only return a smile. This Korea Kyung, he's even more boring than his second brother. Chapter 60, Today at noon, we'll eat dumplings. The 3 of them packed up the donkey cart and lifted the eel loach onto the crate. Just set off for the county. Everything is familiar. Things are done more efficiently. But, when Chen Tong received 100 sheets of dumpling from the accountant, still can't help but get excited. A thick pile. The feeling of holding it in your hand. Too down to earth. This trip to Wujiazwang was worth it. As the saying goes, the rich and famous, not going to the Wujiazwang this trip, shall not be less than $500. It's close to half less and not as thick in your hand. From the aquatic supply house, the trio split into 3. Chen Tong went to the supply house to buy some daily necessities. Chen Hao went to give the remaining eel loach and mountain products to eel noodle restaurants and small noodle stalls. Han Kyung went home to catch eels first. Chen Tong drove the donkey cart to the supply house and strolled around. Added some new dishes and iron pots to the house. The bowls in the house are either missing a corner here or bumped there. It's a bit of a knockout. Chen Tong decided to give them all new ones. And when I save enough money, I'll build a big house. It's one of those tile houses. Green brick. The ground. It's concrete. It doesn't leak when it rains, and it doesn't blow in high winds. A ginkgo tree planted in the yard couldn't be better. Then, got some more dried shiitake mushrooms, eggs, salt, sugar, etc. Dumplings for lunch today. He has been craving pork dumplings for a long time and specially bought dried shiitake mushrooms just for dumplings. Thieves' fragrance. Left the supply house. Chen Tong drove a donkey cart to the meat factory. Came in early today. The butcher store in front of the meat factory was full. Haven't sold many yet. Boss, 5 pounds of lean meat, 5 pounds of fat. Chen Tong waved his hand. That's pretty ho-hum. The owner of the butcher store already knew Chen Tong. Just this kid. He used to come in and buy meat, a few pounds at a time. What kind of family is this, eating meat like this? Normally when someone comes to buy meat, a pound of pork at the top shall not be enough. There were also quite a few people who bought it in 2s and 3s. A big buyer of meat like him. It's really not that common. 10 pounds of pork. That's a little over $20. It's more than half a month's salary. The owner picked the 2 best pieces of meat, cut well to Tran Tong. Boss, why aren't there any pork ribs? Chen Tong thought of buying some pork rib stew to give Yang Wenjing a tonic. That thing? No meat, and it beats weight. Nobody cares to buy it. What's the matter, you want to buy it? The boss was right on the money. Pork ribs are not popular in this day and age. There's no meat. And so heavy. With that kind of money, why don't you buy pork for dinner? Ever? Chen Tong asked. Others do not rare ribs. He rare People don't know how to make soup. He does. Yes. The owner didn't think anyone would want it. Lowering his head, he pulled out a couple ribs from under the bunk. How much is this? Seeing as you're an old acquaintance. 50 cents a pound. Chen Tong didn't expect it. This price is super low. In the latter days, ribs cost several times as much as pork. Chen Tong asked for 3 pounds. It just feels like you've earned it. Aha. Sure is a good hand at business. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, Chen Tong drove the donkey cart to the home before Chen Hao. Daughter-in-law, we're having dumplings for lunch today. Chen Tong entered the courtyard with a large bag of things. Yang Wenjing is watering the eels and loaches sent by the villagers. Back. She saw Chen Tong and broke into a smile. Li Hong is busy in the kitchen. Heard the sound and came out too, wiping the water off his hands. Tong, you were saying what we're having for lunch today. Sister-in-law, I said dumplings for lunch today. After saying that, Chen Tong took the pork into the kitchen. Li Hong gave him a look. Weird eyes. He is not allowed to do this thing with the noodles. It can only be given to my sister-in-law. Li Hong. He cleaned the pork and cut it into large chunks. Put the fat in the pot and boil the lard first. Then get out the chopping board. Place the lean meat on top and deign to chop it. Don't look for cut after cut. The pork is easily chopped. Actually, it's a physical job. Ask the pork to become a meaty paste. That way it will cook easily in the pan. It takes a lot of effort to make one cut after another. Mince the meat. Chen Tong scraped into the newly purchased basin with a knife. Went to the field and picked fresh leeks and organized them. It was also chopped and put into the meat batter. Then, another egg was taken out and put in. Non-stop stirring. Finally, take out the soy sauce. Message, saltpeter and sugar to taste. This is the first dumpling filling. Chen Tong has to make a second dumpling filling. That's the dregs bamboo shoots and shiitake mushroom stuffing. And it's very tasty. One bite and your mouth explodes with juice. That's delicious and memorable. At this time, it just so happened that Chen Hao also came back. Second brother, we're having dumplings for lunch today, and we're missing a bamboo shoot, so go dig up a few in the back of the mountain. Chen Hao answered, took the bamboo basket and went out. Since when did this kid know how to make dumpling filling? Chen Hao felt more and more that this brother was different. Suddenly, it's like you've got 18 skills. All kinds of things. Sample. However, he couldn't think about it that much. Eating dumplings is important. When Chen Hao came back with the bamboo shoots, Chen Tong had already made preparations. As soon as the bamboo shoots come in, peel them, wash them and chop them. Chen Tong did it all in one go. Stir with the drippings, then add the soaked mushrooms. That scent. The juice came up in a flash. Season to taste. Yang Wenjing also came to help make dumplings together. Chan Ho has stupid hands. Just go to the yard and wait for the villagers to come and sell the eels. It was nearing 12 o'clock. Both filled dumplings are done. On the little broken table in the yard. It's full of dumplings. White floral skin with a bulbous belly. Each dumpling was filled to the brim. Several people looked at the dumplings on the table and gulped at the same time. Chen Tong picked up one, put it to his mouth and blew on it, then handed it to Yang Wenjing's mouth. At once, Yang Wenjing's face turned red with shame. This guy? What for? There are still little kids around. Xiao Jianghe had long ago brought a bowl of food next to him and started eating. The first pot of dumplings comes out. Chen Tong then served some out and let this little guy eat it first. Mouth full of oil. Sister-in-law, send Jianhe to school in the afternoon and serve some to mom and dad so they can try the dumplings. Li Hong responded. Clipped a dumpling to Chen Hao. This man doesn't have the slightest bit of eyesight yet. I don't know how to learn from my brother. Chen Tong, like a log, and she had to clip it to him. Chen Tong picked up a dumpling and took a bite. It just happened to be dregs of greasy bamboo shoots stuffed with shiitake mushrooms. The delicious juice shot out from the corner of his mouth. Firmness of the drippings, freshness of the bamboo shoots, and smoothness of the shiitake mushrooms. In this moment, simultaneously, it exploded in his mouth. Instant happiness. It's not just him. Yang Wenjing is the same way. The moment the dumplings were in her mouth, her eyes reddened. She waited. Bittersweet. After all, Chen Tong was no longer the same Chen Tong as before. Chapter 61. What are you doing watching his family eat dumplings? This meal of dumplings had propped up Chen Tong so much that he couldn't walk. It's really too delicious. It's so good. As for Xiao Jianghe, he even ate a big bowl full of it, yelling and wanting more. If it wasn't for Li Hong's concern that he was eating too much, eat vomit, guess the little guy will have to do another bowl. After eating, Li Hong cleared the dishes and covered the dumplings served in the basin with a cage cloth, taking little River to school. By the way, I'm sending it to my mom and dad who are in the county hospital. But, She had just opened the door when she came face to face with Yang Su-mei, who had opened the door. Out of respect for your elders, she still called out to her little aunt. Little River also sweetly shouted little grandma. Yang Su-mei answered coldly. Saw the oil that hadn't been wiped clean from the corners of Ogawa's mouth. What's in this tub? It's still covered with gauze. Yang Sung's eyes looked like they were trying to penetrate the cage cloth to see what was underneath. No, it's nothing, just some food for mom and dad. Li Hong is a bit afraid of Yang Su-mei. The whole village, on quarrels. If Yang Su-mei is second, no one dares to say first. Anyone who comes in is cursed as usual. Once, the village head, Chen Bulan, had his nose pointed at him. Neither dared to return the favor. That's called a splash. Send what food? I'll see. While saying that, Yang Su-mei got on it. Li Hong took a few steps backward. Ducked. Hey! Yang Su-mei was instantly displeased. You're a junior. How dare you hide? What's the matter? What's in there that's so unseemly that I can't even look at it? On the way out the door, Chen Tong had instructed Li Hong. Don't let the villagers see the dumplings in the basin. You've had a good life. Naturally, there will be some eye-rolling. Li Hong was remembering, so he ducked back. Little auntie, Junha still has to go to school, so I'll leave first. Li Hong didn't want to say much to Yang Su-mei, pulling Little River. He sidestepped around. But, what a character Yang Su-mei is. That's an indomitable man. She rushed forward with an arrow and stopped Li Hong. Reaching down, he ripped away the cage cloth covering the basin. The speed was so fast that Li Hong couldn't stop it. My mom. Yang Su-mei's eyes widened. She didn't blink, did she? This is white flour. Dumplings. Looking at the bulging of each dumpling, there must have been a lot of filling put into it. Little. Li Hong was just about to open her mouth, only to see Yang Su-mei pinching a dumpling with her fingers and putting it into her mouth in a swift and easy manner. After a couple of haphazard chews, he swallowed it in his stomach. It directly stunned Li Hong, and people like that. But, while Li Hong was dismayed, Yang Su-mei picked up another dumpling. Stuff it in your mouth. Li Hong scrambled backward. Little auntie, these are dumplings for mom and dad. It's a little loud. It startled a few people in the house. Chen Tong opened the door first. Just see Yang Su-mei's mouth stuffed to the brim. He froze for a moment as well. Immediately. Then he reacted. It must be his sister-in-law Li Hong who delivered the dumplings and was bumped into by Yang Su-mei. Only when she saw Chen Tong and the others come out did Yang Su-mei collect herself a little. Chew slowly on that dumpling in your mouth. Ah, what delicious dumplings. Oiled eggs, bamboo shoots, shiitake mushroom. Yang Su-mei swallowed in small bites, expecting the dumplings in her mouth to go down her stomach slower. But, how it doesn't taste the same as the first dumpling. Yang Su-mei came to a realization. The dumpling filling alone is two kinds. Killjoys. How much money must Chen Tong have made in the loach and eel business? Neat and white rice at all times. Now, surprisingly, they're all white bread dumplings. It's still greasy residue. First, Yang Su-mei slowly reminisced. Leek flavor, pork and leek dumplings. Yang Su-mei was even more shocked in her heart. Pork dumplings. That's a lot of pork and a lot of money. Chen Tong was cold and told Li Hong to go first and not to delay. Yang Su-mei looked at Li Hong's distant back, her eyes that were unblinking. Two words come to mind. Dumplings. Chen Tong didn't want to bother with her, so he pulled Yang Wenjing back to the house. This Yang Su-mei, thicker skinned than a city wall corner. Arguing with her is just a pain in the ass. It's getting late, so it's time to pack up and go to Wujiabao to collect eels. The two brothers, Chen Hao and Chen Tong, had just gotten busy. Then I heard a quarrel coming from Yang Su-mei's house next door. Chen Wenhai had just returned and saw the cold-faced Yang Su-mei, acting like who owes her money. Chen Wenhai had just come down from the production team and was thirsty. Nor do they want to mess with Yang Su-mei. I picked up the hot water bottle just to pour some water to drink and found it empty. How come there's not even any hot water? Drink! You drink! Just drink water! Yang Su-mei sprayed 3 times in a row. And the sound was so loud that it directly confused Chen Wenhai. What's wrong with her again? I just got back. Can't I have some hot water? Chen Wenhai had a hot kettle in his hand and a temper. You're at least a person who works in the production team. And you've lived a long life. How come you can't even compare to a Chen kid? It's bad luck for me to follow you. Eat? No food. Clothes? No clothes. Look at other people's Chen kid. That little punk. The family eats meat every day and white rice all the time. Let you go down to the field to catch eels and loaches and sell them for some money. But you can't pull your face. What's the matter? You're the only one who's noble? You're the only one with a big rack? Doesn't the village headman, Chen Bulan, go and catch eels and loaches to sell to the Chen kids family all the same? Now, which person in the village doesn't catch eels and loaches to subsidize the household? A large part of them have tasted meat and eaten white rice. Yang Sumei lay with tears in her eyes, pointing at Chen Wenhai's nose and cursing. Chen Wenhai was muffled and didn't say a single fart. The main reason was still his family's golden phoenix Irma. With a golden phoenix in his family, how could he bend down to beg for a living from Chen Tong? A second rate. Especially last time, after being disliked by Chen Tong. Chen Wenhai was still holding his breath in his stomach until now. Not to fight for buns, he has to fight for breath. You dance. Do as you please. Let's see how long you can dance. You will not eat a mouthful of your family's rice when you die of hunger. And you will not drink a mouthful of your family's water when you die of thirst. When my Irma gets out of college and enters the public sector. With a golden bowl. I also eat white rice and pork every day. Who really gets the last laugh? However, living expenses were just sent last time. Why does this Irma want money again? Especially during this time. Almost all of Irma's letters were asking for money. Chen Wenhai wondered. It shouldn't be. Woo. Watching Chen Wenhai unable to pop out a fart, Yang Sumei whimpered nonstop. His family ate dumplings at noon a few days ago. A big pot full of dumplings. One stuffed with pork and leeks. One stuffed with dregs of oil and bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms. What are you doing? Yang Sumei was truly jealous. This littler's family eats too well. What kind of world is this? She's got a golden phoenix in her family. Hearing Yang Sumei's words, Chen Wenhai was also stunned. What? Eating white dumplings? Or is it two fillings? Chapter 62, Wu Bogwa's thoughts. Chen Tong and Chen Hao drove the donkey cart past the door of Yang Sumei's house. The sounds of arguing inside faded away. The two men smiled at each other. The whole village knows that their family collects eels and loaches, 20 cents a pound. But, that's one time I haven't seen Yang Sumei and Chen Wenhai deliver it. But, Chen Tong didn't care either. He did not target Yang Sumei's family. If they send eels and loaches, they will receive the same. Even if he sues his grandfather. Chen Tong also took advantage of the situation. You're the one who doesn't catch eels and loaches to sell. I can't give you money for nothing. I'm not my father. Chen Wan Kai. You have the cheek to borrow money and not pay it back. So I'll give it. That's not going to happen. Always thinking about whoring. Dream on. The two parted at the head of the village. One goes to the village of Yamazato. One goes to the Wujiazwang. The sound of a brass bell is clear and lingering. The little donkey's 4 hooves clattered down the road. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, Chen Tong came to the mountain road of Wu Jiabao. Far out, he then saw a man standing there, a little familiar. It's Wu Baogua. Wu Baogua was surprisingly waiting for him at the head of the village. This surprised Chen Tong a bit. Chen Tong gave a whip towards the donkey's ass, causing the little donkey to speed up. Mayor Wu, elder brother Chen. The two men exchanged greetings. Elder brother Chen is still able to come to the Wu family fort today. There's no way to say that he has the temperament to do so. Wu Baogua originally thought that Chen Tong wouldn't come this afternoon. Also, out of that, 9 out of 10 don't want to come. Didn't realize. This kid's got some nerve. But think about it. These days, starving the timid and bracing the bold. The fact that this kid still has the guts to come here proves that this is the doorway he's making his money on now. Village Chief Wu. Doing business is all about honesty. Yesterday we all said goodbye to the uncle and aunt of the Wu family castle. So naturally we have to come. Chen Tong got off the crate, leading the donkey and walking with Wu Baogua. The two walked to the ground. The villagers of Wu Jia Fort clamored around. Large pots and buckets were in hand, dripping sparsely. They went down early to catch more eels and loaches. Some even get up in the morning and catch them and keep them in buckets and pots. The eel and loach thing. Good to feed. As long as they are not left in the sun for long periods of time, they can live quite a long time. Chen Tong took down a bamboo basket from the crate and waited in front of these people. Then pour in the eels that the villagers handed over. 12 pounds, uncle. That's $2.40. Chen Tong took out his Mao ticket and counted the money and handed it over. Ooh, 20 pounds. Here, $4. Auntie, yours is 5 pounds for $1. After the first batch was weighed, there were already about 300 pounds. Those people had smiles on their faces, one after the other. Nothing else. It's those gross bills in your hand. The village chief, Wu Baogua, said the money. Enough for a couple of good meals for them. Pork is affordable. Wu Baogua looked at these dry energy of the villagers and also thanked Chen Tong from the bottom of his heart, especially for coming over today. That was even more of a high opinion of Chen Tong. The first wave of villagers sold out of eels and loaches. There's not much there for a while. Chen Tong was also able to take a break sitting on the crate. Elder brother Chen, I thank you for our villagers. Wu Baogua's skin is dark. His body is thin but very powerful, especially that pair of eyes is very bright and sharp. Village Chief Wu, you're too kind. We're also doing a small business to make a living. Wu Baogua looked at Chen Tong, and surprisingly, there was a hint of hesitation. But, still gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth. Elder brother Chen, old brother has an ungrateful request to tell you about. Of course, if you think it's okay, we'll do it. If you say it's not okay, then it's not okay. Wu Bagua knows. It's only the second day of Chen Tong's visit, and that happened yesterday. It's too early to say that a trusting relationship has not yet formed with the Wookiee castle, but he's the village chief. It must be for the sake of their Wu family castle. After all, Wujiobeo was the poorest of the surrounding villages, and partial and poor. Suddenly there was Chen Tong coming to collect eels and loaches. It's really heavenly. What Wu Bagua has to do is to firmly hold on to the thigh of the god of fortune. It really can't. It's okay to hug the god of fortune's leg hair. He wants to change the plight of the village of Wu Jiabao. You say. Chen Tong wanted to see what kind of unfavorable request Wu Bagua could have. Just for his timely arrival last night, Chen Tong was too embarrassed to keep him from talking. It's like this. Although our village's eel and loach are many, but they can't withstand a day of hundreds of pounds of catching. I dare say, at most not more than 10 days of loach and eel will catch no more. I want to build a long-lasting relationship with you to make our villagers' days better and better. Wu Bagua's eyes were sincere as he looked at Chen Tong. Chen Tong nodded. This Wu Bagua was not simple. Just these few words show that this man is not an ordinary thinker. It's a good village chief who looks out for the villagers. I'd like to know if you're just harvesting this eel and loach for this bout, or all year round. Wu Bagua uttered these words. Chen Tong had already guessed a few things. The more and more he felt that Wu Bagua was a powerful man. It's a thought that transcends the limitations of this age. You know, it's in a ravine. Even if Wu Bagua was the village chief, he was still a native of Wu Jia Fort. How many times a year do you get to visit the county? If Chen Tong hadn't guessed correctly, this Wu Bagua wants to lead the villagers of Wu Jiabao to breed eels. That thought. It's not worth it in a few decades, but someone who can think of it at this point in time. Mother asterisk 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 must be a talent. Great talent. Is village chief Wu trying to bring the villagers together to raise eels and loaches? Chen Tong asked with a smile. Wu Bagua's eyes instantly lit up. He hasn't even said anything yet and this kid can guess? Mother asterisk 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 a roundworm in your stomach? At this time, Wu Bagua looked at Chen Tong with a feeling of hating each other. No wonder people can drive a donkey cart to collect eels and loaches. No wonder it doesn't take yesterday's events to heart. This insight, that guts. Mother asterisk 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 can he not get rich? Ha ha ha. Wu Bagua laughed out loud, his heart flowing freely. However, Chen Tong was very shocked in his heart. In this era of not having enough to eat and not having enough to wear, a poor countryside in a mountain valley has just been divided into households. How could anyone come up with such an idea? Can it be that this Wu Bagua is also reborn? Chen old brother, what do you think of this idea of mine? Of course, whether or not I can raise eels and loaches depends on your old brother nodding his head. This amazing idea of Wu Bagua is very much of its time. However, he has no sales. He doesn't know who the eel loaches are sold to. He also didn't know that aquatic supply houses charge for this that dogs don't eat. Wu Bagua's thoughts were beyond the limitations of this era, but the greatest extent of his insights was still in the town of Suyo, here in the Wu family's fortress. All your life, you can only be in these places, going round and round. Chapter 63 Eel and Loach Breeding Bases. Chen Tong believes, Wu Bagua has a business mind and a keen sense of smell. If he hadn't been born in this little ravine, he would have made something of himself. And, it's not small. For the first time, a hopeful look appeared in Wu Bagua's eyes, because he knows, he's not going to be able to make this idea work. It's still up to Chen Tong to nod his head. A nod of the head means yes, a shake of the head means no. Wu Bagua's heart was still nervous. This was a rare opportunity for him, and for the entire Wu family fortress. Chen Tong pondered for a moment. Nod. Smiling, he said, Village Chief Wu has a big picture, so I naturally support it. This idea of Wu Bagua, it just woke up Chen Tong a bit too. If this works, then he and his second brother, Chen Hao, wouldn't have to drive a donkey cart around, and you don't have to worry about running into village bullies. To engage in eel and loach farming bases. There is a saying, the first to get rich leads to the second to get rich. He's not rich yet, but he's perfectly capable of leading the villagers to earn money together. Sure, he'll make more money. It could be several times, a dozen times what it is now. There are a total of 5 villages around Qinghe village. It's all here in the ravine. Nothing else. The mountains are good and the water is good, so it is the most suitable as the eel and loach breeding base. Pure and natural. Wild. Wu Bagua's heart in his throat went down halfway when he heard these words. It's something that just might work. Old brother Chen, it's still you. I don't know why, but old brother and I have a feeling of hating each other. I just don't know why old brother can guess my thoughts. Wu Bagua rubbed his hands together, and in front of Chen Tong, he instead looked like a small child who had never seen the world. Because, I have also started a loach and eel breeding place in our village, and the location lot has been chosen. Seriously, Wu Baoguo was surprised and blurted out those two words, but, then thought about it again, and people were able to guess what he was thinking. It can only mean one thing, he's already trying. Wu Baoguo felt more and more that he had found the right person. Luckily he kept his eyes open yesterday. Otherwise the god of wealth of their village was lost to those asshole boys. Mother *******. Village Chief Wu, do you think this will work? From tomorrow onwards, I won't come to collect eels from Wujia Fort. Of course, your Sai can send the eels and loaches to my house, which is Qinghe Village. That's 4 or 5 hours round trip. The same person in Chen drove a donkey cart that really didn't want to run. Since Wujiapu would soon become one of his eel farming bases, he belonged to the consignee. You have to enjoy your life at home at least. Wujiabeo villagers send eel loach can organize a group of people. There is a care. You can still give away a lot at once. You're giving away a lot. You're earning a lot. Okay. Wu Baoguo agreed without hesitation. In a little while you go back, and I'll have someone follow you back. Feel the way, and fight tomorrow, and we'll go and deliver eels and loaches to you. Okay? I'll take as many eels and loaches as I can get. Chen Tong and Wu Baoguo reached a verbal agreement. Wu Baoguo let out a long breath, and the heart hanging in half was finally put back into his heart. Raising eels and loaches can bring a steady stream of income to the village. If we catch all the eels and loaches at once, it is possible to make a lot of money in the short term. Then after earning money from eels and loaches, what should the villagers, who are so poor that they can only drink water to satisfy their hunger, do next? Can there still be a god of fortune in the sky? He felt it. Almost impossible. At this time, the second batch of villagers delivering eels and loaches came again. Wu Jiabao looked into the villagers' pots and barrels. There are more or less eels and loaches that are as thick as a small thumb and not quite as long as chopsticks. He then became more determined to raise eels and loaches. These are half-sized eel loaches in a separate plot. Throw it in. Don't even bother. It'll rub off in a couple months. In August or September, it'll be big enough to grow. No more than it's worth at this size now? And the eel loach that grows up can give birth to young ones again. The little ones grow up to have little ones again. It just goes on and on. Although it cannot lead the villagers to get rich, it can improve the living environment. Chen Tong saw that it was getting late. The baskets I brought with me also collected a lot of eels and loaches. Gotta get back. Can't let the pregnant Yang Wenjing worry. Village Chief Wu, then it's a deal. It's getting late. I have to go back. Wu Baoguo held Chen Tong's hand, and light danced in his eyes. It's like a little spark in the meadow, although small, but it's enough to start a fire. Wu Baoguo called out to 2 villagers to follow Chen Tong left and right. Make sure they keep track of the distance. If you know where Qinghe village is, you can come back. And he's not going. It's on the rise. There are big things waiting for him. Mother *********. Get over here. Get over here. Meeting. Chen Tong collected a total of 800 pounds of eel and loach in Wujiapu, sitting on a crate, headed back with 2 villagers. Road. Chen Tong told them some good signs to remember. For example, there's a hill up ahead that looks a lot like a cat's ear. When you see this hill, you follow the road to the end and turn right. Then, there will be a large puddle to encounter. Follow the puddle. Heading east. Those 2 memorized it with a serious face, afraid of forgetting it. The words kept coming out of his mouth. 2 hours and 10 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the mountainous depression where the village of Qinghe was located. Already the whole village could be seen from high above. Chen Tong told them to just keep following this dirt road. It's just a matter of getting to his house. If you can't find out which one his house is, just ask a random person for directions. The whole village all know that his family collects eels and loaches. The 2 nodded. Back to the Wujiazwang. Chen Tong drove a donkey cart. The heart calculates his eel loach breeding base. Qinghe village, Shanli village, Wujiobeo, Dongjia village, Panjiagu. These are considered to be very close villages. It's all in the mountains again. That's 5 breeding sites as long as we can get it done. The eels and loaches that could be caught that day were at least 500 pounds. Not a lot though, but this is a long-term business. It's always possible to make it to October. That's accumulated wealth that can't be underestimated. Becoming a millionaire is just around the corner. Chen Tong drove the donkey cart back home. There is still a wave of villagers selling eels and loaches that has not yet dispersed. Saw Chen Tong. Each one teased a few times. Compliments left and right. It made Chen Tong float a bit. What's the saying? Wealthy people do not return to their homes as if they were brocade. Now, and he got a taste of that. Daughter-in-law, ergo hasn't come back yet? Aha, not yet. Chen Tong was surprised that Shanli village was much closer than Wu Jiabao. Why haven't you come back by now? It shouldn't. However, Chen Tong didn't take it to heart. The eels and loaches on the crate haven't been unloaded yet. Chapter 64 Middlemen Make a Difference? Moon over Willow. The yard was lit with a dim light, dispelling the hint of coolness that the night brought. Chen Tong had already generalized all the eels on the crate, evened them out, and watered them. Sister-in-law Li Hong also had the meal ready. However, it was still impossible to wait for Chen Hao to return. At this point, it was only then that Chen Tong realized something was wrong. Heart thumping. It's not the village bully, is it? With the character of Chen Hao, the second brother, it is bound to be just a wave. He's had nothing but losses from Chen Tong. Other people's losses that are not eaten. As long as something didn't make sense, Chen Hao wouldn't budge an inch. It was as if the last time I went to Shanli village to find Zhao Dinyo's theory was one thing. Daughter-in-law. Chen Tong lowered his voice and took the horse lamp. Second brother hasn't come back until now. I'll go find him. Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong with a worried expression. It's already dark. I'll go with you. No, you stay home with your sister-in-law. Chen Tong pointed at Li Hong, who was sitting on the sidelines in a daze, and presumably, in her mind, she was ruminating. It takes company to do that. Yang Wenjing nodded, took a wood knife from the kitchen and told Chen Tong to hold it. Chen Tong received the firewood knife, and his heart was much more stable. However, after thinking about it, Chen Tong put down his horse lamp again. There's a moon in the sky tonight. Just watch the road by the light of the moon. If you really want to carry a horse lamp, you'll be a living target instead. People can see it all the way from their homes. Chen Tong held the firewood knife and smiled towards Yang Wenjing. Opened the door. Brave enough to go out. Yang Wenjing stood at the entrance of the courtyard until Chen Tong's back disappeared into the night. Long time. Before entering the door of the house, she was, now, praying unceasingly in her heart. Peace and quiet. Shun shun sui. The moonlight shed a thin veil, laying a layer of gentleness over all the mountains and ravines. Moonlight. A man with a wood chipper. It's being anxiously rushed. Direction to Yamazato village. Who could this person be if not Chen Tong? At this point, he was nervous. A fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead. It's nothing to lose your eel and loach and donkey cart. The bottom line is this. Second brother Chen Ho can't be okay. His sister-in-law was waiting for him. Little River was waiting for him. And his parents were waiting for him. Chen Tong didn't dare to think about it. If something happens, how is he going to face his family? The wood chipper in his hand clenched even tighter. He walked briskly. Chen Hao is going to the village of Shanli. A familiar door. The journey isn't too far. It was reasonable to say that Qingha village and Shanli village were more or less able to have people who knew each other. Not so much as to say a human life. Then there are only two possibilities. The brothers have been collecting eels and loaches for a while now, and they've been getting a lot of attention. Being robbed, Ergo is straight and embarrassed to go home. There's another possibility. The donkey cart broke down on the road. It was impossible for Chen Hao to give up so many eels and loaches without it. Been waiting for him where he is. Sure, Chen Tong hopes it's the second one. It's just that the crate is broken. Chen Hao, the second brother, was waiting for him by guarding the eels and loaches and donkeys. Wait for him. Wait for him. Chen Tong's pace accelerated a few more points, but his heart was also a few points more worried. Because he's almost halfway there. Haven't met second brother Chen Ho yet, but don't let anything happen. Chen Tong's mouth kept chanting. Even though he had seen a lot in his previous life, his heart was still pounding. The safety of his closest relatives was what Chen Tong cared about the most in this life. Finally, half an hour later, Chen Tong came to Shanli village. It's still the same mountain village that you have to go through. From a distance, Chen Tong saw several silhouettes. The braying of a donkey was also heard. Chen Tong's heart instantly tightened. Gripping the wood chipper in his hand, he ran frantically. What the? As the distance got closer, Chen Tong held up the firewood knife in his hand and chided loudly. He just doesn't know it himself. How hideous and horrible his own facial expression is right now. Heard someone coming. The men snapped back. Under the bright moonlight, they only saw a man holding something unknown in his hand, running quickly towards them, like a mad dog. Big brother, someone's coming. This must be his brother. Shan Tong, Tongzi, I'm fine. Chen Hao stood on the crate and shouted. He also saw the insane Chen Tong. The heart warmed. The eyes were suddenly red. Hearing his second brother Chen Hao's voice, Chen Tong regained his senses. But the speed remained unabated and came close to a few people. The eyes were cold and scary. So much so that it seems to be able to kill people. The village of Yamazato? Chen Tong held up the firewood knife. His voice a little hoarse. One of them stood toward the front, arms around his chest, shaking his legs. Yes, from the village in the mountains. What's the point of stopping my second brother? It doesn't mean much. It's just that my brothers worked hard to catch 200 pounds of eels, and your second brother Chen Hao won't take them. Chen Tong paused for a moment. The brain thinks fast. No eels and loaches? How is that possible? Dead? Chen Tong asked again, alive and crunching with energy. Tonzi, it's not that Ergo won't take it. It's that these guys are selling it forcefully and making me take their eels for 30 cents a caddy. Seeing that Chen Tong had arrived, Chen Hao also had a bottom line. Can't beat them 1-on-3. 2 against 3. Chen Hao was still confident. What's more, Chen Tong was holding a firewood knife in his hand. That guy. Sharp as a tack. The neck can be cut flush for you. Chen Tong bypassed the 3 and came to Chen Hao's side. Be informed. These three brothers. In the past few days, I saw Chen Hao come to collect eels and loaches, and the stack of tickets in his hand. The eye candy is overwhelming. However, Shanli Village and Qinghe Village are close to each other. There are some things they don't dare to do and don't want to do. And so, then he thought of a law. Took out all the family money and collected a batch of eels and loaches from the village in advance. And, of course, at 20 cents a pound. Wanted to sell it for 30 cents a pound here in Chen Hao. Chen Hao is naive and honest though, and not a cutie. I came over to collect eels and loaches. A little bit of weighing is good, although the delay is some time. But why should I spend a dime more to collect you? What's more, you 3 didn't come to me for advice, and I didn't say I needed any help from the 3 of you. Isn't this a form of forceful buying and selling? 200 pounds of eels, 10 cents more. That's an extra 20 bucks. Why? Chen Tong also understood. Dare I say that these 3 brothers is the middleman to make a difference. What a ing talent. But okay. These few people were still somewhat measured and didn't make a move against Chen Hao. It's carrying eels and loaches and blocking the way. From the moment Chen Hao returned from collecting the eels, he had been frozen in place. Okay, just a false alarm. Brothers, want to make money? Chen Tong put away the firewood knife. It would be best to be able to bleep without doing anything. Nonsense. Who does anything that doesn't make money? Still the man with the shaky legs said, we're all men. Some money is earned on our knees and some money is earned standing up. When you make money like this, you're on your knees. Chen Tong wasn't afraid to annoy a few people. A cold grunt. I've got the means here to make you stand and earn your money. Dang it. To not? Chapter 65, the second farming base. Done and done. Chen popped out of his teeth one word at a time. A spit and a nail. They're all about the same age. Why is the gap so big? The guy who keeps shaking his leg is called Wang Xiaoshan. It's big brother. The remaining 2 were called Wang Erzhan and Wang Sanshan. A family of 3 brothers. Speaking in a mountain village carries some weight. Nothing else. It's the 3 brothers who have a hard fist. When it comes to things, there is a reason to fight first. Good bravery. Many villagers in Shanli village are afraid of them. Stop Chen Hao this time. Kinda rational. If we come hard, we'll cut off the wealth of the people in the mountain villages. Then the 3 brothers won't be able to handle anymore. So, they'll just try it first. If it works, then they will collect all the eels and loaches in Shanli village and sell them to Chen Hao for 30 cents a caddy. In a day, the difference is as little as 30 or 40, or as much as 50 or 60. Boy, so much money. The 3 brothers said they would do it. And so it came to this. So tell us how to earn money standing up. Wang Xiaoshan looked at Chen Tong and knew that this was the one who spoke. Let's lift up the eels and loaches first. We've been working all day, so I'll give you $5 more. Okay? Wang Xiaoshan hesitated and nodded. The 3 brothers dumped the eels and loaches into the baskets on the crate. This money can be earned for less today. But that standing earning method must stay. Otherwise, these 2 brothers would have been in the red. Chen Hao took out a wad of gross bills and knotted them in his hand. Those 3 brothers couldn't take their eyes off of each other. So much money. What's the point of dividing them a little? You're going to die? What a pleasure for everyone to work together. 200 pounds of eel and loach for a total of $40 and $5 for hard work. For a total of 45. Chen Tong was holding a wood chipper in one hand and a woolen ticket in the other. Jumped off the crate. Here's 45. Order some. Chen Tong handed it to Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoshan wiped his hands on his clothes. Take over. Counted them one by the light of the moon. Ordered it back and forth 4 or 5 times. Only then did Wang Xiaoshan put it away. Still, it's still blocking the middle of the road. Say, what's the method? Although there are many eel loaches, but there is also a day to catch the end of the day. According to the speed of a few hundred pounds a day. Your village in the mountains. We will not be able to catch eel loaches for up to a week. Is this what I'm talking about? The 3 nodded in unison. They have taken this into consideration, which is why they are trying to rush this time to make more money. More eel and loach. It won't stand up to rooting and scratching. The grandkids lift you up with a shovel. Brothers really do have a good head on their shoulders. Chen Tong gave a thumbs up. So, if you want to keep making money on this eel loach, have you ever thought about finding pieces of the smaller, half-sized eel loach that you catch to keep? Foster. Foster? Those 2 words. The impact on the 3 brothers was huge. They know that they can raise chickens, geese, ducks and cows. This is the first time I've heard that you can raise eels and loaches. So, magical? This thing, how can I raise it? I don't know how long it will take to raise it, and at that time, what will you do if you don't accept it? Eel loach is very good to raise. Find a piece of paddy field near a puddle, catch the light of the big ones, throw the small ones in, and in a few months they will grow up, and also regenerate a batch of small ones in the paddy field, and then in the spring of the second year, they will again dilly-dally, and eel loach has been constant. As for you say eel loach collection, other I do not guarantee. These 2 years, how many I want how much? Of course, the price is still 20 cents a pound. Chen Tong finished speaking. The three brothers lapsed into silence, obviously all thinking about it. Raising this eel and loach thing. Hey, you don't say. It's pretty fresh. But, 3 are inexperienced. You're not going to fool the 3 of us, are you? Wang Xiaoshan half believed it. There are some things that a million words are not as useful as one action. I can tell you 3. That's not a small fortune. Chen Tong is old-fashioned. How suddenly it feels like I'm painting a picture. And it's kind of big and round. Big, crispy, flavorful pancakes. So you 2 brothers will still come to Shanli village tomorrow to collect eels? That's definitely not coming, Chen Tong said with a smile. You tricked us 3 brothers? Huang Xiaoshan's fire came up at once. Chen Tong was not in a hurry. Damn, dare to block my second brother. Just to tease you a little. However, this matter of breeding eels and loaches really needs these 3 brothers to say maybe it can be done. It's good to get things done when you have some weight in the village. Brothers, what's the hurry? You can't listen to what you're told halfway. Huang Xiaoshan, obviously you said half of it. Tomorrow, we do not come to collect eel loach. You 3 brothers sent to my home. From now on, the eel loach business in Shanli village I only do with you 3 brothers. How? But don't press the price. You're all from the same village. Just follow what I say and you're guaranteed to get rich. Chen Tong worried about the 3 brothers to make bad. Pressure the villagers' price into 10 cents a catty. That's not a good thing to do. Took precautions ahead of time. The 3 men looked at each other. You guys wait. The 3 brothers, Huang Xiaoshan, Huang Erzhan, and Huang Sanshan, stepped aside in disgust. Chen Tong patted Chen Hao's shoulder and gave him a look, signaling him to rest assured. By letting these 3 brothers make the delivery, Chen Tong was giving them a peace of mind. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. My house is right there. If I'm lying to you, feel free to come and chop me up. 3 brothers come together. Let's see if I dodge a little. In a short while, the 3 of them talked it over. Wang Xiaoshan looked at Chen Tong and said, Success! Just do it according to what you said. But this coming and going of ours to send you eels and loaches, can we go up a few cents? Chen Tong does not give price increases. 20 cents to collect, 20 cents to sell. Then what are the 3 brothers doing for nothing? $5. $5 a day. No more. For the 3 of you catching loaches and eels. Huang Xiaoshan was still about to open his mouth, but Chen Tong beat him to it. Men, look long term. Huang Xiaoshan held back the words that came to his mouth. This kid's brain is spinning too fast. Always have something to say to block them. Remember, the money for collecting eels and loaches, 20 cents a catty, not a penny less. If I know about it, we'll terminate the cooperation. Chen Tong gave the 3 of them another wake-up call. 9 times out of 10, if he presses the price, he will ruin his long-lasting eel and loach base. There are some rules that are better said sooner than later. This is a red line that must not be touched. It's getting late. Chen Tong didn't want to delay and drove the donkey cart and Chen Hao home. Good things go bad. There are times when thinking differently makes it easy. The second base for breeding eels and loaches was done, and Chen Tong leaned on Chen Hao's back, sitting back to back, humming, Yo yo, I can use nunchucks. I'm brave. Chapter 66, Beginning Work. Building Ridges. Just after 9 o'clock in the evening, the 2 men drove the donkey cart back home. At this point, Yang Wenjing and her sister-in-law Li Hong were both standing at the door of the courtyard, a left and a right, eyes red, especially Yang Wenjing. She's bittersweet. The heart became even more worried. Every man is the backbone and pillar of the family. Before, she didn't. You are your own mastermind. Now, she could feel that someone was holding the family together. This man is no one else. It's Chen Tong. So, she's terrified of losing. Lost and found and lost again. She didn't really feel like she could handle it. Li Hong wiped her tears. I'll heat up dinner. I'll heat up dinner. They've been waiting. Chen Tong jumped down from the crate and walked quickly to the front. Take Yang Wenjing's hand. Daughter-in-law. I've worried you and your sister-in-law, but not in a bad way. In a good way. Those men discussed the eel and loach with the second brother. Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing, whose eyes were swollen, and was very distressed. The heart is guilty. Yang Wenjing gently touched her stomach. We'll be waiting for you. It's not like she's a little cutie. So late. 9 times out of 10, it's a very dangerous thing. Early the next morning, the east is just showing the white of the fish's belly. Chen Tong then got up, after a brief wash. Just go out the door. Of course, it's going to the village chief, Chen Bulan. Coming. Chen Bulan sat at the door of the courtyard, bearing a dry cigarette. He saw this kid all the way out there, walking upside down. Chen Tong hemmed and hawed. 2 words. First, I drew a large front door and served it. Gotta. Then the boy who will come to things. Chen Bulan pulled out 3 agreements from his arms, in duplicate, and after, took out the red ceiling play again. Chen Tong looked on. Ginger is still hot. Guessed he'd come and was ready. Wait here. Chen Tong took the agreement and looked at it. You who? You kid know how to read? Chen Bulan teased that if he remembered correctly. Chen Tong had never been to school. Uncle, I taught myself. Chen Tong read the agreement and had no problems. Just dabbed the ceiling clay and pressed the red handprint. 3 family lots near the big puddle. No more, no less. A family of 3 acres. Combined, that's 9 acres. An acre is about 660 square feet. That 9 acres is almost 6,000 square feet. That is, it was about the same size as the villa in his previous life. Also will be. It is enough as an eel and loach breeding base in Qinghe village. Uncle, go help out at my house at noon today ha. Chen Tong patted his ass and left. Then, stopped again. Turned back. Uncle, there's meat for lunch. Chen Bulan's eyes immediately lit up. Luckily I didn't just say no. Back home, the second brother, Chan Ho, and Korea Kyung are here. The 3 men carried the baskets onto the crate and tied them with twine. Chen Tong gulped down some porridge and set off, to the aquatic supply house. Same old same old. Weighing. Approval of the article. Take the money. Everything went smoothly. On his way out, Chen Tong looked downstairs toward Li Shan's office. No sign of anyone. And that's okay. The farming-based thing came to fruition. Li Shan's favors are to be given in full. Only in this way can we ensure that batch after batch of eels and loaches are successfully delivered to the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Organization. A steady stream of wealth builds. Out of the aquatic supply house, Chen Tong called out to Han Kyung. Uncle Han, when you return home in a while, call out to a few strong men with shovels and wait for me at my house. Han Kyung didn't ask what for. Nod. Just go ahead and go back. Chen Hao drove a donkey cart to deliver the rest of the eels, loaches, miscellaneous fish and mountain products to the eel noodle restaurant and small noodle stalls. Actually, with Chen Tong's current income, the business of eel noodle restaurants and small noodle stalls is completely out of his hands. But, you can't forget your roots as a human being. It was the bosses of these 2 families who helped Chen Tong in his toughest moments. It gave him the first money to buy eel loaches. The path, only wider and wider. Chen Tong came to the butcher store in front of the meat factory. The meat seller's boss froze again when he saw Chen Tong. This one, I think we were just here yesterday, right? 5 pounds of lean meat, 5 pounds of fat. That's it? Dogs don't even eat as much as he does, do they? Chen Tong extended his hand, waved it in front of the boss. Hey, boss, what's the holdup? No business? Yesterday's meat. Finished eating? The boss still couldn't help his damn curiosity. Eyes wide open. Careful questioning. Well, it's finished. I'm the only one who ate it. 3 more pounds of lean meat and 2 pounds of fat today, Chen Tong said in a serious manner. The owner's hand shook with the knife. The killing knife almost came off. Holy, so edible. What kind of family is that? Eating meat like this? Chen Tong took the pork and paid for it, and drove the donkey cart away. The butcher store owner was still a long time in coming back to his senses. Back home, Korea Kyung stood at the door of Chen Tong's house with 5 villagers, a shovel in one hand. There was laughing and chatting. Seeing Chen Tong driving a donkey cart back, all of them went forward and greeted Chen Tong. Chen Tong nodded and took the pork inside first. Daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, cook a few more dishes for lunch today and steam white bread. We have guests at home at noon. Having said that, Chen Tong also took out a shovel from the yard and slung it over his shoulder. Several uncles, come with me. It's hard work for you today, delaying catching eels and loaches. After you're done in a while, go to my house for lunch. There's meat. Hearing that there was meat to be eaten, several people's throats involuntarily gulped. Can this be good? Ha, ditto. We're all polite from the same village. Yes, you brought the whole village to earn money, and we still don't know how to thank you. No, what's meat or not meat? From now on, if there's something, you just ask. A word. They all took Chen Tong as a joke. That pork, how exquisite. That can't be given to outsiders. But, only Korea Kyung knew that Chen Tong was not joking. The group arrived near the large puddle. All 3 homes have flush, contiguous land, separated by a ridge in the center. It is an important symbol to distinguish your own land from that of others. Chen Tong is going to do it. Zoning. So big. He's going to partition it into pieces about the same size. Then mark it. Throw eels of about the same size into an area and loaches of about the same size into an area. In this way, it is easy to be able to distinguish which side of the eel loach can be caught and sold. Which side of the eel loach will have to wait a while. Save time and effort. Uncle Han, you go over there with Uncle Zhang. Uncle Li, you go over there with Uncle Wang. Chen Tong said very carefully. The new ridge according to what direction? Pile how wide? How high? Of course, try not to damage the seedlings in the ground either. Unless it's in the path of a ridge that's going to be newly stacked. 7 men, bare-chested, digging with shovel after shovel, making field ridges. Chapter 67, there's really pork and white buns. Just as a few people were working feverishly. Far away, behind a raised dirt slope, there was a sneaky cat peeking right in the middle of it. Early in the morning, Chen Tong's door gathered several solidly built men, each with a shovel in his hand. Luckily, people aren't that dirty-minded in this day and age. Otherwise, one would think that any woman stealing a man is blocked at home. Such a big move. How could it not catch Yang Sumei's attention? She's been remembering the white dumplings, pork stuffed with leeks, greasy dregs stuffed with bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms. It's so gluttonous. And so it was. Opened the doorway and stood by it, silently observing it all, until Chen Tong comes back, took the man away. Only then did she sneak out, trailing far behind. She's going to have to see what's going on. What is this little going to do? Come up with some more ways to make money. But, Yang Sumei looked at it for half a day, but didn't understand it. These guys are naked in the field messing around with something. Digging? What the hell? Besides, this isn't the land of Chen Tong's family. If she remembered correctly, there was a piece of land that belonged to Old Hu's family. What's this Chen kid doing with people on someone else's land? No way. Got to tell Old Hu's family to go. Yang Sumei left in a hurry. At 12 noon, Chen Hao came to call a few people home for dinner. Instead, it froze a few people in the ground. Tonzi, your second brother is wrong, isn't he? Just bring us some water. Yes, you kid. You really think that a few uncles are thinking about your family's mouthful of rice? Just be sure you kid has the heart for it. It's a little early to be eating at this hour. Chen Tong put the shovel handle in the water and washed it. Walked up the ridge. Uncles, digging ridges is a physical job. What can we do if we don't have enough to eat? This ridge, which must be made this afternoon, must not be delayed. Honestly, the guys still didn't believe that Chen Tong had prepared a noon meal for them. These days, a couple of hans, that's a lot of food for one meal. It's not a child's playground. Uncle Han, hurry up and clean up. You have to keep working after eating. This afternoon. Ah, the eels and loaches should have their new home. Han Guoqing greeted a few people, casually washed a couple of handfuls, and went up to the ridge, walking behind Chen Tong. The men also finally reacted. Noon today. It's true that there is food. Not teasing them. Actually, Chen Tong did so. There are also ulterior motives. It's simple. Pulling the strings. Or more directly, buy out. Eat the man's mouth and take the man's hand. This eel farming base. Fear not. Fear not. He's worried about someone red-eyed with sabotage. After this meal, a few more gross bills for each. Say hello in advance. Usually, let a few uncles take care of it with their eyes. Chen Tong is not at a disadvantage at all. A few people returned to Chen Tong's house. Into the yard. Seeing the village headman Chen Bulan smoking a dry cigarette, said hello. Without realizing it, I saw a patch of white wiggly stuff. At once, couldn't take my eyes off it anymore. Little broken table. That's white and smoking hot. Yes, is it white bread? Sure it's not potato chunks? Not only that, they also smelled meat. Very flavorful and meaty. It's the kind of meaty aroma that, once you smell it, makes you walk away. Holy, is this lunch for them? It's not a mistake. Just in time, Li Hong and Yang Wenjing brought up the dishes from the kitchen. Oily. It seems to sparkle in the sun. It almost blinded them. That is, pork fried with chili peppers. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Another one is fried greens with drippings. My goodness, the guys kept gulping. It's just a matter of putting in a little effort to build a few ridges. These days, the most worthless thing is strength. This food is better than what they had for New Year's Eve. Mayor, come on. Uncle Han, have a seat. And Uncle Zhang, don't be polite. A few random dishes. Don't mind. Chen Tong's mouth was open with this polite talk. After all, sometimes the mouth can't hold the door. These dishes, in a few decades, will be at the most normal level for the average family. But, it reached the ears of several people in Korea Kyung. That's different. Such a good dish? Disgusted? That's not a brain broad with a disease. Also, every single one of them felt it from the bottom of their hearts. This kid, changed. It's really changed. In their eyes, Chen Tong was now developed. There's money, but, never had a nose for people. When I see people, I'm always polite and courteous, and I open my mouth to call them uncle and aunt, and I'm smiling, collecting eels and loaches, never missing a caddy. Until now, not a single red face with a family. This kid, he can handle it. Chen Tong greeted several people and sat down around the small broken table. The table is small, so you have to sit a little open. Chen Tong picked up the white flour steamed buns on the table and handed one over to each person. This bun, really white, really big. A few people held it in their hands, and their hearts were touched. Eat your food, all of you. Make yourself at home. Uncle Han, clip the food. Why are you just eating the steamed buns? You're not going to eat this meat and save it for New Year's? Ha ha ha. A few people were amused by Chen Tong, and the constraints in their hearts were released quite a bit. Picked up the bowl of meat and took a big bite. Yang Wen Jingli Hong and Xiao Jianghe were eating in the inner room. That's the custom over here. We have guests in the house. Women and children are not allowed at the table. This meal of white bread and pork, that's the true creation of one breath. Several people ate with their mouths full. The heart is soothing. Finish eating. Without saying a word. Several people carried shovels from the yard and headed out. Whatever. Made this ridge for this field this afternoon. Lumpy. It's beautiful. Ergo, why don't you help collect the eel loaches at home? Pick out the small ones and put them aside separately. You don't know much about building ridges, so you won't go. Chen Hao just took a shovel and was ready to go with Chen Tong. It was then persuaded by Chen Tong. Chen Hao shook his head helplessly. This kid, don't you know that his second brother is just strong? Can't go help out yet. Come to the water field. Chen Tong deliberately widened and raised the ridges on both sides of the field. The land of these three families is connected, though, Old Zhang's is next to Old Hu's, and Old Hu's is next to Old Su's. However, the land on the other side of Lao Zhang's house is next to someone else's. The land on the other side of Lao Su's house is next to someone else's house. So, all Chen Tong had to do was to make the ridges next to other people's land higher and wider. It can be well differentiated. It also prevents those little eels and loaches from running into other people's fields. After all, the eels and loaches were collected at their own expense. Running on someone else's land is someone else's. It's not like he's a scatterbrain. A few people from Korea Kyung ate white flour buns and pork. Work with energy. Before 3 p.m., the ridge was finished being built. Straight as a thread drawn. Just look at it and let it go. Chen Tong stood on the ground and looked at the paddy field where eels and loaches were farmed. The heart is free. It was as if he had seen the gross ticket waving at him. Chapter 68. People sit at home. Eels and loaches come naturally. 9 acres of land that looked like a large square from a distance. Chen Tong had divided a total of 5 areas of about the same size. Just put it into the corresponding area according to the size of the eel loach. This way, between May and September, there will be eels and loaches getting to the aquatic supply house all the time. Though not every day, but it can be guaranteed half a month or once a month. Plus the already negotiated Wojiobeo breeding base and Shanli village breeding base. Chen Tong wouldn't worry too much about income. Next step. All he had to do was take Dongjia village and Panjayagu. Combined, there are 5 breeding sites in total. Even if he's not home, it doesn't make much of a difference. Because, Li Shan snapped. Eel Loach from Shulia Township. Recognize him alone. It's no good for anyone else to come along. He wasn't worried about a few villages not cooperating. Unless, willing to live with the money. Chen Tong summoned a few people over from the ground. Pull out the gross ticket from his body. Handed it over. Uncle, it's been hard on you guys. But, and not a single person reached out to pick it up. Tonzi, aren't you slapping a few uncles in the face? Yes, I ate it at noon today. And a few of my uncles couldn't eat it for New Year's Eve. This money, you take it back. We are short of money. But this money, we can't take it. Chen Tong knows. They certainly won't take the money. Most of the rural men in the mountains are simple and honest. However, he had a way of making them take it in peace. Peace of mind for yourself. It's a mutually beneficial thing. Uncle Han, here's a total of $12. $2 for each person. Don't turn it down just yet. I'm asking for something. Korea Kyun looked at Chen Tong. No problem helping. Take the money back. Chen Tong wasn't in a hurry and said, Uncle, hear me out first. This money, it is not given to you for nothing. It is for the cost of watching the fields. Look at the field? How? Several people were puzzled by this field, which needed to be watched. Chen Tong laughed. This field, I am going to use it to breed eels and loaches. After all, close to the big puddle, and other people's land in the village has a junction. I am worried about heavy rain and water. The big puddle of water out of the water will be the ridge to the wash. The eel loach soon run into other people's land well. So yeah, Just ask a couple of uncles to take care of it with their eyes alright, and make up for it in time when they see it. Chen Tong didn't say it was to prevent people from stealing eels and loaches or destroying the ridge. That's a bit of a small-minded person. Something. It's not at all easy to say until it happens. But then, with these guys having something to watch out for, it's also effective in preventing these things from happening. A few uncles. You can't not do this favor. Chen Tong looked at a few people. Gotta. Hyan Kyung took the money. He doesn't matter. This is something that doesn't take a penny to help. But the few that were left gave money. Chen Tong's heart can also be solid. This kid, he'll do something. Chen Tong spoke to a few people. Just carry the shovel and go home. Just got into the yard. Time for a bowl of hot water. A neutral voice came from just outside the door. Excuse me, is this the home of Chen Tong? Chen Tong was familiar with this voice. Wu Baogwa came in person. He got up in a hurry and opened the door. Sure enough, Wu Baogwa was carrying 2 wooden barrels on his stretcher. It was filled with a large portion of eel loach. Behind him, there are 2 others. It's the 2 who sent Chen Tong back yesterday. They all carry eels and loaches on a stretcher. Look at the portion sizes. It's not light. All 3 were soaked to the skin. Chen Tong hurriedly greeted into the house and shouted, "Daughter-in-law, pour 3 bowls of hot water into the yard." The 3 men carefully removed the stretcher from their shoulders and let out a long breath. This way, the 3 didn't dare to rest at all. Fear of smothering loaches and eels. One breath. Walked from Wojiobeo to Qinghe village. That's exhausting. Tran Tong is in no hurry to weigh in. Let the 3 rest for a while. Drinking hot water. Just started weighing in. 6 barrels, excluding the weight of the barrels, totaled 620 pounds. That's 620 pounds for a village with a lot of puddles in Warjiapu. Is not much. But, each eel loach is as thick as an index finger. And none of them are small. Obviously. Wu Baogwa that eel loach breeding base in all likelihood is done. Chen Tong had to admire Wu Baogwa's execution. Do what you say you're going to do. And don't drag your feet. Chen Tong ordered 124 pieces. There are 5 of them in a large group. A thick pile of gross bills. It was handed over to Wu Baogwa. Wu Baogwa took it and smiled instantly. It was a laugh from the depths of his heart. It's a bit tiring though, but this is a real ticket. It's a ticket that can improve the lives of the villagers. Village Chief Wu, how is the eel and loach farming in Wu Jiabao getting on? Don't worry. I'll have it done by noon today. 10 acres. Chen Tong gave Wu Baogwa a thumbs up. The village of Wojiobeo covers a larger area than the village of Qinghe. The water system is also more developed than the one in Clear River village. Naturally, there are more eels and loaches than in Qinghe village. Wu Baogwa set aside 10 acres of land, which is not really much. Wu Baogwa asked Chen Tong for some more farming experience. Chen Tong are one by one with Wu Baogwa to discuss. The more the 2 talk, more and more opportunistic. From time to time to let out a big laugh. Chen Tong lamented in his heart. A talent like Wu Baogwa is really buried in a small mountain village. Elder brother Chen. It's getting late. We have to go back first. Wu Baogwa got up. It's still more than a 2-hour trip from Qinghe village back to Wojiobeo. He was carrying a large sum of money on his person. It's hard not to be a little unsettled. After all, the money, all of it, is to be given to the villagers in the village. Just sent the 3 Wu Baogwa to the door. Then he saw the 3 Huang Shaoshan brothers also coming with wooden barrels on their stretcher. No need to guess. Delivery of eels and loaches is coming. The 3 were also tired and sweating. It's dripping wet. Chen Tong greeted Wu Baogwa. Let Huang Xiaoshan's trio enter the courtyard. Chen Hao came over to help and poured out the eels and loaches and weighed them. That's 600 pounds in all. Again, no small ones. Chen Tong ordered $125 and handed it to Huang Xiaoshan. The extra $5 was previously agreed upon. Let the 3 sit down and rest. Huang Xiaoshan took a bunch of Mao tickets. Put it under your nose and sniff it. A face of indulgence. Is it 20 cents a pound? Chen Tong asked. Brother, don't worry. That must be 20 cents a pound. Folks. Huang Xiaoshan put away the money close to his body, and his chest slapped. It's in here. Some of it belongs to the villagers of the mountain village. On credit. They don't have that many gross bills. Sending off the 3 Huang Xiaoshan brothers, Chen Tong was finally able to rest. Today was wearing him out. In the morning, I went to the county town to deliver eels and loaches, and when I came back, I went to build a ridge, and I have been busy until now. Sore all over. It's not like he's Superman. The body is filled with power moment by moment. At this point, Yang Wenjing thoughtfully brought a bowl of warm water. Softly. Hard work. Chen Tong smiled at Yang Wenjing and took the water and drank it in one gulp, taking Yang Wenjing's hand. For the sake of the family, it should be. Chapter 69, Chen Tong, either you come over to sleep? Finished eating. Chen Tong carrying today picked out small loach eel, stopping by to accompany his second brother, Chen Hao. and Li Hong Xiajiang, to the vicinity of the big puddle. Li Hong took Xiao Jiangha home first. Brother, small thumb-sized loaches are placed in Area 1. Thumb-thick eels placed in Area 2. Chen Tong divided the 9 acres of divided area into areas 1 through 5. Number 1 and 2 put in the smallest eel loach. Number 3 and number 4 are next in line. Number 5 is a mixture of loach and eel, half-sized. It only takes 2 or 3 months to grow and sell. Chen Hao memorized them one by one. This division is excellent. Very convenient. There will be no mistakes. Brother, it's been hard on you for a while. I'm sorry for what happened before. Chen Hao didn't expect Chen Tong to come up with this. It's a little twisted. 2 big men. Another blood brother. Saying that, how he felt a little creeped out. Tonzi, for you to make it this far, brother already thinks you're amazing. Chen Hao, this is from the heart. It's not like blood brothers are on a mission to compliment words. In his heart. Never thought I'd be able to make a few $100s one day. This was for Chen Hao, who had stayed in the ravine all his life and only relied on his strength to earn some money. Astronomical indeed. Don't even think about it. But it really came true. It is the younger brother, Chen Tong, who was previously poked and prodded by the village and despised by everyone. Took him to realize it. Many times, Chen Hao felt that he was the younger brother. Followed Chen Tong step by step. It was surprisingly reassuring. It's late. The two didn't say much. Each go home. Pro brothers, there are times when the tacit understanding is still there. Small yard. It was lit with a dim and soft light. Yang Wenjing went to bed early. A light was purposely left in the yard for Chen Tong. Take the basin. Hit the fresh water and poured some hot water. Warm water wetted his face. All the fatigue of the day was relieved. Snap. Chen Tong turned off the lights in the yard. By the moonlight from the window, he felt his way to his bedside. Lie down on the bed. Obviously tired. He was surprisingly a little sleepy. Toss and turn. Yang Wenjing sleeps in the inner room. Her soft breathing was faintly heard. Are you asleep? Chen Tong thought to himself. Chen Tong, are you asleep? Just then, Yang Wenjing's voice came from the inner room. It's light. Very soft. Can turn moonlight into water. Not yet. Why? Daughter-in-law. Chen Tong finished his sentence. Yang Wenjing's side went silent. Half a dozen times. The voice over there only sounded again. In a gentle voice. Chen Tong heard it. There's vibrato. He knows. Yang Wenjing must have mustered up a lot of courage to speak to him at night. The bed outside is small and uncomfortable to sleep in. Either you come over and sleep? Chen Tong sleeps in this bed, says the bed. It was actually built with a few boards and a straw mat on top. It's narrow and small. Sleeping was uncomfortable. Hearing Yang Wenjing's words. One moment. Chen Tong's breathing was a little short. His mouth moved to say something. But what can be said? There are times when you can act without bleeping. That's the best option. The moment. Surprisingly, he felt a little stiff in his limbs. Can't even get out of bed. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I've never seen anything like it. How? Get into Yang Wenjing's bed. That's scary? Moonlight jumped mischievously through the cracks in the thatched roof of the house. A little bit of moonlight. It became the light that guided Chen Tong forward. It's only a few meters away. Chen Tong, however, felt far away. Original. He was trying to walk these few meters. It took a lifetime in a previous life. Still haven't stepped over it. And now, he's available. Yang Wenjing's heart had fully accepted him. Chen Tong came down and settled down. Took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Came to the back room. Yang Wenjing lay quietly on the bed. The body is facing inward sideways. The back was left to Chen Tong. Footsteps were heard coming closer. Her heart was racing all the time now. Breathing was coming in fast too. She was simply mortified. The pretty face was a blushing mess. I don't know why I said what I said. There was a hint of dense ambiguity. Yang Wenjing's body was stiff. Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing's back. A nervous gulp. Slowly, sitting on the edge of the bed, he held out his hand. It rested on Yang Wenjing's shoulder. Yang Wenjing's body trembled. Before, the two sleep together. Chen Tong are hard pulling Yang Wenjing. Bullying. Every time, Yang Wenjing refused with all her might. The point is, that time, Yang Wenjing's heart did not accept Chen Tong at all. Only an accident. Drinking led to a relationship between the two. Legal and a little unreasonable. And now, undeniable. Yang Wenjing has moved on to Chen Tong. It's like a teenage girl in love. With a vision. Body and soul in anticipation. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Chen Tong's throat tightened. I'll sleep then. In his ear, came Yang Wenjing's thin, inaudible voice. Chen Tong laid down next to Yang Wenjing. Body dryness. At first, he sleeps face up. Arms crossed over his stomach. Between his breaths, came the scent of Yang Wenjing's body. But, slowly, The hands are just not honest. Daughter-in-law, can I touch the baby in my belly? Yang Wenjing didn't answer. His face was red enough to drip blood, and his breathing became heavier. If you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes. Chen Tong sidestepped and leaned forward. Yang Wenjing could feel it. There was fire from behind him. Blazing nostrils hit his neck. It's a little itchy. Chen Tong's right hand gently rested on Yang Wenjing's stomach. Slowly, circle by circle, caressing. Daughter-in-law, can I get a little closer? Chen Tong got an inch. Yang Wenjing closed her eyes, not daring to open them. Breathing changed from heavy to soft and long. This guy, it's still true. It's been that close. How much closer can it get? That's as close as it gets, right? Don't know shyness. Chen Tong took another forward pass. Yang Wenjing's body didn't move at all. Her back and Chen Tong's body were tightly pressed together. Only a thin single layer of clothing separated them. Even, she could feel the temperature on Chen Tong's skin. Little by little, it's roasting itself. Chen Tong's hand, involuntarily, moved upwards, to a specific location. Then the position of the palm of this hand did not move. Yang Wenjing was like a tame cat, her legs together and slightly curled up. There's a baby in the belly. Yang Wenjing mumbled in a small voice. After all was said and done, she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. Cheeks rolled, because she was the one who thought too much. It wasn't long before the sound of Chen Tong's even breathing came to his ears. He's too tired. Hugging Yang Wenjing, he fell asleep. Chapter 70, Managerly. This old hen stewed with mushrooms is very tonic. This night, the two did nothing and seemed to do everything. This night, Chen Tong had never slept more peacefully, asleep until dawn. It was Chen Hao's knock on the door that woke him up. Yang Wenjing also woke up from her sleep, pillowed on Chen Tong's arm. The two men looked at each other. Yang Wenjing's face turned red. Then, pulling up the covers, he covered his face. I'm sorry to look at Chen Tong. Quick, go open the door and keep Ergo waiting. Chen Tong still wanted to hug Yang Wenjing to feel the warmth and softness. But, Yang Wenjing didn't know where to get the strength. A kick knocked him off the bed. Chen Tong rubbed his ass. Get dressed and go out. Open the yard door. Han Kyung was there, too, with the mountain goods at his side. By the looks of it, it should have waited quite a long time. Uncle Han, why don't you call me? Han Gukkyun smiled nervously. Chen Hao carried an old hen. Here, the three of them cleaned up the eels in the yard. Collected quite a bit yesterday. Wu Bagua sent 620 pounds. The three brothers, Huang Xiaoshan, sent 600 pounds. The villagers from this village sent over 300 pounds and picked out the small ones. 280 pounds left. It totals 1,500 pounds. $300 after cost. That's $1,200 a day. Therefore, Chen Tong was even more convinced. This eel base, it has to be done. Jingle bells. The crisp sound of brass bells rang out as the three men drove the two donkey carts ready to go. Wait. Yang Wenjing opened the courtyard door and handed out 3 white bread buns. But, Chen Tong, however, looked dumbfounded. On Yang Wenjing, wearing a floral dress. It was the same one that Chen Tong had taken her to Mei's tailor store to have it tailored. Yellow crushed flowers on a white background. Worn on the body. Youthful vigor. The skin is reflected in the white. Youthful with a hint of feminine sophistication. Mature with a hint of feminine shyness. Yang Wenjing belongs to the white skin. Born tanning, not black, but also the more sunshine, the whiter kind. This was another period of time when white rice was served every day and pork was eaten at all times. Rosy face, red lips and white teeth. Very nice looking. This dress, and Yang Wenjing set each other off. A perfect match. Plus the style is loose and comfortable. None of it really shows the pregnant belly. Chen Tong couldn't take his eyes off of it. Since there were still outsiders, Yang Wenjing was looked at by Chen Tong's fiery eyes. It's embarrassing. Shoving 3 steamed buns into Chen Tong's hand. Keep your head down. He fled into the courtyard. Tears flowed indisputably from the corners of Chen Tong's mouth. Him, too greedy for his daughter-in-law. The sound of brass bells is long. Chen Tong absent-mindedly sat on the donkey cart. Committed nymphomania. How his daughter-in-law is so good-looking. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, came to the aquatic supply house. Weighing. Approval of the article. Take the money. This process is out of Korea Kyung's hands. Just wait outside. Thick stacks of dumplings. $1,500. Chen Hao was so excited that he couldn't even speak. It's so dreamy. Chen Tong took the bamboo basket from the crate. Inside were mushrooms and wild greens picked in the morning. He counted out 20 large unions. Flush put in. Chen Hao looked confused. His eyes dancing wildly. You, what are you doing? Brother, eels and loaches are a long-lasting business. And this money, it is necessary to give, to pave the way. Available. Chen Hao wanted to say something. What kind of road to pave? To 20 sheets of great unity. And hitched a ride on an old hen. It's an old hen that lays eggs. There are only 2 of them in the house. Ben thought. It was Chen Tong who was going to give his younger siblings a body tonic, so Chen Hao was not at all distressed. Which was not at all. Chen Hao's heart seized and hurt. So, the words that came to his lips were held back. Brother, you go ahead and make the deliveries. The 2 from the eel noodle shop and the small noodle stand. Whatever time it is, you'll have to deliver them yourself. Chen Tong knew that Chen Hao was heartbroken about money. It's not 2 pieces. It's $200. A solid 20 sheets of solidarity. He had to detach Chen Hao in a hurry. Save him the nagging. People who don't normally talk. When they rant it's endless. It's like when an honest man starts to get tough. Anyone has to give in. Chen Hao went out without saying a word. Chen Tong took out $1 and handed it to Korea Ching. Uncle Han, you drive the donkey cart back first. Korea Kyung nodded. At this point, Li Shan's office. He was reclining in a chair with his thighs crossed over his legs, mentally calculating. When will Chen Tong come to deliver the old hen to make soup for him? The last 2 days. A little too much exercise in the evening. Can't stand up. The tigress of the family is fuming. He's scared to death. It's not mainly because I'm afraid of the one at home. It's the father who is afraid of the one at home. He was able to get in the mix for this managerial position. It was his old father-in-law who gave the nod. Li Shan slapped his head. Headache. Heartburn. Knock. 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 A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The mood got even worse. Enter. Li Shan spoke impatiently. Who is this? It had to be this time of year. Open the door. A clean face with a smile came into view. Li Shan had a jolt and got up in a hurry. Grass. Wasn't his own tone a bit heavy just now? The god of fortune is here. Elder brother Chen. It's you. Why didn't you say so in advance? Li Shan went forward, extending his hand with a smile on his face. I thought it was some ungrateful person disturbing my rest. Not against you. Chen Tong smiled. Shake hands with Li Shan. Brother Li, so angry? Got something bothering you? Hey, don't mention it. Li Shan waved his hand and told Chen Tong to sit down. Picking up the kettle, he personally poured a cup of hot water for Chen Tong. Nothing else. It's the sight of old hens tied up in a bamboo basket of mountain goods. Brother Li, this old hen, home-raised, has been raised for 2 years. Make a hen soup with the mushrooms. A great tonic. Chen Tong smoothly placed the bamboo basket on Li Shan's table. The old hen just put it on the ground. Li Shan's body hooked forward and reached out to pick at the fungus twice. Saw a glimpse of the great unity. The depression in his heart was swept away. Whether it stands or not is another story. I'm going to take this money and smash that face in tonight. Day after day. You give me a face. Old brother Chen, I have to say, your delivery of the old hen this time was very timely. The one at home, lately, has been screaming about a bad back. A bad back. With this old, home-raised hen. Just the nutrition. There's no telling. Li Shan skillfully took out the old newspaper and took out the top layer of fungus. Then, he wouldn't move. Breathing heavily. Hands seemed to be shaking slightly. So much for great unity. So many. Great unity. It's not like he hasn't seen money before. The first 2 times, together they were 20 sheets of big unity. And, he's seen more. Unfortunately, it wasn't his own. This time, 20 big ties at once. Even though Li Shan is the manager of the aquatic supply and marketing company, breathing was also rapid. Because he knows, these 20 big unions are now their own. 10 at a time and 20 at a time. 2 concepts entirely. Off topic. Dragon Boat Festival. Thanks for the support. Mamma Mia. Chapter 71. What? Someone wants to hire? Chen Tong went out of the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Center, took a breath of fresh air. He doesn't smoke. In the office of Li Shan. Li Shan smoked one large front door after another. Hide the excitement. He can only be forced to smoke secondhand. Back. Li Shan didn't say anything though. However, Chen Tong knew. That's 40 sheets of big unity. 2 big front doors. The road. Steady. Leaving. Li Shan patted his chest and promised to look for him if he had any difficulties in the future. Don't look at him as just the manager of a small aquatic supply house. But, there's someone behind him. Chen Tong smiled and didn't take it to heart. When he brags. After all, it is a manager of an aquatic supply and marketing company. Wanting to save face, that is for sure. Chen Tong thought about the next step. Without realizing it. Surprisingly, I came to Mini's tailor shop. Chen Tong looked at the sign. Suddenly something came to mind. The floral dress. He's not on commission. Go into the store and see if it sells. Only $1 commission though. Even the smallest fly is meat, isn't it? And he pushed his way in. Zhang Meiyue is sitting and drinking tea. Saw someone push the door in. Get up and say hello. Thought I'd come to buy clothes. Fixed her eyes. This is not the person she has been thinking about for the past 2 days. Of course, this want is not emotional. It was because there was an expense waiting for her. Little old brother, you're finally here. Zhang Meiyue was beaming with joy, her large eyes curving into a small crescent moon. Sold? Chen Tong asked with a smile. That floral dress. Guess how much it sold for? Isn't it $12? Chen Tong was puzzled. This floral dress, selling for 12 is already a great price, only because it's a one-of-a-kind. The design concept is again ahead of its time. Chen Tong didn't think it would be hard to sell it. But, from what Zhang Meiyue said, it seems to be far higher than $12 at that price. This couldn't help but make Chen Tong curious as well. Who? So rich and powerful. Take a quick guess. Zhang Meiyue couldn't wait and looked at Chen Tong expectantly. Could be $15? Zhang Meiyue shook her head. 16? Zhang Meiyue still shook her head. This, Chen Tong was also surprised. This dress, by what little beauty-loving girl, and what a smart mouth Zhang Meiyue has. The people who can be convinced to buy dresses for that high price. Chen Tong shook his head. He couldn't guess. Put. Zhang Meiyue covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh out. 2 fingers were raised. $20. The whole 20. And, it's a one-bite price. None of it with a counteroffer. Chen Tong gave a thumbs up, complimenting Zhang Meiyue. This price was quite a bit higher, which surprised Chen Tong. But, in business, it's a matter of one person willing to fight and the other person willing to be beaten. Zhang Meiyue's ability to sell this floral dress is her strength. Then why don't you go on and make the crinoline dress? Chen Tong asked. Zhang Meiyue took a sip of tea. So nah, I've been looking forward to you for a long time. Chen Tong. It's not like he can make a shredded dress. It's like this. This crushed flower skirt was bought by a middle-aged man looking at it. That man is no one else. It's our Huayin County City's largest garment factory, Blue Sky Garment Factory. That's a big boss. He has a habit of always visiting tailor stores, and he visits every tailor store in Huayin County. They say it's for inspiration, but we're from the country, so we don't know what that inspiration stuff is. You say it's a coincidence that he came to the tailor's store just as the dress was hung up, and at once fell in love with the crinoline dress. Zhang Meiyue spoke for half an hour, telling the whole story. The owner of the Blue Sky Garment Factory, named Lan Taijun. Blue Taijun has a hobby. Those who like to take a vintage outfit and make it a little funky with a few alterations, then take it out and sell it. It is very popular in the market of Huayin. And where did he get these ideas? It's just one tailor store after another. Just in time, I came across the crushed dress that had just been hanging in the tailor's store. On the spot, the Blue Iron Army was then shocked, and it was as if his feet were born with nails, and he could no longer take a step. What a person Zhang Meiyue is. A quick glance told me that the Blue Iron Army had hit on the dress, just waiting for the Blue Iron Army to ask for a price. Through the Blue Iron Army's dress, temperament, Zhang Meiyue concluded that Lan Taijun was rich. Lan Taijun opened his mouth to inquire about the price, so Zhang Meiyue quoted $20. Originally she waited for the Blue Iron Army to cut the price. Who had thought that the Blue Iron Army would not bat an eyelid? Paid on the spot. Instead, Zhang Meiyue was embarrassed for a moment. Is your own price stated low? Lan Taijun, who had bought the crushed skirt, did not leave, but instead climbed into a conversation with Zhang Meiyue. He thought the floral dress was Zhang Meiyue's idea, and so it was. He wanted to dig Zhang Meiyue over at a high price and specialize in designing products for Blue Sky Garment Factory. However, this wasn't what Zhang Meiyue came up with. She's just the substitute. Just tell the origin of this floral dress. I learned that Zhang Meiyue wanted to make floral dresses one by one to sell, then give Chen Tong a commission. Blue Taijun then came up with a method. Buy out. $200. He bought out the production of this dress outright so that Mommy's tailor shop could no longer produce the crinoline dress. Because he is not the only garment factory in Huayin County town. He needs to get a head start on the market and make a big sale. But there is a prerequisite that Zhang Meiyue acts as an introducer and introduces Chen Tong to Lan Taijun. $200 and you give it to Zhang Meiyue. Blue Taijun wants to hire Chen Tong. It was definitely a talent to come up with this floral dress. Perhaps the key to opening up his entire municipal market. Original. Zhang Meiyue is not agreeable. You're cutting me off halfway. Calm down and think about it. How could she fight against Blue Sky Garment Factory if Blue Taijun hadn't been far-sighted? In order to recognize Chen Tong, without a word, he took the crinoline dress back to the factory and disassembled it one by one. But a few days. Huayin County is full of this style of clothes. Does it even make sense for her to make a shredded dress? That's $200. It was relieving herself that made her willing to introduce Chen Tong to him. People are so powerful that they have to be convinced. Zhang Meiyue also thought about it. What's more, that's not a small amount of money for $200. Her tailor store didn't make that much profit in a year. Chen Tong nodded and came to be interested. Want to hire him? I wonder how much it will come out to. It just so happens that the eel and loach breeding base at home is almost done. It's time to get out of the mountain pass that is Qinghe village. This might be an opportunity for him. Okay, this blue Taijun has drive. I want to get to know him too. Seeing Chen Tong agreed. Zhang Meiyue almost jumped up. You don't have to make a shredded dress. And you can pick up $200 for nothing. It's not a pie in the sky. Then next Monday, about the same time, I'll have him meet you at the store. No problem. Chen Tong took the $2 handed over by Zhang Meiyue and put it into his pocket. Beautifully gone. Chapter 72 Doubts about coming to Panjiagu. Chen Tong spent a lot of time at Mei Mei's tailor store. Back home, it's 11 o'clock noon. Chen Hao had long since returned from selling eels and loaches and mountain goods. Nowadays, fixed the eel and loach breeding base in the village. Also took care of Yamazato village and Warjiapu. The rest of what he had to do was simple. Lie down at home and collect your money. Of course, the prerequisite is that Dongjia village and Panjiagu must also be taken care of. Panjiagu he knew. Not far from the village of Qinghe. The walk is not too far from the village in the mountains. My sister-in-law, Li Hong, married from Panjiagu. Panjiagu. The folklore is simple. Purity of thought. Shovel by shovel, the wasteland was reclaimed and planted with seedlings. Everyone believes it in their hearts. Work hard to become rich. Sister-in-law Li Hong is a prime example. The family runs things, big and small. It doesn't fall at all. As for Tung's village, word of mouth that's poor. He vaguely remembered. My young aunt Yang Sume is from Dongjia village. You have to pick the soft ones. Take Panjiagu first. Consider Dongjia village again. 5 eel and loach farming bases. None of which are bad. The lunchtime meal was cooked by his sister-in-law, Li Hong. Yang Wenjing played alongside. Chen Hao, the second brother, receives eels and loaches from the villagers. Instead, he went from being the busiest one to the one with the most time on his hands. Became a throwaway, idle Chen Tong. One day I'll go into the kitchen and look around. The next I'll check out the loaches and eels in the yard. And the next I'll wander around the vegetable patch in front of the yard. Don't know what I'm supposed to do. Hey, the whole laboring life. He shook his head. After the hands are negative, the asses go to their own eel farm to have a look around. Slow and wobbly. Walking on the ridge. It's very sturdy and can't be broken by normal heavy water. The small eel loaches in area 1 and 2 are gone. It's all gone under the soil. Chen Tong walked along the ridge. Again, we came to the big puddle. Somehow, it always feels like it's almost something. Obviously this loach and eel farming base he already felt was perfect. He walked along the largest of the rivers branching out of the big puddle. That leads deep into the backcountry. Far, far away. It was about a 2-mile walk. There are already small hills on either side. It stood on a small hill and looked out over the rice fields of the entire village of Qinghe. Wake up suddenly. Cultivated land in the village of Yamazato. It is a layer of decreasing. The highest at the head of the village and the lowest at the end. And the arable land near the Deshuiwa neighborhood is almost the lowest in the entire Qinghe village. All water flows through this large puddle. If, as we approach summer, the time of year when rain falls frequently, peak water flow, the water surface of the large puddle would be almost flush with the current eel farming site. Then, Chen Tong simply didn't dare to think about it. If anyone simply vandalizes it, then, at night the eel loaches come out to feed. It is natural to enter the great puddle and escape down this largest of the rivers. That's a lot of money to lose. You can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. His family buys and farms donkeys for 3 meals a day. There's bound to be some red eye. Luckily, I had nothing to do today and he found it. Mending the sheep. It's not too late. Chen Tong casually folded a willow and went home. A hot hand along the way. Tender heads of plants were flying across the sides of the dirt road. To the house. The food was just about on the table. Yang Wenjing was graceful in her floral dress. Warm and pretty. Chen Tong's eyes never moved away. Yang Wenjing gave him a shy look. It means someone's there. But, Chen Tong pretended not to see it. Hey, own daughter-in-law. What a great look. After the meal, Chen Tong packed the donkey cart. Chen Hao was a bit puzzled. Shanli village and Wujiabeo no longer need them to collect eels and loaches. What are you doing, Tomoko? Second brother. I'm going to make a trip to Panjiagu this afternoon to collect eels and loaches. Pan's Gulch? Chen Hao rubbed the back of his head. His old man's house is in Panjiagu. Or I'll go. He rubbed his hands together. He knows Panjiagu well. He won't encounter the situation in Shanli village. Until now, he was still in a state of shock. Second brother. I have to personally go to both of the remaining villages, Panjiagu and Dongjia village. Are you trying to? Yes, these 2 villages, 2, are my targets. Chen Hao nodded. Gotta. This thing. It's really necessary for Chen Tong to go in person. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to do it with this mouth of mine. Chen Tong tied the empty barrels and baskets with twine, set off with the donkey cart. Panjayagu. He'd been there once when he and his second brother were welcoming the bride. However, he was still young at that time. The road. What I can vaguely remember. The journey was uneventful. An hour later, Chen Tong came to Panjayagu. The topography of Panjayagu is similar to that of Qinghe village. The paddies are all against the ditch. The water system is more developed. At this point, many villagers are working in the fields, collecting eels and loaches. 20 cents a caddy. Chen Tong howled. The sound traveled a long way. Then, Chen Tong then saw a shocking scene. The villagers who had been laboring clattered away. It was too late to carry away the shovels stuck in the paddy fields. He saw an older man running away with his liberty shoes on his feet. Neither turned around to pick it up. Chen Tong shared a face of astonishment. He merely howled. It's not like an earthquake is coming. Or maybe you're too ugly? Scary. How come the villagers in the field ran out in less than 2 minutes? Next to the water field, only a lone man, a donkey and a cart remain. The donkey brayed in response. Chen Tong was sitting on the crate, thinking. Then the sound of crackling footsteps was heard. It was the sound of bare feet on hard ground. He looked up. Look over. Mom. Yeah. At the very least, dozens of people were either carrying them. The barrels and tubs ran in. The aura. No less than a factory off-duty dinner racket. Late. But then there's no food. Running at the front of the pack was a half-grown lad, falling behind the second man by dozens of meters. Just 11 or 12 years old. 2. Dark and unkempt. One eye was bright. He was carrying a bamboo basket in his hand. It's still dripping. Here, eels and loaches. How many pounds do you think? With a puzzled look, Chen Tong extended his hand. Take over. Weighing 8 pounds, $1.60. Present. Chen Tong then ordered the gross ticket and handed it over. He took it with both hands and jumped 3 feet in the air. In his hand, he held up the woolen ticket that Chen Tonggang had given him, non-stop swinging. Shouted. Father, it's true. It's true. This next. The villagers who hadn't arrived yet ran even faster. I'm afraid I'm a little late. Chen Tong then left. It's not clear what the situation is, though, but it does not affect the collection of eel loaches. Whatever. Let's make some money first. The villagers huddled together and surrounded Chen Tong. Chen Tong weighs one and settles the bill, doing things in an organized manner. It's pretty fast. Chapter 73, Pan Yunhua, Mayor of Panjayago Village. Half an hour later, the first wave of eels and loaches were weighed. Villagers in the paddy fields. It was more than double what it was before Chen Tong first arrived. All bent over. Catch eels and loaches. Chen Tong just rested. Then he saw an older man wearing a whitewashed, army green hat, striding his way. On that hat, right in the middle, it's a red 5-star. The colors are still vibrant. It was still tens of meters away from Chen Tong. He then offered his hands. The body was slightly hunched over. Emotional. Chen Tong was uncertain. But, still off the crate. Standing board upright. Reach out. Dry. Skinny. Powerful. The calluses are thick and solid. This was Chen Tong's first feeling about these hands. He lowered his head and glanced at the hands. Surprisingly, only 7 fingers. Hello, Comrade Chen. I've been waiting for you for a long time. 2 thin hands wrapped around Chen Tong's right hand, rocking up and down. Hello, do you recognize me? Chen Tong really wondered. When he arrived at Panjayago today, everywhere was different from what he thought. Little Comrade Chen your great name is known to no one in our Panjayago. Moncler outlet store. The hand was even harder. The grip tight. Chen Tong. He was tempted to say, Master, be gentle. Your bones are going to break. Endure the pain. A few words squeezed through his teeth. Big man. You let go first. If there's something, let's talk slowly. There's no rush. It really hurts too much. This Moncler outlet online hand is a bit strong. Not just anyone. I am the village head of Panjayago, Pan Yunhua. Moncler outlet store. Introduce yourself in a serious manner. Be happy with your name. Chen Tong smiled at the grandfather. Sort of a hello. Village Chief Pan. You seem to know I'm coming? Chen Tong asked, the doubt in his heart. Well, our village has been waiting for a good comrade like you. Knowing that Chen Tong had doubts in his mind, Pan Yunhua continued. The matter of collecting eels was told to me by your villagers in Qinghe village. That day, I took my grandson to the town to buy something, and I met Wang Er from your village and chatted with him. Pan Yunhua told Chen Tong what happened one by one. Wang Er and Pan Yunhua talked about it. Pure bragging rights. Nothing else. It's because he ate white rice for days, caught talking to anyone, when he met an acquaintance. Pan Yunhua. It was even more important to show off. In their village, there's a businessman boy. Hey, Collect eels and loaches for 20 cents a caddy. That's a godsend. Aren't you giving them money for nothing? Almost the whole village made a small fortune on this loach and eel. The quality of life on a small day goes up a steep level. Walking with a straight back. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Pan Yunhua asked things that were clear. Knowing that Chen Tong will drive a donkey cart to several surrounding villages to collect eels and loaches, he was worried that Wang Er had lied to him. He also made a point of asking a few villagers from Qinghe village. The answers you get are all the same. And so it was. He gathered the villagers early. Catch eels and loaches. Just waiting for Chen Tong to come. But wait left and right. A few days down the road. There's no one to be seen. Pan Yunhua was puzzled. That's not true. By all accounts, Chen Tong collects eels and loaches in several surrounding villages. Panjiagu is considered the closest to Qinghe village. Chen Tong should have come with a donkey cart a long time ago. What's the delay? Many of the eels and loaches caught by the villagers have died. If it weren't for Pan Yunhua's high moral standing, deep in the hearts and minds of the Panjandrams, for anyone else, the roof will be lifted off the house. So, these days, the people of Panjiagu were waiting for someone. The man who drove a donkey to collect eels and loaches. Figure out what's going on. Chen Tong also explained a little. Panjandram waited for the last few days. He is busy with the eel farming base in Shanli village. Wojiobeo. But okay. It's not too late to come. Chen Tong and Pan Yunhua, the village head of Panjiagu, chatted during this time. Even though some villagers came to deliver eels and loaches, also waiting on the sidelines. No active interruptions. It was from the bottom of his heart that he respected Pan Yunhua. For no other reason. Everything in Panjiagu now is led by Pan Yunhua, built shovel by shovel. Chen Tong also told Pan Yunhua to engage in loach and eel farming. Pan Yunhua agreed without even thinking about it. What Chen Tong says to do is what he says to do. It doesn't change a bit. He called out to someone and wrote down what Chen Tong had said. Immediately, I sent someone to do it. Panjiagu's eel and loach breeding base. So it became. Toward evening, almost 800 pounds of eel and loach were collected. Pan Yunhua just kept sitting next to him. Watch. The corners of his wrinkled mouth were smiling happily. Like a child, Chen Tong said goodbye to Pan Yunhua and the villagers of Panja village. Stomping off into the sunset, drive the donkey cart and set out on the road home. Another eel and loach farming site is done. The heart is free. A blueprint for the development of Clear River village. Only the last piece of the Dong village puzzle remains. Chen Tong leaned against the barrel, thinking about what could potentially happen in Dong's village. Brain. One response after another popped up. Soldiers come with water and water goes with the earth. Anyone. None of which can disrupt his jigsaw puzzle. Back home, both Shanli village and Wojiobeo sent eels and loaches. The number is significantly less. All only 300 pounds. Even fewer were sent by villagers from their own village. The big one and the little one together are only about 200 pounds. But, all of this was expected by Chen Tong. The eels and loaches are too numerous to be caught every day. There was no panic in his mind. This eel and loach is a long-term business. It's not a shovel-ready deal. If he was right, both Shanli village and Wu Jiabao deliberately suppressed the amount of eels and loaches delivered. Nothing else. It's all about mature eels being able to lay more babies. The practice. Just what Chen Tong wanted. Exhaustion. He'll have more to lose. Yard. Dim soft light. The family ate around the small, broken table. Extraordinarily cozy. After the meal, Ergo hugged Xiao Jianhe, pulled Li Hong and went back. It was Li Hong giving him a wink. Changes in Yang Wenjing. To say who looked the most obvious. That must be Li Hong. Especially this morning. As soon as Li Hong saw Yang Wenjing, there was water in those eyes. Bones are soft. There's also an unintentional hint of flavor. And she knew it. Last night, Yang Wenjing's body and soul were transformed. It's noticeably different from the last couple days. Only a woman who has experienced watering. That's why it's like this. Like flowers blooming in the spring. So, she then gave her ditzy husband a wink. She's a flower too. It needs watering, too. The more you water it, the more delicate it will become. Especially lately, eat well. It's not like there's any major physical exertion. As the saying goes, wine and dine thoughts. What's up? I just don't know if Chen Hao, the simpleton, understands. Chapter 74 Obstruction in Dongjia village. Early the next morning, the east is showing fish belly white. Chen Tong packed up yesterday's eels and loaches. The second brother, Chan Ho, and Korea Kyung came. It was just 7 o'clock when the three men arrived at the county seat in their donkey cart. The people doing business at this moment are basically vendors. Vegetable seller, selling breakfast, to the aquatic supply house, sold eels and loaches. Chen Tong and Han Guoqing then drove the donkey cart to the supply house first. Chen Hao gave the remaining loaches and eels to the eel noodle house. Mountain goods are given to small noodle stands. The family is now eating for 5. 1 hard-boiled egg per person in the morning. It's all fragrant white rice for lunch. Food is consumed quickly. It has to be replenished in a timely manner. Hyun-kyung waited in front of the supply house. Not a moment too soon. Chen Tong then came out with a big bag, put it on the donkey cart. He has never been stingy when it comes to food. Back home, second brother Chen Hao hasn't come back yet. Sister-in-law Li Hong helped carry the stuff to the kitchen. Yesterday and today, many fewer villagers from this village come to deliver eels and loaches. The entrance to the yard, which had been bustling with activity every day, was also cold. The sisters-in-law cleared out. There wouldn't be much to do. Li Hong hinted at Yang Wenjing more than once. Let her whisper something in Chen Tong's ear during the night. The family doesn't have to spend money like that. Save it. 2 more days and she won't come to help. Cook your own lunch at home. Always eat white rice and pork. The gut can't take it. Those who are used to a life of misery, how can they get used to the daily pork? Yang Wenjing knows. This is the reason made up by sister-in-law Li Hong. She was worried about the rest of the day. Eels and loaches can't be collected. The family sits on their hands. These days, how hard it is to earn money. Chen Tong is going to Dongjia village today. He made the meal early. Eat, pack the donkey cart. The donkey rushed to Dongjia village without stopping. Dongjia village. It is the village with the most inhabitants among several surrounding villages. Their village, faced with a problem. There are too many people and too little land. Not enough points at all. The policy of the state is 1 person per acre. But Dong's village, 2 people to an acre. There are also mountains. Not good for growing rice. The poor and the poorer. It's very polarized. Because of this matter of land distribution, there have been several big fights in Dongjia village before and after. Seeing red every time. No food. No drink. This has led to many villagers taking up the business of stealing chickens and dogs and looting homes. Anyone who passes around Dong's village, 8 out of 10 have been robbed of something. Villagers from several surrounding villages, also a victim. So, Dong's village has a poor reputation. Chen Tong Lai Dongjia village, only brought $100. He's here today to explore the bottom, incidentally acquiring eels and loaches. The sound of the brass bells was long and carried out a long way. Brings a touch of coolness to a sweltering afternoon. The moment he stepped into the boundaries of Dongjia village, there were just 7 or 8 pairs of eyes on him at once. People. The man with the donkey cart. A fat sheep for the slaughter. Especially this donkey. So big. Able to eat for quite a few days. I guess. Chen Tong had just stepped into Dongjia village. I don't know. On the back foot, people were moving rocks and dead trees to block the way back. It was about 2 miles deeper. Those people just couldn't help themselves. Such a nice fat goat. Walk a little longer. It will attract more wolves in human skin. At that point, it's just not enough to share. Dozens of silhouettes, in unison, rushed out from the nearby short hill, blocking the way. In their hands, one of them had a wrist-thick stick, standing a few dozen meters in front of the donkey cart, coldly looking at Chen Tong. Chen Tong's heart thumped. It sank. These people are not to be messed with at first glance. Compared to a few punks in Wu's castle last time, don't even have to talk. Just stand there. There was just a powerful sense of oppression. Chen Tong clasped his fists. Everyone, I'm here to deliver money to the Dong village. No one's talking, just coldly watching. Give away money? Send what money? When they're cuties? No way. Or are you full of? That's a lot of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Cough, cough, behind. A sudden cough came to mind. Chen Tong looked back. I don't know when. 3 men also appeared behind them. In his hand was the wood chipper. By the looks of it, these 3 are the ones who speak. Where did that come from? The speaker was middle-aged man with a flat head, bearded and bare-chested. Lean. Muscles are strong. There are quite a few scars on the body. There was also a scar on his face that looked hideous and frightening. The man glanced at Chen Tong and spat. Straight ahead. Touched the donkey. Couldn't stop nodding. There's meat. Enough for a couple days. Chen Tong. Are you polite? That's my ass. Where the did you come from? Ask you a question. The 2 men behind him looked at Chen Tong and didn't say anything. Tempers flared. Carrying a firewood knife and pointing it at Chen Tong, he rushed in stride, but was looked at by the middle-aged man. It's backed up again. From the village of Qinghe, Chen Tong Dao. The middle-aged man frowned. Neighboring villages. A mountain pass. Did you just say you came to deliver the money? Well, I'm here to collect eels and loaches for 20 cents a pound. This stuff, can anyone eat it? The middle-aged man thought for a moment. The eel and loach thing. It's not like he hasn't had it before. Nausea for days. The sight of eels and loaches makes me sick to my stomach. Throw the at the dog that won't eat it. I can't believe someone came to collect it. People in the county eat it. We mountain people don't. I'm sending this to the county to sell. The middle-aged man nodded. Got the money? Chen Tong looked at the middle-aged man without saying anything. That's the question. Don't bring any money. Come to collect any eels. For nothing? That's not going to get hammered. The middle-aged man touched his inches. The right hand turned twice. Leave the donkey and the money. And the men get out. The middle-aged man was considered polite. It's not because of anything else. His second sister was married in Xinghua village, a family with the last name of Chen. So, no punches were thrown directly at Chen Tong. Dongjia village. A lot of land and few people. But there are a lot of small rivers and ditches. A lot of eels and loaches. 20 cents a catty. Just grabbing them is tens or hundreds of pounds. Tens of dollars. Really don't think about it? Chen Tong looked at the middle-aged man and said, "You're teaching me things?" The middle-aged man coldly lowered his face. The wood chipper in his hand was raised, patted Chen Tong's cheek. Chen Tong's eyes lifted. He knew that coming to Dong's village would have its ups and downs. But, this guy doesn't seem to be greasy. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Listen for movement. That's a lot of people. Chen Tong didn't move and took a few steps back. The sight went around the middle-aged man. Nice guy. A dozen more men came. In his hand was either a wood chipper or a stick. Confronted the man who started out with the stick. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Tong and frowned. Turn and look. I didn't expect Dong Yajun to come so quickly. Chapter 75. A donkey causes a bloodbath. Dong Yajun, one of the two bullies in Dongjia village. A dead ringer for Yang Chiwei. These two men represent the poor and the poorer. Of course, Yang Chiwei represents the poorer side. Otherwise, nor will he always have the gang that follows him with him, tucked away in the short hills along the road. Robbery. Dong Yajun was holding a wood chipper in his hand. A cold grunt, straight through the dozens of people in the way, came close to the donkey. Slap at the donkey. Very pleased. This donkey, yours? He asked, pointing at Chen Tong. Yes. What are you doing driving a donkey cart to Dong's village? Collect eels and loaches for 20 cents a pound. Dong Yajun held up the wood chipper in his hand. There was a pause. Just so you know, daring to lie to me ends with your tongue cut out. I wouldn't dare. I'm from Xinghua village, specializing in collecting eels and loaches and doing a small business to support my family. Heard it was from a neighboring village. Dong Yajun believed a few points. Provocatively, he glanced at Yang Chiwei, slapped the wood chipper on the donkey's ass. Then come with me and I'll get you 1,000 or 800 pounds of eel and loach today. Not a penny less. Or break your legs. Collect eels and loaches. Just the right doorway for Dong Yajun. They have a lot of paddy fields in this faction. The ground is full of the stuff. A big catch. Just right. Most of the people from Yang Chiwei's faction were allocated dry land. Water can't be drawn into the ground. It didn't work. I can't plant seedlings. So, that's why Yang Chiwei heard Chen Tong collecting eel loaches. Reasons to tell him to get his ass back in gear. You can't earn this eel and loach on your own. His nemesis, Dong Yajun, doesn't want to earn it either. Is it hard to watch them drink and eat? Grossing yourself out? Chen Tong didn't move. One is because of Yang Chiwei was looking at him. Secondly, he really doesn't have that much money with him. $100, that's 500 pounds of eel and loach. Get out. Yang Chiwei spat out a word impatiently. But, this was said to Dong Yajun. Dong Yajun's face immediately pulled down. Longer than a donkey's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Chiwei, such a big donkey. You want to take it all for yourself? Dong Yajun is not in the least bit false to Yang Chiwei. Raised the wood chipper in his hand. I'll take this donkey, this crate, and this man. Don't you dare touch a hair. Yang Chiwei said word for word. He blocked this donkey first. You Dong Yajun want to stick your nose in. Did you ask him? Asterisk 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 you. Old man. Dong Yajun spat. It landed on Yang Chiwei's face. Dang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Naya. Chen Tong was very close to these two. That's why he sees it so well. When Dong Yajun spat a mouthful of old spit in Yang Chiwei's face, Yang Chiwei moved, right hand into a fist. A solid punch slammed Dong Yajun's face hard. In midair, a mournful red, mixed with half a tooth. That's all Dong Yajun's. This punch had a tremendous amount of force. Dong Yajun was knocked to the ground. Clueless, it was a half a minute's reprieve. I'll your mom. Give it to me. Dong Yajun got up from the ground, greeted behind him. At the same time, raising the firewood knife in his hand, he slashed down at Yang Chiwei. Yang Chiwei wasn't afraid either, holding up the wood chipper in his hand. And the two fought. Not far. Those guys fought too. 20 or 30 people mingled. From time to time came the sound of wailing. Chen Tong's heart jumped as he watched. Backed away from it at a distance. He thought, Dong's village is the ING bandit den. Regret. Really regret it. With a heart hanging in his throat, Chen Tong hid behind a large rock, his body taut. These people, How come you're chopping people with a knife at the drop of a hat? You don't want to make any money? It's designated as a disease of the brain broad. Either run now. Chen Tong looked at the chaotic crowd. The fight is raging. No one would even notice him. You kid, if you dare to run, your 2 legs will not be preserved. It was Yang Qiwei's voice. He felt he had eaten Chen Tong. Chen Tong, you're the worm in my stomach, aren't you? Just thought. The voice popped into earshot. Chen Tong cried out. Don't dare move. It's all in one call. Can't you give a face? Such a big move. Naturally, it caused turmoil throughout the Dong family village. Less than 10 minutes. A big black mass of people arrived with shovels and hoes. Chen Tong roughly counted. It's got to be hundreds of people. They separated the melee. Dong Yajun and Yang Qiwei were also pulled apart by their respective men. These two all saw blood. Yanko's arm is injured. A palm-length bloody gash. The red flesh turned outward and kept bleeding. And Dong Yajun, a bloody gash on his chest. From left to right, the clothes were also cut open. Stained a large area red. But look at him, standing quite still. The wound shouldn't be deep. What are you doing? What for? Sinning. An old man pushed his way out of the crowd, pounding on the chest. Muddy tears fell down his cheeks. Looks, poor thing. This man is the village chief of Dong's village, Kwok Palai. But, no real power. Neither faction gave out about him. Uncle Lai, it's none of your business. Yang Qiwei opened his mouth. Old man Gua, get off to the side. It'll hurt you later. Today, things are not going well. Dong Yajun spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Ripped the bad clothes off. Topless. Again. Lots of scars. He took the firewood knife in his hand and pointed at Chen Tong. You kid, come here. Chen Tong. 10,000 straw horses crashed in his mind. Why are you guys calling me for a fight? A gun to the head? Or maybe taking it out on me? He really wanted to say. 2 big brothers. You keep chopping. I'll just watch. I'm not afraid to run either. Chen Tong's heart hung. To say you're not afraid is a lie. These people might do something. But, people have to bow down under the roof. A strong dragon doesn't mess with a snake. He came out from behind a large rock. Legs and tummies are taut. What are you boys doing here? Say it again. Dong Yajun gasped for air and tore his ragged clothes into long strips, wrapping the wound on his chest. I am here to collect eel loaches. How much is a pound? 20 cents a pound. How much? Louder, so that the villagers of Dongjia village can hear it. 20 cents a pound. As much as I want. At this moment, Chen Tong suddenly remembered. Well, he's here on business. Wow. There was a commotion in the crowd. 20 cents a pound? Seriously? Really collect this? Dong Yajun looked at Yang Qiwei, smiling smugly. You, Yang Qiwei, are still going to block it today. That's blocking a lot of people's money. 20 cents a pound. For this poor mountain hook. That's a hell of a high price to pay. Yang Qiwei darkened his face. He knew it was going to be a bad day. No one wants to mess with money. Chapter 76, This Land. You share it. Yang Qiwei regretted it. Shouldn't have bull Ted with Chen Tong. Grabbed the donkey, stripped him and told him to get lost. Nothing happened back there. Man, surely there should be no womanizing. The reason why Chen Tong cooperated with Dong Yajun. Just what he needed. He can bring wealth to Dong's village. Naturally, there's a chance to get away safely. As for Dong Yajun wanting to press Yang Qiwei, just press it. It's none of his business. Heard about the collection of loach and eels. Guo Baolai also stopped crying, wiped his eyes and nose with his sleeve. Young man, you really collect eels and loaches? Chen Tong nodded. Collected. 20 cents a pound. To say what's in the paddies and ditches the most right now. Except for the water. It's just eels and loaches. This thing, not only is it not tasty, and nibbling on the roots of the seedlings. This is for Dongjia village, which is poor to the roots. That's not the best of both worlds. Guo Baolai rubbed his hands together, sucked in his nose. Willie, look at this. Yang Qiwei grimaced. It's not that I don't make money for the villagers of Dong's village, but that land was divided unfairly in the first place. Today, if we let this young man collect eels and loaches, what will happen to the villagers who are all on dry land? Just stand there and watch? We can't even have a bite of soup while others eat meat? Yankum knew there was no way to resist most of them. So, he has to talk to pull some of them together. Incidentally, I borrowed the eel and loach thing. Get this whole subdividing the land thing out of the way. Do you, collect eels and loaches for cash? Yang Qiwei asked. That's for sure. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Child and child. I hear it's paying cash. Everyone is restless. The villagers without paddy fields showed more excitement than those with paddy fields. Who doesn't want to make money? Who wants to mess with money? But, today, the matter of dividing the land is not made clear, then no one is going to make any money. It's just bad human nature. I could have made as much money as you guys. I have suffered an injustice. Leading up to now, you can still make money and I can't. Then this matter is non-negotiable. Either there's money to be made for everyone, either that, or nobody earns. Dong Yajun thought that young Chiwei had loosened up, but who knows? A few words, though, deepened the conflict and complexity of the matter. If that many people make a scene, that's no joke. It was a scene that no one could control. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. At first, this land, is the father of the runner-up divided? But also because of the division of land this matter, his father only. Guo Baolai sighed. He knows, it's only a matter of time before this place drags on. In the beginning, also because of this ground, Dong Weigua, who is a former village chief, but, villagers who have been allocated paddy fields, which one will let again? Guo Baolai was at a loss. That's all. Half an hour passed. The villagers are getting stupid again. It's so exhausting. But it's all money. How could they have such a chance? Eels and loaches are 20 cents a pound. That's easy money. Yang Chiwei, my house is half paddy field and half dry field. You can't control me, can you? That is, I have a general relationship with Dongwei State, and my paddy fields don't contain any half-truths. You can't stop us if you don't catch eels and loaches. Exactly. No, I'm going down to catch eels and loaches. There were villagers in the crowd who couldn't wait any longer. Standing on tiptoe, he looked around, looking for companionship. Nobody move. Today, if the matter of dividing the land is not settled, no matter who it is, one eel will not be caught. Yang Chiwei held up the firewood knife and opened his eyes angrily, shouting loudly, Yang Chiwei, who are you? Dong Yajun stepped forward and confronted Yang Chiwei. Your family doesn't have paddy fields. That's your family's fate. You're stopping the villagers of Dong's village from earning money today. You're working against the whole village. Shucks. Yang Chiwei spat. If it wasn't for your deadbeat old man, would it be like this? Hearing Yang Chiwei cursing his dad, Dong Yajun immediately exploded. With his machete raised in his hand and his eyes red, he was about to run. Luckily, he was stopped dead in his tracks by a few people behind him. But, this move by these two is the trigger now. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. People with paddy fields can't sit still. The mountain villages that have been poor for generations need money the most. Asterisk. Fight if you don't. Yeah, who's afraid? I'll make this money today. Stop. This is killing people. Guo Baolai reddened his face and desperately shouted. I'm the village chief of Dong's village, whether you recognize me or not. I am. Today, I'm going to settle this. We, for generations, have been in-laws. Why do we have to go this far? Otherwise, you guys can beat me to death. Guo Baolai trembled with tears in his voice. Slowly, he dropped to his knees. Come uncle. Village chief Guo. Uncle. Guo Baolai kneeled this time. Everyone was quiet. To know, he's in his 60s, but in front of all the villagers, kneeling down, he had old tears in his eyes. Today, whether you recognize it or not, this land is redivided. Those who do not wish to redistribute the land, step over me. For a while, no one spoke. No one really stepped over Guo Baolai either. Dong Yajun lowered his head and clenched his fists. He knows, when his father's land was divided it was not in the right place. But, it's his dad. After all, because the divided land is dead, he could only come to guard the wrongs his father had committed. Come on, lad, tell us how this place is divided. Guo Baolai pointed at Chen Tong and said, Me? Chen Tong had a question mark on his face. He's eating his melon. The land in Dongjia village. How will it be divided? How does he know how to split it? He's just here to collect eels and loaches. Right, because you're from an outside village and have no ties to Dong's village. You're the one who says the most fair things. Guo Baolai knelt on both knees and faced Chen Tong. Chen Tong gulped. Silently, he moved a few steps away. It's not like he's a little cutie. How to split? It's all wrong. I wonder how many people I've offended. He's afraid to walk at night after dividing this land. Right, today this land is yours to divide. Fair and square. Yang Chiwei agreed with Guo Baolai's idea. This ground today, anyone from Dong's village to share. None of it fits. There's only one person who has nothing to do with this village. Say the words. Unbiased. Hey. Dong Yajun let out a long sigh and walked over, picked up Guo Baolai. This land, divide it. You share, or else you won't be able to leave Dongjia village. Keep making a scene. It's not the way to go. Should we let the future generations of Dong's village? Generation after generation is involved. Beaten to death? Chen Tong. Mother *******. I'm a foodie. Off topic. I'll try to respond to all the later comments. Speak up. Chapter 77, Waxakan. Bring it to you. Chen Tong was set on fire. Let him divide the land of Dongjia village. Isn't that a bit of bull asterisk? Dong Yajun assisted Guo Bolai. Both of them further. Chen Tong then involuntarily took a step back. Half a day's walk. It's still so far away. You kid. Dodge again. Dong Yajun said viciously. And so, Chen Tong then didn't move. Forcing a smile, Guo Bolai came closer. Sigh. I know this whole dividing up the land thing is hard for you, but it's really only fair that you do it. There are no words for the talent in the village. Chen Tong nodded stiffly. He knows. This ground. He scored points as well. No points. Also points. Want it? Go into the village first. Let some of the people catch eels and loaches, and I'll go and see how your paddy fields are divided up. Now. He's still stuck in traffic on the way into the village. Tian didn't even see it. Split a hammer. Something that makes money. Naturally no one has a problem with that. Chen Tong drove a donkey cart, followed by hundreds of people. The hordes entered the village. Paddy fields in Dongjia village. Not much. It's only a few hundred acres in all. Came to the ground. Chen Tong shot an eye out. This place. I'm playing goat here. Go is white and black. The land of Dongjia village. A paddy field, a puddle and a paddy field. But, this is a good place to raise eels and loaches. How many acres is this land in your village? Chen Tong asked. Accept it since you can't hide from it. What's the saying? In the face of life's rape, if you can't fight it, then just enjoy it in silence. Let's split the land. Chen Tong knows, no matter what is divided, the problem is that it is not equal to the number of people who suffer. As long as the paddy and dry land are equally distributed. That's all. He also knew that so simple a law. It was impossible for the villagers of Dongjia village not to have thought of it. It's just that the villagers who occupied the paddy fields are not willing to share them. And Dong Yajun is covering them. It's been dragging on. There are cheap not to take advantage of that is 99 acres. As you can see, it's all separated by puddles. Big and small. Guo Balai looked at the paddy field. A piece of despondency. So many puddles. The fill dirt is not even good. Village Chief Guo, have you ever thought of breeding eels and loaches? Just now Guo Balai kneeled down. He heard someone call out to him as the village chief. Just this village chief. It's a bit of a stifling job. Raise eels and loaches? Guo Balai looked puzzled. I'm asking you to share the land. It's not here for farming. You kid. What's the waste of words? Let you divide the land and divide it. What's all this nonsense? Dong Yajun was dissatisfied. He's got a belly full of fire. Your village has a total of only 100 or so acres of land. How much land is divided equally among each person? Half an acre? And then the family adds a ridge. And you tell me, how much land is left? And don't use your head. If this land is divided, it's less than the original 99 acres. Chen Tong blankly glanced at Dong Yajun. I'll help you guys out with things. Don't you know how to be polite? So what's your method? Yang Chiwei looked at Chen Tong. Knowing that Chen Tong could see at a glance the disadvantages of dividing the fields, he had a solution. Must the land be divided? Why can't we farm collectively? Chen Tong remembers that Huaxi village was all about collective farming, pooling all the land and contracting it out to good farmers. Move the vast majority of the labor force to work in businesses. This situation in Dongjia village is just enough to learn from and change. There are no businesses in Dongjia village, but there are many puddles. Then it's good to think of eel and loach farming as a business. And, this point in time, it should also be the point in time when Huaxi village undergoes reforms. Chen Tong these two sentences, like exploding thunder. Straight away, the guys were confused. What collective farming? You know, it is only in this land that the public sector has decentralized production to the household. Let families have land to plant. You can. Guo Balai was silent. Dong Yajun was silent. Yang Chiwei was also silent. Dare I say it? It's stirring the pot. Dong Yajun crossed his fingers and shook them up and down, making a clicking sound. Yang Chiwei weighed the firewood knife in his hand. Chen Tongyi looked at it with one eye, then said, don't forget, I collect eels and loaches, 20 cents a pound. There are so many puddles in your Dongjia village. Have you ever thought about how much income that would be when you combine them to grow land and raise eels and loaches? The land is planted together, eels and loaches are raised together, and money is earned by all. Is that bad? Save yourselves from fighting all day long. Chen Tong fell silent after he finished speaking. He's just the one who made the comment. What to do in the end is still up to the villagers of Dongjia village. Yang Chiwei and Dong Yajun glanced at each other, and both of them frowned. Planting land together to raise eels and loaches. It seems to be that way. Nothing else. At least there won't be as much conflict. There's a meal for everyone. Hungry together without food. That's really no one's fault. Young man, do you think this loach and eel is okay? Just then, some villagers came to the field with eels and loaches, one in each of the 4 fingers. It was sent to Chen Tong. Collect. I'll weigh it. Chen Tong handed over the bamboo basket. The man put in the eel loach. Divide the weight of the bamboo basket. 1 pound. 9 taels. Even if it weighs 2 pounds. That's 40 cents. Chen Tong counted out the gross tickets and handed them over. The man got the money. There was a happy smile, and off to the ground again in a hurry. Then, villagers catching eels and loaches in the paddy fields flocked over. 3 for him, 4 for you. Chen Tong weighed in unhurriedly. Pay up. 1 gross ticket out. It was handed to the villagers of this village. Guo Baolai and the 3 of them are watching. There was also a gradual light in his eyes. Perhaps. Should. Try it. What if? There are worse scenarios than now? None of the 3 of them made a sound. Just watched Chen Tong collect eels and loaches from the sidelines. Until the woolen tickets in Chen Tong's hand were all bare. Only then did we have to stop. After all, he only had $100 with him. Village chief, want to give it a try? Try? I also think it's a good idea to give it a try. Try it. The ticket is solid. Guo Baolai, the village chief, came over. A hand grabbed Chen Tong's hand and said, young man, just do as you say. Thank you indeed. On behalf of the entire Dongjia village villagers, thank you. Chen Tong smiled sarcastically. So, can I go now? At the moment, he just wanted to go back early. Give Yang Wenjing a hug. Ease that little inner tension. No. Dong Yajun and Han Guanqing spoke in unison. One in front of the other blocked Chen Tong's path. Chen Tong's heart, which had just been put down, lifted up again. Tonight, stay in the village for dinner, and when you're done, I'll have someone send you back. Yang Chiwei patted Chen Tong's shoulder and said, yes, stay for dinner. Dong Yajun agrees. Chen Tong. He was tempted to say something like, you guys can white rice and pork? Chapter 78, Daughter-in-law. Roast pork for lunch today. Chen Tong peeled the sweet potatoes and blew his hands out from the heat, took a bite and put it in his mouth. Don't say it. It kinda smells good. This is exactly the kind of dinner that Dongjia village entertained Chen Tong with. It's already the best. During the baked sweet potato, Chen Tong has already negotiated a partnership with Guo Baolai, Dong Yajun and Yang Chiwei. Likewise, their village sends eels and loaches to Qingha village, 20 cents a pound. Of course, Chen Tong also told them not to fish with all their might. The principle of sustainable development should be adhered to. Long-term stable supply of eel loaches. In the early days, you can deliver 500 to 800 pounds a day. In the back, it can be delivered once every 3 or 5 days. As long as it has been kept, this large and small puddle of eels and loaches has been growing. Their village just keeps on earning. Guo Baolai, several people kept nodding their heads as they listened. Both think this approach works. Chen Tong ate a full 3 sweet potatoes and drank a bowl of hot water. He had only intended to eat one. Save your stomach for a good meal at home. May. The 3 Guo Baolai are too enthusiastic. Dong Yajun, in particular, has nothing to do but touch the wood chipper. Chen Tong could only eat it with tears in his eyes. People who have seen great storms, at this time, also have to succumb to their obscene power. Ah. Jingle bells. The sound of the brass bells was long and carried extraordinarily far. It kept echoing in Dongjia village. Chen Tong drove the donkey cart. 3 men followed behind him, to escort him home. By the way, feel your way. We still have to deliver eels and loaches tomorrow, don't we? An hour and a half later, Chen Tong returned to Qingha village. The 3 didn't linger much longer. Go back. Drive the donkey cart to the house. The food is on the table. All waiting for him. Why are you so late today? Yang Wenjing asked with concern. Chen Tong smiled. Why? Dividing up the land for Don's village. He made it sound easy. The risks involved, he didn't want to talk about. Said it. The family has to worry again. Especially Yang Wenjing, with a child in her stomach. It is even more important not to let it burden her heart. Divide the land? Divide what land? Hear the division of the land. Sister-in-law Li Hong and second brother Chen Hao both poked their heads up. It's something to listen to. It's pretty fresh. It's not much. Don's village has few paddy fields and many puddles. Chen Tong made up some nonsense. Stalled. After the meal. Yard. Dimly lit. Chen Tong kind of wanted to throw up. Eat too much. In the evening, it was still a bit cool. Yang Wenjing and her sister-in-law Li Hong were just whispering in the inner room. Chen Tong, Chen Hao, the 2 brothers, sitting in the small yard talking. Second brother. The eel and loach breeding base in Dongjia village is also done. In half a month, Dad should be out of the hospital. 2. You guys, you might as well move in here. Family, hot and bothered. This time, Chen Hao didn't retort. He knows, with Chen Tong's tossing personality, he would not stop at Qingha village. He was bound to get out of this depression. After a while, I'd like to go to the county town for a while. and if it stabilizes, I'll take Wenjing with me. But the family business can't be lost. It's still up to the second brother to look out for him. Previously on Let Bygones Be Bygones. Chen Hao interrupted Chen Tong. Chen Tong's change, everything he did for the family. He's seen it all. If it wasn't for the money he made from collecting eels and loaches, this home, I'm afraid, it went down a long time ago. So that his dad, Chen Wen, can be at ease in the hospital? Will Zhao Dinyo forget it so easily? Chen Hao patted Chen Tong's shoulder and said, go on, there is me at home. Sully'll loach this money nah. I'm all for you to save. Someday you want to use it to know once. Don't worry with me, Mom and Dad. And besides, isn't there your sister-in-law? You just have to be practical, one step at a time, and be poor, and brother is happy. Chen Hao, the stuffy man, said so for the first time. Chen Tong was still a bit uncomfortable, touching his nose, laughing. Early the next morning, the rooster just crowed a second time. Chen Tong then got up, gathered up the eel loaches in the yard, looked around the yard for ages, finally found what I wanted. A couple of meter-long iron bars, about half as thick as a pinky. Rust. He scooped up some water with a ladle, wet the iron bars. Swish, 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 polished up. He takes these iron bars. It's not for anything else. It's just that I want to give Yang Wenjing a taste of the whole roast. These days, it's possible to have a roast. I guess Yang Wenjing is the first one. Chen Tong thought prettily in his heart. 6 iron bars, grinding him for a full half hour. Hands are numb, but the thought of having a roast for lunch today. Chen Tong still had a little bit of luck in his heart. Ground up the iron bars. Korea Kyung and his second brother Chan Ho then came. Chen Hao looked at the shining iron bar. Scared. What are you doing? Chen Tong flung the iron bar proudly. We'll find out at noon today. By the way, second brother, I won't go to the county this morning. You and Uncle Han will go. The accountant of the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Agency and the people who weighed them all knew Chen Hao. Chen Tong had greeted them before. If he can't make it one day, money for his second brother is the same. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Tong. There was a little panic in his mind. It's not because of anything else. These thousands of pounds of eels and loaches are more than $1,000. That's a huge amount of money. Tucked in, Chen Hao doesn't even dare to walk. Ergo, Chen Tong shrugged with both hands. He went to the county seat. The eels and loaches in the family are still to be sold by Chen Hao. It was only a matter of time before I had huge sums of money in my arms. Chen Hao also understood what Chen Tong meant. Driving a donkey cart. Together with Han Guoqing, he went to the County Aquatic Supply and Marketing Center to deliver eels and loaches. Tran Tong made breakfast. Just get busy. Take out the rest of the pork. Cut into pieces about the same size. Then, put it in a pot. Poured soy sauce, MSG and salt, and added a little sugar. Pour on a little onion and ginger water. Marinate it for half an hour first. Another wood fire was built in the yard. Throw the iron bar on top to burn first. Sterilizes and removes odors. Just in time. Yang Wenjing also got up, looking at a pile of firewood in the yard. Yawning, clueless, Chen Tong saw it. Smiling, he came over, touching Yang Wenjing's head. He said, daughter-in-law, we'll have roast pork for lunch today. This next. Yang Wenjing was even more confused. Barbecue? What's that? This barbecue. Ah, it smells so good. It could make the kids next door cry. A mouthful of roasted meat and a mouthful of garlic. That's what it tastes like. Chen Tong barred his mouth. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Next door to. Any kids? Yang Wenjing looked at Yang Sumei's house next door with wide-eyed astonishment. Froze for half a second. Lower your voice. Aren't they your age? Chen Tong. How should I explain to my daughter-in-law the phrase that can make the kid next door cry with gluttony? Chapter 79, Barbecue Meeting. Young Manjing's lovely. It made Chen Tong couldn't help himself. Daughter-in-law, go pick a few peppers from the field and I'll make the grill. Yang Wenjing nodded. Go for it. Chen Tong's so-called barbecue grill. Just looking for a few green bricks, stacked piece by piece, about 30 centimeters or so. Both ends are the same height. Then, bring out the 6 iron bars from the fire that had been out for a long time. Neatly placed. This makes a simple grill. Chen Tong brought a pile of dry firewood. Ignite. So low on the altitude grill. No open flames. It has to be cooked in the residual heat of burnt-through firewood. That way the meat is roasted and tender on the outside. Juicy and flavorful. Yang Wenjing sat on the sidelines. Curious, he looked at Chen Tong. Barbecue? What a strange word. That can eat? But, she thought back to the first meal Chen Tong had cooked for her after the change. There's grilled fish. The flavor is pretty average though. But, Yang Wenjing could never forget it for the rest of her life. It wasn't until years later that Chen Tong happened to ask about her. What's the best thing you've ever eaten in your life? Yang Wenjing did not hesitate to say grilled fish. Got the grill going and marinated the pork. It's still early. Chen Tong looked at the chili on the small broken table. That's a little low on barbecue. Grab the wood chipper and the bamboo basket. Go out back and get some fresh ingredients. Daughter-in-law, I'm going to the back of the mountain to get some ingredients. Said hello. Chen Tong then puffed and puffed. Not a moment too soon. Just come to the back of the mountain. A thick layer of fallen leaves. It's all built up over the years. On the ground, a number of dead trees fell across the ground. Rotten for the most part. These dead trees were exactly what Chen Tong needed. Nothing else. Quite a few wild mushrooms will grow near this dead tree. Big and small. Different looks. The flavor that's not to be missed. Chen Tong bent down. Thumb and forefinger gently so pinch. A fungus came down. The little mushroom picking girl. Chen Tong couldn't help but hum that familiar song. Half an hour later, Chen Tong messed up a bamboo basket full of mushrooms and wild vegetables. That's the last thing the mountain needs. Downhill. Pulled out a few more bird eggs. The heads are all the size of half an egg. Back home. Another busy day. Wash and slice the mushrooms. There are 2 potatoes left in the house. It was brought here by my sister-in-law, Li Hong. Can't hide from the slicing. Finally, preparations are done. The second brother, Chen Hao, just happened to come back pressing the point. Second brother, we're having a barbecue for lunch today, so go shout at your sister-in-law. Chen Hao unloaded the donkey cart, scooped up pots of water and put them in the donkey trough. What did you say? Barbecue? Chen Hao's eyes widened. This brother of his? What a whole lot of. Right. Barbecue. Guaranteed you'll eat it and forget it. Chen Tong holds a homemade brush. Start brushing oil on the iron bars. So-called homemade brushes. It's a 2-finger wide piece of cloth that is wrapped around the chopsticks. Dip in the oil that was placed in the bowl. It swung gently on the iron bars. Chen Tong picked up his chopsticks. Sandwich a slice of marinated pork. It was placed on the iron bars. The iron bar is hot. Once you put it on, zippy sounds rang out, and in an instant the scent quickly filled the air. Chen Tong sniffed his nose. The flavor is still okay. Followed by a second piece. A third. Near the ends of the grill, peppers, mushrooms, sliced potatoes, and bird eggs were placed. Not a moment too soon. The entire yard smelled of food. Yang Wenjing also followed the smell. Walked out of the back room. Daughter-in-law, come on, try the roast. Chen Tong pinched a slice of chopped garlic and placed it on the still smoldering meat. Pinched another freshly washed leaf of wild cabbage. Chopsticks in a pinch. 1 volume. It was handed to Yang Wenjing's mouth. Ah! Chen Tong signaled Yang Wenjing to open her mouth. Yang Wenjing reddened. Eyes closed. Opened his mouth. Then, and the mouth was filled. 1 bite. Yang Wenjing opened her eyes. Unbelievable. What a delicious roast. The wild greens leaves detoxified the pork itself, and the garlic sparked the flavor of the pork. Slightly salty, colliding with the slight sweetness in the leaves. The mouth was filled with unspeakable wonderfulness. This is barbecue? How did Chen Tong come up with this? Daughter-in-law, is it good? Yang Wenjing only nodded her head. It smells so good. The courtyard door was pushed open. Chen Hao and Li Hong came in sniffing. I smelled a strong smell of meat at the door. Li Hong couldn't help but gulp. Second brother, sister-in-law, come and taste it. Chen Tong did as he was told. One rolled a piece of roast and handed it over. The roast went into his mouth. Chen Hao and Li Hong never spoke again. It was just so delicious. Next door to Yang Sumei's house, the smell of meat wafting all over the yard. Yang Sum is cutting hogweed. Just feel a burst of meaty flavor going straight to your nose. Again, it went up his nose and down his throat and into his stomach. The scent, it's to die for. Her heart soured. I don't have to think about it. I know it's the Chen Tong family next door. I had meat again for lunch today. But, why does it smell so good? Yang Sumei put down the firewood knife in her hand. Get up quietly. Walk on padded feet. The door to her own yard was opened a crack by her. Look outside. There's no one around. Without moving, he came to the door of the courtyard of Chen Tong's house. The meat flavor is much stronger. Yang Sumei kept swallowing her saliva, hooking his head through the doorway. Make a hard look. 4 of them. There was talking and laughing. Sit around. What did that guy Chen Tong put in Yang Wenjing's mouth? She's looking right at it. A voice sounded behind him. What are you doing on someone's doorstep? It smells so good. Yang Sumei was startled and hastily shrunk back. Non-stop patting of the chest. At first glance, it was Chen Wenhai who had returned. Tempers flared. She lowered her voice and got on with it as she spoke, tugging on Chen Wenhai's ear. See for yourself what's wrong. Useless. Chen Wenhai's ears were pulled red, and he slumped in the doorway of the courtyard of Chen Tong's house. What are these guys doing? What's around? Take a look around. Saw the food sitting on the iron bars. Ouch. Sliced potatoes, peppers, And white flowers still bubbling with grease or pork? No wonder it smells like meat. Chen Wenhai gulped. Break away from Yang Sumei's hand. It's just meat. What's so unusual about that? Meat is rare in all the village's families, but not in his nephew's family. Yang Sumei was furious. Not uncommon. Not uncommon. Pork is all out of style. You useless thing. I can't count on you in this life. It's not just collecting eels. You can't give up your face. There will be people who can give up their face and make no money. Suddenly, Yang Sumei thought of her own brother from her mother's family. Chen Wenhai can't be counted on. Then tell him about this way to get rich, and surely you can get some of it yourself. She's not asking for much. Eat pork every day. Chapter 80, Meeting with the Blue Iron Army. This little barbecue. It was a complete subjugation of the three. Sure, it's their stomachs. No need to drive a donkey cart to collect eels and loaches. Chen Tong is happy to be free. Squinted. Wake up. It was dark. Chen Hao, the second brother, was in the yard packing up the eels and loaches that had been delivered. This afternoon, Wojiobeo, the village in the mountains, did not come to deliver the eels. Panjiagu and Dongjia village sent a total of 1,000 pounds. Ergo, why don't you call me? Chen Tong washed his face with cold water. Sleeping for a long time. The head is a little confused. You've been too tired lately. Chen Hao didn't raise his head. Hands are busy. That's fine. I'll make dinner. Early the next morning, the east is showing fish belly white. Chen Tong got the donkey cart, opened the yard door, waiting for the second brother, Chan Ho and Korea Kyung. It's Monday. He's going to Mimi's tailor shop. It's a deal with Zhang Meiyue. Meet Lan Taijun, owner of Blue Sky Garment Factory, Blue Iron Army. It's a legend. 50 this year. A garment factory that big. It's entirely his doing. The most important thing is to start with nothing. From a tailor store of no more than 3 square meters. Hardworking and enduring. One step at a time. It developed into the #1 garment factory in Huaiyin County. It's a tough guy. Not much longer. Chan Ho and Han Kyung are here. The three of them worked together to move the baskets of eels and loaches to the crate. Tie it with twine. Set off with the donkey cart. 1 hour and 20 minutes. Arrived at the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Center. Sold eels and loaches. Chen Tong then left first. Zhang Meiyue had just opened the door when Chen Tong arrived. At once, Zhang Meiyue was just happy. Older brother. Coming so early. Chen Tong smiled and nodded. Not used to keeping people waiting. He does business. No matter who it's about. Never late. All will go ahead and wait. The two chatted for a while. Then I heard a knock on the door. Zhang Meiyue's eyes lit up. Knew it was the Blue Iron Army coming. It says 9 a.m. This should be about right. Opened the door. Sure enough, a middle-aged man entered the tailor store. Chen Tong raised his eyes. Not very tall. Inch. It's thin. Back straight. A boarded-up Zhongshan suit. Clean. It can be seen. Lan Taijun valued this opportunity to get to know Chen Tong. Dress formally. On the contrary, Chen Tong was much more casual. There were 5 or 6 other patches on the shirt. Behind the Blue Iron Army, another woman appeared. In heels. Almost as tall as the Blue Iron Army. Hair was permed and coiled on her head. A curved strand of hair fell on each side of her cheeks, twitching up and down, reflecting the woman's pretty face. Fine curved willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes, small agaric nose, bright red lips, charming and sexy, dressed in a large peony cheongsam, showing off her body to great effect. Front and back, gorgeous. May, without being cheesy. It fits just right with the Blue Iron Army's Chinese mountain suit. But, look at her age. No more than 30. Factory Director Lan. This is the Chen Tong I was talking about. He's the one who brought that dress. Zhang Meiyue introduced the two. Xiao Chen. This is Factory Director Lan. Zhang Meiyue made a wink. Signaled Chen Tong to call someone. In her opinion, it was Chen Tong's good fortune to know Lan Taijun. After all, every time Chen Tong comes to the store, all dressed in rags, must be from the country. Not much money in my pocket. As long as the Blue Iron Army nods, Chen Tong was then able to enter the #1 garment factory in Huaiyin. That treatment must be nothing to write home about. Oh, it's kind of a good thing to do, isn't it? But, it was Blue Taijun who spoke first. Hello, I'm Blue Taijun from Blue Sky Garment Factory. Blue Taijun held out his hand. The initiative took 2 steps forward. Chen Tong nodded. Reach out. Chen Tong. The two met for the first time. At Zhang Meiyue's Mimi tailor shop. Then she, the middleman introducer, is a done deal. You can't run away from $200. Blue Taijun let go of his hand. The woman behind him followed. The sound of clacking heels and a swaying body. The woman stretched out her slender 5 fingers. The voice is soft. Hello, Tang Xiaoye. Chen Tong and Tang Xiaoye exchanged glances. Reach out. Withdraw at the touch of a button. Tang Xiaoye froze for a moment. Interesting. Other men shook her hand. It's like glue on your hands. It was slow to let go. Unexpectedly, it looked like a young man in his early 20s. It's the age of blood. Surprisingly, it was just a light nod. Are you worried about the Blue Iron Army? Or, the three of them are now considered to know each other. Zhang Meiwei brought out 3 stools. Into the inner room. Some words. She doesn't listen well. That floral gown. You came up with that? Blue Taijun got right to the point. Even after listening to Zhang Meiwei, still want to hear it for myself. Yes. Chen Tong nodded. Blue Taijun heard this. A light flashed in his eyes. A small smile appeared on his serious face. A glance was exchanged with Tang Xiaoye next to him. Nod. That crushed skirt of yours, the director of the Blue Factory thinks very highly of it, so he would like to ask you to work at the Blue Sky Clothing Factory, with food and lodging included, for $55 a month. Tang Xiaoye said. Finished and added. There are gifts and bonuses for the holidays. $55. The Blue Iron Army is very sincere now. It's quite a bit higher than the average one who works in the public sector. There are also gifts and bonuses for the holidays. This sums it up. Very tempting. Obviously. That floral dress. Deep in the heart of the Blue Iron Army. Tang Xiaoyu stated the conditions. Seeing Chen Tong's face calm. One time. Surprisingly, I can't grasp it. Was the pay too high and you were scared silly? Or too low? Not satisfied? The man in front of her, who was no more than about 20 years old, she couldn't even fathom. Too calm. It's too sedate. On his body. Tang Xiaoye smelled a hint of the same thing as Lan Taijun. City Hall, tattered and torn clothes, and a clean face with a hint of childishness. Tang Xiaoye felt baffled. Overthinking. Possibly. Too tired last night, I guess. Chen Tong thought about it. Instead, he didn't rush to agree to the Blue Iron Army. $55. Food and lodging are included. Quite a lot indeed. But for him, it's not worth it. What he wanted was more. It's all business. Shrewd as hell. To make him work for the Blue Iron Army. Is $55 a month too little for such a talented person? Thank you for your kind words, Plant Blue. I'm used to living in my own home when I'm used to being lazy on weekdays. Tang Xiaoye furrowed her eyebrows. Chen Tong this. It means refusal. Needless to say, the price was given too low. He won't. It's only $60 a month for myself. How can you even pay him $55? Is this a deliberate attempt to inflate your value? Tang Xiaoye glanced at Lan Taijun. Blue Taijun nodded. Chen Tong the man. He was imperative. He wants to grow bigger and stronger, to become the #1 garment factory in Huayan City, and even to enter the provincial capital. That floral dress is a good sign. No one can replace Chen Tong's idea. Chapter 81, You pull me and I pull you. Chen Tong's refusal. Blue Taijun was also not expecting it. Back to the top. He understands it very carefully. Zhang Meiwei said. Quite a few patches on his clothes, unkempt, and a pair of holy liberation shoes on his feet. Should be from the countryside. And a pregnant daughter-in-law. The floral dress. It was originally tailored for his daughter-in-law. Blue Taijun is based on these assertions. The family can eat, but it's dirt cheap. At the end of the year, you can't save much money. $55. That's $660 a year. A huge amount of money now. He had no reason not to. But who knows? There's really no promise yet. Blue Taijun turned over a small wave inside, but his face showed nothing. He was in no hurry to speak. There's Tang Xiaoye lassoing it. $60 a month. Is that okay? Tang Xiaoye's soft voice reached her ears. Plant Manager Blue. It's not a matter of money or not. I'm really not used to living outside. Doesn't the old saying go? A golden nest is better than your own doghouse. Tang Xiaoye, you don't live in a golden nest. Isn't that silly? But she knew. That's just Chen Tong talking now. $60 a month. It's as much as you took for yourself. Still not satisfied? A man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake. 71 months. This time it was a full $10 increase. You can bring your family to stay at the factory. Again with food and lodging. Tang Xiaoyu threw out another tantalizing offer. Plant Blue. It's really not a matter of money. I just want to stay at home. Chen Tong replied with a smile. Tang Xiaoye, Blue Iron Force. This kid. That's a good way to get your nose in the air. It's all on that offer. Still not satisfied? Blue Taijun is very composed. He made this offer. You can't find a second garment factory in the whole Huayin County. And, if he had guessed correctly, this kid is putting out a long line to catch a big fish, just waiting for him to bite. Young. It's not easy. Blue Taijun was now fully convinced. That floral dress is from Chen Tong. It's the only way he'll have the nerve to keep asking for it. But, he, Blue Taijun, has been hanging out for so many years. Can't you wear out a 20-year-old kid? Then all those years weren't lived to the dogs. Then try it. One of his little tricks. I don't know what's going on. Lan Taijun glanced at Tang Xiaoye. A very cryptic finger was raised. Tang Xiaoye froze. It took a long time to speak. A finger raised by the Blue Iron Army. Meaning, she knows it well. $100 a month. That's just sky high. Is it really worth it? Just in case. That floral maxi dress doesn't sell well. If you smash your hand, you'll lose your life. This idea of Tang Xiaoye's reveals the vision and boldness of Lan Taijun. Far beyond the norm. Been making clothes for decades. To the style of the clothes and the demand of the market. Blue Tiejuan's mind grasped the accuracy of it. Tang Xiaoye settled down. The soft voice sounded again. $100 a month. Is that acceptable to Mr. Chen? Chen Tong pretended to think. Half a dozen times. Plant manager Blue. That high of a salary. It's really not that I don't like money. Tang Xiaoye, couldn't you have said it differently? Flip-flopping on that one sentence. Play with it. Is it fun? Blue Taijun nodded. $150. Tang Xiaoyu's red lips lightly opened. Chen Tong, Blue Factory Director. Tang Xiaoye, $200. Chen Tong, Blue Factory Manager. Now, the whole Tang Xiaoyu was completely out of temper. The brain can't even think. $200. Big brother, it was a full $200. It's not $20. Tang Xiaoye was tempted to rush forward, picking at Chen Tong's ears. For crying out loud, are you deaf? Still don't know how much $200 is? Can I buy as many pounds of pork as I want? How many pounds of white rice? But, the Blue Iron Army remains as steady as ever. But, pretend it's difficult. Two eyebrows knit together. The frown formed a chuan. Mommy's tailor shop. There was a brief silence. Zhang Meiyue, who was eavesdropping in the inner room, could feel that the atmosphere was not right. That price is swish. Hearing her heart pounding with fear. Don't even dare to breathe. She wanted to rush out too. A hand picked up Chen Tong. Asked nicely. What are you pretending? Doesn't it smell good for $200 a month? You're a rural farmer. Still not satisfied? Seen that much money? A full 15 minutes passed. Tang Xiaoyu spoke again. $250. She could hear it all. The distinct tremor in her voice. $250 a month. What a concept. She didn't dare think about it. Why does the Blue Iron Army keep asking her to raise the price? The moment. If only Tang Xiaoye knew what Chen Tong was thinking. Must have busted a gut. Because Chen Tong felt that this 250 was cursing. $250 a month? Isn't that proper cussing? So, this time, Chen Tong didn't even say anything. 250. He didn't want to answer. 300. 350. 400. When quoted at $400 a month, Chen Tong's eyes lifted for a moment. These days, it's possible to offer such astronomical prices. The Blue Iron Army has a big picture. He's a bit of a heartbreaker. Of course, it wasn't because of the $400, it was because of the Blue Iron Army's boldness. He thought that he could give it a try with the Blue Iron Army. The 400 is kind of a knockout, because he can bring in well over $400 a month to the Blue Iron Army. I don't know. Chen Tong made this move. It was seen by the Blue Taijun. He knows. The fish is hooked. There are times. Fish convert in just a moment. Alright, since we've taken out our heavenly sincerity and little brother Chen still doesn't agree. Let's forget about it this time. Blue Taijun got up from his stool. Hands behind your back. Leaving a backstory for Chen Tong. This is exactly one of the little tactics of the Blue Iron Army. Offer a high price and end it decisively when your heart is in the right place. Takes you from the clouds to the bottom. After that, what kind of price is good to negotiate? If it were an ordinary person, at this time, it would certainly be very regretful and self-condemning. Why not say yes at $300? Even if it's not 300, 250 will do. If you can't, 200 isn't bad. Take a step back. 150, that's a sky-high salary. But, he used the wrong guy. 1,000 times no. 1,000 times no. Used on Chen Tong. Seeing Blue Taijun rise in style and say such words, Chen Tong first paused. That's the end of the pull? And after? Just react. Tang Xiaoye said 400 a month. The Blue Iron Army didn't even give him a chance to answer, and cut it off directly, just trying to make him regret it. Then came the hanging for 10 or 20 minutes. Make a second wave of offense. This old fox, Chen Tong muttered to himself in his mind, almost fell for the Blue Iron Army. I thought I could really offer a sky-high salary, but it turns out I'm playing this game. Chapter 82, Cooperation. Chen Tong overestimated the Blue Iron Army. Lan Taijun underestimated Chen Tong. Each of the two men had their own agenda. No one in business is stupid. Both are counting on each other. With those words, Blue Taijun opened the door and went out. Tang Xiaoye also got up in a hurry and nodded with Chen Tong. Opened the door too. Walked out. Zhang Meiyue, who was in the inner room, heard the sound of the door opening, couldn't hold it in any longer, come out in a blaze of glory. Seeing the two blue taijins go out, lowering his voice, he said, "Why don't you say yes? I can hear you clearly in the inner room. A few $100 a month. Are you scared out of your wits?" Zhang Meiyue was angry and annoyed. He was so anxious that he couldn't wait to agree for Chen Tong. Chen Tong looked at Zhang Meiyue and laughed. Could it be that he is the only garment factory in the entire city of Huayin County? Zhang Meiyue fixed her hair. Huayin County no less than 5 garment factories, but the largest is the Blue Sky Garment Factory. In addition to the Blue Taijun, who can offer such a high wage? And it comes with food and lodging. And have you ever thought about how much profit that one crushed dress alone could bring to the Blue Iron Army? But that floral dress isn't for sale yet. How do you know how many pieces will be sold? Zhang Meiyue was puzzled. You cannot trust me. Then you must always trust the Blue Iron Army's vision. What Chen Tong said is not without merit. For the control of the clothing market, he may not understand it now. But, there's no way the owner of the largest garment factory in Huayin County doesn't know about it. That shredded dress is going to be a huge hit in Huayin County. The Blue Iron Army was predictable. But, the Blue Iron Army is looking at the longer term. Go out in a costume that won't last 2 days. Other garment factories will make them. Together, we'll grab the market. A piece of cake is that big. It can't all be eaten by the Blue Sky Garment Factory alone. No more than. He occupies the largest of the first chance points. So, is it just this one pop-up? Obviously. No. He's going to have to amass a lot of money if he's going to make inroads into the city and the province. And where do these funds come from? It's just going to have to come down to one pop-up after another. In whose hands are these pop-up ideas? The answer is obvious. It's not that Chen Tong hadn't inquired about the Blue Sky Garment Factory before he came. It's the oldest garment factory in the world. Been the boss of Huayin District for over a decade. Always wanted to get in to kill the city and the province. Unfortunately, the funds are not enough and the styles are not absolutely new and fashionable. Huayin County is a small county after all. Follow the wind. The big cities had caught on before it reached the small counties. 20 minutes later, Tang Xiaoya pushed her way in again. Blue Taijun, and she didn't expect that this kid, so able to stay calm. The heels made a clattering sound. The body is exquisite. Lumbar twist. She sat on her butt on the stool. 2 fingers pressed his forehead. Opening his mouth, he said, "Plant Blue would like to ask you what you think. I want to work with your factory." Chen Tong replied with a calm face. Cooperation? Tang Xiaoye was a bit surprised. In passing, he asked, "How's that working out?" "You tell factory director Blue to give me $1 commission for every piece of clothing I come up with that sells. $100 a month in wages and food and shelter." This was exactly the first thought that came to Chen Tong's mind when he realized that Lan Taijun wanted to apply for him to work at the Blue Sky Garment Factory. It popped up all at once. Completely working for the Blue Iron Army. That's not going to happen. Tang Xiaoye froze. "Open your mouth on this condition. What garment factory would agree to that? Why don't you go grab it?" With the sales power of Blue Sky Garment Factory, a finished garment made, not to mention 4,000 or 5,000 pieces, 1,000 or 2,000 of the same style of clothes are gone in the blink of an eye. One piece of that mouth of yours is $1 commission. That's got to be a lot of money. Even Tang Xiaoye didn't even want to tell Lan Taijun truthfully. Make up a lie to casually deal with it. The Blue Iron Army fumed. That's not a good feeling. She knows it well. Just tell plant manager Blue the truth and he'll get back to you. Tang Xiaoye didn't even know how she got out of the door of Mei Mei's tailor shop. The other side, Zhang Meiyue was also stunned. Blue Sky Garment Factory. She knew better than Chen Tong. Department stores in the county. First floor entry door. It's the store of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. To know, the ones that can go to a department store and spend money, which is not a rich man. Of course, Blue Sky Garment Factory is more than just that one store in the department store. Store throughout the county. 10 or 8 rooms at least. The point is, as long as the store with the 5 big words Blue Sky Garment Factory hangs on it, that dress screams a good sale. Often they are on the shelves in the morning. It was empty in the afternoon. Because of what? It's because of the Blue Sky Clothing Factory. The quality of the dress. The workmanship. That can't be beat. The price is a little more expensive though. Just as good to sell. That's the reputation of the old factory. Doing business is not only about selling goods, but also about selling reputation. So Chen Tong offered a commission of $1 a dress. The genius stunned Zhang Meiyue. Blue Sky Clothing Factory is not Nini's tailor shop. She gets up early and stays up late. At best, 2 outfits a day. The commission. How much? $2. How much is a day's commission at Blue Sky Garment Factory? Zhang Meiyue didn't dare to think about it. She didn't know how many clothes Blue Sky Garment Factory could sell in a day. Such a contrast. With a salary of a few $100s a month, Chen Tong couldn't see eye to eye. And it's no surprise. Zhang Meiyue gulped. So, then, do you think that Factory Blue will say yes? Chen Tong touched his nose. Shrug. I don't know. Next, Zhang Meiyue then didn't say anything. Standing in the doorway of the inner room, he carefully surveyed Chen Tong. TSK. This young man, is he really only 20 years old? 20 years old. That's a lot of nerve. Dare to call the shots with Lan Taijun, the director of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. He also looked like he was sure of the other side. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. This time, a full half-hour passed. Tang Xiaoye just came in. Shock was written all over his face. Blue. The blue plant manager said that $1 a piece is too high. 50 cents a piece if you want. I'm going to work at the Blue Sky Garment Factory tomorrow. Chen Tong shook his head. $1 a piece. Not a penny less. It's not like he didn't have a clothing business in his last life. Only entered too late. So lost money. There is a complete set of processes from design to factory of a garment. It's about time. Furthermore, if the Blue Iron Army wanted to get a head start, not to be copied by other factories, just have to stock up. The clothes came out and were first stored in the factory's warehouse. Reach a certain amount and throw it out. This back and forth. Half a month at least. And, new styles of clothes, again from the hands of Blue Sky Garment Factory. The price is not low. Naturally, being able to afford to belong to a specific group of people. Then, there wouldn't be much production. Between 2 and 3,000 pieces. At 50 cents a piece, you'd only make $1,000 to $1,500 in half a month's time. Chen Tong was naturally not happy about it. Chapter 83 Becoming a Laborer. Tang Xiaoye knows. Blue Tiejuan's heart has always had a knot in it. That is to make the Blue Sky Garment Factory stand firm in the provincial capital in his lifetime. As for how this knot came to be, she had no way of knowing. But, Blue Taijun promised Chen Tong this condition. Tang Xiaoye felt like she didn't recognize Lan Taijun anymore. This 50-year-old man. The man she's been with for 5 years. This time, Lan Taijun came in with Tang Xiaoye. There was a smile on his face. That's bold. I like it. He praised Chen Tong loudly. A lad of 20 was more composed than he was. Plant Blue is flattered. I'm just taking a gamble. Blue Taijun let out a loud laugh. Good. As driven as I was when I was young. It just so happens that it's getting late, so we'll have lunch together today. Chen Tong nodded and didn't refuse. Zhang Meiyue hurriedly closed the door. Follow along. Nothing else. She hasn't gotten her $200 yet. It's a done deal. After dinner, the Blue Iron Army should give. Zhang Meiyue was happy in her heart. The four of them arrived at a small bistro. It's in the alley. State-run restaurants all ask for tickets. So many alleys have opened up with these private restaurants. You don't need a ticket. The restaurateurs put a lot of care into what they do and it tastes great. The only point. It's just a little pricey. The restaurant had 5 or 6 tables set up and looked average, but the tabletops were clean. At this moment, it's mealtime, but there was no one. Seeing someone coming, the waiter came out to say hello. What can I get you guys? The 4 men sat down. The table is 4 square. To Tang Xiaoye's right is Chen Tong. Lan Taijun ordered a bottle of Red Star Erguotu. Then, Tang Xiaoye took the menu. An order of pork fried with chile, wild minnows, roast pheasant with potatoes, stir-fried rabbit meat, and a cabbage soup. Mr. Chen, do you see anything else to eat? Tang Xiaoye handed over the menu. Half of his body was going to be next to Chen Tong. One could smell the fragrance emanating from Tang Xiaoye's body. Chen Tong didn't move his body, pulling away. No, I've ordered enough already. Tang Xiaoye nodded. The moment you take back the menu. Chen Tong felt something slip on the back of his hand. Ice cold. He was in a state of flabbergasted disbelief. Tang Xiaoye did it on purpose. Those are her fingernails. Chen Tong looked at Lan Taijun. At this moment, Blue Taijun was holding a cup of water. Didn't pay any attention to Chen Tong's side at all. Served. A few people at the table chatted casually. Half an hour of work. The table was wiped out. Clean and dry. After all, waste is shameful. Chen Tong spoke to a few people and left first. Tomorrow it's hitting the workers. Workers, working souls, working are all human beings. Gotta get back early. Talk to Yang Wenjing. 1 hour and 20 minutes later. Chen Tong returned home. Just in time. Second brother Chen Hao and sister-in-law Li Hong were there. Hot water was boiled in the pot and dishes were left for Chen Tong. Chen Tong didn't eat either. Not hungry. Had a bowl of hot water. Sitting in the yard. Ergo, there is something to tell you. Hearing Chen Tong call out, Chen Hao put down the work in his hands. Yang Wenjing and Li Hong also came over. Ergo, I've got a job in the county. It's going to work tomorrow. Chen Hao paused for a moment. Yang Wenjing and Li Hong also froze. Got a job? Go to work. Especially Yang Wenjing. Biting your ear at night. Chen Tong didn't mention it to her either. You and your sister-in-law will move in this afternoon. Chen Tong looked at Chen Hao. He's going to work at the Blue Sky Garment Factory. The family is relieved. Yang Wenjing is pregnant with a child. The yard is again filled with eels and loaches collected during the day. He's not home. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves thinking about it. Wait a few days to go over there and get acquainted. You can pick up Yang Wenjing. There still has to be someone in the house just the same. Chen Hao nodded. Go to the county and do a good job. You can rest assured at home. I'll go with your sister-in-law in a few minutes to move the stuff over. Chen Tong laughed. I'll go help too. What are you going for? Stay home and spend more time with your siblings. Chen Hao got up, called out to Li Hong and left. Only Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing remained in the courtyard. Yang Wenjing lowered her head. The mood is a little low. Isn't the eel and loach business doing well? How it went to the county. Daughter-in-law. Chen Tong moved the bench under his but toward Yang Wenjing's side, taking Yang Wenjing's hand. Hold it in your hand. Daughter-in-law. Yang Wenjing gave a shallow reply. Chen Tong poked out half of his head and pressed it against Yang Wenjing's bulging stomach. The other hand encircled Yang Wenjing's soft waist. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Wenjing, full of tenderness. Yang Wenjing happened to glance at Chen Tong. The face went red all of a sudden. Because Chen Tong looks like this. Like eating. This guy. Unorthodox. The door is still open. It's not good to be seen by passing villagers. Daughter-in-law. Don't worry. Food and shelter are included over there. As soon as I'm familiar with that side, I'll come home and pick you up and go over there with me. I'm not going. Yang Wenjing mumbled, her eyes a little moist. What's a pregnant woman doing there? Can't do anything. Can't do anything. So people can be willing? She didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Tong. Living at home is just fine. Chen Tong saw Yang Wenjing in this state, like an aggrieved and pathetic kitten. The heart was in a million pieces. He lifted his head and looked out the door. There's no one around. Hands cupped Yang Wenjing's head. But, this time, before Chen Tong could drop his own mouth, he felt a warm kiss on his lips. Yang Wenjing doesn't know how to kiss, only by feel. A little bit. Seriously, he kissed Chen Tong. Chen Tong froze for a moment. Yang Wenjing let go again. The blush was able to drip blood. There were tears in her eyes. Quietly, he looked at Chen Tong. Thank you, Chen Tong. Chen Tong had a bad smile on his lips. Kissed Yang Wenjing, pried her mouth open with his tongue. An hour later, Chen Hao drove a donkey cart here. There are quite a few big bags on it. It's a mess. Clothes, shoes, pots, pans and pans. It's really about leaving nothing behind. I've brought my father and mother's clothes with me. So when dad gets well, he'll just live over here. Tran Tong helped pack. Everything is on track. A truckload unloaded. Chan Ho went back to tow a second car. Li Hong is still busy at home. Don't look at the family as poor. It's quite a lot of stuff when you really pack it up. A few trips back and forth. The stuff in the backwoods house was just finished being moved. Watching the re-entry into the old house where I have lived for decades, Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his head. It's better to stay together as a family and be comfortable. Gotta be strong. Yard. Dimly lit. The family ate around the small, broken table. It was called cozy. Chapter 84, Blue Sky Garment Factory. Early the next morning. It was light. Chen Tong woke up, and Yang Wenjing was still asleep, resting on his arm, sleeping soundly. Chen Tong hooked his head. A good morning kiss was placed on Yang Wenjing's lips, so as not to wake her up. Like a dragonfly, sleeping Yang Wenjing felt a bit of coolness on her mouth and unconsciously pursed her mouth twice. Still sleeping heavily, Chen Tong got up, after a brief wash, packed a couple changes of clothes, cooked porridge. Not much longer. Kore Kyung came knocking on the door carrying a nylon bag. The mountains are full of mountain goods. It's all growing like crazy this time of year. Crop after crop. A few dozen pounds of mushrooms, fungus, and wild greens per day is not a big problem. Chen Tong weighs in. Paid. Why don't you get some more sleep? Chen Hao heard a knock on the door. Come out of the east room. Get used to it. Can't sleep. Chen Tong laughed. Actually, Chen Hao woke up earlier than Chen Tong. It only occurred to me that Chen Tong was going to work in the county town today. To get him to sleep more. Just didn't get up early enough. Worried that the noise made would disturb the two. Wait until Yang Wenjing and Li Hong get up. The family ate breakfast. There was a hint of dreariness at the table. No one said anything. Had breakfast. Chen Tong then had to go to work in the county. Yang Wenjing and Li Hong stood at the door. Chen Tong took a change of clothes and got on the donkey cart. Waved goodbye to Yang Wenjing. At once, Yang Wenjing's eyes became red. The sound of the brass bells lingered and gradually disappeared into the Qinghe village. 1 hour and 20 minutes. The three reached the county seat. Chen Tong went to the Blue Sky Garment Factory alone. Blue Sky Garment Factory is easy to find. Any random passerby can give you general directions. Nothing else? It's just too famous in this small county of Huayin. A total of 5 said brand name garment factories. All of them are branded as public organizations. However, 3 are of a private nature. The owner is not assigned down from the public sector. During this period, although the country loosened its policy, it was still very strict when it came to the piece of factory. It doesn't matter if it's a small workshop or a small business. Turning a blind eye. Just no more than 7. Go over and get caught and you're in big trouble. Blue Sky Garment Factory is a public brand. Private nature. Just send money upwards every year. Since the garment factory provides food and shelter, you don't usually need money. Chen Tong just brought a few $dozen with him. Keep it as a spare. Half an hour later, Chen Tong found the Blue Sky Garment Factory. From a long way off, I could see the 5 big letters in hot gold, glittering in the sun. It's a little harsh. When we got closer, rust was peeling off the 5-meter-wide red iron gate. It's closed. The mottled white walls have production slogans. Slabs are in red font. There is no savior, nor do we rely on gods or emperors, but it is up to us to create the happiness of mankind. Chen Tong touched his nose. It's a fitting slogan for the facade of a garment factory. Chen Tong stepped forward, knocked on the window of the janitor's room. An older man was sitting at a table dozing off. A jolt was heard as the glass rattled crisply. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, he glanced at Chen Tong. Impatiently, he said, "Who is it and what is it for?" Chen Tong smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'm here to work." Moncler Outlet Online. He glanced suspiciously at Chen Tong. Wave. Go go go. In his memory, there wouldn't be many men in the garment factory. Then the younger ones even less so. It won't be. Moncler Outlet Store jerked awake. Eyes rolled straight up. Director Tang had even emphasized to him personally some time ago that the defense should be strengthened and no unfamiliar faces should be allowed to mix in. Because 2 spies were found in the factory. It's the state-run second factory that sent them over. What was done with it in the end, he didn't know. Moncler Outlet Store. He tugged at the corners of his coat, and looked in the mirror again to brush his hair, which didn't have a lot of hair in it already. Turning to Chen Tong, he said, "Wait here, I'll go tell Director Tang." Moncler Outlet Online. There was a sneer in his eyes. Grabbed a scout. There are rewards. Not a moment too soon. Tang Xiaoye then appeared with the caretaker. Today, Tang Xiaoye's upper body was a white shirt from indefinitely, tied in a ponytail. Underneath were black bell-bottomed pants. The heels clattered. It looks very competent. Director Tang, that's him, said he was coming to work. But, this kid is haunted. He doesn't look like a good person. I guess he must be here to spy on information. Moncler Outlet Store standing behind the red iron gate and pointing at Chen Tong. He said, Tang Xiaoye's curved willow leaf brows furrowed. Uncle Li, this is the factory manager's new recruit, specializing in designing clothes for our factory. The janitor's grandfather panicked at once. I bet this kid is really here to work. Hurriedly, he opened the red iron door. It makes a creaking sound. Tang Xiaoye stepped forward. I didn't expect you to be here so early. Let's take you to your dormitory first. There's not a lot of stuff, so let's go check out the plant first. Chen Tong had only one package in his hand. It was filled with a change of clothes. Chen Tong followed Tang Xiaoyu. Enter the door and turn right for 50 or 60 meters. Just come to the door of the first plant. It is a large bungalow of brick piles, no less than 100 meters long. At the door, the sound of machines snapping inside was heard. Our Blue Sky Clothing Factory is a public entity with 3 large factories, 2 small factories, a warehouse, and a cafeteria. The big 3 rooms here side by side are for sewing machines, and the 2 smaller workshops are for cloth cutting and ironing tables. A large factory with 50 sewing machines, all making loose parts. Tang Xiaoye led Chen Tong on a tour of the factory first. It took half an hour. This is what Blue Taijun ordered. Demonstrate the strength of Blue Sky Garment Factory. Let Chen Tong take a good look. He's following some kind of a crowd. Seen the factory. Tang Xiaoye led Chen Tong to his dormitory. It was huge. 15 square feet. A bed, a long table, a square table, and a couple of benches. The bed was made up with bedding. The sheets are blue and white striped. It had 5 small letters printed in red. Blue Sky Garment Factory. The quilt is pure white. It also had 5 small red letters on it. Under the bed, there were enameled pots and enameled tanks, and a water warmer. On the long table, there were towels, toothbrushes and toothpaste. Even, Chen Tong also saw friendship snow cream, in tin. All the necessities of life are available. By the looks of it, it was prepared by Tang Xiaoye herself. If you need anything, you can just come to me. I live next door to you. Tang Xiaoye smiled towards Chen Tong, her red lips seductive. And then it's gone. The body swayed. Tran Tong was a little creepy. He's not stupid. Met for the first time that day. One could see the subtle relationship between Lan Taijun and Tang Xiaoye, but he doesn't like to gossip. That's all someone else's private business. He came to Blue Sky Garment Factory for his future plans. Chapter 85 Improved Floral Dress. After lunch, Tang Xiaoye led Chen Tong to Lan Taijun's office. Lan Taijun saw Chen Tong. Nod. How's it going? Just getting used to being here? Chen Tong touched his nose and laughed. The environment is quite good. He's telling the truth. The single room I live in now is considered okay in this day and age. No worse than your doghouse. Blue Taijun actually took the initiative to flirt, which caused the three of them to laugh. Go get the floral dress. Once you've eaten and drank, you have to work. The Blue Iron Army doesn't ink either. Tang Xiaoye entered the inner room and carried out the floral dress hanging on the hanger. It was placed in front of the two men. The Blue Iron Army went in single file. This floral dress has a unique and fresh look. It's sure to get more of a following from younger women than the plaid shirts and floral shirts that are so popular out there right now. He then pulled 3 more pieces of material out of the drawer. Separate fabrics in solid colors, plaids and polka dot elements. However, just crushed flowers is a bit monotonous. I'd like to do 3 kinds of material. Also, the collar is just a regular crew neck. The sleeves are featureless, and the waistline is raised too high. In the beginning, this floral dress was just a random thought by Chen Tong because women's clothing was too monotonous in this era. That's what you want to wear for your own daughter-in-law. Who knows? Just so coincidentally, Zhang Meiyue had to make one more. It was the one that was now displayed in front of the 3. And again, this one, too, was tailored to Zhang Meiyue. The blue plant manager means there's still a change to be made? Chen Tong asked with a smile. This Blue Tiejuan's vision is really poisonous. Not bad for a guy who's been in the clothing business for decades. The quest for perfection. Lean. I know. This crushed flower dress can be a big seller even if it's not altered and taken out when it's done well. And there's no way to find a second one in Huayin County. But, after Director Tang tried it on, I think the collar needs to be changed. Chen Tong nodded. No denying the Blue Iron Army. Got a paper and pen? Chen Tong asked. In his last life, he was in the business of antique characters and paintings. To this end, a bit of professional painting and connoisseurship has been learned. The thing about sketching, that's not hard. Tang Xiaoye handed over paper and a pencil. Chen Tong sat on his butt across from Lan Taijun, buried in a painting. Sorting out past life memories, Chen Tong's mind slowly cleared up. Cheongsam collar, doll collar, big lapel, small lapel, chest buttons, matching cuffs, etc. On white paper, a more detailed look at the dress jumps off the page. For a time when the crime of hooliganism had not been abolished, he used a small lapel collar and added 7 buttons from the neck to the navel. The waistline is placed from below the chest to above the crotch. The cuffs have also been altered to be double layered. Wrap it around the cuffs in a circle with different colors. Purposefully marked cuffs, double layered decorative solid color dress just with polka dots as decoration. Polka dots and florals just go with solid colors. 20 minutes. He handed the sketch to the Blue Iron Army. Blue Taijun took the sketch. There was a moment of silence, eyes unblinking. Even though he had been doing clothing for a long time, he had never seen such a design and match. A lapel can still be used on a dress? As far as he could remember, lapels were the standard for Zhongshan suits. The design of the dress, though, just what he wanted. If the full score is 100, he was bound to score 101 points. Lan Taijun picked up the ceramic cylinder, took a sip of tea, suppressed the excitement in his heart. Looks like, he's really got the right guy. Kung Fu. Looking at the Blue Iron Army for a long time, Chen Tong was a bit puzzled. It shouldn't. After he improved it, the dress is more chic and elegant. Blue Iron Army not satisfied? Plant blue? Chen Tong softly shouted. Aha! Lan Taijun then reacted and said, Xiao Chen this skirt is just a little bit. Broken flowers, polka dots, solid colors. Do you think it's okay? Tang Xiaoye froze for a moment. Is it okay? The Blue Iron Army, which has always been dictatorial, took the initiative to ask Peer Chen if he couldn't do it? This almost shocked Tang Xiaoye's jaw. Chen Tong laughed. The blue plant manager says so. Well then, Director Tang, discuss the details with Xiao Chen. I need to see the 3 finished products in my office tonight. After discussing the details, it was already evening. The workers will have to leave work in a little while. Tang Xiaoye hoofed it. Straight to the plant. Chen Tong then has nothing to do. Wandered around the factory. The skirt, he had a million ways to change it in his head. But, it's always good to keep a hand for yourself, isn't it? Other than that, that floral dress, whether modified or not, as soon as the finished product comes out, put on the market, definitely a big seller. And, the price is not low. As for how much money you can make, one is to look at the cost. The second is to see how many days it can be sold. The The moment this crushed dress appeared in Huayin County town. Not an hour. It's bound to show up in other garment factories. Dismantle it, make it, and come out with a finished product. Then this time, it's all about speed and time. An extra hour of selling, that's an extra hour of earning. Hey, how come you just got out and you're thinking about your daughter-in-law? Chen Tong was lying on the grass, with a blade of grass in his mouth. Both eyes looked at the sky with vacant eyes. Shall we? Going home to see your wife? My daughter-in-law must have missed me. I miss my daughter-in-law too. A day without seeing you is like 3 years. Chen Tong sat up with a start. Say it and do it. Let's go. Go home to your daughter-in-law. Just walked up to the Red Iron Gate entrance. Tang Xiaoyu's voice came from right behind her. Chen Tong, what are you doing? The finished clothes are done, and factory director Blue is looking for you. Chen Tong, come to the office. 3 finished pieces are ready. Polka dots are playful and cute. Atmospheric elegance in solid colors. The freshness and vibrancy of crushed florals. 3 dresses. Same style look. Different fabrics achieve different results. Blue Taijun was satisfied. Director Don, go ahead and try. Tang Xiaoyu nodded shyly and took all 3 pieces of clothing into the inner room. Not a moment too soon. Open the door and come out. Blue Tiejuan's eyes went straight on the spot. The first thing Tang Xiaoye tried was a polka dot floral dress. Willow eyebrows, peach eyes, big red lips, long loose hair, paired with a playful and cute polka dot dress. The visual impact that was huge. It's a great visual contrast. Tang Xiaoye's maturity was so set off by the polka dot dress. More than a few years younger visually, combining maturity and cuteness. In can be seductive, out can be innocent. Chen Tong all watched with great interest. The dress. It's pretty damn nice. Blue Taijun nodded. There was a smile in his eyes that he couldn't hide. A well-made dress does more than just set off the person. The people also set off the clothes. Setting each other off is the only way to reach a higher level. It makes people want to buy. Chapter 86, 3 styles of dresses. Big sale. 3 styles. Tang Xiaoye tried them all once. Every time I come out, it's a different feeling. Thousands of people. It was reflected in her alone. Elegant, innocent and seductive. Blue Tiejuan's eyes then blinked. Of course, Chen Tong only looked at the state of his upper body and lowered his head. There was only one thought in mind. What would my daughter-in-law look like in that? Definitely better looking than Tang Xiaoyu. Early the next morning, workers come to work. Tang Xiaoye then gave notice. 1 style of dress. 1,500 pieces. Total 4,500 pieces. It wasn't that he didn't want to make more, but there was only so much he could do with the 3 types of material he had stocked in the warehouse. After all, the warehouse is that big, and there's material and clothes that haven't been sold yet. Again, the financial aspect is a no-brainer. Matters to leave yourself a way out. You can't put your entire fortune on getting on the first wave of dresses. Anyway, Chen Tong is here. The first wave of big sales will lead to a second and third wave. Once you have accumulated enough money, you can enter the city. As for the 3 styles of dresses, it's done separately. First workshop production section. Second workshop production section. Workshop 3 is responsible for the synthesis part. 2 small plants are responsible for the final process. 1 workshop is responsible for 1 process, which can effectively prevent the shape of the dress from being leaked. In the meantime, stopped all previous garment manufacturing. Only these 3 dresses are produced. Expedite the process. Be sure to show up at the market in 5 days. Finished dresses are kept in storage and are also at risk of leaking. Not only that, Chen Tong can't go anywhere for the next 5 days. The dress did not appear on the market. Chen Tong wouldn't be able to walk out the door of this factory. Time flew by. The blink of an eye was 5 days later. 4,500 dresses were completed on schedule. The factory is full of old workers, skilled and diligent. It doesn't delay the work at all. Chen Tong let out a long breath. What's with the squatting? Early in the morning. He got up early, trying to sneak home. He missed Yang Wenjing too much. 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. 5 whole days. That's 15 3 autumns. Chen Tong heartache, liver pain, stomach pain. It hurts everywhere. Just walked up to the Red Iron Gate entrance. Tang Xiaoye's voice came from her ear. Chen Tong, where are you going early in the morning? The same person in Chen was agitated. Ha. Do chest expansion back and forth with your arms up. It's been 2 days of too much leisure, lazy bones, and early exercise. Lan Taijun specially instructed him last night. Went to the department store with him this morning. See how the dresses are selling. How the market reacted. But Chen Tong didn't want to. What's better than going home to your daughter-in-law? Around 8 in the morning. A rumbling rumble sounded outside the factory. The concrete is shaking. From far and near. Parked in front of the factory. Ooh, nice guy. The great east wind. Or 2. Mighty and shiny. It's like two steel monsters. It's bluffing. Tang Xiaoye stepped forward. Wave. The driver opened the door and jumped down. Director Tang. Today, where to deliver? Still a couple of the old stores, but this time, no delays on the road. Time to talk. One of the few male workers in the factory came out carrying a tight skirt. Each dress has a worthless fabric face covering it. An hour later, 4,500 dresses all neatly laid out. Send the department store first. We'll be right behind you. Tang Xiaoye pulled back Chen Tong, who was just about to get into the car. We'll take the blue plant director's car. The words just fell. A black red flag sedan was seen pulling out of the yard. Chen Tong froze for a moment. He's been wandering around this factory for days. How come we didn't see a red flag? But he knew. These days, hardly any private individuals dare to drive. An accidental hatchet job. How dare the Blue Iron Army open it? And then a thought. This Blue Sky Garment Factory is listed under the name of the public sector. Guess the car is too. Blue Taijun is the plant manager. Drive as much as you want. Blue Taijun rolled down half the window. Get in the car. Simple and powerful. Chen Tong took the initiative to pull open the front door and sat in the passenger side. Tang Xiaoye naturally pulled open the back seat, bent down, and entered the car. The car wasn't going very fast. Soon, came to the department store. The Great East Wind has finished unloading and left. The three men got out of the red car. The Blue Iron Army is in the lead. Straight to the door of the department store. It would be after 9 o'clock. Starting to get on people. The store of Blue Sky Garment Factory is located at the entrance of the first floor of the department store. Best location. People coming and going have to use this door except for the back door. It can be seen. The Blue Iron Army was relaxed on the surface. The heart is also nervous. Floral dresses, polka dot dresses and solid color dresses. This style and design first appeared in Huayin County. Impact on people's eyes. Although this time, Huayin County town also received the impact of foreign culture. But on acceptance, Blue Taijun wasn't completely sure. Come to the door. There was already a huge crowd packed in front of the store. It's a lot of noise. When you look at them, they are all young girls. There were also a few young men mixed in with the crowd. Blue Taijun stood not far away, quietly watching. Chen Tong also looked at the store of Blue Sky Garment Factory, where 3 styles of dresses hung on the wall. Not a single piece of any other type of clothing. 3 walls full. Visually that's absolutely stunning. What a skirt it is. It's so chic and pretty. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen a dress like that. Look at that little floral. That collar. TSK, TSK, TSK. Where did this version come from? I haven't seen it in the city either. Hearing the compliments go on and on, the Blue Iron Army finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's obviously unanimous praise. The dress. Can I try it on? I want to buy it. Yes. How much for one? Guys, take it easy. This little girl is the first to come, so we'll ask her to try on the top first. This clerk, he's been working at this store for a couple years now. I can handle anything. She let a nice-looking young girl leaning forward pick her favorite style and went into the fitting room. It's a polka dot dress. When the girl walked out, the whole room went wow. Many people's eyes lit up. Boy, this polka dot dress. It's too good looking too. The woman's graceful figure was perfectly displayed. Cute in a playful way. Mature yet energetic. That collar. And the 7 buttons on the chest that resembled alabaster. And the embellished cuffs. The whole thing has become different. It looks more than 10 times better than before. A big change. How about you guys take a look? The clerk spoke at just the right time. Good looking. It's so nice. I'm wondering if going in and out and coming out. You're not a different person. Get me the crummy one. I want the polka dot one. Give me solid colors. Right away. The front of the store was packed with people. A large crowd gathered around the place, making a lot of noise. It attracts more people coming and going. Men, women and children. Lan Taijun patted Chen Tong's shoulder and said, "Go, drink." Chapter 87 Waiting in the courtyard. It can be seen. Blue Taijun was excited. Granted, these clothes take up the reputation of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. The recognition itself is greater. But, it was the first time he had seen a purchase that crazy, beauty-loving girls are buying. Dozens of older women are buying them too. Even more, he saw 7 or 8 men buying them as well. No need to think. Definitely buy it for your daughter-in-law or a girl you like. Chen Tong and the 3 of them got into the red flag sedan. This one went to a state-run hotel. It looks upscale from the outside. Just get off. There were 3 men walking right in front of us. The guy in the middle was about the same age as Blue Iron Army, wearing a white shirt with Indeed. The feet were stomping on cowhide shoes. The 2 people next to me were dressed casually, but it looks manly. Yoo-hoo! If it isn't Factory Director Blue. Strange voice. It was a voice coming from the bald guy next to the one in the center. Blue Tiejuan's eyelids lifted. Lazy opening. Sideways ready to go around. But, stopped by the bald guy. Factory director Lan has a big stance. Not giving face to our Blue Cloud Garment Factory? This bald guy's mouth says Blue Cloud Garment Factory. It is one of the top 5 garment factories in Huaiyin County. But, it's a cottage garment factory through and through. The imitation is not of another garment factory. It's the Blue Sky Garment Factory. So the name is only one word off. A blue sky. A blue cloud. Many consumers are confused. Often treated as a garment factory. New styles are up at Blue Sky Garment Factory today. Not 2 days. Blue Cloud Clothing Factory will then have the exact same style and look. The price is still cheap. It attracts a large number of people to buy it. After all, the early 80s. There is no such thing as knowing about cottage industry piracy. Not to mention the supposed awareness of copyright. Cheap and good-looking stuff. It's not like the quality is that far off. Who wouldn't want to buy it? Cute little thing. I'm not buying it. To the extent that, from a small workshop rapid development, became the Huaiyin County City-ranked clothing factory. Something wrong with you guys? Tang Xiaoye frowned. Squeeze in front of the Blue Iron Army. Yo, Dawn Beauty. The bald man reached out his hand and cupped Tang Xiaoye's chin. But, dodged by Tang Xiaoye. A look of disgust was revealed. Ha! Little. The bald man held out his hand, touching Tang Xiaoye's mature face again. Kung. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the indeed white shirt spoke up. He was the director of the Blue Cloud Garment Factory, named Feng Yun. Used to be on the road. Then I don't know what happened. But I did the garment factory. It was only 5 or 6 years before and after. When the bald man heard Feng Yun's voice, he immediately withdrew his hand. Honestly backed away. Factory Director Blue. I heard that Blue Sky Garment Factory just came out with new goods. I'm looking forward to it. Blue Tiejuan's face was expressionless. He'd gotten used to these things a long time ago. He knows. Not only Blue Cloud Garment Factory knows about the new clothes appearing in the market. A few others are just as well known. From start to finish, Blue Taijun didn't utter a word. Not fear. Of course. Rather, the Blue Iron Army despised them from the bottom of their hearts. Flirted a few times. Feng Yun's group didn't give an inch. After all, it was in front of a state-run hotel. The people who come and go are all respectable people. Making a fool of yourself isn't. Back to the village of Qinghe. It was already dark. At a glance, the whole village was dark. There would be very few electric lights in the house. It's not like there's much entertainment. Sleep early. Chen Tong returned home. Saw a dim light on in the yard. Lights on that late? He wondered in his mind. Looked at the courtyard gate. Unlocked. Pushed the door open. Yang Wenjing is sitting on a small bench, head tilted against the door. Sleeping. So much so, that the push on the door didn't even wake her up. Instead, it was the darkened room in the east room. Lights up. Chen Hao opened the door. There was a pause. Then, lowering his voice, "Why are you back at this hour? Ergo, why are you still up?" Chen Tong similarly lowered his voice for fear of waking up Yang Wenjing. "How am I supposed to sleep when you're gone for days at a time? Not only can't I sleep, but neither can my younger siblings." Chen Tong heard these words. The heart was warm and self-conscious. This time, Li Hong also came out with her clothes on. "See Chen Tong. Sniffles. In the days since you went to work in the county, my sister-in-law has waited for you every night in front of the house, leaving the door open for you, and falling asleep while she waited. Your second brother and I didn't dare to go to bed early either. The yard door was left open, and every time my younger siblings woke up from a nap at the door and woke up and went inside, your second brother dared to get up and turn off the yard light and the door." Listening to his sister-in-law Li Hong, Chen Tong turned his head to look at Yang Wenjing again. The heart felt overwhelmed with guilt. "Luckily, your second brother found the Blue Sky Garment Factory, but the grandpa at the gate wouldn't let him in." But the Grand Master said, "With a man of your caliber," before he put his heart down. Sister-in-law Li Hong is heartbroken over Yang Wenjing. Just a couple more words, being blared at by Chen Hao. He hurriedly shut his mouth again. "Let's carry our younger siblings inside first." Chen Tong nodded. "The footsteps are light. Bend over. Put Yang Wenjing in a princess hug." Although Yang Wenjing is 5 months pregnant, but the weight isn't very heavy yet. It's been a good time. It was only about 90 pounds. Sleeping Yang Wenjing opened her eyes all of a sudden. Who? When she adjusted to the dim light of the yard, she saw the familiar silhouette line, a sore nose, and the tears slipped. Chen Tong hugged Yang Wenjing. "Lower your head." Mouth mumbling, trying to say something. Eventually, also just 2 words popped out of his mouth. "Daughter-in-law." Early the next morning, Tran Tong got up late. Yang Wenjing was like a docile kitten in his arms, sleeping extraordinarily well. Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing, who was many times better looking than before. Couldn't help but lower my head. Barfing a kiss on Yang Wenjing's forehead. You have to love your own daughter-in-law. 9 o'clock. Two people get up. Sister-in-law Li Hong had already made breakfast. White bread, porridge, eggs and home-pickled garlic. Chen Hao said as he ate, chatting with Chen Tong about collecting eels and loaches. This time, there are not many eel loaches left in Clear River Village. Villagers rarely catch eels anymore. Even if you catch them, the ones you send are some of the smaller ones. Chen Hao didn't refuse and took it. It was placed in the loach and eel breeding base. The frequency of eel and loach deliveries to the other 4 villages is also low. The number is much less than before. Except for Dongjia village, which is a little more, but okay, delivered in good quality, with a fine dragon. All of these things were expected by Chen Tong. He wasn't surprised. However, I've heard that there's been a bit of a problem over at Dong's village recently. Chen Hao paused. Some people don't want to sell us eel loaches. Chapter 88, A Friend from the Street. Oh, Chen Tong was a bit surprised. Someone in Dongjia village doesn't want to sell him eels and loaches? And to whom? Seriously. In addition to more water in Dongjia village, there are more loaches and eels. If it was true that they had found a new path, Chen Tong would lose a lot of money. Chen Tong frowned and thought about it. There were only 2 people in Dongjia village who could say anything. Dong Yajun and Yang Chiwei. As for Guo Balai, the village head, his words don't count. That means, one of these 2 is out looking for a way out? Or do neither want to work together? But, that big of a volume, the average person wouldn't be able to eat it. The aquatic supply houses in the county will not take it. He doesn't believe it. Dongjia village could spare a few $100s to give to Li Shan. It's okay, second brother. The eel loaches in Shui town aren't that good. So let's wait and see for now. You pay more attention to the situation in Dong's village. Wait until I come back next time. Chen Tong is not allowed to be idle now. Didn't understand the situation. There's no rush to get started. The momentum is just right over at Blue Sky Garment Factory. The first batch of garments that he improved sold in a big way. 4,500 dresses shipped in the morning. Until he comes back this afternoon, it's all sold out. This sells fast. It really surprised the Blue Iron Army. After breakfast, Chen Tong had to go back to the county. Last night, biting her ear off with Yang Wenjing, the 2 men talked it over. Chen Tong said hello to the other side and came back in a couple of days to pick up Yang Wenjing to go to the county town. Chen Tong greeted Yang Wenjing and his sister-in-law Li Hong, sitting on a donkey cart. Went to the county. Not many eels and loaches today. Give it to the eel noodle shop only. And the aquatic supply house won't have to go. Getting to the place. A few words. The 2 brothers then separated. Chen Tong rushed to the Blue Sky Garment Factory without any hurry. The 3 dresses sold well. And the Blue Iron Army trusted him a lot more. He doesn't need to go to work to be like a regular working woman. On time and on point. Designing clothes. Mustn't walk around for inspiration. Mustn't you? I'm sure the Blue Iron Army knows this well. Walking into a deserted alley. Chen Tong was thinking about the warmth and softness of his daughter-in-law in his arms last night. A couple of people walked right up to the front of the room. He wasn't paying attention either. The alley is small and the lane is only big enough for 3 people to walk side by side. So he stopped, sideways, prepared to let a few people through. But, those 3 came closer, hands wrapped around his chest. He hung back and shook his legs and then he didn't move, blocking the alleyway. Chen Tong's heart tightened. Robbery? Luckily, he didn't have much money on him. The last couple dozen dollars I brought with me are still sitting where I live. He pretended to look back without realizing it. Grass. 3 more appeared. Take the pole. The back roads are also blocked. Nima. I've just come to the county and I'm not messing with anyone. While Chen Tong's mind was trying hard to recall who he had offended, there was a voice in his ear. Kung, do you think it's him? Appearing with the punk's words was a bald man. A large front door was slung across his mouth. You're like a 2-timer. Take the cigarette off your mouth. Bounced. Yes, take it away. Chen Tong was in a hurry. Why don't they ask questions? This is going to take him away. It's out of the ordinary. He looked at the bald man who spoke, and he looked familiar. Stroke your brain to steady yourself. I'll rub it in. This bald guy, I just saw him yesterday. Meal time. Tang Xiaoye specifically said this. Of the Blue Cloud Garment Factory. The factory manager's name is Feng Yun. This bald guy is one of his right-hand men, named Li Chang, specializes in solving things with violence. Django? Chen Tong pretended to be calm and shouted. Li Chang half-smiled and touched his bald head. Our factory manager wanted to make friends with you, so he had to invite you over. Chen Tong laughed. Is this please? Why don't you carry me in a palanquin? This isn't very good, is it? We don't know each other well yet. Once we're back, twice we're acquainted. 3 times we'll be brothers on the road. Don't worry, the factory manager said it. You just have to follow honestly. A hair of sweat won't move you. Chen Tong. Then let's go. There's no escape. you can't even fight. He's not Donnie Yen. He can beat 10 people with one. Sorry about that. The bald man took out a black cloth bag. Swish, put it on Chen Tong's head. Chen Tong. About half an hour. A few people stopped in their tracks. Chen Tong heard a knock on the door. Wooden door. Then, squeak, the door opened. He was brought in and the hood was taken off. He blinked, adapted to the intense harsh light of the day. It's a small yard. The floor is concrete. Not big, but clean. A woman was half kneeling by a bar table. Tea is being made. Remember me? The man next to the woman spoke. Smilingly, he looked at Chen Tong. You are. Chen Tong deliberately played dumb. Feng Yun, director of the Blue Cloud Garment Factory. Feng Yun waved his hand and the woman and the punks left. Yard, only bald Li Chang. Feng Yun and Chen Tong. I don't know. What does factory director Feng want to see me about? Chen Tong asked. Actually, he knows. 10% of it is about the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Sure enough, Feng Yun spoke up. When did you get into the Blue Sky Garment Factory? A week ago. What for? Work. Ha! What are you doing with your little arms and legs? To keep the maiden entertained? Feng Yun flirted. Feng factory director joking. The family is from the ravine. Poor cannot uncover the pot. So I seek to come to the county to find some work. To support the wife and children. A family. Feng Yun looked at Chen Tong meaningfully. Laughing. Nod. I believe you now. Kung, take $50 and give it to the old man. Chen Tong froze for a moment. What is this Feng Yun's routine again? Li Chang took out 5 grand ties. Handed it over. Chen Tong didn't answer. Feng Yun was not annoyed either. Laughed. I am a mixer on the road. Saw you yesterday. Very much like my long-lost brother. No other meaning. Make a friend. Grass. Chen Tong despised it in his heart. Tacky excuses. He thought with his toes and knew what Feng Yun wanted. Hey! Li Chang glared at Chen Tong. Shoved 5 sheets of grand tie into Chen Tong's hand. Ah Chang. From now on, take my oldest brother around the county more often. And the expenses will be on me. Li Chang nodded. Took Chen Tong away. Feng Yun drank the tea in his hand. Looking at Chen Tong's distant back, the smile was deep. Chen Tong followed behind Li Chang. Left and right. Back and forth. Over and over again. Just out of the alley. Our factory manager said to take good care of you. To bring you good food, drink and fun. Go back to the Blue Sky Garment Factory and I'll come find you. Li Chang patted Chen Tong's shoulder. Turned and went into the alleyway. However, it did not leave. Stealing a look at Chen Tong. Chen Tong shrugged. Pocketed the $50. Shrug. The water comes to cover the earth. And the soldiers come to stop them. Chapter 89. The Blue Iron Army wants to ride out the victory. Tang Xiaoyan knocks on the door at night. Chen Tong returned to the Blue Sky Garment Factory. It's already 10 in the morning. Tang Xiaoya is looking all over the yard. Seeing Chen Tong who leisurely came in through the iron gate, she was good-natured and amused. Blue Taijun has been waiting for him for over an hour. This rightful owner is in no hurry. What took you so long? Tang Xiaoyu's soft voice came out with a hint of sorrow. Chen Tong shivered with excitement. The voice of this talking can hook a soul. Ahem. There was a bit of a delay on the road. Come on. Plant Blue is looking for you. Chen Tong followed behind Tang Xiaoye in a muffled voice. Find him. Designation is again a matter of designing clothes. The first wave of dresses sold out. Momentum is building. Blue Taijun was not an indecisive person and was definitely thinking of riding the wave of victory. Knock. 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 Tang Xiaoyan knocked on the door. Enter. The two went in the door. Blue Taijun is holding the newspaper. His head buried low. There's an egg on the table. Ink-printed newspaper smells bad. Stinky stinky stinky. Sit. Blue Taijun didn't raise his head. Concentrate on the newspaper. Chen Tong sat down. Took a look at the paper. People's Daily. I hadn't realized that the Blue Iron Army could read. Not a moment too soon. He put down the paper in his hand. This newspaper? Ah. It's all bought for me by Director Tang. Once a week. Never stops. Chen Tong nodded. It's a good habit. Blue Taijun picked up the eggs on the table. It was placed on the corner of the table and gently bumped. This is also cooked by Tang Xiaoyu. 1 egg per day. Not a day goes by without it. You're the first credit for this big sale of dresses. And it's only logical that you should be given the $1 per dress commission. Blue Taijun spoke up. Stopped talking. Looking toward Chen Tong. Chen Tong smiled and locked eyes with Lan Taijun. He knows. There are bound to be buts underneath the Blue Iron Army. 4,500 dresses. That's $4,500. For the Blue Sky Garment Factory. It's not a small amount of money either. He wondered how much it cost the Blue Iron Army to make the skirt. I also wonder what the price of one of the pieces he sold was. He was in front of the store in the department store that day though, but it went too soon. Haven't heard prices yet. But I want to get in more and better material. Do a big one and enter the municipal market. This time the dress is a big seller. Gave the Blue Iron Army a lot of confidence. He's not only going to ride the wave, he's going to go for the municipal market. This time, he's going to make a big move. He'd bet on it. Dare to fight. This year, it's easy to mix it up if you're bold. Chen Tong furrowed his brows. Didn't say a word. Is this an empty glove for the Blue Iron Army? Or is it a pie in the sky? But isn't it a bit too early? So sullen? Chen, are you sure? Blue Taijun asked with a smile. Glanced at Tang Xiaoyu. Tang Xiaoyu nodded. Entered the inner room. Plant Blue. I'm not going to lie. I haven't been to the city once yet. Chen Tong did not answer Lan Tiejuan's question positively. Blue Taijun didn't give him the commission money. It led to a bit of discomfort in his heart. Actually, it's not that Chen Tong hasn't been to the city before. Before he was reborn, he had made a big business and he knew quite a few people in the city. Black and white. 3 religions and 9 streams. But coming back from rebirth, it's true that I haven't been there once yet. While he was thinking, Tang Xiaoye, who had gone into the inner room, came out again. In his hand was an enameled plate. On it was a neat pile of big knots. It was placed on the table in front of Chen Tong. This is what Plant Manager Blue rewarded you with. Not counting the commission. $500 in total. Tang Xiaoye looked at the pile of money. Eyes are straight. 50 sheets of big unity. Takes one's breath away. Chen Tong glanced at Grand Unity. Didn't move. $500 is a lot of money. This year, how many people work hard all year round? They can't get a few dozen dollars in their hands. But, compare that to $4. 500. That would be too little. Don't worry about it. This is a reward for you. When the municipal market is stabilized, the commission of all the clothes will be given to you together. Blue Taijun swallowed the shelled egg in one gulp. Winning. Confidence is high. He thinks, the $500 is a sure thing. A young man from the countryside. Can you see that much money? Seeing so much money. Definitely dizzy. Drifting off. Remembering who you are? Chen Tong let out a long sigh in his heart. It's done. 500 is 500. Take it first. Thank you. Then, Plant Blue. Subsequently, the 3 then discussed plans to enter the municipal market. From noon until evening, meals are brought in. However, Chen Tong only echoed the sentiment and did not say what he thought. Eventually the Blue Iron Army set the board. Still making dresses. Make alterations to the original look of floral dresses, polka dot dresses, and solid color dresses. The fabric is also replaced with a better one. His thoughts. Unique styles, top quality fabrics, cheap prices. It is bound to gain a foothold in the municipal market. Chen Tong returned to his residence. 55 sheets of dumplings were placed on the ground floor of a straw mat against the wall. Lay it out row by row. Just washed up. Then I heard a knock on the door. Open it. It's Tang Xiaoye, dressed in a white shirt from Indeed, buttoned only to the chest. A white patch was revealed. In the dim light, shaking dazzlingly. Director Tang? You are so late. Chen Tong was puzzled. Tang Xiaoyu's red lips were tantalizing, and her soft voice came out. Won't you invite me in for a seat? This, not so good. Chen Tong rubbed his nose, unable to understand this maneuver of Tang Xiaoye's. Does it mean that the Blue Iron Army can't satisfy her? Ah shucks. What nonsense. Don't worry. Factory Director Blue has gone home, and the factory workers are off duty. There's only a couple people in. Tang Xiaoyu finished. The body was like a slippery loach, and he was in the house in a flash, sitting on the edge of Chen Tong's bed. Chen Tong then stood in the doorway, the door to the house wide open. Didn't go into the house. He couldn't figure out Tang Xiaoyu's purpose for coming here. Money? Impossible thing. She followed Lan Taijun to eat and drink. Poor money? People? Although he was quite good looking, he was at least 10 or so years behind Tang Xiaoye. And again, Tang Xiaoye stood at this level in Huaiyin County. I've seen it all before. An old cow eating young grass? No. It's supposed to be the rabbit eating the nest. That Tang Xiaoye has too much guts. Under the eyes of the Blue Iron Army, Chen Tong couldn't figure it out. Director Tang, is there something wrong with coming to see me so late? I was in an irritable mood and wanted to find little brother Chen to have a drink. Tang Xiaoye took out a bottle of Red Star from somewhere. It's the kind that the Blue Iron Army drinks most often. Put it on the table. And the buttons of the Indeed shirt on her chest were open again. A large fullness was exposed. Chapter 90, Who Gets Who Drunk? That's not sure. Tang Xiaoye moved from the bed to the stool, cocking her head. Her long hair fell casually behind her. The shirt was mostly unbuttoned, one snow-white shoulder exposed. She lifted her head slightly. Red lips slightly opened with a flirty smile. Eyes can be intoxicating. What's the matter? Afraid I'll eat you? Having said that, You can't help but cover your mouth and giggle foolishly yourself. Ahem. Director Tang. It's getting late. We have to work tomorrow. Chen Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead. This Tang Xiaoye springs to life and steps forward. The genus is really overwhelming. 30 has the flavor of 30. 20 has the youthfulness of 20. Tang Xiaoye got it just right on this one. She's the kind of body that grows meat where it should be and not an ounce of excess where it isn't. Springtime. No one who comes can afford to say no. There's no rush. The factory hasn't procured the material yet, and the clothes won't be finished so soon. Tang Xiaoye interrupted Chen Tong. Blocked Chen Tong's retreat. Tonight she's here to keep company. But, not of her own free will. She took 2 iron china cups from the table. One is from Chen Tong brushing his teeth. One is for drinking. Tang Xiaoye didn't mind either. Opened the Red Star Erguo. Tons and tons of pouring on. The 2 glasses were almost flush. Tang Xiaoye had a cup in one hand. Curtly, leaning against the door. Flavor. And Chen Tong retreated to the courtyard. Here, little brother Chen. Okay? She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. The mouth is more colorful. Chen Tong touched his nose. Knew there was no hiding tonight. This wine must be drunk. If she didn't drink, Tang Xiaoye could spend until morning with him. But, as far as drinking was concerned, he hadn't been afraid of anyone. Tonight, who gets drunk and who gets drunk? That's not certain. A man can't say no. Chen Tong took a step and walked to the door of the house and sidled into the yard. Tang Xiaoye was overjoyed. Just turn around. I saw Chen Tong come out with a bench. Go drink in the courtyard. Drink and enjoy the moon. Tang Xiaoye gritted her teeth. Thought Chen Tong was bloodthirsty. Can't hold it. Forget it. Drinking together is a big step closer to the goal. The 2 sat across from each other. There was a distance between them. Here, I toast you. Tang Xiaoye raised her iron porcelain cup. The eyes looked at Chen Tong with a fiery look. Chen Tong touched base with him. Tang Xiaoye is a very generous drinker. Open your mouth and take a big bite down. Xiao Mei frowned. 6 times. Smashed his mouth. After all, this Red Star Erguo is a grain brewed wine. The degrees are high again. The average woman can't drink it. 1 sip of wine. Tang Xiaoye's face went red. Drinking on the face. Come on. Good things come in pairs. Tang Xiaoye took another bite. The wine in the iron china cup was half gone. Chen Tong gave a thumbs up. This Tang Xiaoyu drinks. It's not fake at all. It's more boozy than a lot of men's drinking. Director Tang is a good drinker. Chen Tong laughed. Tang Xiaoye waved her hand and covered her mouth. Cheeks scarlet. It's the first time I've had a drink that strong. I'm not used to it. Tang Xiaoye was telling the truth. She rarely drinks. The reason for bringing such a strong drink? It's simple. Either he's drunk or he's drunk. It's best to get drunk with 2 people. Get drunk to free each other. Something charming happens. Come. Another toast to you. For Blue Sky Garment Factory to come up with an open door. Having said that, nor did he wait for Chen Tong to respond. Another big sip of wine went down. Chen Tong. It's a woman among women. There are no downers. 3 big sips in a row. 3 sips of wine. Tang Xiaoye went up to the head. Get up from the stool. With feet shuffling about, he arrived at Chen Tong's heels, tongue-tied. Don't I look good? Good looking. Chen Tong spoke the truth. Tang Xiaoye giggled, close to Chen Tong's ear. Exhale like an orchid. So, are you heartbroken? Goosebumps rose all over Chen Tong's body. A chill ran down his back. Get up. Stay away from Tang Xiaoyu. Director Tang, you're drunk. Immediately, Chen Tong thought again. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. To find out what Tang Xiaoyu's intentions are tonight, then dunk her. It didn't matter if Tang Xiaoye was acting now or for real. Then pouring the wine is. He sat back down on the stool. The 2 were close together. You can feel each other's breath. Chen Tong took the initiative and touched hands with Tang Xiaoye. Come on, Director Tang. Here's to you. Chen Tong took a small sip. But, Tang Xiaoye took another big bite down. Drink it as water. It's a Red Star Erguo. It's wine, not water. You can get really drunk drinking like that. It seemed that Tang Xiaoye really had something on her mind. Tang Xiaoye is very close to Chen Tong. An arm rested on Chen Tong's shoulder. 3,000 green threads hanging down. The 2 men's heads were almost pressed together. Chen Tong looked away. The wine in Tang Xiaoye's iron porcelain cup was already at the bottom. He lifted the cup he was holding, poured another chunk in, drinking without dishes. How hard it is. Tang Xiaoye's peach blossom eyes were half narrowed and half opened, eyes brimming. Took another big sip of his own. The body went limp and flopped down on Chen Tong's body. This one. Chen Tong's muscles are taut. It won't play a big game. You said. Tang Xiaoye was really drunk. Wine doesn't make you drunk. Speech is slurred and intermittent. Am I not beautiful? Why? Do this to me? Chen Tong touched his nose. He hadn't condescended yet. That's an offer? Tang Xiaoya's entire body was pressed against Chen Tong's back. It reeks of booze. Chen Tong could feel Tang Xiaoya's blazing body. I'm cold. Hold me. Tang Xiaoya wrapped her arms around Chen Tong's neck and murmured in Chen Tong's ear. Chen Tong's heart tightened. This Nima. Tang Xiaoya wasn't drunk. Still lassoing him. This woman. She has an unusual way of holding people. If you're not careful, you'll fall for her. Drink. Director Tang. Tang Xiaoya took another big bite down. The body got hotter. Gasping in Chen Tong's ear. Hold me. Hold me. Okay. I'm cold. Chen Tong's body stiffened, not daring to move. Worried about getting up, Tang Xiaoya smoothly fell into her arms. I don't know how long it's been. Tang Xiaoya's arms hung down in front of Chen Tong's body, wobbling without force. A light snoring sound came from Chen Tong's ears. The wind blows in the night, mixed with a bit of moisture. It was a bit chilly. Chen Tong instantly sobered up. His mind went back to what Tang Xiaoyu had done tonight. A beauty contest? Try him? Or, tonight's incident, whether it was Wang Tiejuan's intention or not. He got up and helped the half-drunk, half-sleeping Tang Xiaoyu, came to the door of her room, pushed the door. Luckily it's unlocked. Laid Tang Xiaoya down on the bed. Just as he turned to leave, the sound of Tang Xiaoyu's mouth murmuring was heard, and with a sob, Godfather, I was wrong. You, don't hit me. Off and on, for 7 or 8 minutes. It took her a moment to fall asleep. Chen Tong was shocked in his heart, looking at Tang Xiaoya's charming and mature face. Surprisingly, it's him. Chapter 91, The Blue Iron Army's first step toward a big move. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock, Chen Tong got up and washed himself. Brushing my teeth. Tang Xiaoya also opened the door and came out, carrying an iron porcelain basin with towels and toothbrush and toothpaste in it. Saw Chen Tong. A slight smile. It's as if they've forgotten about yesterday. Was it real drunk or fake drunk last night? Chen Tong muttered in his heart. It's a bit elusive. It's not a trap for him, is it? It's not true that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. In her last life, she had traveled across the business world, sinking and floating, and had seen too many men fall under the pomegranate skirt. Hard-earned business empire. Once it collapses. Finish washing up. Chen Tong went into his room. Not a moment too soon. Tang Xiaoya brought a bowl of porridge, a white flour steamed bun and an egg. You eat first, and when you're done the bowl will be left here with you, and I'll come and get it tonight. I'm going to go find the blue miller first, and then I'll go out and purchase fabric later. Chen Tong's back was cold again. Come back tonight? It's too much. Have to push yourself? The other side. Blue Tiejuan's office. Tang Xiaoya lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Blue Taijun placed his right hand on the table and tapped his forefingers back and forth. Cocking his head, he looked out the window. You've been with me all these years and you've failed for the first time. What do you have to say? Blue Tiejuan's voice was not loud, but it was very dignified. The first failure he spoke of. It's simple. It wasn't the first time Tang Xiaoya had done this kind of thing. She is not only Director Tang, but also the publicist of Blue Sky Garment Factory, of course, and a lover of the Blue Iron Army. A woman with multiple identities. The reason why Blue Taijun was able to stand up to this perspective of Huaiyin County Town. Some of the credit goes to Tang Xiaoyu, but that was 2 or 3 years ago. Tang Xiaoya just lowered her head and didn't say anything. Whatever she said, it was wrong. A young man in his 20s, at the age of blood and vigor, and he can't even manage it. Half a dozen times, Blue Taijun spoke again. You come here. His voice was much softer. Tang Xiaoya came to Lan Tiejuan's side. Lan Taijun took Tang Xiaoya's hand and made Tang Xiaoya sit on her lap. He buried his head between her necks. Greedy sucking. Then, unbuttoned Tang Xiaoya's indeed shirt. Probed in. Groping back and forth. Time is running out. You have 2 days. The Blue Iron Army is up and down. The hands were very hard. Tang Xiaoya's curved willow leaf brows frowned slightly. It's hurting her. However, she didn't dare say anything. Because, he's the Blue Iron Army. Knock. 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 Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. Tang Xiaoya got up, buttoned up her buttons, and straightened her clothes. Opened the door. Chen Tong is here. Little Chen is here. So let's go. The place they were going to this time was the largest textile factory in Huaiyin County City. Huaiyin Textile Factory. Huaiyin Textile Factory. A true public institution. It's not a private business with a public entity attached to it. The plant manager was sent down from above. Most of the clothing material from Blue Sky Clothing Factory. It's all taken from here. The price is quite a bit cheaper than the average person would take. The 3 men got into the red car. Half an hour later. Stopped in front of the Huaiyin Textile Factory. The horn drops twice. The janitor poked his head out. Looked at it. Boy! Red flag sedan. He recognizes it. The car from the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Hurriedly, he ran over and opened the door. And a salute. The car is parked. The three got out of the car. Tang Xiaoye knows Huayin Textile Factory well. Had many contacts with the director of the textile factory, Lin Daolong. She negotiated the price of every material purchased by the garment factory. Blue Taijun seldom appears in person. But, the fact that the Blue Iron Army stepped in also meant that the amount of material procured was significant. In front of Dalin Lam's office, Tang Xiaoye knocked on the door. Enter. A voice came from the house. Tang Xiaoye pushed open the door and let Lan Taijun go in first. At this point, Dalin Lin was organizing the bills sent by the accountant on his desk. Huayin Textile Factory looks at the scenery. However, there is not much money left in the account. It's not because of anything else. The last few times I produced fabric that didn't sell, it was backlogged for too long. If this keeps dragging on, can't even get a paycheck. Those cadres in the factory, they are so mixed up that they don't care about anything. All on a fixed salary. A warehouse full of piles of fabric and not many people to care. It's not like selling it for a penny more. Who wants to do it? This can be worried about the factory manager Lin Daolong. The organization sent him down to drive benefits to the factory. Lin Daolong looked up and saw Blue Taijun. First he froze. Why does this man look familiar? Then he saw a young man behind the Blue Iron Army. This guy, he doesn't even look familiar. Who's here? Lin Daolong was annoyed on top of annoyed. Just about to open my mouth and tell them to get out. A silhouette was reflected in his eyes. His eyes lit up. Tang Xiaoyu. He got up in a hurry. The mind wondered for a moment. Director Dawn. Another glance at the Blue Iron Army. Plant Blue. Lin Daolong extended his hand and took a big step forward. That's a big customer for a textile mill. He dared not offend. Half of Huayin Textile Factory's benefits come from Blue Sky Garment Factory. But, Lin Daolong was puzzled in his mind. Blue Sky Garment Factory and Huayin Textile Factory are under contract. Payments are settled quarterly over there. This side sends the needed material on time every half month. What's with the personal visit this time? He picked up the water bottle on the floor. Hot water was poured for the three men. Factory Director Blue was here in a big way. Why don't you say hello in advance? I'll be nice and entertaining. Blue Taijun smiled. Open the door. This time, I'm here to give a gift to Huayin Textile Factory. A gift? Lin Daolong had a puzzled look on his face. Gift giving? What kind of gifts? But, to be able to make the Blue Iron Army personally come to deliver a gift, it must be a big gift. Lin Daolong had a bit of excitement and anticipation in his heart. The textile mills have a backlog of material, don't they? I have a way to sell all of this material for you, Blue Taijun said in a cloudy voice. Lin Daolong compared to the Blue Iron Army. Not too old, about 30 years old. Being sent to Huayin, a small county, is totally gilding the lily. The fact that there was so much material piled up in the storehouse was entirely due to him. Originally, those old seniority guys were not happy with him as an airborne plant manager. Naturally no one wants to help him. Hearing Blue Taijun say that, his breath caught steeply. Huayin Textile Factory. There's a lot of material piled up. The price of the pickup alone, all of it, it's got to be $10,000 or $20,000. Too. Blue Taijun, is that capable? I'd also like to ask Plant Blue for clarification. Dalin Lin didn't quite understand. Listen to the Blue Iron Army. It's not the Blue Sky Garment Factory that's going to buy it. Then he doesn't buy it. How do you help consume that much backlog of material? Here's the deal. Lan Taijun picked up the iron porcelain cup, took a sip of hot water, and said what was on his mind. Chapter 92, The First Step. Blue Tiejuan's meaning was simple. It's good to know. Huayin textile mills hoarded large quantities of fabric. Can't take a bite out of either one. Not only that, these fabrics are also not necessary materials for the production of clothes nowadays. Otherwise, it's also not so backlogged that you can't sell it. The Blue Iron Army is going to do it. Through the grapevine, circulate the news that Huayin Textile Factory is going to make a big purchase of fabric. However, the Blue Iron Army wasn't really going to buy this batch of fabric. In other words, the obvious is not the same as the obvious. Ostensibly to buy this useless fabric, but actually to buy the best material available at the moment. This material is also available at Huayin Textile Factory. More expensive. So, the Blue Iron Army thought it through. First, by helping the Huayin textile mills to sell their piles of useless material, and then ruthlessly suppressing the price of good material. Secondly, he bought out the best material and manufactured the finished product, partly for sale in the county and partly for market in the city. Other textile mills couldn't buy good material for a short time, and no one could follow the trend to get a piece of the cake. That gain is beyond imagination. With the reputation that Blue Sky Garment Factory has made in the county, it is definitely a hot seller. Not only will you get your capital back, you'll make a profit. With money in hand, there is no panic. With more money to drive sales in the municipal market, you can quickly get on your feet. Lin Dalong smiled with his eyebrows and understood what Lan Taijun meant. Taking a cigarette from his pocket, he respectfully handed it over. The Blue Iron Army is saving his life. Blue Taijun narrowed his eyes and took the big front door, his inches looking like he was mentally competent. Several garment factories are old foxes. In order to make them completely convinced, these materials I am going to ship some of them back. As for that deposit, Lan Taijun glanced at Lin Dalong. Oops, what's a deposit or not? I do trust factory manager Blue. Lin Dalong also understands very well that this opportunity only comes once. It would be a real underestimate of him to dawdle over this. It was a lifesaver, and he wouldn't let go of it even if it killed him. In that case, let the message go out this afternoon, and the 2 great east winds will arrive on time. But there is something to be said in advance. You say. Lin Dalong was very polite. If this batch of fabric could be successfully solved and bring benefits to Huayin Garment Factory, then he hadn't come for nothing. Not to say knuckleheads, but at least a bright spot in terms of experience. Huayin Garment Factory's batch of the best cotton fabric. I want to take it at a low price. As to how low, Factory Director Lin can think about it. These words were like a pot of cold water poured over his head, and Lin Dalong's excited heart hung in the air. He was counting on selling the material and making a profit to make up for the shortfall in hoarding the material. As for how much he could make, he didn't know. But a little bit of mending is a little bit of mending. What Lan Taijun said now was tantamount to tearing down the east wall to mend the west wall for him. The end result is the same. Looking at Lin Dalong's face, Lan Taijun added, "Don't worry, that batch of hoarded fabrics. I will find a way to raise the price. I want to buy this batch of material, as long as the price is right." Lin Factory Director does not have to be under too much pressure. Factory Director Lan, don't worry, that batch of material is bound to give Blue Sky Garment Factory a satisfactory price. Lan Taijun nodded and gave a kind smile. Lin Dalong was a person he had taken great pains to inquire about. The ones that did were sent down from above. He has a background, but he also has a counterpart. The reason why he was sent to a small county to gild the lily was that he was worried about tripping up the opposition. How much does Lin Dalong weigh? Can the people behind him not know? For insurance, it came to Huayin County. At 3 p.m., 2 Great Easterns arrived as expected. Came to Huayin Textile Factory. Chen Tong came with Tang Xiaoye. In the words of the Blue Iron Army, "You two are my right hand and right arm. You have to understand more deeply to understand." Furthermore, Director Tang appeared at the door of Huayin Garment Factory. It also adds greatly to the credibility. Lin Dalong watched the first batch of material being carried onto the cart with a sense of relief. In the meantime, almost all the directors of several garment factories received the news back and forth that the Blue Sky Garment Factory had begun to buy fabrics on a large scale again. It must be to produce clothing. That's how long it's been since the last time we produced a pop-up. Pushing the envelope again? Last time, they more or less got a taste of it. Know the importance of getting a head start on the market. To earn more, in addition to fast replica clothing to capture the market, you have to work on the raw materials. The lower the cost, the more you make. Several garment factories, quickly out of the way. Chen Tong and Tang Xiaoya hadn't gone back yet, so they went to Huayin Garment Factory. A bald man, with arrogant and full steps, arrived not far from Chen Tong. Smiling and waving his hand, he greeted Chen Tong and walked towards the side with a quick step. This man was no other than the bald Li Chang of the Blue Cloud Garment Factory. Behind him was Feng Yun, the director of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. When he arrived close, Li Chang put his arm around Chen Tong's shoulders without saying a word. With a happy face, he said, "Older brother Chen, your Blue Sky Garment Factory is too fast. You've already loaded 2 cars? Such a big piece of cake. You don't know to share a little with us." Chen Tong didn't bother to open his mouth. He knew that this Li Chang was bound to have no good intentions. "Director Tang is also here. I haven't seen you in a few days. You look beautiful again. By the way, Director Tang, what's the price of the fabric you Blue Sky Garment Factory bought? Reveal a thing or two. Our Blue Cloud Garment Factory is not as good as yours, so if we can save a point, it's a point." Tang Xiaoye looked at Li Chang with contempt in her eyes. In between a few people talking, Feng Yun also arrived at the front. Pat Chen Tong on the shoulder. "Ah, little Chen, don't forget our agreement. Ha 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 ha." Feng Yun's voice was not small, and he laughed loudly, attracting many people's attention here. "Isn't that Feng Yun? Why are you so happy?" Next to Feng Yun is Blue Sky Garment Factory Tang Xiaoye. "Yoo-hoo, these 2 families can still stand together and chatter." Feng Yun said this, and Chen Tong didn't care in his heart. A trick so bad, A blind man could see it. Feng Yun saw that the directors of several garment factories had gone in, so he did not delay any longer. And with a meaningful glance at Chen Tong, he took Li Chang and also went into Huayin Garment Factory. Let's go back too. Tang Xiaoye seemed a bit tired, rubbing her temples and getting into the great east wind. Early the next morning, something was spreading in Huayin County. The directors of several garment factories quarreled in the office of Lin Dalong, the director of Huayin Garment Factory, and they all thought of wanting that batch of hoarded fabrics, and the price was once raised to a very high level, almost did it on the spot, and Lin Dalong had no choice but to leave a sentence. You guys discuss it first, there are only so many materials anyway, and then left the office. The corners of his mouth were crooked with laughter. Chapter 93, The Second Step. As the Blue Iron Army expected that, several garment factories for that batch of material, a big fight. Not only that, but Dallin Lin did it tough enough, knowing that you can only pit this once. The fabric is late, and a few odd remarks to fan the flames. The original batch of material that was hoarded and unsellable has seen its price rise. After a night of negotiations, several factory directors fought with red faces and necks. Lin Dalong smiled and ate his breakfast. The heart is so cozy. When this batch of material came in, the price was not yet negotiated with a few families, and it was useless because of a gust of wind from the harbor city side. Lin Dalong went from house to find a garment factory. The price did not come down to the bit, so no one dared to take this stall. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This time, under the operation of the Blue Iron Army, it directly helped him take revenge. The heart is so cozy. The directors of several garment factories have not left Huayin Textile Factory all night, and when they are sleepy, they will find a sofa to take a nap, and when they are hungry, they will eat here in Lin Dalong. Anyone who is afraid that the remaining material will be swept away, what's the point of having this cake and eating it? Crumbs and all. Lin Dalong ate his breakfast, hands behind his back, head held high, pacing like a large rooster that had just achieved victory, shaking off its brightly colored tail feathers, pushing the door in. Several factory managers saw him and immediately came to life. Surround him, Plant Director Lin. There can't be any delay. Yes, Factory Director Lin. The price of this material is even higher than when you first came in at the beginning. At this rate, even if the finished product is made and sold on the market, we won't make much money. Several people spoke to each other, hoping that Lin Dalong would be able to produce material. He could afford to wait. A few factories can't afford to wait. Lin Dalong enjoyed the thrill of being begged, and nosed in. Gentlemen, we're all old acquaintances. Don't you understand what I'm like? It's just that a batch of the remaining fabrics have been ordered by Blue Sky Garment Factory. Although it was a verbal booking, the price wasn't as high as what you guys offered. Plant Director Lin, you said that you're only making a verbal reservation and not taking a deposit. Our price is much higher. You really don't want to consider it? Right, Plant Director Lin. Time is money. There's no delay. Factory Director Lin. The rest of the material Blue Cloud Garment Factory is fully covered. Price? You pay. Feng Yun opened his mouth in a domineering manner. His words immediately drew the displeasure of several people. All inclusive? Just you. Blue Cloud Garment Factory? You're here for a laugh? I don't want the whole package. It's all in one place. I only need 1/3. And the price is sure to satisfy Factory Director Lin. Yeah, we don't have that big of an appetite. I don't know how many pounds. Feng Yun's mouth was tinged with a meaningful smile as he raised the price one by one, ignoring their explicit and implicit taunts. A look of imperative. Lin Dalong sat in front of his own desk, leisurely sipping his tea. In the meantime, Blue Sky Garment Factory, the office of the Blue Iron Army. Tang Xiaoye is squeezing Blue Tiejuan's shoulders. Time is running out. Take down Shen Tong early. As long as you succeed in penetrating the municipal market this time, you won't need to be in the shadows anymore. Move over to my side, Lan Taijun said with his eyes closed. Tang Xiaoye didn't say anything. She was a woman, but not an unashamed one. This is the last time. The Blue Iron Army patted her hand. Behind every successful man, there is always a silent woman. It's just that relatively speaking, Tang Xiaoye gave a lot. Eat, drink and sleep with me. As long as the Blue Iron Army has the need to flatter whichever above, she'll just have to listen. Not only do you have to listen, but you also have to put your best foot forward and serve the people up there well. Tang Xiaoye felt that she had given much more than what Lan Taijun had given her. She remembers it well. Lan Taijun had promised her that he would marry her explicitly and would never need her to accompany anyone again. It just seems like it now. Those words are kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I can't even count how many men I've slept with myself. Why would Blue Iron Army marry her? Not green enough for your head? After layers of price increases, Lin Dalong finally finalized the price. The price, he had calculated carefully. It's high, but not ridiculously high. From the time you buy the material to the time the finished product appears on the market, the profit margin is less than before, but it's worth doing. The afterglow of the last Blue Sky Garment Factory pop-up is still fresh. Seize the moment to follow the trend. A small profit is better than no profit at all. What factory doesn't want to feed people? Are hung with the public unit of the factory? How can the welfare of the New Year's festivals less? Factory Director Lin, can we hold off on the money for this fabric for a while? Fong-yun also asked for a few thousand feet of material, his face showing difficulty. How can this work? Lin Dalong frowned. Just now. It is not still you. Fong-yun said that you want to fully pack the material. The price is whatever. He opened. You think this is an attempt to get something for nothing? You don't have money and still come to buy fabric? Give me this fabric. I don't mind. The director of another garment factory opened his mouth. He rubbed his fists and made sure to follow in the footsteps of the Blue Sky Garment Factory this time. Right. Factory Director Lin, why don't you give us a few equal shares of the fabric that Blue Cloud Garment Factory just verbally committed to? Fong-yun blushed hard and feigned anger. Factory Director Lin, it will only take a month for this money to be delivered. Fong-yun, promise with my chest, Fong-yun exclaimed. 1 month. Lin Dalong tapped his fingers on the desktop. That's stirring the pot. It's not a sincere attempt to buy. Could it be that this Fong-yun had seen something? Naturally, he was not able to agree to it. Lin Dalong looked embarrassed. I'm really sorry. Factory Director Fong, there are more people who want to eat in our factory. I can't afford to wait. Furthermore, I'm going to report to the top next month. I can't afford to wait. Lin Dalong purposely increased his tone when he said the 2 words above. It was implied that Fong-yun was going to be bad. Fong-yun pulled a face again and inked for almost half an hour. In the end, the fabric that Fong-yun had taken at the beginning was divided equally among several families. Out of Dalong Lin's office, Fong-yun that is called a comfort. Those several factory managers are signing contracts, so he alone came out first. He looked back with a sneer. Then, bah! With a hard suck in his chest, he spat out a mouthful of old phlegm that landed on the ground. Slap your ass and go. Later that night, Blue Taijun then received the news that the batch of material from Huayin Textile Factory was snapped up. The price was a few points higher than expected. Blue Taijun looked out the window and fell into deep thought. What about the shipment of material that was brought back in the first place? Should he resell it? As for giving it back to Huayin Textile Factory? That's impossible. After helping Lin Dalong solve such a big trouble, he should have something in his heart. He thought about it and called for Tang Xiaoye. Chapter 94 Tang Xiaoye's Tough Combat. Tang Xiaoye had been authorized by Lan Taijun to secretly sell the batch of hoarded fabrics brought from Huayin Textile Factory. Use your opponent's money to grow your own pockets. Tang Xiaoye had always admired Blue Taijun for this. Bold and daring. In order to urge Tang Xiaoye and Chen Tong to have an early relationship, Lan Taijun called out to Chen Tong. The batch of material that was shipped back at Huayin Textile Factory last time needs to be sold in its entirety now. But of course, not in a bright way. The meaning of what Blue Taijun said was obvious. Blue Sky Garment Factory has a big family in Huayin, a small county. But, sometimes you need to keep a low profile. It's not good to make enemies everywhere. So this time, the material is out to make it a little more covert. Little Chen I know your ability. You and Director Tang go and do this. Chen Tong nodded and didn't refuse. It's a good idea to hang around here, just to follow the memories from before and explore the people who used to be familiar with them. The two men exited the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Blue Taijun words although this is said, but Chen Tong heart has a number. Just polite words, when not true. He's only been here for how long Tang Xiaoye has been here. The Blue Iron Army is not going to be so trusting yet. Only a bit guessing at the moment as to what the Blue Iron Army is thinking. Do you have any good ideas? Tang Xiaoye frowned, her red lips lightly opening as she made a difficult appearance that was endearing. She knows. Men are born with an inexplicable desire for conquest and self-confidence. She wanted to use this opportunity to get Chen Tong to open his mouth, and then take the opportunity to praise him. Then we'll have an excuse to drink when we get back to the factory tonight. Chen Tong shrugged and spread his 2 hands. Director Tang, you really think highly of me. I'm from the ravine. I'm not familiar with this Huayin County town. Chen Tong didn't pick up on Tang Xiaoye, and there was nothing she could do about it. For Tang Xiaoye's first stop, she chose a town under Huayin County called Wuli Town. The town of Wuli was about the same size as the town of Shuyao, where Chen Tong was located, except that it was much closer to Huayin County, with fewer mountain peaks to hide it. It was a half-hour's walk. The one who received the two of them was a middle-aged man named Guo Ben. This Hanyu and Tang Xiaoye were old acquaintances. As for what exactly the relationship was, Chen Tong didn't ask much and wasn't interested. All you have to do is reveal to Green Garment Factory inadvertently that you have the fabric they need. And as for the price, don't go too high. Tang Xiaoye didn't choose to reveal this news at the same time, just because she was worried about those old foxes reacting. These materials can only be sold to 1 or 2 families, in case one keeps an eye out. They ask each other about it and all come across the fabric they need from different places. That little cutie. We also know that someone has laid it out on purpose. It was settled over here. And Tang Xiaoye didn't stay long. Returned to the county with Chen Tong. On the way, it could be seen that Tang Xiaoye wasn't in high spirits and had been muffled and silent. There's a feeling of heartbreak. The journey was uneventful, and we arrived at the door of the garment factory. Tang Xiaoye didn't go in and left straight away. Chen Tong returned to his place, thinking about what was going on at home. The eel thing has stabilized. It is just a matter of how much income. In a while, his father Chen Wenkai will also be able to leave the hospital. That's enough money to buy imported drugs to maintain your body after you're discharged from the hospital. I've been too busy lately to go to the hospital, thanks to my sister-in-law, Li Hong, who runs around every day. Chen Tong was just thinking about it when a knock came from outside the house. Xiao Chen, haven't eaten yet. I brought some cooked food and wine from outside. Tang Xiaoye's voice entered Chen Tong's ears, and a tremor ran through him. This Tang Xiaoye, what exactly does she mean? Actively throwing yourself at yourself? Can't it be that the Blue Iron Army is too old for him? Can't satisfy him? But think about it, Tang Xiaoye was in her 30s. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, and 50 can suck dirt while sitting on the ground. It's not guaranteed that Tang Xiaoye has this in mind. Thinking of this, Chen Tong couldn't help but shiver. If he had been at the age of blood and vigor before he was reborn, and had no remorse, he would have eaten this sugar-coated bomb long ago. It's just a marriage. Chen Tong opened the door to the house. It was already dark, and before he could open his mouth, Tang Xiaoye squeezed in. It was even prettier than it had been before she left the house today, wearing a white shirt buttoned up to her chest, revealing a large expanse of snowy whiteness. Director Tang, you? Chen Tong wanted to speak. Come on, little Chen. I'm a few years older than you. Call sister you. Tang Xiaoye went out on a limb, knowing Lan Tiejuan's temper. She had to take down Chen Tong today, whether it was soft or hard. Director Tang, this is inappropriate. Inappropriate? It's not good to spread the word. Chen Tong stood at the door. The door to the house was open. However, in the large yard, apart from a few dim lights for illumination, it was a pale moonlight. Not a single person is missing. Come, drink and eat meat. Factory Director Lan said that you're a big contributor to the big sale of the clothes. Tonight, you must eat and drink well. She picked up the porcelain cup in her hand and filled it for Chen Tong. He himself didn't mind. Took the porcelain cup that Chen Tong brushed his teeth with, washed it casually, and also filled it with a cup. Tang Xiaoye tilted her head. Her slender neck is white as jade. A few strands of green silk scattered casually, appearing extraordinarily seductive. A large mouthful of white wine went down, and Tang Xiaoye clamped down on her food. There was a pause. Little Chen, if you don't drink this wine tonight, Factory Director Lan will say that it's because I didn't greet you well, and I'll be docked my salary. The word is out. Chen Tong only had to accompany him and took a sip of white wine. Watching Chen Tong drink, Tang Xiaoye smoothly took over. Another big bite. The fair skin had a light pink color, the green silk was draped, and the charm of a mature woman was visible. Any other man would not be able to resist Tang Xiaoye's temptation. Soon, a porcelain cup of white wine was drunk up by Tang Xiaoyu. She got up, her white shirt unbuttoned all the way at some point. Show off your svelte figure graciously. Chen Tong knew it was bad when he saw the situation. And just as he got up, he was pounced upon by Tang Xiaoye. It was warm and soft in the hand. Chen Tong knew it was bad. If someone came in at this time, then he couldn't jump into the yellow river to wash. But, luckily, it wasn't a fairy tale and no one came in to disturb the stunning view. Director Tang, you've had too much to drink. I'll take you back. Tang Xiaoye's strength was great, and her hands seemed like octopuses, holding Chen Tong's neck in a deadly grip, and, twisting her waist from side to side, she stuck tighter. It was getting late, and she couldn't wait any longer to dominate. Tang Xiaoye's eyes were mesmerized, and her red lips were kissing Chen Tong's face haphazardly, like that blistering wind and rain. Chen Tong was helpless and said, Director Tang, wait for me to take off my clothes. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoye's hands visibly loosened their strength. In the back of his mind, he was finally a 20-year-old man who couldn't resist his own flirtation. Blue Tai Jun, you'll never be able to pay me back what you owe me. Tang Xiaoye loosened her arms, took off her own white shirt, and unbuckled her belt. Then she froze. Chapter 95, Seeing the Clues. Tang Xiaoye stood inside the house with her bare, crescent white body. Fixedly, he looked at Chen Tong. The effect of alcohol makes the charm of mature women involuntarily leak out. Every move is flavor. Her eyes were slightly red. It had come to this point. Chen Tong was still able to be as calm as water and took the opportunity to escape to the door. Is she old? Or is he also like the Blue Iron Army? No? Chen Tong stood in the doorway, his eyes clear and bright as he looked at Tang Xiaoye. The last time was fine. He didn't think much of it and just assumed that Tang Xiaoye was drunk. But this time, Tang Xiaoye was clearly trying to come on hard, and was also at the place where he lived both times. If there weren't any ghosts in this, Chen Tong wouldn't believe it. What? What's wrong? Little Chen, is sister not good looking? Or her figure isn't good enough? Tang Xiaoye didn't want to give up and frankly faced Chen Tong, pretending to be pathetic. We've come this far tonight, and if it doesn't work out, it won't work out in the future. A tremor ran through her body as she thought of Blue Iron Army's cold face. Director Tang, you are very beautiful, but I have a wife, and she has been pregnant for half a year, Chen Tong said indifferently. Don't worry, I won't say anything. I just want to spend the night with you. Tang Xiaoyu scratched her head and walked forward slowly. Little Chen, you know what? From the first moment I saw you, I had thoughts about you. Tang Xiaoye spoke with deep emotion, her eyes filled with adoration. It's the Blue Iron Army, isn't it? What is the purpose of having you do this? Chen Tong asked coldly. A trace of unnaturalness passed across Tang Xiaoye's face, and she quickly collected herself again. Little Chen, this is really of my own free will. It's not factory manager Lan's intention. Tang Xiaoye was still about to open her mouth when she was directly interrupted by Chen Tong. Director Tang, I can't afford the charge of hooliganism. Chen Tong coldly stared at Tang Xiaoye. He suspected that the Blue Iron Army was at his office window right now, watching every move here. Because of this position, just opposite the window of the Blue Iron Army, Chen Tong inadvertently looked back, and Lan Tiejuan's office was dark. Agi Tang Xiaoyu inadvertently fell to the ground as she walked towards Chen Tong. Quick, little Chen, come help me. Sister, you twisted this ankle. Tang Xiaoye was not wearing an inch of clothing, and Chen Tong coldly watched her performance. This acting, it's so clumsy. The director didn't even want to hold it. In the latter days when there were a lot of movie stars, the most you could do was to play a maid in the palace. It won't survive 2 episodes. Now that I think about it, if it wasn't for the fact that he had been reborn in a new life and had seen a lot of various tricks, he really managed to fall into the path of Lan Taijun and get into Tang Xiaoye's bed. If he was right, he himself was a part of the Blue Iron Army's plan. Blue Taijun want to enter the municipal market, either with money, or by product novelty is a selling point. But at the moment it doesn't look like the Blue Iron have the power to take the money. So, it's all about the product. So who are the people who can come up with the product? That's right, it's Chen Tong. He deliberately let Tang Xiaoye approach him, releasing the charm of a mature woman and taking the initiative to throw herself at him again. It's hard for a man to hold. Furthermore, in terms of looks and body shape, Tang Xiaoye was good. In this day and age, all rural women are thick-skinned and tanned. Compared with Tang Xiaoye, who could refuse this willowy figure with a concave and convex body? It was simply one day at a time. It's sugar-coated as well as color-coded. With the handle in the hands of Blue Taijun, with his sophistication, he would definitely come up with many ways to deal with himself. The easiest thing to do is to be gentle. How many business elites sink in the gentle land and end up in a miserable end? Of course, Lan Taijun was trying to use Tang Xiaoye's body to tether his man. And as for how long, I'm afraid it depends on how much value he has. If you don't give in and want to leave the Blue Sky Garment Factory, then, the Blue Iron Army will definitely find a way to make him bear the charge of hooliganism. Take a couple of shots. However, the Blue Iron Army had made 1,000 calculations, but it just hadn't counted on him a bit. One is really not a 20-something brat. You're still a little young to be trying to count on him. Chen Tong stepped back towards the back and stood in the courtyard, his hands wrapped around his chest as he coldly looked at Tang Xiaoye. Director Tang, please tell Factory Director Lan that I'll leave tomorrow after I get the money, and the commission of $1 apiece for that dress. Not a penny less. Swish. Tang Xiaoye's tears flowed down her face as she propped her hands on the ground and looked at Chen Tong pitifully. Little Chen, just have pity on my sister. Okay? My sister is 30 years old and hasn't had a single day of pleasure. Just help my sister fulfill this wish. Don't worry. No one will know about tonight. I volunteered. Tang Xiaoye was in tears, trembling. Chen Tong was unmoved. This Tang Xiaoye had a few abilities, and after being poked and prodded by herself, she still didn't die. Don't stop until you get what you want. Too bad for her. She was used by the Blue Iron Army. Chen Tong let out a long sigh and shook his head. Also the poor woman. The two of them stood in a stalemate for half an hour before Tang Xiaoye got up from the ground and silently picked up the white shirt and pants on the ground, walked out of Chen Tong's house and opened the door to his house. Turning around, she asked, Little Chen, Is sister old? No. Director Tang's flower-like appearance and slender figure make any man think. So just because there are thoughts, doesn't mean there are practices. Thoughts are not easy to control, actions can be controlled. Chen Tong finished speaking and went inside and closed the door. I'm afraid that if Blue Iron Army doesn't succeed in one plan, he'll think of the next one. Of course, no one will talk about tonight. The next day, the sun rose as usual. The day goes on as usual. He wouldn't let himself leave the garment factory that early. Selling dresses with a pressed commission is one of his methods. However, Chen Tong also knew one thing: stop loss in time. The Blue Iron Army may have been calculating from the moment they first saw the dress hanging in Mai's tailor store. Upon seeing himself as a 20-year-old brat and a ravine, his plan surfaced just a little bit. It was a pity that Chen Tong had been relived in a new life, and these things, which could still be seen. Otherwise, the Blue Iron Army's plan was perfect. Chen Tong got a night's grace from a beauty, but he still had to miss the goodness of the Blue Iron Army. It's really just dead set on following the Blue Iron Army. Chen Tong put away the 50 sheets of dumplings spread under the mat and packed them close to his body. He had a hunch that the commission on those thousands of dresses could be a basket case. However, if that is the case, he didn't mind going on a killing spree, taking his time with the Blue Iron Army. He would make the Blue Iron Army lose even more. Chapter 96, Determination to Leave. Early the next morning, the east is just showing the white of the fish's belly. The door to Chen Tong's house then slammed. Who? Chen Tong asked, not daring to open the door directly for fear that Tang Xiaoya wouldn't die. It's me, a calm voice came out, very mature and masculine. The Blue Iron Army is here. Chen Tong got up and opened the door. The two men looked at each other. Both sides read some deep meaning in the looks they got from each other. Blue Taijun entered the room and sat down on the stool. Little Chen, Director Tang told me, you're trying to leave Blue Sky Garment Factory? You've only been here a few days. Young man, you have to be calm. Blue Taijun came up and gave Chen Tong a hatchet, and his tone was quite reproachful and disappointing. Wanting to take the initiative, Chen Tong smiled. This little trick, when he's 3 years old, utilizing the mentality of those at the top to squeeze those at the bottom, a ploy that works in the latter-day workplace now. Unbeknownst to me, there are people in this day and age who know how to do this. Seeing that Chen Tong didn't answer, Lan Taijun was silent for a while and continued to speak, saying, Little Chen, you have to know that our garment factory's entry into the municipal market is just short of the last step. I guarantee that as long as we stand firm in Huayan City, then you will be the #1 contributor. Not to mention the commission on the previous skirt. You'll get more. Young people, you have to look at the long term. Blue Taijun is old-fashioned and continues to draw a big pie for Chen Tong, promising a bright future. Tang Xiaoya had failed in his attempts 3 times, so he could only retreat to the next best thing. Seeing that dress at Mommy's tailor store lit a fire under him, he didn't want to wait. When he was introduced to Chen Tong through Zhang Meiwei, he had a plan in mind. The feeling is that a lot of things are just a nail in the coffin. A young man in his 20s and out of the ravine. That must be good to hold. 2 steps are bound to do the trick. Money and beauty. In these days when you can't earn a few dollars a year. Up came Chen Tong and gave him 50 duanjie. The public sector is only a few dozen dollars a month. That's more than a year's salary for someone. What's more, there's the beautiful Tang Xiaoyu to give away. Why not? Why don't you be thankful? But who would have thought that the money was collected? But the woman was not. This step was slightly out of the Blue Iron Army's plan. However, he was confident that he could leave Chen Tong behind in a different way. That's the promise. Factory Director Lan, you also know that I'm from the ravine, with short insights and no lofty ideals. I just want to make some money and go home to renovate the leaky house. Chen Tong didn't answer Lan Taijun's words. Snap! Lan Taijun clapped his hands, and Tang Xiaoye came in with a porcelain plate, placed it on the table and then stood behind the Blue Iron Army. Last night seems to have been forgotten. Lift it up and take a look. Lan Taijun pointed to the porcelain basin covered with a red cloth. Chen Tong lifted it, and to his eyes was the great unity. He mentally counted roughly. It should be 50. That means another $500 bucks. $500 is a lot, but compared to the commission on thousands of dresses, that's more than twice as much. Chen Tong didn't move. What's the matter? Too little? Blue Taijun asked indifferently. Quite a lot, but for what I deserve, it's very little. Chen Tong was also not polite. Since he was leaving, there was no need to save face for Blue Taijun. Maybe, in the future, we would still be competitors. Lan Tiejuan's face instantly went cold. Little Chen, do you know what the Blue Sky Garment Factory means in Huayin County? Chen Tong nodded and shook his head. The Blue Iron Army is trying to overwhelm people with their power. Huayin Clothing Factory is a dominant company. Yes, but not to the point of a single hand. As long as he didn't use underhanded tricks, he wasn't afraid. You just need to stay here at ease. If I, Lan Taijun, have a mouthful of meat to eat, you will have a mouthful of soup to drink. In a few days, there will be a few garment factories that won't be able to hold out. By that time, the share of the Huayin market will be 70% occupied by Blue Sky Garment Factory. 70% of the share. And only giving you 10% is enough for you to eat and drink without worrying for the rest of your life. Blue Taijun didn't have a seizure and still gave Chen Tong a bright outlook. Willing to give up a market share to Chen Tong. The pie is not too big. That's pretty big. Since factory director Lan is so generous, why don't you give me all the money from the skirt commission today? Chen Tong looked at Lan Taijun and spoke faintly. Even if Lan Taijun was good at raising chi, he still wanted to jump up and give Chen Tong a slap. Don't you know what you're talking about? How can these thousands of dollars be compared to a 10% share of the Huayin market? Can't you take a longer view? Lan Taijun narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Little Chen, I'm speaking to you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you'll consider it carefully. Don't lose your future riches for the sake of a tiny bit of immediate benefits. Chen Tong spread out both hands and made a difficult look. Factory director Blue. Every family has its own difficult experience. I came out just to earn money to support my family. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Tran Tong is greasy. Blue Taijun had a bellyful of fire. There are some words, some things I will not pick up and say. We all know in our hearts. I just hope to get together and leave. Today at noon I will leave the Blue Sky Textile Factory. Chen Tong has always had an aversion to bosses who draw big cakes. 10 out of 10 are not going to fulfill their promises. As a very famous entrepreneur once said, you are all my brothers, turn around and sack people. More importantly, he thought it through. Tang Xiaoya shamelessly tried to get herself to sleep with him just so that Lan Taijun would have a handle to pinpoint her. The crime of hooliganism is a real shot in the arm. The Blue Iron Army is harmful to his heart. And he stays here himself? That is not a living size cutie. Chen Tong's attitude is so tough that Blue Taijun was not expecting it. His brow furrowed as he turned his head to look out of the house. His mind recalled everything about what Tang Xiaoyu had said about Chen Tong. Can this be a 20-year-old from the ravine? Tang Xiaoya's beauty is naturally needless to say. And this time it's another $500 gross. So he really isn't moved? Blue Taijun couldn't figure it out. Deeply puzzled. Without another word, he got up and left the place, hands behind his back, pacing. What was he like when he was 20? Can you resist a beauty like Tang Xiaoyu throwing herself at you? Can you resist the temptation of 50 large ties? He can't. Not only can he not, he didn't think any 20-year-old bloodthirsty man could. Why should Tongqin be allowed? Lan Taijun left without a word, and Tang Xiaoya didn't know whether to take or not to take the 50 sheets of great unity on the table, because she knows. The next thing she had to face was the endless anger of the Blue Iron Army. Tang Xiaoya's eyes, in an instant, overflowed with tears. Chapter 97, Leaving the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Visiting parents in the hospital. Tang Xiaoya didn't know how she had gotten out of Chen Tong's house. The whole thing was like a lost soul. She gave so much to the Blue Iron Army. But in the end, in exchange for what? She doesn't know. She was nothing more than a dog beside Lan Taijun. But think about it. Before meeting the Blue Iron Army, one was worse than a dog. Chen Tong leaned on the doorframe, coldly looking at Tang Xiaoya as departing back. Another look up at the Blue Iron Army's office. The window is empty. Chen Tong waited until noon, but neither Lan Taijun nor Tang Xiaoya came. He gathered up his clothes and took the 50 large roundups off the table. The Blue Iron Army owed him, but he didn't owe the Blue Iron Army. Close the door. Chen Tong strides toward the factory's main entrance. At the door, Tang Xiaoyu stood alone, dressed in a cheongsam and dimpled. Really want to leave? Tang Xiaoya's voice was not loud, and she looked very pitiful. Do you know why Lan Taijun must want you to seduce me into bed? Chen Tong spoke that was quite harsh. Tang Xiaoya wiped her tears and shook her head. Hooliganism? No, that's to eat a gun. Chen Tong said coldly. No, it won't. The Blue Factory director is not that kind of person. He is just worried that you are lonely. Let me accompany you more. It's just that I don't know how to be shameless and want to seduce you. Chen Tong waved his hand, interrupting Tang Xiaoya. This woman is hopeless. And now she's helping Blue Taijun. The disease is hopeless. Blue Taijun stood on the third floor. With grim eyes, he watched Chen Tong leave. The feeling of being out of control made him furious. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. He, on the other hand, was nothing more than a 20-year-old lad. Before his own third move had been properly executed, a piece had jumped out of his hand. Something that had never happened before. The Blue Iron Army had an illusion that flickered, but it lingers in the mind for a long time. He felt that Chen Tong had already guessed his every move. See through it and don't talk about it. But it's not as if the Blue Iron Army has nothing to gain from this machination. Instead, he was the one who won big. The next one is Dalin Lam. From Huayin Textile Factory empty-handed that batch of goods, almost all sold to Qingqing Garment Factory. A large sum of money to hand. That's what you get with empty gloves. Not only would Lin Dalong not mention this, he would smile and give him the lowest price for the best batch of fabrics. That's another big chunk of money. But the Blue Iron Army felt that these were just colorful. It's just icing on the cake. Most importantly, Huayin Garment Factories would fall one after another. The first to bear the brunt of this is the Green Clothing Factory. Bought a batch of hoarded material at a high price from Dalin Lin, and bought 2 more carts of his material. It costs a lot of money. Not far from shutting down the plant. Thinking of this, Lan Taijun was in a much better mood again, and the sense of control once again rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked at Tang Xiaoye, who was still frozen in the doorway. The body is enchanting. Another evil fire rose in his belly. He's a bit of a puzzler. How was that kid, Chen Tong, able to resist Tang Xiaoyu? On the other hand, Chen Tong left the Blue Sky Garment Factory and didn't rush back. Instead, they went in the direction of the hospital. It's been so busy that the front foot is attached to the heel. After arranging for his father, Chen Wenkai, to be hospitalized, he did not come a second time. Chen Tong was a little ashamed in his heart. In his last life, he was too much of an asshole. If you make a big mistake and don't repent, it's too late to wake up. Money isn't everything. No amount of money can save the person you miss. Unconsciously, Chen Tong then came to the county hospital. 3rd floor, Chen Wensai's hospital room. The doctor just left. Cora Hyang stood in the doorway and wiped her eyes. There was a sense of the old gods opening up. His own old man is much better and will be discharged from the hospital in a few days to go home and recuperate. Spending money like water at the hospital. Korea Hyang's heart was aching. Granted, both of my own boys are now earning money, or big money, but it would be a lie if Korea Hyang didn't feel sorry for that $1,000. Not to mention the Korean incense. Even Chan Wenkai himself heartache that $1,000. How long would one have to work to make that much money? When do we have to start counting? And the boss's daughter-in-law, Li Hong, comes to the hospital every day to deliver food. It's either white rice or meat buns. The white rice is inevitably served with aromatic stir-fry vegetables, such as stir-fried chili peppers with meat and stir-fried wild mushrooms with meat. Is that something he can eat? How many lifetimes have you lived? The little nurse who looked after him at the hospital was in a daze, and several times she stole a gulp. This counting time of hospitalization. The old two are meaty and fat. If you pick up and dress up and put on new clothes, who dares to call them rural? A proper city dweller who walks with his head held high. Of course, that's what Korea Hyang had in mind. Korea Hyang has just wiped her happy tears. Then she heard someone calling her. Looking up, he saw his youngest son. Thought I was mistaken. Rubbed my eyes again and was sure I was right. The tears are out again. Xiaotong, why are you here? Your sister-in-law comes every day. Why are you still here? Be at home and spend more time with Wenjing. Although Korea Kaori said this on her lips, but it was greeted with a big step this way. Chan Tong's change. From time to time, Korea Hyang thought she was dreaming. Whenever I wake up in the night, I always pray silently, even if it's a dream. Let's make that dream a little longer, even for the rest of our lives, without wanting to wake up. Mom, I've come especially to see how Dad's health is. Is there still enough money? Not enough I have. With that, he reached into his arms for money, only to be pressed down with both hands by Korea Hyung, saying, yes, the $1,000 you gave before hasn't been spent yet, and your sister-in-law comes to deliver food every day, not to mention spending money. The two men entered the house. The door to the house was left open. Chen Wenkai also heard Chen Tong's voice. At this point, half lying on the bed, squinting, faintly came the words, "You boys remember old me?" However, there was no more reproach. Chen Tong smiled and touched his head. How is this eel business doing these days? Chen Wenkai asked. Lately it's been second brother who's been watching. Didn't sister-in-law say anything? Chen Tong casually asked. Then what did you do? Chen Wensai's eyes glared. I'm afraid that Chen Tong's nature has changed again. I'm worried that if I make a little money, I'll drift away and not know my last name or where I was born. Looks like it didn't say this. Chen Tong muttered, then smiled and said, Old man, don't worry about it. The eel and loach business is handed over to second brother in the management. I'm in the county to feel the way to make money. Nonsense. You're just being nonsensical. Don't you know your second brother's nature? Besides, you can make money selling eels and loaches in the county town? Chen Wenkai had a few moments of anger. This kid, doesn't he know that money is hard to make and is hard to eat? We'll have to teach him a lesson today. Chapter 98, Qingqing Garment Factory. When Chen Tong took out the 100 sheets of Grand Unity and placed them on the bed, Korea Hyung and Chen Wenkai shivered. Chen Wensai's words were swallowed in his throat, almost unable to take a breath. How much does this cost? You kid. Where did you get all this money? Chen Wencai's mouth mumbled for half a day before he managed to squeeze out these words with difficulty. As Korea Hyang looked at the money, her tears swished again. She didn't know how to express it. This is $1,000, earned from fooling around in the county. Chen Tong spoke in a cloudy manner, but it was like a thunderbolt in the ears of the old couple. Found on county, wandering around? That'll turn around $1,000? And seeing $1,000 in person is not the same weight as saying $1,000 out of your mouth. It's like the feeling of if I had a small goal versus if I really had a small goal. A world of difference. If I had one small goal, it would be to be happy with my mouth. There's really a small goal that's body joy and floating away. Half a dozen times. Chen Wencai spoke again. Your kid is able to endure. The old heavens have opened their eyes. Korea Hyung wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and echoed Chen Wencai. Yes. Yes. The old heavens opened their eyes. The old heavens opened their eyes. When Chen Tong left the hospital, he stiffly pushed 5 more duanjie to Korea Hyung. He knew that giving more was bound to be unwanted. Korea Hyang pushed and shoved before reluctantly accepting it. Looking at the real $50 in his hand, tears came to his eyes again. Chen Wencai looked annoyed. She knows how to cry. She cries when she doesn't have money, and she cries when she has money. Whaler-like. Chen Tong was out of the hospital, but he was in no hurry to go home. He was sitting on the curb. Savor what the Blue Taijun said. Look for business opportunities in it. Because of this cooperation between Huayin Textile Factory and Blue Sky Garment Factory, a large amount of hoarded fabrics will all be sold to several other garment factories, and this batch of materials will inevitably be smashed in the hands. That's why Lan Taijun could confidently put out the word that it wouldn't be long before the market share occupied by Blue Sky Garment Factory would reach 70%. Let's not consider for a moment whether or not there was any exaggeration in what Blue Taijun said, but any garment factory that buys that material is bound to have some fluctuations in its financial chain. After all, the price of that material has gone through the roof. They are all buying with gritted teeth, counting on grabbing the Huayin market with the Blue Iron Army. Ruthless big moneymaker. Now, the money has been spent, and there is no money back when the fabric is delayed to be produced into finished clothes for sale. That's a lot of pressure. Naturally, suddenly, Chen Tong remembered a garment factory. It was the last time he went to Woolly Town with Tang Xiaoye to find someone to find a way to sell that batch of material without moving. Tang Xiaoye mentioned a garment factory. If he remembered correctly, it should be called Green Clothing Factory. He didn't know the strength of several garment factories, but if he was right, this is called Qingqing Garment Factory. Bought the batch of hoarded material is the most. Then relatively speaking, the pressure should be the greatest. When this material was first made, it makes even Dallin Lam, who is really the head of the public sector, anxious. The pressure should be even greater on garment factories that are actually part of the individual's revenue when they are listed as public organizations. Well, he could go now and find out where the Green Clothing Factory was located, observe it for a few days, and the situation would be guessed. Green Clothing Factory and Blue Sky Clothing Factory like this, in Huayin County City are among the famous garment factories, so it's not hard to find. Ask around and you'll get an approximate location. About half an hour, Chen Tong came to the entrance of Qingqing Garment Factory. Compared to the atmosphere of the Blue Sky Garment Factory, it is much more ordinary. The mottled red-painted iron door, closed, was not locked. From the afternoon until the workers got off work, Chen Tong did not find anything unusual. He thought about it and probably hadn't realized it yet. It should take another day or two. When you leave the Blue Sky Garment Factory, you have no place to live in the county. In this era, staying in a hotel is different from the latter days, and you need to take a certificate issued by the brigade to be able to do so. Chen Tong then went home first. On Chen Tong's way back, the owners of several garment factories have gotten some tidbits of information, because they are always keeping an eye on the progress of the new products of Blue Sky Garment Factory. With that many workers, it's always possible to ask around. The word they got from the workers was that no new garments were being produced. The garments produced now are the same as before. Nothing special. The work process hasn't changed either. Several factory managers were confused. How could they? According to reason, Blue Sky Garment Factory will certainly ride on the success of the rapid production of new products but why there is no movement? It's not right. It's very wrong. No samples produced? That's not right either. Now that we all know what material we need to buy, the samples must come out first before we go shopping for fabric. Especially the owner of Qingqing Garment Factory, Yu Haiping. It's sweating anxiously at the moment. He's betting everything on making a good profit this time. Took all the funds available in the factory to buy the material. Because last time they were the slowest to follow the trend and had the smallest sweet spot. So, this time, Yu Haiping is going to take a shot. Bicycle to motorcycle. For this reason, he also paid a large sum of money to buy a few female laborers working in the Blue Sky Garment Factory. just waiting for them to get off work to pass on the news. He paced back and forth across the room with his hands behind his back. A young man stood in the doorway, head bowed, not daring to breathe. He's here to deliver a message. The young man's information was given to him by the women of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. The Blue Iron Army does not produce new products. And those few female workers had secretly observed the warehouse. And there was no fabric of the type Yu Haiping was talking about. They are old women workers. What kind of material don't you know? Can't say it wrong. Yu Haiping had a bad feeling in his heart. Again, he pressed down hard. No, it won't. Huayin Textile Factory is a real public entity. Lin Daolong is the person sent down from above. How can he and Blue Sky Garment Factory combine together to pit them? That's a lot of nerve. What's to be gained by screwing them over? After all, it wasn't just the Blue Sky Clothing Factory that had business dealings with Huayin Textile Factory, but also the Qingqing Clothing Factory. The remaining few have them as well. Yu Haiping took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and said in a deep voice, "Are those women workers really the old workers of Blue Sky Garment Factory?" The youth lowered his head, not daring to look at Yu Haiping, and said, "Yes, one of them is a distant relative of mine, and each of them has given 2 big ties, so they won't lie to me." Hearing this, Yu Haiping became dizzy and almost fell head over heels, eyes crimson. "I don't believe that Lin Daolong really has the guts to join forces with Lan Taijun to cheat several of our garment factories. Call out a few brothers and go with me to the Blue Cloud Garment Factory." Yu Haiping thought for a moment and said, "Make a reservation at the restaurant." Chapter 99. When Chen Tong returned home, Yang Wenjing was sitting in the yard, fuming. Xiao Zhenghe is doing his homework, head down, very serious. Chen Hao, the second brother, and Li Hong, the sister-in-law, have gone to see the eel and loach breeding base. Daughter-in-law. Chen Tong stood in the doorway and struck a pose that he thought was handsome, looking at Yang Wenjing with affection. Yang Wenjing looked up and froze. It hasn't slowed down yet. Instead, Xiao Zhenghe put down the pen in his hand and ran over with a jump. Sweetly, he shouted, "Little uncle is back." During this period of time, he had long since stopped being as afraid of Chen Tong as he was before, and instead he was very close to Chen Tong. Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong and softly said, "Have you eaten?" Chen Tong shook his head. "I'll go make it for you." Yang Wenjing had just gotten up when Chen Tong took a few steps forward and held her up. Then, reaching out his hand, he gently rubbed it over Yang Wenjing's slightly bulging belly. The other hand wrapped around Yang Wenjing's waist. "How can I let you cook with a baby in my belly?" The hot nostrils hit Yang Wenjing's snow-white neck. Her face instantly reddened. Whispering, "Little River is still watching." Cough cough. Only then did Chen Tong collect himself a bit. The teasing of Tang Xiaoge's throwbacks over the past few days had made it a bit difficult for him to belong. After all, he was a young man of blood, and it was really hard to hold it in. He wasn't a decent man, but would never do anything to apologize to Yang Wenjing. Since Chen Tong came back late, no one knew he was coming back either. So Yang Wenjing and the others had already eaten. But luckily, there were a few buns left. He doesn't preach either. Put it in a pan and heat it up. After finishing 2 buns over here, second brother Chen Hao and sister-in-law Li Hong returned. Seeing Chen Tong was also a joyful sight. "You kid, why don't you come back and get a message to wait for you to join us for dinner?" Tran Tong drank a bowl of warm water, looking at the even darker second brother. He laughed. "We're all family. What's the point of being polite? How is it? The eel and loach breeding base is okay? Don't worry, I go around the fields almost every day. It's fine." The 2 brothers just sat in the yard having a chat. After all, the eel and loach business was given to Chen Hao. He also knew the importance and refused to neglect half of it. And, as opposed to the previous state of being bored out of your mind for half a day, can talk a lot better these days. In business, you have to be able to talk. Li Hong had been giving Chen Hao signals from the side, telling him to end the conversation earlier. Leave this precious time of the evening to the other young couple. A little goodbye. This bean, he talks a lot, but his brain hasn't opened up yet. It's getting late. Xiao Zhenghe has to go to school tomorrow, so rest early. Li Hong hinted to Chen Hao. Then take River inside and go to bed while I talk to Tongzi in a lower voice. Hearing this, Li Hong was that depressed in his heart. Let the little River enter the house first. Then he came to Yang Wenjing's side and said, "The cold air is heavy at night. Go inside and rest." At this point, Chen Hao just reacted and slapped his head, almost forgetting that Chen Tong just came back tonight. "Keep your younger siblings company." Chen Hao patted Chen Tong's shoulder before entering the house. Yang Wenjing entered the house with her front foot, and Chen Tong followed with his back foot. Wrapping her arms around Yang Wenjing from behind, she patted her chin on her shoulder. "Did you miss me?" Chen Tong asked in a whisper attached to his ear. Swish! With a flash, Yang Wenjing's face turned red. This, what's the word? which is so blunt. Shame on you. Seeing that Yang Wenjing didn't say anything, Chen Tong was undeterred. Again, he asked, "Daughter-in-law, did you miss me?" At the same time, the hands moved upward in a dishonest, haphazard manner. Yang Wenjing's face turned even redder. The house lights were still on. I'll turn off the light first. Yang Wenjing's throat was dry, trying to break free of Chen Tong's embrace. That's a natural failure. Say, do you want me or not? Chen Tong's mouth almost bit into Yang Wenjing's earlobe. Yang Wenjing's face was so red that it was almost able to drip blood. Her eyes were closed and her voice was even smaller than a mosquito. Think, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Chen Tong wrapped his hands around his waist once more, sniffing Yang Wenjing's body fragrance, and after one bite on Yang Wenjing's earlobe, gently grinding it, Yang Wenjing's legs went weak at once. Chen Tong smoothly pulled the light, and the room was plunged into darkness. I don't know the scenery. Day 2. The young couple didn't get up until sunrise. It was a joy to watch Li Hong. She knew it. A little goodbye. A woman knows best what a woman needs. She's blessed with a sister-in-law. Chen Hao got up early and wanted to call Chen Tong for breakfast. Stopped by Li Hong. Really? What's the point of bothering people properly? Chen Hao scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Is it wrong to call them up for breakfast? Lunch was served. Chen Tong was not idle, and after resting for a while he was going to run to the county town. Yang Wenjing watched with bated breath, because she remembered that Chen Tong had said that he would take her to the county town with him the next time he came back. Is it perfunctory? Chen Tong could see that Yang Wenjing was in a low mood. Daughter-in-law, I'm just going to the county seat to ask for information, and I'll be back in the evening. Really? Yang Wenjing's wide, pure, black and white eyes had a small wave of anticipation. Really? Chen Tong laughed, hearing Chen Tong's affirmative answer. Yang Wenjing let out a long breath in her heart. Then take care on your way, and we'll wait for you to come back tonight to have dinner together. 3 days in a row, Chen Tong are running between home and the county. Looking at Chen Hao, he was confused. This kid, he's not going to the county to work for someone. Why do you come and go as you please now? Several times I wanted to ask, but the words reached my lips and I swallowed them. On the evening of the 4th day, Chen Tong came back stepping into the sunset with a look of excitement on his face. The first thing I did when I got home was to hug Yang Wenjing and kiss her hard. Huayin garment factories are only 5 in line. 3 of them bought that hoard of fabric, all smashed up in their hands. I don't know what kind of dress or pants to use it for. The green garment factory, in particular, is under the most pressure. Because of the biggest stockpile in the beginning, the factory has little liquidity left. If it drags on any longer, it won't be far from going out of business. Chen Tong saw Yu Haiping, the factory director of Qingqing Garment Factory, from afar once, with a haggard face and red, bloodshot eyes. You can see that it was scorched by that batch of material. He's borrowing money all over the place right now. Fill the money run, and in a few days, it will be payday at the plant. If we can't get the money together at that time, that's a lot of trouble. Chen Tong knew that his chance had come. He had waited for this day. Now, he has to find a way to take over the Qingqing Garment Factory. Then, buy that hoard of material at the lowest possible price. No one else knows how to use it. He does. Chapter 100, Yu Haiping. On the 5th morning, Chen Tong woke up early. The time was about right. He thought, it's time to visit the green clothing factory, eat breakfast and talk to Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong then rushed to the county without stopping. In the past few days, he had not only paid attention to Qingqing Garment Factory, but of course, there were also 2 other garment factories that had purchased hoarded fabrics. One is the Good American Garment Factory and the other is the O'Hara Garment Factory. The batch of hoarded material they purchased was quite a bit less compared to the Green Garment Factory. The pressure isn't that great, but, being pitched by the Blue Iron Army, the heart is like 100 claws scratching the liver, all thinking about how to get revenge back. Dallin Lam is solidly in the public sector. They can only hold their losses in their stomachs. Blue Taijun is not we are all the same. Hanging the public sector license plate just. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong came to the entrance of Qingqing Garment Factory, squatting on the curb early, waiting for the women to go to work. The working hours of Green Garment Factory are 8 a.m., with meals at noon, and the work shift ends at 6 p.m. Chen Tong got up early, and it was only about 7:30 when he got here. Not for a while. One after another, women workers came to work. 3 by 3, they came together and whispered something, none of their faces looking too good. Yesterday was their payday, just waiting for this money to support the family, to buy a pound of pork and a few eggs to replenish the body of their own children. But it waited from morning to noon, from noon to afternoon, and from afternoon to evening. Haven't seen a dime. And there's been a lot of gossip in the last few days. It's all rumored to be a large amount of useless fabric hoarded by the owner. Yu Haiping, put all the money on the line. There's no more money. The factory is going out of business. At first, naturally many people do not believe it and think it is nonsense. This is a public sector factory. How can it just close down? It's someone who can't see them as good. But yesterday's paycheck hasn't really been paid. Not a single word came down from Yu Haiping either. Well, that's a lot of gossip to believe. At 8 o'clock, there were hardly any people left outside the factory. Chen Tong didn't leave in a hurry. He was waiting for someone. Yu Haiping, director of Qingqing Garment Factory. It didn't take long. Just saw a middle-aged man with a bag clutched to his hand, coming in a hurry. It was even more haggard than a few days ago when Chen Tong looked at it from afar. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were swollen like big bulbs. This time, Qingqing Garment Factory is in a financial crisis. He deeply felt what is called the walls fall down. Not to mention borrowing money. You can't even get in the door of another factory. Originally, he was good friends with Feng Yun of the Blue Cloud Garment Factory. The two have always been on good terms, although they are also rivals. Several times, Feng Yun was in a crisis. He hadn't even been cruel enough to turn away when he came crying and begging for his life. A couple of times, I went out of my way to help. Let Blue Cloud Garment Factory slowly occupy a place in Huayin County City. Unthinking, he was in a crisis and Feng Yun pretended not to recognize him. A white knight in shining armor. Yu Haiping's heart is bitter. If the workers' wages can't come together, they will have to sell their machines to fill them. By then, he won't even have the capital to make a comeback. His steps got slower and slower. Afraid to enter the garment factory, he did not know how to face this group of old workers who had been following him. Of course, he didn't know how to start this. Plant Director Yu. Suddenly, Yu Haiping seemed to hear someone calling out to him. It took a bit of light to return to the lax vision. Look around. All I could see was a young man in ordinary clothes, in his 20s, standing dozens of meters away, waving at himself. Yu Haiping thought about it. I don't think he recognizes this guy. Did you hear it wrong? Yu Haiping shook his head and was about to enter the garment factory. Plant Director Yu. Chen Tong took the initiative to welcome him with a smile on his face. Reach out. Yu Haiping stopped and stood still, not shaking hands with Chen Tong. Chen Tong wasn't embarrassed either. Taking the initiative to open his mouth, he said, Plant Director Yu. You can just call me Xiao Chun. I can solve the crisis that Qingqing Garment Factory is facing now. Chen Tong got right to the point, not willing to bend with Yu Haiping. He knew that at this point in time, straightforward might be a little better. Hearing Chen Tong's words, Yu Haiping's eyes lit up. Then, it dimmed again quickly, and with a coldness on his face. Where are you from? Don't talk nonsense. Qingqing Garment Factory is fine. There's no crisis. Yu Haiping blushed badly. How can the average person know about the current crisis at Qingqing Garment Factory? The workers in the garment factory are guessing. What can a young man who's never met know? So, he suspected that it was Blue Taijun or Feng Yun who had made a small move, trying to land the killing blow. And, it makes sense. There are fewer people who are willing to give away the snow, but there are many more who are willing to throw stones. Chen Tong looked calm and knew that the first time he took the initiative to contact Yu Haiping, 9 times out of 10, there would be no result. Plant Director Yu. Don't worry, I'm not sent by the Blue Taijun. You're being overly concerned. I come here with a sincere heart. Lan Taijun looked deeply at Chen Tong, did not speak, and entered the garment factory. He is now. Anyone is too scared to believe it. Being pitched this time is a bit scary, to be honest. And, just looking at what that young man is wearing alone will help him solve his crisis? His crisis is the lack of funds. That's not a small amount of money. Can you come up with that kind of money for a 20-something-year-old? You're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue when you open your mouth. That's what he didn't believe if Blue Taijun or Feng Yun were not behind it. Chen Tong looked at Yu Haiping straight back. The smile was still on his face. It's okay if you don't believe it the first time. He'll come back a second time. If you don't believe it the second time, there's a third time. Liu Bei invited Zhuge Liang all 3 times. Besides, how could Yu Haiping consume it? There are so many mouths to feed. It's not that he didn't have an in-depth understanding of the fact that Yu Haiping, compared to Lan Taijun and Feng Yun, is the kind of honest person. It's people with a sense of responsibility. It is this honesty and responsibility that will bring Yu Haiping down. Chen Tong slapped his ass and turned around. The words have been delivered. Yu Haiping will definitely take it to heart. Not for any other reason than the fact that there will be no one willing to help him. By the time he came to Yu Haiping for the second time, Yu Haiping must be willing to sit down with himself and have a good chat. The straw that was himself. He also wanted to know the truth. In fact, Chen Tong is also afraid in his heart. Although he wants to take Qingqing Garment Factory. And yet, I don't know how much money is needed to do so. It was not a small fight. and he also had to take out all his fortune to negotiate with Yu Haiping. Chapter 101, Brotherhood. In the evening, Chen Tong returned home. Sister-in-law Li Hong had already prepared the meal. Yang Wenjing is tutoring Xiao Jianghe in his homework, because of the intellectual youth to the countryside. So Yang Wenjing has a certain culture, tutoring elementary school students' homework that is handy. But speaking of which, Chen Tong is ashamed. He hadn't met his mother-in-law until now, and he didn't know where Yang Wenjing's home was. It was too much of a rush to get married at the time. Casually muddle through. However, Yang Wenjing did write a letter to tell her family, but I just don't know why one of her parents didn't come and didn't receive a reply. On the wedding day, Yang Wenjing cried a lot. Since then, she has never mentioned a single word about the place where she was born. Chen Tong asked several times, and Yang Wenjing kept her mouth shut. Little uncle is back. Little River's voice was crunchy and very pleasing. Chen Tong went forward and touched Little River's head. Very spoiled. Your second brother will be back soon. I'll bring the food to the table. Li Hong heard the sound and poked half her head out from the inner room. Chen Tong kept running around the county in the past few days. Both she and Chen Hao could see it. That original job in the garment factory should be yellow. Must have been looking for another job the last couple days. But these days, jobs are not that easy to find. Without some connections, how can you stand in the county? Li Hong means to let Chen Hao open his mouth. Let Chen Tong come back. Feel at ease with the eel loach breeding. It's just as good as making a lot of money. However, Chen Hao was aware of Chen Tong. The development of hot eel loach breeding can be given to themselves. Then he must be out of this depression. When the brothers first talked, he could then sense Chen Tong's thoughts, hoping to make a name for himself out there. And he knows it. Chen Tong, who has come to his senses, will definitely get out of Qinghe village and put down roots in the big city outside. How could a little setback possibly knock him down? The meal is served. Chen Hao also happened to come back. Wash your hands. The family is happy. This period of time to eat well. In addition to Yang Wenjing, sister-in-law Li Hong, Xiao Jianghe are meat visible fat, especially the Little River. The little face was chubby and red, like a red apple, and Yang Wenjing wasn't as bone-thin and malnourished as she used to be. Her arms and body were fleshed out, her face was rosy, and her long black hair was thick and lustrous, even a little plump. Eat. Little River is bouncing around the yard. Li Hong cleaned up the dishes on the table, and Yang Wenjing helped along. The brothers just moved a small bench, looked up at the moon and stars in the sky, and talked together. The past 2 days have been watching you go to the county. The job in the garment factory is not done? Chen Hao's character was relatively straight and would not beat around the bush. When I went to work before, it was a home away from home. Why are you running home every day now? Chen Tong touched his nose, smiled sarcastically, and said, Second brother, I forgot to tell you guys, that job at the garment factory, I'm not going. Not going? Although Chen Hao had guessed it in his heart, he still subconsciously asked. Well, something unpleasant happened. Chen Tong didn't want to talk about these things for fear that Chen Hao would be worried, but when Chen Hao heard the word unpleasant, he instantly became nervous. What's wrong? Being bullied? I tell you, although your brother I am a mountain man, but and not afraid of things. Tomorrow morning you take me. Dare to bully you. Second brother. Chen Tong interrupted Chen Hao's words, his heart warming. It's not as unpleasant as you think. I'm not being bullied. Look, it's not fine. Chen Hao stood up, looked Chen Tong up and down, and looked before and after before he was relieved. You kid outside, pay more attention. Outside is not like home. There are more bad people. I'm telling you, having been to the county more often, I've heard more things. Chen Hao lowered his voice and said, how many people just disappeared for no reason, and not even their bodies could be found? Gotta. Chen Tong looked at Chen Hao with a different look. This second brother of his, nowadays it's a lot better than it used to be. You know how to take initiative and care for people. Unbeknownst to Chen Hao, every time he goes to the county town, a wood knife is pressed under the eel basket. You don't know, second brother, but I've been a fast runner since I was a kid, Chen Tong said with a smile, oily mouth. Chen Hao got up and walked towards the room he was staying in. Before long, he was seen coming out with a bamboo basket covered with a black cloth. It was placed in front of the two men. Know that you have been going to the county town recently is what you think. The second brother does not know anything. What can not help you to do? But, brother clear accounts. Selling eel loach money I have saved for you. Chen Hao lifted the black cloth covering the bamboo basket and took out a yellowed book. Chen Tong skimmed the bamboo basket, which was neatly filled with woolen tickets. Second brother can't read or write, but he can count. And every time I go to the aquatic supply house to sell eels and loaches for money, I keep it in my mind and then have Wenjing write it down. Of course, the usual expenses. The villagers come to sell eels, loaches, mushrooms and other big and small expenses. I let my younger siblings keep track of it. All the money in this bamboo basket was earned during this time. Chen Tong's chest was a bit congested, looking up at the bright, clear moon in the sky. Suddenly, it was a laugh. Laughing like a child. Innocence. Chen Hao didn't have to do this at all. The two were actual blood brothers, so how could he not trust them? You kid, don't worry about breaking in outside. There are me and your sister-in-law at home. Everything is assured. In these 2 days father will be able to be discharged from the hospital, and mom will be back. The family lives together. Younger siblings have someone to take care of them. Chen Hao seems to have opened his box tonight. For an honest mountain man to say these words, the genus is kind of hard for him. Before, his emotions were always internalized and hidden. Nowadays, it's that much more enlightened. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Chen Tong got up early, but did not go to the county town. Wandered around the village. At this time of year, when families have dropped their seedlings, there is less to do in their hands. Even fewer loaches and eels can be caught, and a group of women have nothing to do at home. The income is suddenly much less. It's time to tighten our belts again. Chen Tong wanted to understand. Really, if he took over the Qingqing garment factory, not to say that all of them use people they know well, but at least not as much as they do now. All former seniors. That would be too much of a hidden danger. Making clothes? It's all about a head start. What's the point of keeping those people if the plant's core secrets are going to leak out at any moment? It wasn't that Chen Tong was ruthless. This is something that could realistically happen. It must be prevented before it is too late. Chapter 102. His father, Chen Wenkai, was discharged from the hospital. Chen Tong smoothed out the acquisition of Qingqing garment factory. It just subsided for 2 days. Sister-in-law Li Hong passed the word when she returned yesterday afternoon. The doctor said his father, Chen Wenkai, could be discharged to go home for treatment. That's good news. The hospital accommodations weren't bad, but it was a hospital after all. People are repulsed in their hearts these days. People can't afford to go to big hospitals when they are sick. It's mostly small clinics. And of course, there are barefoot doctors. Early in the morning, Chen Hao then got up early, scrubbed the donkey cart inside and out. Of course, the donkey can't run away. Not for a moment. Chen Tong also got up, yawning. The last trace of separation with Yang Wenjing was now removed. The night was less of a toss. Ergo, is mom and dad's house organized? Chen Tong looked at the ragged hut. It's still built by his dad to get the out of the way, weathering the storm for decades. Not to say it's raggedy, the leaks are real. Luckily, it's not the rainy season and it doesn't affect the residents. Looks like a new house needs to be built. Chen Tong muttered. Don't worry, your sister-in-law packed up long ago, just waiting for the afternoon to drive the donkey cart to pick up mom and dad and come back. Chen Hao's dark face wore a smile. Chen Wenkai was discharged from the hospital. That's great news. The family can finally eat and talk together as a whole. Had dinner. The two brothers then drove the donkey cart to the county seat. 1 hour and 30 minutes to Huayin County Hospital. Chen Tong pulled out a Dichengmen, handed it to the janitor's grandpa. Grandpa, I'm here to pick up my parents, so I'll put this donkey cart here for you to watch for a while, Chen Tong said with a smile. The grandpa at the gate took a look at the cigarettes. That's good stuff. Without saying a word, he picked it up, placed it carefully by his ear, and said, all right, lad, into the hospital. Chen Tong didn't rush to the 3rd floor. Ergo, you go ahead and help mom and dad pack, and I'll go find the doctor and find out what's going on. The two split up. Chen Tong found the doctor who treated his father, Chen Wenkai. That doctor was very impressed with Chen Wencai's family, for no other reason. It's for taking out $1,000 at once for treatment, and for staying in the best room in the hospital. What kind of family would it have to be able to come up with that kind of money without blinking an eye? When Chen Tong mentioned Chen Wenkai, the doctor didn't even think about it and opened his mouth. Well, almost. Go home and recuperate for a week and you'll be fine. Chen Tong thanked him profusely and took out a pack of Dichengmen and handed it over. Take it back. It's a doctor's duty to save people and treat them. He wasn't angry. He just spoke faintly. Doctor, so my dad's next medication. The drug has to be imported from abroad. A troublesome procedure. And it has to be reported for approval. And there are bars to purchase it. Most importantly, the price is not high. That doctor looked at Chen Tong's dress and age and really couldn't figure it out. Where did this young man get the money? You don't blink an eye when you hear about imported drugs. Doctor, money is not a problem. That matter of granting the note. Chen Tong is not worried about the money in hand. Although the eel loach is less, but you can still sell a lot of money a month. Enough to pay for his dad's medication. The doctor paused and said, come in on the 2nd Tuesday of every month to get your medication and I'll report back up to the dean. Thank you. Then, doctor. Chen Tong shoved the Dichengmen in his hand hard to the doctor when he was leaving. He knew that this did not belong to people. but only felt that it was very difficult for an ordinary person to do, so he offered to help. When he left the building, his father Chen Won-kai and his mother, Korea Hyung, were waiting in the donkey cart. That's a lot of stuff in a big bag. It's all brought and bought little by little when I was hospitalized. When Chen Won-kai saw Chen Tong, he deliberately frowned, but in fact, he was happy in his heart. You kid, what are you looking for a doctor for? Already discharged from the hospital. Still don't think you've spent enough money? Chen Won-sai's words were full of reproach. The heart is full of pride. Looking at the entire Qinghe village, which family's son could be as promising as his family Chen Tong? The hospitalization thing is not glamorous, though, but Chen Won-kai didn't feel that way in his heart. Who can stay in a single room in the hospital? Who can afford $1,000 for hospitalization? Only it's something that can only be enjoyed in secret behind the scenes. Hearing Chen Won-kai chastise Chen Tong, Korean Seong's tears fell again and she mumbled, still talking about Tongzi, if it weren't for the money he earned, would you be able to sit on a donkey cart right now? I'm afraid I've already. Chen Won-kai frowned and knocked on the crate with his hand, saying, what are you talking about? You know how to cry when you get out of the hospital today for the big day. Chen Tong was helpless. What was all this about? Ergo, let's go. Chen Hao's dark face couldn't hide his smirk as he cracked a whip on the donkey's ass. Rushed home. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we returned to Qinghe village. The ones in the village that didn't go looking for work to do were wandering around blindly. Zhang's parents and Li's family. A donkey cart was seen coming from a long distance. No need to guess. Also know which one it is. In the whole Qinghe village, except for Chen's kid Chen Tong who has a donkey cart, you can't find the second one. People this donkey cart as long as go out and come back. That is a bunch of piles of gross bills into the account. Envious. It was only when the donkey cart arrived close that he realized Chen Won-kai sitting on it. This time, it took quite a few villagers to react. It's been a while since I've seen the oldest member of the Chun family. Chen Won-kai accident. No, not many people. Plus Chen Tong that time with the whole village to make money. This thing did not spread. Someone immediately joked, Chen Won-kai, what are you doing? You need 2 sons to drive a donkey cart to pull you? Do not make money Ha 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 ha. Yeah, haven't seen you in a long time. Gone to the county for a job? Chen Lao-san, if you have money to earn you can take us with you. Look at your family Chen kid. That's really nothing. The neighbors are old acquaintances. Chen Won-kai didn't want to mention the hospitalization. Feeling ashamed. Go. What with what? Went to Guoxiang mother's home to live for a period of time. This day back, the 2 boys had to go to pick up. Also brought 2 pounds of meat to send over. I said no. Had to buy. Hard to spend money. Chen Tong touched his nose. He's a dad. He's got a mouthful of bull ********. One has to wonder how else it could have been so smooth when it was to be discharged from the hospital. I'm afraid. Chen Tong smiled and greeted the villagers, calling them uncle and aunt. Xiao Tong, when will you bring us money again? Yeah, Chen kid. You don't know. Since I made a few bucks selling eels and loaches and buying meat a while ago, my kid is craving for it. You don't take us to earn money. You go hungry every day. Chen Won-sai's heart was soothed as he listened to these words. Cool. Chapter 103, Negotiating with Yu Haiping. Evening. The family was sitting in the yard in a happy mood. Warm yellow light illuminated the table with a hearty supper. Piles of tips of white floury rice, layers of oil, pork fried with chili peppers, pork fried with wild mushrooms, minced pork and eggplant, and egg stewed with tofu. Chen Won-sai's eyes were wide open. It's always a bit surreal to hold an old bong in your hand that's been worn out and take a hard drag on it. During the time of hospitalization, cigarettes were not allowed at all. It almost didn't suffocate him. Korean Hyang's tears snapped. Happy. Dad. Mom, eat quickly. You'll have to heat it up if it gets cold. Eat with an open stomach. There's still rice in the pot. Chen Tong chucked a large slice of meat to Chen Won-sai's bowl, and another slice to Korea Hyung's bowl. Oily. Out of the blue. This time, Chen Won-kai didn't chastise Korea Hyung because his eyes were also a bit moist. He had never dared to think that in his lifetime, he, Chen Won-kai, who had eaten from the soil, would be able to eat such a sumptuous meal. This is better than New Year's Eve food. In the whole village, can you find the second one? The most important thing is to be able to eat the meal. By whom? It was no other than the youngest son who had been scolded for 20 years for his lack of talent. Shan Tong. Chen Won-kai felt that it was worth it. This illness of his, and at this moment, next door to Yang Sumei's house, it was impossible for her not to know about such a big commotion from Chen Tong's family. The smell of the food alone made her crave it. Day after day of pork. How much money did this asshole make? Just in time. His father Chen Won-kai came back. Isn't it time to calculate the cost of their golden phoenix's schooling? By the time Chen Won-hai came back from the production team puffing and puffing, Yang Su-mei had a cold face. Poking out of the blackened doorframe, Chen Wenhai was taken aback again. Sooner or later, she's going to scare him to death. Go to widowhood. Chen Wenhai could see that Yang Su-mei's face didn't look good, so he didn't want to bother. This tigress of his family, when she roars, the whole village shakes 3 times. On tiptoe, squeeze through the gap next to him. You still have the face to come back? Yang Su-mei pinched her waist and said coldly. Chen Wenhai? This is his house. He's not coming back? Are we going to the widow Wang's house in the village? Old 3 is here. Right next door. Feasting. Yang Su-mei added. It's not normal for Lao San to come. That's his house. Chen Wenhai didn't understand what Yang Su-mei meant by this. If Chen Tong doesn't support his own father when he makes money, does he support you? Irma is the only one whose family didn't pay for school this month. Chen Wenhai's heart trembled. Last time he had seen how powerful Chen Tong was. Don't even want to mention it. If you didn't give it, you didn't give it. It's not that bad. When Chen Wenhai finished speaking, he looked at Yang Su-mei's face that was darker than the bottom of a pot. Chen Wenhai. The roar resounded throughout the village. This money, you don't have to go and ask for it. You have to go and ask for it. It's something that was agreed upon from the beginning. After saying these words, Yang Su-mei bam, the door closed forcefully. Only Chen Wenhai, who had a stomach full of anger, was left. Chen Tong's family, who were eating, heard Yang Su-mei's ranting that were all 3 shocks of the tiger. Next door. It started again. Chen Wenkai and Korea Hyun that is even more used to it. From the time Chen Wenhai married Yang Su-mei, that was not a day of peace. Early the next morning, Chen Tong got up early, had breakfast and brought $2,000. It was all one sheet of a big knot, neatly tied around the waist. This money is the bottom line for negotiating with Yu Haiping. Of course, not immediately give money, but let Yu Haiping see that he has the strength, not to snub him. Chen Hao looked at Chen Tong, frowned, and said, why don't I go with you? It's okay during the day. How can you not be worried if you're walking at night? Chen Tong's heart warmed. It's fine. I'll be back in the afternoon. Chen Tong knew that Chen Hao was worried about him. There are things to be done at home, and there are loaches and fungus mushrooms to be delivered from the noodle shop. It's a small matter, but it can't be delayed. It's the truth. The business with the 2 noodle shops has been kept up, just as it was. It's delivered by Chen Hao every day. Chen Hao nodded, lowered his voice, and said, it's not that brother is talkative. If you really need something, remember, a small life is most important. After saying that, he patted Chen Tong's shoulder again. Come on, second brother. You still don't trust me? An hour and a half later, he arrived at the gate of the county's green clothing factory. The gates are closed. It was still early, so he didn't rush to find Yu Haiping. Instead, he sat down on the curb and waited. He waited for the female workers. The current pressure on the green garment factory can be seen on the faces of the women workers. Then for the negotiation with Yu Haiping, he could be more relaxed, but wait left and right. That's not a single female worker waiting. Chen Tong was curious. Did Yu Haiping give the female workers a vacation? Or maybe, Qingqing Garment Factory can't hold out anymore? His heart thumped. Yu Haiping wouldn't sell the machine. Would he? Then he talks. The 2 things that made him line his heart the most at Green Clothing Factory. One is the machine, and the other is that public sector sign. Those 2 things, that's what's missing. Chen Tong was not calm in his heart, and he got up from the road and came to the small room where he looked at the gate. Inside, a figure was lying on a table. Chen Tong sighed in his heart. It's only been 2 days since I've been here, and Qingqing Garment Factory can't hold out any longer. He knocked on the glass. The person inside didn't move. Sleeping heavily increased the force of the knock. It took a reaction from the people inside. The man jerked his head up and looked out the window. Chen Tong was startled and just wanted to say hello. It froze. It's not Yu Haiping. His hair was disheveled. His mustache was tousled, and his face was haggard and oily. His eyes were scarlet and bloodshot, and by the looks of it, he hadn't slept a wink during this period of time. If it wasn't for Chen Tong recognizing that it was Yu Haiping, he would have thought it was a beggar. Yu Haiping saw Chen Tong and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He got up so violently that he stumbled and almost fell to the floor, luckily holding onto the corner of the table and easing out for a long time before slowly making his way out. The sun is blinding. Yu Haiping blocked his eyes with his hand, revealing a little slit, and squinted for a moment. Then, lowered his head. Can you buy me breakfast? I've been hungry for 3 days. Yu Haiping's voice was low and hoarse. The words, as if they had used up their last ounce of strength. Can you walk? Chen Tong asked. Yu Haiping nodded. Chen Tong thought about it and led him to the eel noodle restaurant. It was a 20-minute walk, but he felt that he should let Yu Haiping have a good meal. At the very least, eat the more expensive ones. This person, when you come to the end of the road, You must eat a full meal. Only when you eat a full meal, the body has the strength to have the courage to fight against the difficulties. Chapter 104. A basin of warm water made Yu Haiping make a decision. The two arrived at the eel noodle restaurant. It was mealtime and the owner was busy. It was too late to greet Chen Tong when he saw him. He just nodded his head. Chen Tong looked away. This business is really good. 10 or so tables, not a single empty seat. Others just stand and eat, dragging in the noodles, hollering. That's what it's all about. 2 bowls of eel noodles. Chen Tong greeted the boss's wife and looked at Yu Haiping a bit apologetically, saying, his eel noodles are especially good. There are no seats left, so you can only stand and eat. Yu Haiping smiled bitterly and said, what's the difference between standing and eating while sitting? He just didn't think that one day he would be reduced to this. It takes a young man you've only met once to pay for a breakfast. Actually, I've been waiting for you for the past 2 days. Yu Haiping's lips were white and dry and cracked and peeled. His voice slightly eased. Chen Tong paused for a moment when he heard this. That's something he didn't expect. Something must have happened in the meantime. It should be known that at that time, when he took the initiative to look for Yu Haiping obviously carried a guarded heart and did not trust him at all. Once the 2 days had passed, it was surprising that he was actively waiting for him. Why does factory director Yu suddenly believe me again? Chen Tong wondered, following Yu Haiping as he squatted down. Yu Haiping looked at the pedestrians coming and going and stretched out his right hand, trembling slightly. Yes, got a cigarette? Just in time. Chen Tong had a loose box of Dachien men on him, that he carried with him every time he went out. He took out a large front door and placed it between Yu Haiping's index and middle fingers. He took out another foreign fire and lit it for Yu Haiping. Yu Haiping's hand trembled even more, and finally brought it to his mouth, sucking hard and fiercely. Close your eyes. After a long time, he exhaled a puff of smoke and his arms stopped shaking. Most of the female workers in the factory have been recruited by Blue Sky Garment Factory and Blue Cloud Garment Factory. Yu Haiping took another sip of the large front door and said, now, the factory can't run at all. How? Chen Tong had seen a lot of this kind of falling down the well. It's just that the walls are falling down. In fact, when you went to me that day, there was still a batch of material in the factory in a hurry, and that batch of material collected a deposit, and when it was done and sent over, the rest of the money would be settled. I thought, those money is not much, but how can also send a part of the salary? First stabilize the hearts of the old employees, but who knows? Lan Taijun and Fengyan both directly sent people to the entrance of Qingqing Garment Factory. On the spot in the recruitment of female workers, the wages are even higher than what I gave before. The factory can't pay its female workers, and this can't be hidden. Xiao Chen, the eel noodles are ready. The boss lady's eager words interrupted Yu Haiping. Chen Tong patted Yu Haiping's shoulder, and the two of them got up just in time to vacate a table. A big bowl of eel noodles for one, fragrant and mouth-watering, especially the shredded eel on the top. It was so much that it almost filled the whole bowl of noodles. This portion is extra for the boss. Chen Tong picked up the raw garlic balls on the table and distributed half of them to Yu Haiping. Laughing, he said, eating noodles without garlic, the flavor is less than half, especially this eel noodles. Even more must be accompanied by garlic. Yu Haiping's eyes were red, his head lowered, and he took a big bite of the noodles. Chen Tong also picked up the chopsticks, noodles with shredded eel into his mouth, hand-beaten noodles strong, elastic, with the eel's freshness and tenderness, the salty aroma of the spices, bursting in his mouth at the same time. Then take a bite of garlic and a sip of soup. The flavor, it's so up there. Within minutes, the two had swept away a bowl of eel noodles. Chen Tong wiped his mouth and looked at the uninterested Yu Haiping. Boss lady, another bowl, more eel and loach for the eel. Yu Haiping looked at Chen Tong and revealed a grateful expression. This kid, he's kinda on the ball. After 3 days of not eating, a bowl of noodles shouldn't be enough to fill you up. And it's not a good feeling to be half full. Chen Tong laughed. Yu Haiping is no more than a poor man in a ravine. Eat the top and not the bottom. He was a serious factory manager, and in the words of the future, a big boss. It's down and out, but habits are made. Chen Tong did things thoughtfully, thinking for him, in other words, thinking for himself. The more downtrodden you are, the less you can push too hard. The dog jumped over the wall. If Chen Tong is high and mighty and looks at him with his nose in the air, Yu Haiping may not know what to think in his heart. Even if he was down and out, not just anyone could step on him. No. That takeover of the Qingqing Garment Factory soon turned yellow. Therefore, Chen Tong is in the heart of the Yu Haiping is still as the director of the garment factory to see. The second bowl of eel noodles down. Yu Haiping whole individual or spirit. I just haven't washed up in a couple days and I still look a little scruffy. Chen Tong got up and left his seat. A short while later, came with the basin, water at the right temperature, fresh towels. Plant director Yu, even if you eat and drink, You have to wash up so we can talk about things. Yu Haiping looked up at Chen Tong, and his heart was unexpectedly touched by an inexplicable feeling, even though he knew it was purposeful behavior. However, it was Chen Tong's act of bringing a basin of warm water. Let Yu Haiping have a decision. As long as Chen Tong can get the corresponding value of Qingqing Garment Factory, he can transfer it. Yu Haiping washed his face and went to Twilight. It looked so much more refreshing, with the look of a factory manager. At this time of the day, the diners had pretty much dispersed, and in the noodle shop, apart from the owner and his wife, there were only Chen Tong and Yu Haiping. The couple could see that Chen Tong had something to talk about and were very conscious of not interrupting. Chen Tong opened the door and said seriously, "Factory director Yu, I don't like to beat around the bush. Straight to the point. I want to take over Qingqing Garment Factory." Yu Haiping carefully sized up Chen Tong. In his 20s, his beard is not yet as long as his eyebrows, and his appearance is quite clean and inviting. But can you really come up with that much money? Yu Haiping put a question mark in his mind. But the man talks with his eyes on you and is sincere. Not like he's talking big. You've been in contact with the garment factory? Yu Haiping didn't rush to answer and asked Chen Tong in return. Contacted. Stayed at the Blue Sky Clothing Factory. I also met factory director Yu once at the entrance of Huayin Textile Factory, but it was too far away at that time. I didn't see it clearly. Factory director Yu shouldn't have noticed me either. Chen Tong did not intend to hide the fact that he had stayed at the Blue Sky Garment Factory. You can't hide something like that. He didn't want to hide it, so he might as well take the initiative to explain it himself in a big way. Oh, how? Yu Haiping pondered for half a day, and there was no shadow of Chen Tong in his mind. At that time, I was working at the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Chen Tong spoke indifferently. What? Yu Haiping exclaimed, jumping up from his stool with one butt, looking at Chen Tong in disbelief. He still fell for the Blue Iron Army? Must he be pushed to his death? Chapter 105, not only taking over the garment factory, but also hiring Yu Haiping. Yu Haiping was struck by lightning. The sky was spinning, and he almost fell to the ground on his heels. He knew it. It must be the Blue Iron Army that's doing the ghosting and bullying. Chen Tong looked at Blue Tiejuan's reaction that big and had a few moments of surprise, knowing that Blue Taijun had become Yu Haiping's heart problem. Hastily opening his mouth, he said, "Factory director Yu, you've misunderstood. I used to be in the Blue Sky Garment Factory, but now I'm not." Yu Haiping braced his hands on the table and leaned forward, gasping for air as he forced himself to look at Chen Tong. Once bitten, twice shy. Chen Tong said a large paragraph. Yu Haiping only heard that he worked in the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Looking at Yu Haiping, whose eyes were red, Chen Tong soothed, "Plant director Yu, sit down and talk to you slowly." Yu Haiping's mind rose and fell, making it difficult to calm down. Strongly suppressing the fire in his heart, he listened to Chen Tong's explanation. He wondered if things were that coincidental. A half-assed kid who worked at the Blue Sky Garment Factory is now coming to take over the Green Garment Factory? Is there really no twist in it? Remember the 3 finished dresses introduced by Blue Sky Garment Factory? Chen Tong and Yu Haiping looked at each other and asked with a smile. Remember, it's because this dress is a big seller in Huayin County City. Qingqing Clothing Factory is late to follow the trend and earns less. And this time, Blue Sky Clothing Factory purchases fabric again. Which leads to, Yu Haiping looked remorseful and did not continue. Those 3 kinds of dresses are what I came up with, Chen Tong said indifferently. Yu Haiping was confused. Is that a human word? You kid are kidding. And the joke isn't even funny. He shook his head, not believing Chen Tong's words, thinking that it was just a ridiculous reason to take Qingqing Garment Factory. Is it hard for factory director Yu to believe? Chen Tong asked. Yu Haiping nodded. It doesn't matter. You'll know later. The Blue Iron Army owes me something. Chen Tong did not say more on this matter. It's not like he has a lot of money to burn. The purpose of taking Qingqing Garment Factory is not yet to make money. Yu Haiping looked at Chen Tong and actually had a few moments of belief in his heart. This kid spoke in a small voice, but it gave off a feeling of being very well grounded. This kind of self-confidence is born in the bones and can't be faked by pretending. You factory director, take over the garment factory. This thing do not know you think clearly? Let's say it in advance. Your previous batch of delinquent workers' salary money cannot let me out. Chen Tong looked at Yu Haiping, unapologetically. Straight talk. Talking about business is to talk about business like. Yu Haiping to desperate. I bought the factory at the price, but you owe the money of workers' wages cannot be counted. One size fits all. Yu Haiping smiled bitterly, mentioning the matter of wages. Had to admire Blue Sky Garment Factory and Blue Cloud Garment Factory. What a great job by both families. Being willing to be the wrongdoer. Last month did not pay wages went to the Blue Sky Garment Factory and Blue Cloud Garment Factory. Female workers' money do not want. Yu Haiping did not have a little happy because of this. Both Blue Sky Garment Factory and Blue Cloud Garment Factory have made it clear that they will pay them for the work they have done on the Green Garment Factory. Chen Tong silently gave a thumbs up when he heard this. This was the last straw that broke Yu Haiping's back. Not even the slightest chance of rolling over. If the female workers don't come back, Yu Haiping won't have a chance to meet. And if he doesn't have a chance to meet, he won't have a chance to talk. There's no part of selling misery. Now, Qingqing Garment Factory still has unfinished fabrics, and a day's delay is money. Chen Tong frowned and asked worriedly, about how many female workers have been recruited away from the two garment factories, did not roughly count, but also gone 7 or 8, but there are a few old female workers. The factory just built came. Until now, they did not come to work, but also did not go to other garment factories, just waiting for me, said here, Yu Haiping a little choked. He's been running this green garment factory for 10 years or so. From a small workshop to today's scale, the pain and suffering is known only to oneself. Yu Haiping's words gave Chen Tong a peace of mind. This was the result he most wanted to see. As long as there were a few loyal old women workers around, he would bring some more acquaintances from his hometown. Get started and get on with it. Don't have to worry about someone being bought off and leaking out while making the dress. In this way, he will have a head start in the market. Chen Tong believes that there is no woman who does not love beauty, and clothes designed to look good will definitely be a hit in the market. Without worries, Chen Tong directly opened his mouth, said, "You factory director, that Qingqing garment factory I took over. You see this price." When Yu Haiping heard Chen Tong's words, there were a few points of relief and a few points of reluctance in his heart. 5 flavors. It's come to the point where it's just going to have to change hands. Not to mention, that sewing machine alone is not a small fortune. Although Yu Haiping was a million times more reluctant, he still spoke out, because he really can't hold out much longer. He couldn't turn over from the double suppression of Blue Sky Garment Factory and Blue Cloud Garment Factory. You say, Chen equaled Yu Haiping as he reported the number. 40 sewing machines I just replaced just 1 year. Plant, site, fabric. Yu Haiping looks like he has aged a few years, and his voice is getting smaller and smaller. As in, talking a little bit about myself. If you had not come to me today with great politeness and good manners, and brought me a basin of warm water to wash my face, and made me look like a person, I would have lionized you today. Yu Haiping paused and added, just the 40 butterfly sewing machines are worth close to $8,000. That's not counting the other. Chen Tong's heart tightened, not expecting Qingqing Garment Factory to have 40 butterfly sewing machines. You know, in this day and age, you need an industrial ticket to get a sewing machine. If the average person wants to buy a sewing machine, not to mention the price, industrial tickets are hard to come by and tend to be at a big premium. An industrial ticket can fetch a hefty price. Even so, tickets are hard to come by. However, I said, your kid is quite a decent person. Yu Haiping fell to this point today. Beggars will not look at me high. Your kid even if it is pretending. I also recognize, so Qingqing Garment Factory you take over. As long as 8,000. The price given by Yu Haiping is generically not high. Combined it's close to half the price less. Especially with that useless batch of fabric. Bought at a high price. Now it can only lie in storage and mold. Do not say sell at a low price. Give away for nothing people are too much to take up space. Not to mention, a few quite tacit understanding of the suppression of Qingqing Garment Factory. That batch of material can only mold and rot in the warehouse. Not worth a penny. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Tong opened his mouth and agreed. $8,000 is not a small amount of money. I'm afraid it's going to take a long time for Blue Sky Garment Factory to take it. Unexpectedly, today, a hairless kid agreed to it in one breath. Factory director I can accept this price, but there's one more thing I'd like you to agree to. Chen Tong looked at Yu Haiping and sincerely invited. Plant director I want to hire you. What? Yu Haiping froze in place for a long time. Chapter 106, Signing the Contract. Formally employing Yu Haiping. The reason why Chen Tong wanted to hire Yu Haiping was something he thought through from the beginning. Really dish out the green garment factory. Gotta need a sitter. Originally, it only had to come by itself. Opening a factory is different from raising eels. It's not a casual business. It's not eating from the sky. It's eating from the brain and the mouth. This also means that Chen Tong has to go out and talk business and find markets. These days, it's not like the latter days when transportation was convenient. Private cars run everywhere. High-speed rail is convenient. And airplanes make it possible to reach a distance of thousands of miles in just 2 or 3 hours. Then again, there are cell phones and WeChat. It's the early 80s, and a trip is counted in days. And days are few and far between, because he can target more than just Hawaiian. After all, here is the main battlefield of the Blue Iron Army. Come up hard. The one who suffers is probably himself. So what he wants to do is to open up the market outside Hawaiian City first. fix 1 or 2 lines, and then collide with the Blue Iron Army when he has some capital. As for his second brother, Chen Hao, he had also thought about it. He is straight, his stomach is less floury, and he cannot break up the Blue Taijun in Fengyun in them. The designation cannot be coordinated with the Tsing Tsing garment factory. If he wasn't in Huayan and something came up, it would have been a mess. With Yu Haiping here, there is more or less someone to talk to and stabilize. You can take small losses, but you can't afford to take big losses. This is the bottom line for Chen Tong. Yu Haiping stared blankly at Chen Tong. His brain stopped thinking. He never expected a scene like this to happen. It's even a bit funny. Hire him? Hire him. This young man, he's got a lot of ing nerve. There's also the idea that it's ing big, too. Yu Haiping suddenly believed. At first Chen Tong said that the 3 dresses out of Blue Sky Garment Factory came from his idea. People are as bold as the earth. This kid is a ing genius. Yu Haiping secretly admired in his heart, and felt that Qingqing Garment Factory had handed over the right person. It seemed as if only such a person was qualified to fight with the Blue Iron Army. Surprise! Is there a possibility that one can follow this kid and defeat the Blue Iron Army? A very absurd idea appeared in Yu Haiping's head, and then, it took root in his heart. Factory Director Yu, I know that you have feelings with Qingqing Garment Factory and can't leave. Why don't you stay and help me? Chen Tong's words were sincere and his eyes were clear as he looked at Yu Haiping. Qingqing Garment Factory is just like your child. From newborn to nowadays, pouring most of your life's work, Yu Haiping's capital chain is broken, cannot pay wages, did not sneak to sell the machine to escape. Chen Tong knew that Yu Haiping could be relied upon for character alone. In this day and age, there are no cameras for you to hide, and as long as Yu Haiping wants to run, it's a matter of minutes. But he didn't. And, Chen Tong speaks euphemistically, using feelings as an entry point, giving face and respect to Yu Haiping. Qingqing Garment Factory gave me too much. Yu Haiping's voice was again choked with a few sobs. Having been spoken to by Chen Tong, men don't shed tears, just because they haven't gotten to the sad part. However, the shopping mall is like a battlefield. One careless move is a total loss, not child's play. After a long time, Yu Haiping let out a long breath, looked at Chen Tong and gently nodded his head, saying, I am willing to return to Qingqing Garment Factory. In the end, Yu Haiping still can't let go of Qingqing Garment Factory. He's not getting any younger, has lost the courage to start over, and has kids and a wife to support. $8,000 is a lot of money, but he still had debts to pay off, and he had about half of them left, but he couldn't just sit on his ass. He still has to work to make money. What place could be more familiar than the current green clothing factory? For him, coming to a desperate situation, returning to the Qingqing Garment Factory is considered a perfect ending. Yes, Chen Tong's excitement was indescribable. Pulling up Yu Haiping was about to leave. Yu Haiping looked at Chen Tong and rubbed his stomach. Chen Tong drifted off. Dare I say this, Yu Haiping hasn't had enough. Boss lady, one more bowl of eel noodles with shredded eel topped up. Chen Tong was very bold. The two of them came out of the eel noodle house and went straight back to Qingqing Garment Factory. Chen Tong still has a lot of zheng de jiji wrapped around his waist, so it's not safe to hang around outside. Come to Yu Haiping's office. Chen Tong directly lifted up his clothes, and in Yu Haiping's shocked gaze, he removed the big knot, slapped on the table. Thick stacks of them took up a good portion of the desktop. Asterisk. Yu Haiping directly exploded. This kid, he's got too much guts. So much great solidarity. Tied right on. That's preparedness. Not afraid of being robbed? This is a total of $2,000. The deposit will be given first. Let's sign the contract today. Chen Tong avoided a long night's sleep, since he had already negotiated. What was he waiting for? No fear of the worst. That's good. Let's write a deposit contract. When you give me the remaining $6,000, this factory is yours. Yu Haiping was not ambiguous. Having come this far, he was really resigned to his fate. Long gone is the heart. The process went smoothly. Neither of them inked, signed and fingerprinted and stamped. A set of processes running smoothly. The two looked at each other, relieved for each other, and then smiled at each other. It's all in the words. I want to know one thing. Yu Haiping looked at Chen Tong and said with a solemn face, that batch of hoarded fabrics from Huayin Textile Factory, was it Blue Tianjuan's game? Why did you think to ask me at this time? Chen Tong asked. Didn't you say that several garment factories went to Huayin Textile Factory together to look at fabrics that day? And you went there too, for Lan Taijun to let you go. Then your status in Blue Sky Garment Factory must not be low. It was Lin Daolong and Lan Taijun who set it up together. I just didn't expect that the Qingqing Garment Factory would purchase so much fabric in the first place. Chen Tong nodded and then said, Uncle Yu, how much do you know about this person Lin Daolong? Lin Daolong is someone sent down from above. not to be messed with. Yu Haiping got an affirmative answer and did not ask more questions. He had also guessed early on that without Lin Dalong involved, how could Blue Taijun be that bold? Only if Lin Dalong gave the go-ahead could that batch of hoarded fabric leave the warehouse. It was only at that time that I was overwhelmed by interest. Yu Haiping's heart was much less depressed, and he did not feel that he had lost to the Blue Iron Army. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Chen Tong got up to take his leave. He still had to go home and gather the remaining $6,000 as soon as possible to give to Yu Haiping. It was only then that Green Clothing Factory officially came into its own. This was followed by the resumption of production and the recruitment of hardworking women over 18 and under 40 years of age from Qinghe village to study. It doesn't take long to follow a skilled female worker. Green Clothing Factory will then be on the right track. Chapter 107, Calling the Village Chief for Help and Recruiting Female Laborers. On the way back, Chen Tong was light on his feet. An hour and a half of traveling took only an hour and 20 minutes. It's a full 10 minutes faster than it used to be. To the house. Yang Wenjing is taking a nap. Pregnant women were generally more sleepy. This Chen Tong knew. Just didn't bother. His father and mother were talking in their house. Chen Tong didn't go in either. Drink a bowl of warm water and rest for a moment. Just go to the village headman, Chen Bulin. At this time, Chen Bulin's house. Yard. Chen Bolin is lying under a tree sleeping. The snoring was deafening. I had lunch around 2 o'clock and had nothing to do, so I just laid around the house. Lying down with no movement slows digestion, so you don't have to eat that evening meal. Get used to it. In his sleep, Chen Bulin smashed his mouth and was eating braised pork beautifully. Since eels and loaches have been caught almost extinct, the quality of life of the village people that is another big drop. One night back to liberation. It's back to the days of eating and not eating. Those who know how to live their lives, with their hands pinched tight, can still eat white rice and sweet potatoes every now and then. Can't hold the door. Mouth greedy. Sell loach eel money are almost built. 20 cents a pound for eel and loach. Not to mention other things. Just the acre of paddy fields at home. You can catch a 40 or 50 pounds of eels and loaches. That's $10 or so. A gross ticket. Can you afford pork? During that period of time, families were well off. However, there are more people catching, and even more eels and loaches can't stand to be caught. If Chen Tong did not get a loach and eel breeding base in advance, I'm afraid the entire Qinghe village will never see these things again. A mountain man with a shallow eye and a greedy mouth. Can't blame them. The door to Chen Bulin's house was unlocked and half hidden. Chen Tong sidled in, his footsteps light, saw the drool coming out of the corner of Chen Bulin's mouth. Chen Tong muttered to himself. Lifting his head, he looked around the yard, pulling a dog's tail grass. He tickled Chen Wensai's head and nose back and forth. Cut. Chen Wenkai woke himself up with a sneeze. Squinting, he saw a familiar face. A boner got up. You brat. Interrupting my beauty sleep. Was eating braised pork. Chen Bulin wiped his mouth and muttered, deliberately joking with Chen Tong. In the past, when I saw Chen Tong, I would walk around him, and the ghosts would see him. Now see Chen Tong that is not willing to let him go. God of fortune. Who let this kid go straight? Not only making money himself, but also taking the villagers with him. Chen Tong took a small broken stool and sat on his butt. Uncle, there's something to find you. A big thing. Chen Tong pulled out a Dechenmen and handed it over. Chen Bulin took it beautifully and clamped it between his index and middle fingers. Skillfully, he raised his eyes. His legs were coiled, straightened his body, and said, what is the big deal? Feel free to ask, as long as uncle can help. Is bringing villagers to make money considered a big deal? Chen Tong spoke calmly. What? Chen Bulin thought he had heard wrong. He was well aware of this recent situation. How can I lead the villagers to earn money when the eels and loaches are gone? Is it hard to catch fish now? Although Chen Bulin is the village head, but after all, his knowledge is limited, and he has never been to the county town a few times in his life. Naturally, I can't think of any more ways to make money. Earning money? Chen Bulin got up from his straw mat, aggravated his tone, and said, you have another way to make money? Chen Tong smiled and nodded. You kid, are really the god of wealth now. Chen Bulin was thrilled. This is a proper big deal. A very big deal. Say, how can I help? Chen Bulin sputtered. This doorway to earn money is not in the village. It goes to the county town. And I only need 30 women with quick hands and feet. Not too old or too young. Preferably between 18 and 40 years old. After Chen Tong said this, the courtyard fell into silence. Chen Bulin froze. For a moment, he failed to understand what Chen Tong had said. Going to county? 30 women? This kid, what does he want? Can't be doing something illegal or criminal. Cough. Chen Tong's cough woke up Chen Bulin, who was still in a daze. Chen Bulin poked his head in, looked at the door, and took 3 steps to close the door tightly. Chen kid, What kind of earning money requires so many women and a trip to the county town? This trip to the county town is 2 to 3 hours round trip. You can't have any bad thoughts. That's a shot in the arm. Chen Bulan was visibly nervous, and his right hand clutched Chen Tong's arm in a death grip. He is not confused despite his age. If this kid puts bad thoughts on the villagers of the same village, it won't work even if the god of heaven comes. Chen Tong was pinched by Chen Bulan pain. Grimace, said, "Uncle, what are you thinking?" Then shook off Chen Bulan's withered hand, lowered his voice and said, "I have a garment factory in the county town. A public unit. Need female workers. Our village is not a large group of women idle at home. I thought to take them to earn money to subsidize the family." After saying these words, Chen Tong added another sentence. "Folks, food is included. 3 meals a day." What? Chen Bulan thought he was hallucinating. This kid, not busy eel loach farming, in the county to engage in a garment factory, or public units. Boy, no way. Good for you. It's getting roots in the county, eating public food now. Not only that, but you have to take the village to eat public food. Gulp. Chen Bulan swallowed hard. No wonder he didn't see this kid much lately. Going on a big errand. Big deal. Big deal. Big deal. Don't worry. This is a great thing for the women of Qingha village. I'll definitely find you hardworking and down-to-earth ones. Chen Bulan's cloudy eyes had a light in them, and his body was so excited that it trembled. The public. Chen Bulan couldn't even think about it. If the chosen woman didn't know how to be grateful and didn't do her job properly, Chen Bulan would definitely smack her with his big mouth. A net disgrace to the village. Of course, compared to the wages of female workers in the Qingqing garment factory at the beginning, the wages of female workers brought from the village would be relatively low. After all, Chen Tong includes food and shelter. The matter is settled. Just leave the rest to Chen Bulan. There is nothing he can't handle in Clear River Village. On his way out, Chen Tong threw a pack of Dichinmen in his pocket to Chen Bulan. There's not much left in there. Only 7 or 8 sticks left. Chen Bulan mouth said don't. Or beautiful hands to catch. Into the pocket, face smiled open flowers. With the women workers taken care of, there was only one last thing left to do. That's $6,000. A few days ago, Chen Hao took out a bamboo basket of money. He did not count in detail. Tonight he went back to have to count and rationalize. Let's see how much worse. The money for the difference. How it's going to come. Chapter 108. Yang Sumei asks for money again. After talking things over with village head Chen Bulan, Chen Tong went home. He thought clearly. 40 sewing machines, 10 veteran employees with them, hand to hand. It's quick to get started. Of course, the 10 women workers have to be trustworthy. The women workers who are still at home waiting for news from Yu Haiping and have not gone to work in other textile factories. This is Chen Tong's first choice. Back home. Yang Wenjing got up from her nap and walked in circles back and forth in the yard. His dad was sitting in a chair, leaning against the wall, snapping away at a dry cigarette in his hand. His sister-in-law, Li Hong, and his mom, Korea Hyung, were chattering away. Seeing that Chen Tong had returned, Chen Wenkai raised his eyes. "You kid, you disappeared early in the morning. Where did you go?" Chen Wenkai exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "Why don't you know to accompany Wenjing for a walk around the village?" "Went to the county town. When I came back Wenjing was napping, so I didn't call out to her. And then I went to the village head Chen Bulan to talk about things," Chen Tong said with a smile. "Looking for Chen Bulan? What for?" Chen Wenkai said doubtfully. "Didn't do much. Just that I plopped down a garment factory in the county and I need female laborers. The family doesn't know about the fact that they have taken over the garment factory. It just so happened that all but the second brother were there," Chen Tong said in passing. Cough cough cough. Chen Wensai's mouthful of smoke clogged his throat and he coughed violently. The dark face was red. The coughing startled the Korean incense and Li Hong who were talking. What is this? Let you not smoke but have to smoke." Korea Hyung came over and patted Chen Wensai's back with a reproachful face. Chen Wenkai waved his hand and asked loudly, "You kid, say it again. Go to the county to do what?" "Went to the county seat and plopped down a garment factory," Chen Tong repeated again. Korea Hyung froze, Li Hong froze, and Yang Wenjing, who was taking a walk, froze. Did they hear right? Chen Tong has dished up garment factories in the county. When was this? Chen Wenkai frowned and smoked a dry cigarette without saying a word, because he didn't know what to say. And now the little heart is still pounding. Have a smoke to keep the fear down. So, then how many female laborers do you need for this? Chen Bulan used his thumb to fiercely press down on the tobacco in his cigarette. It's all made from sun-dried tobacco from homegrown tobacco, and it's strong. Hot throat. 30 is about right, Chen Tong said. 30. 1. Chen Wenkai could no longer remain calm. It's amazing how many women workers are needed. Then how big this factory must be. Just what can you sell eels and loaches for? Can't be getting ripped off in the county, can it? You kid, tell me carefully, if there is a lie, I will break your legs. Chen Wenkai was worried. What kind of his own child? He could not know? He didn't even think that Chen Tong had the ability to make a name for himself out in the county. As it is now, he is content. Chen Tong had no choice but to tell the process of how to dish out Qingqing Garment Factory. A few people felt as if they were listening to a story. A look of disbelief filled his face. This kid, he's got too much guts. With $2,000 wrapped around his waist, he dared to go to Yu Haiping to negotiate. And it's a done deal. Chen Wenkai smoked a dry cigarette and was speechless for a long time. Suddenly spoke up. You need to be over 18 and under 40. Your big sister is not just right. Since she married the surname Zhang, she hasn't been able to come back once a year. I don't know how her life is going. When that boy came to propose marriage with his head held high, he looked down on our family. Chen Wenkai was holding his breath in his heart. Now that Chen Kid has plopped down a garment factory in the county, that's not convenient. Chen Tong nodded and said, when the matter of the garment factory is done, I'll go see big sister. For his own big sister, Chen Tong's memory is not much. When he was a child, his family was poorer than it is now, and his eldest sister was close to 10 years older than him. When Chen Tong had memories, his elder sister Chen Menglian had already gone to work in the county town. He also comes back only on New Year's holidays. The two are a bit estranged. But what Chen Tong remembers, his big sister was very willing to give up every time she came back. Brought a lot of food for myself. Married to Yang Wengjing, the eldest sister also came back with a smile on her face. But it was obvious that she wasn't having a good time. Chen Tong didn't take it to heart. After all, he was still a little bastard at that time, which can read people's minds. Evening. The kitchen came alive. Li Hong and Korea Yang, one frying and one chopping vegetables for the fire. Yang Wenjing is responsible for serving the food. Chen Wensai's heart is soothing, half reclining on the chair, thighs crossing the second leg, smoking dry cigarettes. It was only now that his mood calmed. Still really, as the villagers said, the great white star descended to earth. This kid can be in the county plate down the garment factory. It's still a public unit. TSK TSK TSK. These days, that just keeps getting better and better. The meal was served and the family just sat down. There was a knock on the door from outside the house. How? Go open the door and see who's here in time for dinner. Chen Wenkai is a bit dissatisfied. This person, how can he knock on the door at this time? Chen Hao opened the door and froze. A body squeezed in and said in a conspiratorial manner, "I-oh, Lao San's family eats well. This table of dishes. Yo, pork fried with chile and egg stewed with tofu." Yang Su-mei hooked her head and drooled. Chen Tong looked at Yang Su-mei and the smile on his face disappeared. There is nothing to do. What's this all about? When Chen Wenkai saw Yang Su-mei, his face naturally could not be pulled. Sister-in-law is here. Have you eaten? Chen Wenkai just casually asked, pretending to be polite. Hey. Yang Su-mei let out a long sigh, borrowed the slope, wiped the corners of her eyes, no longer the yin and yang of a moment ago, and said pitifully, eat? The entire Qinghe village can eat at night in addition to your family. Who else? It doesn't matter if we don't eat. We're used to it. Drink some water and lie in bed for the night. But, Yang Su-mei wanted to say something. Chen Wenkai just picked up the chopsticks and put them down again. By Yang Su-mei so say, feel a table of dishes have no taste. What's wrong? Chen Wenkai asked. But our Irma will have a hard time at school. Whimpering. Yang Su-mei held her face and whimpered loudly. Gotta. Chen Tong knew what was coming. Yang Su-mei is here again asking for money. Look at this situation. Not toward himself, is to ask for his father Chen Wenkai. This cheek, it's really not that thick. In the beginning, when it was agreed that Irma would go to college, several families would take some money out for her to go to school. But now, your family is good. All day long you eat and drink spicy food, and you don't give a penny of the promised money. Yang Su-mei looked at the many dishes on the table. It was called a complaint. Killjoys. Chen Wenkai frowned. The reason why Yang Su-mei was able to come and ask for money so justifiably was not so unreasonable. Chapter 109, Your Elder's Business. Juniors don't get involved. In the beginning, it was a sensation when Yang Su-mei's area got into college. Not to mention Qinghe village. Several villages were abuzz with rumors. If it weren't for the mountains, more people would know about it. It's not easy for a golden phoenix to fly out of a mountain village. In this age of heavy patriarchy, girls go to college. It's harder than Chen Tong's conversion. So it was Chen Tong, his grandfather Chen Dague, who took the lead and was the first to take out the coffin book that had been hidden for many years and gave it to Yang Su-mei. For Irma to read. It's the mountains. After all, it's poor. It's time to go out and get laughed at. Then several siblings all took money to show their appreciation. and he promised to pay until Irma graduated from college. But once this was expressed, Yang Sume couldn't take it anymore. Today Irma wrote back with no money for dinner. Tomorrow Irma writes back and asks for money to buy books. Anyway, it was that none of them had seen the letter from Irma. And Yang Sume, it's like the leech, lying on top of you sucking hard. What started out as giving once every 3 months has hardened into wanting it whenever you want it. This kind of habit is formed. Then want to change. It is as hard as hell. During this time, I wasn't feeling well and went to the hospital for a while. So Irma's money was delayed for a few days. Chen Wenkai slowly spoke. Then I don't care. You go to the hospital, that's your business. Chen kid made so much money. Isn't it enough for your medical expenses? Yang Sume spoke with a bit of mockery. When Chen Tong heard this, his face darkened into a potbelly. But, it can only be endured. This is a matter between the elders. Yang Sume came today to run to his father Chen Wenkai to ask for money. Not himself. If his father doesn't say more, what else can he say? This just came back. Before the money from odd jobs are paid to the hospital, there is really no money on the body. How about slow down for a few days? Chen Wenkai always felt that he was at a disadvantage. That won't do. Irma wrote, she won't be able to afford to eat this month. If you don't give it to me tonight, I'll tell our father tomorrow. Yang Sume zoomed in. In terms of hurting this golden phoenix, Chen Dague is even more heartbroken than Chen Wenhai's old couple. Otherwise, the 2 acres of land occupied by Yang Sume, the old couple could forget about it? What's still on her mind is that Irma needs money for her studies. Of course, there was no shortage of Yang Sume's 3-inch tongue. When Irma comes out of college and goes to the public sector, the first one to honor her must be you. Chen Dague coaxed Chen Dague around. Chen Wensai's head hurt when he heard this. Always liked to make fun of Chen Dague. He had no choice but to look at Chen Tong and said, Chen kid, how about? Father, don't. That's your elder's business. We juniors don't get involved. I'm still short of money in my hand. Not to mention me. It's the same if you look for second brother. He doesn't have any money either. Chen Tong cold face, deliberately said to Chen Wenkai, actually said to Yang Sume. As a matter of fact, Chen Tong was not wrong in saying this. Of it is indeed between your elders. What's it got to do with me? Don't ask me for a loan. Chen Wenkai revealed a difficult look looking at Yang Sume and said, I really don't have any money on me. I spent it all in the hospital. Why don't you hold off for a while? When I can go to work, go find some odd jobs to do, and give it to you when I have it. Yang Sume sneered. She is not stupid. The family shelved this play. I didn't realize that after making a few bucks, my relatives would disown me. Mr. Chen has made so much money selling eels and loaches that you, Mr. Chen, don't have any money? Even if you don't have money, you're his old man and you still want to borrow from him? It's not a joke to tell people. Lao San, I can kind of see through it. You're just jealous. Jealous of the 2 girls in our family. One went to college. One married in the county. There's a long good life ahead. And look at your family. 2 mixed up boys. One more unproductive than the other. Destined for a life in the dirt. And as for the eldest girl, I've heard it all. Not a good life. Yang Sume was not too vicious in saying this. Chen Tong stood up with a tang sound, and his face was terrifyingly fierce. Taking a few steps, he came to Yang Sume, stretched out his finger and pointed it at her nose, saying, say that again. Yang Sume was shocked by Chen Tong's action, and with a shiver, her body stumbled backward and fell to the ground. At that moment, he cried out, I shall not be hit people. Late generation hit elders cried that loud and miserable. Chen Hao stepped forward and pulled Chen Tong to the back. The face is also hard to see. Korea Hyung tried to pull Yang Sume up at Chen Wensai's gesture. May. Yang Sume relied on the ground, splashing and rolling, just not getting up. Beating, beating. 3 words were repeated out of his mouth. Bang! Just then, the door to the house was pushed open. Chen Wenhai rushed in with a dark face and saw Yang Sume lying on the ground. That fire was off the charts. This, shame on you. Don't get up yet. You're embarrassing yourself here. Chen Wenhai was fuming with rage. Yang Sume sat on the ground with her hair down, pointed at Chen Wenhai, and roared, You dare to yell at me? Try yelling at me again? You have the ability to make on me. Why don't you know to break a few words with Lao San? Chen Tong, this kid also hit me with his hands. You hit me back now. Chen Tong, I'm a dog for touching your finger. Okay? The nonsense comes out of his mouth. Sister-in-law, words cannot be nonsense. Several pairs of eyes watching it. Chen kid, when to move you a finger? Chen Wenkai that also called a gas. Chen Wenhai looked at Chen Wenkai and had no choice. Pulled up Yang Sume, who was sitting on the ground, and dragged him away directly. He knew that this was happening tonight. 9 times out of 10, it's Yang Sume who's to blame. The family is obviously having dinner. What are you doing here, Yang Sume? Dine and dash? Silence returned to the yard. With a cold face, Chen Tong returned to the dinner table. Dad, just take the opportunity of tonight's things. Tell you, Irma that tuition. You are not allowed to give a penny in the future. Chen Tong laughed coldly, said, not enough money to spend. How will? But I have asked someone to inquire. Go to college. Not only does not spend money, there are subsidies above. How will Irma lack of money to spend? Chen Wenkai was confused. Subsidized college? This is naturally not Chen Tong trust people to inquire. He is aware of. This is the national policy. College students are a meat and potatoes. Every month there are subsidies. Not only that, but after graduation, the state guarantees job assignments. It's scarce as hell. Besides, Yang Sume says every time Arya sends a letter asking for money. Where's the letter? Have you seen it? If there's a letter you let her take it out. You can't read. When Jing can read. Chen Wenkai let out a long sigh, took a dry cigarette, and sat on the sidelines and barred it. This is a real mess tonight. He's really out of money. Last time he was treated, his family's money was all out. The latter is not all rely on the Chen kids selling eels and loaches to earn money. An old life to get back. This young Sume, why don't you believe me? Chapter 110, Not Enough Money. What to do? Chen Wensai's face was drawn. How dare the son come and teach the old man? It's not. Yang Sume was pulled back by Chen Wenhai, and after eating the meal, Chen Tong was an output to Chen Wenkai. Dad, I can tell you, Irma goes to college every month. There is a subsidy from above. If you take any more money you can be a great injustice. Father, Irma came out of college and was assigned to a public unit, and you can't land a single good point. So she can buy pork every day to honor you? To take a step back, the pork she bought, Yang Sume can let you eat it? Not to mention you. Even grandparents don't see to eat it. Chen Hao also interjected a few words. Father, I think Xiao Tong is right. Father, Xiao Tong is right. Chen Wensai's face became even longer than a donkey's face. Yo, these two boys have grown up. There's also a sing-along going on. Watching Chen Wenkai take out his dry cigarettes and stuffing tobacco into them, Chen Tong tapped his head and forgot about it. The last cigarettes I took from the Maoist are down to the last carton. Dad, try a cigarette and see if you get used to smoking it. Chen Tong said and ran into the house in a huff. Punching Chen Wenkai in the face must not be sweetened. What cigarettes are not cigarettes? How refined, Chen Wenkai muttered. But the movement of his hand still stopped. He had heard of cigarettes and seen them before. They were long and thin. Not as long as his middle finger. So could they be strong? He was kind of looking forward to it. Chen Tong took out a box of Dechen Men and tossed it over. Chen Wenkai took it with both hands and examined it carefully through the dim light in the courtyard. Boy, that's a cigarette. The result is that, after half a day of pounding, but did not open, afraid of heavy-handed tearing. Father, it didn't come like this. Chen Tong took it and skillfully opened it and handed it to his dad. Brat Chen Wenkai took it beautifully, pulled one out of the cigarette box, and put it on his nose to smell it again and again. No wonder they're called cigarettes. They really do smell good. Giggle. Chen Tong lit a foreign fire and passed it forward. Chen Wenkai put the cigarette into his mouth, inclined his head, half blocked the foreign fire with his hand. His mouth sipped hard, and the green smoke curled up. The moment drifted away. One cigarette down, Chen Wenkai walked a little bit floating. I don't know if it's the cigarettes or the psychology. Into the night. The moonlight is like water. Only Chen Tong and Chen Hao remained in the courtyard. On the table, there was the bamboo basket. It's full of gross bills. Chen Tong nodded one by one. The money, mostly in zeros, one sheet of varying sizes of amounts, was laborious to count. Each time he ordered $100, Chen Tong put it aside. Second brother, when the factory over there takes over, you'll have to go to the county to help me. Chen Tong spoke. Me? Chen Hao was surprised and said, what can I help you with? Besides, the family's loach and eel business isn't working? It's natural to do business at home. Didn't our father come back? Chen Tong explained. Our father? Chen Hao's voice involuntarily aggravated a few words, and then lowered his voice when he realized it, saying, our father's body has only just recovered. How can he do such heavy work? Mudskippers and eels are not as plentiful as they were before, but they are not unavailable. The eel noodle shop side of the house means to give away as much as you can and try to keep it going every day. Who doesn't want fresh goods? And then there's the mushrooms and fungus and wild greens that grow from crop to crop on that hill. Another noodle stand is also giving it away. Chen Hao felt that this was something that Chen Wenkai couldn't do in his current body. Who said our father should do this? Chen Tong laughed. Uncle Han is not busy anymore, looking for odd jobs everywhere. Let him come over to help. Our father will just sit on the donkey cart and watch. No money, no matter how much or how little, goes through the hands of outsiders. Besides, do you think our father can be a man of leisure? He just came back and went to the mountains. Why don't we find him an easy job, so that he doesn't have to go back to hard labor when he gets better? Chen Tong was right about that. People who rely on the soil to eat, that is really cannot be idle, always want to find something to do. When I'm idle, it's all over the place. Bones hurt. Sister-in-law may have to go over as well. No one to cook for. When that side is finalized, transfer Xiao Jianhe to the county to study. Chen Tong went on to say, still counting the woolen bills in his hand. 30 people with food and lodging. Not a small thing. It must be properly organized. All right, you watch over it. Chen Hao patted Chen Tong's shoulder. A basket of gross bills was counted for the same hour as Chan. No more, no less. That's $4,800. A solid amount of money. But $1,200 short of $6,000 is not a small sum. Chen Tong scratched his head. What can we do? Not enough money? As long as he doesn't get this money together and can't take over the garment factory, then he can't start work for a day. What's wrong? Not enough money? Chen Hao could see what was on Chen Tong's mind. Chen Tong nodded and said, it's not even close. How much difference? 12,000. Chen Hao, 12,000 is 1 point? What's with the big mouth? Can you speak normally? Chen Hao fell into silence. 100 or 200 was fine. That's $1,200 and a real headache. It's fine. I can think of a way. Chen Tong comforted Chen Hao. Doesn't Blue Taijun still owe himself money that he hasn't paid? This doesn't come in handy. Now the worry is this money. The Blue Iron Army may not give it, so we have to think of a way to make him give it. Blue Taijun, this person does things watertight. Want to find his handle? I guess it is a little difficult. It's hard to believe that we really have to wait for this 12,000? How long would that take? The yellow flowers are cold. Go to bed earlier. Chen Hao looked at Chen Tong, whose brows were furrowed, and said, staying up late hurts your body. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Chen Tong smiled and said, got it. Second brother. I'll sleep in a while. After Chen Hao left, Chen Tong thought again about the possibility of asking for money from the Blue Taijun side. Minuscule. If he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it. Chen Tong collected the money on the table and put it into the bamboo basket. The car will be on the night. It was light and the rooster had not yet crowed. Chen Hao then quietly got up, walked into the kitchen and grabbed a couple white breads. It was tucked into his arms without even warming up. What Chen Tong didn't know was that Chen Hao had a hard time sleeping all night. The plate of the garment factory is so big. Chen Tong is carrying too much pressure. As a brother he must do something. Looking at his brother, who was worried about money, Chen Hao decided to go to a more distant village to collect eels. It's just that it's farther away, which means there's a greater chance of danger. After all, the mountains are high and far away, one after the other, and almost all of them are barren. Really, anything can happen if you're being watched. Chen Hao took the firewood knife, took the hemp rope and 2 bamboo baskets, out the door quietly. Chapter 111, Chen Hao trapped in heavy rain. Farming base vandalized. After leaving the door, Chen Hao did not drive the donkey cart. Inconvenient. The village you go to is far away, and the mountain roads that are quite difficult to walk. Driving a donkey cart isn't as fast as walking, so he pushed the cart that Chen Tong had bought from Chen Bulan's family earlier and put the baskets on it. He didn't have much money with him, $20. Going farther afield, trekking through the mountains, the price he wanted to pay was 10 cents a pound. That 20 is 200 pounds. After costs, you can still make $180. It seems to be a lot closer to $1,200. I looked up at the gray sky with dark clouds that looked like it was going to storm. Chen Hao thought about it, but still pushed the cart. Today, the lochen eel will be sent to the noodle shop by Chen Tong himself. Chen Tong was awakened by a loud clap of thunder. Outside the house the pouring rain was crashing down. The house dripped and leaked rain, and Chen Tong went into the kitchen, took out pots and pans, and then water. Luckily, the corresponding bed is not leaking. Yang Wenjing hadn't woken up yet and was sleeping deeper. Chen Tong then went to the kitchen and cooked porridge, steamed buns and boiled eggs. Not for a moment. Yang Wenjing then woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Compared to before, it was so withered and thin that it could be blown over by a gust of wind. I can say that I have gained a lot of weight in this time, with red cheeks and a full forehead. Second brother, sister-in-law, father and mother are eating. The rain was too heavy, so Chen Tong didn't go to the east room and stood at the door of the main house and shouted. Hearing the shouting, Li Hong poked his head out. Coming, Dad, Mom, Xiaotong is calling for dinner. Li Hong assisted Korea Hyung, shielded by a nylon bag, to the main house. Chen Wenkai is funny and hilarious with the basin on top of his head. Ha, where's Xiao Hao? Chen Wenkai said. He's still so slow to eat breakfast. He can't even eat to catch up with the heat. Father, I didn't see Chen Hao as soon as I opened my eyes. Is it possible that he went to the county town to deliver eels and loaches? Yesterday afternoon wasn't there an outside village that came to deliver 100 or so pounds of eel loaches? Chen Hao got up. Li Hong was still asleep. Chen Tong stood in the doorway and looked toward the donkey shed. It's raining too hard to see, but the 2 flatbeds in the yard are still there. The second brother may have gone to the loach and eel breeding base, and just happened to encounter a heavy rain in the village which housed to hide from the rain. Chen Tong didn't take it to heart. Chen Hao at home when nothing. Run eel loach breeding base 4 or 5 times a day. Get used to it. And at this moment, Chen Hao was hiding from the rain under a raised boulder. It was raining hard and fast, and he had just entered the mountains. The trail winds through the mountains and there is no place to find shelter from the rain. His clothes were instantly soaked, and even the buns in his arms were soaked with rainwater. It took half an hour of intermittent walking in the pouring rain, pushing the cart, to find shelter from the rain. Now he was cold and hungry. Shivering. It's May, but it's still cold in the mountains. After dinner, the rain had not stopped. Li Hong was inevitably a little worried. Xiaotong, put on your straw raincoat and go to the end of the village to take a look. This heavy rain won't stop for a while. Chen Wenkai took the welding torch and placed it on the corner of the table and knocked. That's fine. I'll go take a look. The rain was so heavy that it looked like a light mist had risen from the ground. Chen Tong put on his straw raincoat and went out with another straw raincoat. Into the rain. The only sound in my ears was the crackling. The heavy rain blurring my vision. It's bad going. If he hadn't lived in the village for 20 years, the road, he wouldn't have known how to get there. 15 minutes later, Chen Tong came to the breeding base. The rain was too heavy to see. Knowing full well that Chen Hao couldn't be here, Chen Tong shouted a few times. There was no response except the sound of rain. Chen Tong then walked back to the homes of several villagers close to the breeding base, knocking on doors and asking questions one by one. The results were all without seeing Chen Hao. Chen Tong was a bit puzzled. This second brother of his, where could he have gone when he got up early in the morning? Donkeys and flatbed trucks are in. When I got home, my clothes were mostly wet. Seeing the same person from Chen return, he knew the answer. This kid, where can he run in such heavy rain? Chen Wenkai bar dry cigarettes. Chen Tong sent the big front door cannot afford to smoke. Just taste it and put it in your pocket to show off. It's fine. Second brother is that old, Chen Tong said. I'll check it out when the rain dies down and walk a little farther. Chen Tong looked at the worried Li Hong and comforted her. Li Hong nodded, wanting to speak. In the end, he didn't say anything. When Chen Hao returned to the house last night, he could see a look of preoccupation on his face. Lying in bed tossing and turning, couldn't sleep for a long time. Li Hong lay on Chen Hao's sturdy chest and asked what she had encountered. Chen Hao shook his head and didn't open his mouth. The $1,200 was a big deal, and even if Chen Hao told Li Hong, it was just one more person to worry about. Therefore, Chen Hao simply stopped talking. As for when Chen Hao left, Li Hongna didn't know because she was still asleep. The heavy rain never stopped. It's also getting more and more aggressive. It rained from morning to noon and from noon to mid-afternoon. The sky was occupied by black clouds, very dark, like night. The family sat in the main room, frowning. None of the faces looked too good. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. I'll go out again. Chen Tong couldn't sit still. Of all the people sitting in the house, only Chen Tong could go out at this time. Go on, take a look around the village, Chen Wenkai said. Walk slowly, don't be in a hurry. Your second brother should be sheltering from the rain at a villager's house in the village. Chen Tong nodded and once again entered the pouring rain. This time, he shouted as he walked. When he arrived at the end of the village, he knocked on the door of one house after another. But he didn't see Chen Hao. There will be no worry about the ridge being washed out by the heavy water. Chen Tong suddenly thought of this. Thought this naive second brother was very likely. He shook his head and turned back to the eel loach breeding base. Look along the ridge. Suddenly, he paused, his heart beating wildly. One of the ridges where eels and loaches were being raised collapsed. Not a meter or two, but close to tens of meters in length. In the paddy fields, murky water was rushing toward the river not far away, which flowed deep into the mountains at the end of the village. Chen Tong's heart sank, regardless of the mud. Never over the calf in the rain to hold a large piece of soil to cover the collapse. But it didn't work at all, and it was washed away in an instant. Chen Tong walked along the collapsed place. At this time, just digging the dirt by hand didn't work at all. Had to go home and get a shovel. The further I walked, the more I felt my footing was off. How did this field ridge collapse so unevenly, pitted and a bit choked? It doesn't look like it was collapsed by heavy rain. He crouched down and ran his hand over the ridge at his feet. The face went cold. Smooth, very smooth. There are also gaps between the soil and dirt that you can feel down very deep along. This ridge was dug up with a shovel. It wasn't collapsed by heavy rain. The breeding site was vandalized. Chapter 112, I've been saving up for this. Chen Tong returned home in a hurry. Ignoring the wet clothes, took a shovel and went outside. The only blessing was that the rain was much lighter. Chen, what are you doing? What are you doing with a shovel? It's still raining. Chen Wenkai looked at the gloomy Chen Tong and had a bad feeling in his heart. It's not a fight with a shovel, is it? He walked out of the main house in such a hurry that he almost fell to the ground. A few people who heard the noise also came out, ignoring the light rain clatter. What's wrong? Korea Hyang asked anxiously. The ridge of the field where the eels and loaches are raised has been destroyed by someone, digging a 10 or so meter long opening, and I don't know how many eels and loaches have slipped away down the creek. Chen Tong couldn't say more in time and walked out with big strides. As soon as he heard this, Chen Wenkai was also anxious. Which murderer did this? It's obvious that they are jealous of the money his family is making. Korea Hyang even swished her tears and almost fainted. Chen Wenkai took off his shoes, picked up the hoe that was leaning against the corner and went out as well, following Chen Tong, shouting loudly, saying, slow down, wait for your father. The two of you get up the soil fast. Li Hong looked at the lightning sky with a sad face and said, Mother, younger siblings, I'll go look for Hao Zi. If I don't come back, it will be dark. It was raining hard and fast today, and for people living in the mountains that is very dangerous. Not for any other reason than it's prone to landslides and blocking the roads, or an accidental fall. Li Hong couldn't even dare to think about it. The rain has subsided and the flow of water in the paddies has slowed down a lot. Nearly 10 meters long the opening, destroying the ridge the man dug down. The soil was washed away and dispersed. Even if Chen Tong came with a shovel, the soil dug from the ground was too thin and still couldn't be blocked. Dad, you stay here. I'll move the rocks. Chen Tong put down the shovel and didn't dare to be slow. In that time alone just now, he had witnessed several thumb-thick eels escaping down the current. This is all money. His heart ached, his liver ached, his lungs ached. I don't know how many eels and loaches have slipped out of this opening since it was dug up. This is all money. Stone after stone weighing 20 or 30 pounds was brought in and placed on the ridge. Rain mixed with sweat ran into the corners of his mouth. Chen Tong had a bit of a bad taste in his heart. He wondered who had deliberately destroyed the ridge. It was only an hour later that Chen Tong and Chen Wen blocked the ridge that had been vandalized. The two were tired enough. Chen Tong was even barely able to straighten his back. Father, you go home first and see if second brother is back yet. I'll take a walk down the river at the end of the village and look in the depths. The rain had stopped and there were still a few reddish banded clouds in the western sky. It was red, like a burning cloud. It dyed Chen Tong's face red as well. The heavy rain turned light until it stopped, close to an hour and a half, and it was almost time for Chen Hao, the second brother, to return. If second brother comes back, you have him follow the river at the end of the village to look for me deep in the mountains. Chen Tong carried the shovel and walked away, deep in the river. After getting the eel and loach breeding base planned, the villagers were asked to finish building the ridges. Chen Tong thought about this kind of situation. Of course, at that time, the greater worry was not that someone would maliciously destroy the ridge, but that the rainy season would come and flood the paddy fields with heavy rain and light rain one after another. The eel and loach slipped away with the current. After all, the breeding site was picked at that time in a good location, close to the pond and water flow. He stayed early. He had observed the terrain of Qinghe village, decreasing layer by layer from the head of the village. He had followed the current to a deeper part of the mountain a long time ago, stored a couple of small ponds, and made a couple of blocks. A small pool of water is preceded by a pile of rocks and branches, a full 7 or 8. In this era of rudimentary conditions, this was the best Chen Tong could think of. Of course, none of these blocks and cisterns were known to anyone but Chen Tong. After following the current for half an hour, Chen Tong saw the first block. Since the rain had just stopped not long ago, the water level was quite a bit higher than before, and no rocks could be seen, only a few thick branches. The previous shallow current was no more than just up to the bend of the leg. Chen Tong put the shovel aside and followed the branches into the river to the waist. He crouched down and touched it. From time to time, the fingertips are able to touch the slippery sensation. It's eels and loaches that run out of the farm. Rocks were washed out, a few thick branches were snagged, and a lot of fallen leaves and fine twigs were intercepted underwater. It was these leafy branches that held back some of the loach eels. Chen Tong's heart dropped slightly. Immediately afterward, he came to the second blocking point. The rocks are still washed out. A few arm-thick branches blocked a lot of fallen leaves and branches, forming a natural net. Not only effectively blocked the run out of loaches and eels, but also a role in reducing the water potential. The second block here, Chen Tong touched more eels and loaches. His heart, at last, was at ease. The rocks at the third stopping point also fell, but the flow was also stopped by a natural net, and here there were even more loaches and eels. Every blocking point in the back Chen Tong went to see, and all intercepted a large number of loaches and eels. It's sort of a blessing in disguise. Sure, It is also unlikely that these stopping points will be able to stop all the loaches and eels that run out, and a large number of them will flow further down the river. However, this is already minimizing the damage. Chen Tong thought about it and didn't rush home. Instead, more blocking points were set up along the current. These makeshift blocking points have no rocks, only branches the thickness of your arm. There are many long and thin branches on the tree branches. Put in the water flow will intercept some fallen leaves and dead branches. Is a simple net. Can be good to block the speed of the water flow and intercept eels and loaches. Only after finishing this did Chen Tong take the shovel and go home. On the way, he thought carefully. Who could have the motivation and the idea to say that before he was reborn? Chen Tong felt that every one of them was possible. After all, at that time he was a small punk. Molest the little widow of this family. Tease the children of that family. Can mooch never mooch one or two? Bullying children will never be only once. But now, he's reformed and is making money with the villagers. Shouldn't a lot of people miss his goodness to do this? He thought hard and walked toward home. Right at the moment when he pushed the door, Chen Tong had a bad thought in his head. And so on. Chen Tong paused. One hand was still on the door. Couldn't it be that the eels and loaches in the village are pretty much caught and some people are really greedy? Well, if that's true, it's hard to say who destroyed the ridge. Every single one of them is possible. Chapter 113, Chen Hao is missing. The family goes out to look for him. Pushing open the door, Chen Tong saw a worried Yang Wenjing standing in the courtyard. Seeing Chen Tong come back, a large part of the breath he had been carrying was loosened. Second brother hasn't come back until now. Father and mother, sister-in-law and Xiao Jianghe all went out to look for him. They instructed me to wait for you to come back. Yang Wenjing said anxiously. What? Chen Tong's newly relaxed body tensed up. It hasn't come back by now. Where did this go? Although Chen Tong was in a hurry, his heart wasn't in turmoil. There was no hocus pocus. Did sister-in-law Li Hong say anything? Chen Tong asked. To guess where Chen Hao, the second brother, had gone, he still had to ask Li Hong what she said. Sister-in-law said, last night talked to you. Chen Hao face hangs in the heart. Last night is even more difficult to sleep for a long time. Early in the morning after getting up, people are gone. Chen Tong's heart thumped. Last night his $1,200 was said in a cloudy way, just to make sure Ergo didn't worry about it. But this beaner Ergo. Chen Tong turned around and counted the bamboo baskets in the yard, and there were really 2 missing. The 2 burros were there, and so were the crates. Even if you go to collect eels and loaches, you can't go too far. The carts aren't there. Just as Chen Tong was thinking, Yang Wenjing's voice came from behind. Chen Tong came to his senses. Since buying 2 crates and donkeys, this cart has been left in the corner for him. Unexpectedly, Yang Wenjing remembered it clearly. Actually, it wasn't that Yang Wenjing had a good memory. Rather, she went to the county seat pregnant. It's just going in a cart. Or Chen Tong pushed it. She kept it in mind. Chen Tong's brain was running fast. Early in the morning, sister-in-law Li Hong sleep next to did not feel. That's how early you have to get up. There was no choice of a burro nor a flatbed truck. Selected trolley. Obviously a flatbed can carry more cargo and is also more convenient. Even if you go to collect eels, it's impossible to go to a few villages that are relatively close to each other. It's all a partnership now. So thinking in this way, it was only possible to go to a further and more remote village, because those villages are mountainous. It's not easy for donkey carts to cross. Only trolleys are available. Chen Tong could probably guess what Chen Hao was thinking based on this information. He was trying to get up early to catch a cart to collect loach and eels from villages further afield. Those villages are too far away. The mountain roads are not easy to walk. And Chen Tong does not know anyone. The danger is great. So at that time, I did not consider getting a few more breeding bases. It was getting dark. Chen Tong also could not think too much. Took the horse lamp and firewood knife, and was about to set off. Chen Tong. Yang Wenjing took Chen Tong's hand. Biting her lip, she said, be careful on the road. I'll wait for you to come back. Chen Tong looked at the worried Yang Wenjing, reached out and hugged her, whispered in Yang Wenjing's ear, saying, don't worry, I'll be careful. By the way, if mom and dad come back later, tell them not to worry. Wait. Yang Wenjing called out to the turning Chen Tong and took out a few steamed buns from the kitchen. You've had a busy afternoon. Have something to pad your stomach. Chen Tong took it and ate one in 2 bites, followed by the second. 3 buns, didn't take 5 minutes. Another bowl of water and off he went. Looking at Chen Tong's back as he walked away, Yang Wenjing's eyes were a little moist. Chen Tong went out of the door, very fast, wearing brown resistant liberation shoes on his feet, grating in the mud. Like Chen Tong's heart, it was thumping. He was not as calm as he appeared to be. If something happens to his second brother because he is $200 short of collecting eels and loaches in a distant village, he will be in trouble. Then he will blame himself for the rest of his life. There are 3 roads to villages further afield, stretching all the way from the short hills of our village to the high mountains in the distance. Chen Tong stood at the entrance of the village, not knowing which path to choose. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. After 5 minutes, the moment Chen Tong crouched down and got up, saw footprints left by someone on the ground. It was left by pedestrians after the rain, in all shades and sizes. The eyes lit up. Then could he not also look for the marks left by the wheels of the car? The only point of concern was whether it would have been washed away, as it rained heavily from morning to afternoon. It must not have rained when Ergo left the village, or he would have turned back. And now that he hasn't returned, the odds are that he's already traveled a long way. Chen Tong thought about it. 3 roads, each one once, at such a speed that he had to try to go an hour or even less for a journey that would normally take an hour and a half. And if he didn't find any cartwheel marks on the ground, he immediately turned back and chose another road. Such an approach is physically demanding, but there is no way around it. It couldn't be that a blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat and chose a path with his eyes closed to find his second brother. Then he's not just open. For the first time, Chen Tong chose the right-hand side of the road. This road is a little wider than the other 2 and is suitable for carts. Chen Tong walked fast, frequently looking down at the ground, eyes wide. It was completely dark. The moonlight was hazy and not bright enough, so I had to light my horse lamp with a foreign fire and search by the faint light. The cries of bugs came from the grass by the side of the road, traveling extraordinarily far in the night. 40 minutes later, Chen Tong was disappointed. The path had been washed clean by the heavy rain, and nothing could be found but a few messy stones and dead branches. Chen Tong raised his head. The mountains ahead were heavy, and blurred shadows were visible. Further in, it's dense forest and not very hilly. It was impossible to say that Chen Tong wasn't afraid. A person walking alone on the mountain road. Whoever would have drummed in his heart. There was no way to find Chen Hao. The second brother was most important, so he could only head inward and continue. It was about another 10 minutes. Chen Tong then turned back. The road is very bad, and there are no marks left by the wheels of the car. You can only turn back. And don't forget to put out the fire in the marquee. The way back took Chen Tong only 40 minutes because he didn't have to look down to find the wheels of his car. When he reached the head of the village, Chen Tong walked to the left again. This time, he was more careful. From time to time, he lowers himself down and looks closely. And where there are puddles of water, he touches them with his hands, afraid of missing the slightest hint. This time, he walked even farther, for close to an hour and a half, climbed 2 high mountains, but, still no sign of the cartwheel. Chen Tong's heart sank a little. Even though he had been reborn, he couldn't help but be scared in his heart. Could there have been a mudslide? Will you push the cart and your foot slips and you roll down with it? Or maybe, Chen Tong's mind was a bit confused. To say that in this life, what was the thing he valued most? That must be affection. Love for Yang Wenjing, love for her parents, love for her second brother and sister. Chapter 114, The Handle of the Cart. Chen Tong stood on a boulder on the top of the mountain looking around in the pitch black. The moon was hazy and dark, as if it were covered with a coat. The light wasn't bright enough to see far. Chen Tong lifted his guts, pinched his throat, gathered his hands together and leaned against his mouth, and with all his strength, shouted, "Second brother, Ergo, Ergo." The sound resounded in the silent and empty valley for a long time, startling many flying birds, fluttering through. "Ergo, where are you?" After a full 5 minutes of shouting, Chen Tong gasped for air. All that could be heard was the echo of his own voice, and the occasional howl of some unknown creature. It's hard to know where to look when a person disappears in the middle of a huge mountain forest, like that needle in a haystack. Although it has been walking for 3 or 4 hours, the liberation shoes are wet and damp, and the soles of the feet are still vaguely painful. However, Chen Tong did not dare to rest. Steel yourself and head back. Not for a while. Coming down from the first high mountain, Chen Tong suddenly saw a small diversion. The path was blocked by weeds half a man high, and when he went up the hill Chen Tong only looked at the ground and didn't notice the situation on the side. Chen Tong probed and looked. Overgrown with weeds, it was barely visible as a road. Second brother 1T be taking this path. Right. Chen Tong looked at the dark path. His head was blocked by lush tree branches. The moonlight could not spill in. Very oozing. Rao Chen's heart was drumming with the same man. It's fine during the day, but it's not a good trail at night. But, Chen Tong didn't want to miss any path that might have been traveled by Chen Hao. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tong held a horse lamp in his hand and a firewood knife in the other. Cat-like, easing his footsteps, he walked up the path. It's dark. Look down on the road ahead. The darkness seemed to swallow all light. Chen Tong pressed his waist even lower, just hoping to find the traces left by the cart. People who live in the mountains have always had a saying about it. If an ordinary person goes missing in the mountains and doesn't see him back for 2 days, he basically can't come back. Why? The first is too much mental stress. On a night just like this, anyone would be on edge, and the slightest noise could tighten one's spirit. This will be feudal superstitious thinking heavy. What the mountain goddess, the landlord, fox spirit and so on, these things that are usually said, cannot help but pop into the mind. It took a long time to dissipate. The second is that the hills are not easy to walk on and you can fall down if you are not careful. These days, families were poor and didn't yet have flashlights so intensely illuminated to open up the view. Knowing that you're going to have a long walk up the mountain, you usually have a horse lamp in advance. The thing about horse lamps is that the oil in them burns quickly and doesn't last long. Chen Tong came out to look for Chen Hao, lighting it when he was rushing and extinguishing it when he was turning back, just so he could use it for a longer period of time. The third is that although there is no news of large beasts injuring people in the mountains and forests around here, but who can guarantee that so many mountain ranges can be free of fierce beasts? It's just that no one who saw it came back alive. Chen Tong's head was almost pressed to the ground, bowing as he walked. There was nothing he could do. The forest was too thick and leafy on this lower road, blocking the already hazy moonlight. Just this brightness of a horse lamp. It really doesn't allow him to walk straight. It's not like he has 5.0 vision. Just like this for about another half an hour. Chen Tong just couldn't carry on anymore. Tired, hungry and cold. The coldness of the rainy mountains was too heavy, and I had eaten 3 steamed buns when I left the house, so my stomach would be empty. It's totally slogging along on a wave of energy. It's sort of human potential or willpower. He sat down on his ass and blew out the horse lamp. Restore stamina. If he didn't take a break, Chen Tong knew he wouldn't last long. It was 7 or 8 hours from the afternoon mending the ridge to going out to find Chen Hao, the second brother. Only 3 buns were eaten. Iron can't carry it. About 10 minutes of this, Chen Tong touched the firewood knife that was casually placed by his side. Suddenly, and he froze. Right next to his ass, he felt the puddle of dirt. Most of these dirt roads that have been rained on are flat and smooth. They won't feel like this. Chen Tong couldn't believe it and carefully touched it again. It really seems to be cartwheel marks. He hurriedly lit his horse's lamp, his face to the ground, eyes wide. It's really a little bit of a trail left by the wheels of the car. It's shallow. It's almost gone. If Chen Tong hadn't been thinking in his mind that the cart pressing through the damp ground could leave a mark, he wouldn't have cared about that little pothole just now. He also knew that it was the fact that there were so many branches and leaves on the path that blocked the impact of the heavy rain falling that made it possible to leave a little trace. The moment Chen Tong felt energized, grab a horse lamp and a wood chipper and start looking along the path. Ergo, 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 Chen Tong called out as he walked. Hopefully, Chen Hao would hear his voice and give him a response. Ergo, ergo, ergo. The sound echoed through the mountains. After another hour, Chen Tong walked out of this dense forest, and the hazy moonlight sprinkled down again. The horse lights went out. There's no more lamp oil. It can only be found slowly by moonlight. After a few hundred meters, Chen Tong paused. Ahead, blocked by rocks rolling down the hill. There was a mudslide here. Chen Tong's heart lifted. Cold sweat spilled from his palms. Ergo, he called softly, wanting to hear a response here and worried about hearing one here. At the first sound, Chen Tong called out very softly. Second brother. The second time, Chen Tong increased his volume. Second brother. At the third sound, Chen Tong was close to growling, until the echoes in the mountain forest disappeared. Chen Tong still did not receive any response. He carefully climbed onto the tumbled rocks, half crouched, and groped his way forward. Step by step, these rocks were washed down from the mountain by the current. It's not solid, so be very careful when walking. As he climbed on his hands and knees onto a boulder in front of him, he saw a broken piece of wood on the rock. Casually, he picked it up, ready to throw it into the distance. It's just how it feels, so smooth, not rough at all, and there's a bit of familiarity to it. Chen Tong got it in front of him. Tears almost fell. This is the handle of the cart. The handle that has broken off. By the looks of it, the cart has been damaged by the mudslide. Chen Tong all of a sudden paralyzed to the ground. That his second brother. Chen Tong didn't dare to think about it, as a large portion of the power in his body seemed to have been drained away. Bad things still happen? Chapter 115. Rescuing Chen Hao and seeing a splash of green. Chen Tong held the handle of the cart in his hand with a death grip. Heart. So much so that it all seems to be dripping blood. The second brother, Chen Hao, is really because of his sentence about lack of money. Hiding it from them. I get up early and go to a secluded village deep in the mountains to collect eels and loaches. He knows. If you tell your family, go to a more distant village to collect loaches and eels. Neither Chen Tong nor his family would agree, because this mountain road is full of dangers. Of course, it was the people from the outer villages who were most afraid. See the money and the uprising. Not to mention $20, $1, $2, or leaving Chen Hao behind is possible. They are simply too poor. You can't walk out of this depression for the rest of your life. Chen Tong blames himself, is remorseful and sad. Why talk about the lack of money? Why did you tell your second brother, Chen Hao, that you were still $1,200 short? He was reborn in a new life to make up for the mistakes he made in his previous life. Not here to make Chen Hao lose his precious life early. Is God that cruel? Using second brother Chen Hao's life to make up for the lives of Yang Wenjing and the unborn child in her womb in her last life. A life for a life? Chen Tong sat paralyzed on the stone for a long time. He didn't know how to go back to face his parents, his sister-in-law Li Hong and Xiao Jianghe, who was still in elementary school, even in the face of Yang Wenjing. Chen Hao, because he did not have enough money to disc the garment factory, so he came out over the mountains to collect eels and loaches. I don't know how long it's been. Chen Tong just got up. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Live and let live. Dig up Chen Hao's body and carry it home. It was something he could do now. Chen Tong moved the stones one by one. Those large pieces that can't be moved. Move the smaller ones first. Piece by piece. Piece by piece. The fingertips were cracked and blood was pouring out. But Chen Tong didn't even feel it. Just numbly moving rocks. Chen Tong's house. The yard and house were lit with dim lights. Little River had fallen into a deep sleep on the table. The atmosphere in the main room was heavy. For people in the countryside and mountains, if a family loses a man, it is the equivalent of the sky falling. Livelihoods are in question. Li Hong's voice was muffled and her eyes were swollen into walnuts. Korea Hyang was even more so, her eyes red and almost desperate. On the contrary, it was the usually soft-looking Yang Wenjing who didn't shed a single tear, just lowered her head and kept quiet, hands clasped together. Chen Wensai's face was dark, his eyes were covered with blood, and he was very grave. Cry, 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 just cry. Which one of you has seen someone? If you don't see anyone, you're fine. Chen Wenkai was distracted by the crying of Korea Hyung, and he couldn't believe that Chen Hao was dead until he saw the person and the body. He doesn't believe it to death. Damn, the good times have just begun. And he doesn't believe that Chen Haofu was thin. Chen Wenkai looked up at Yang Wenjing, muffled a few sounds in his throat and said, "Don't worry. Everyone in the village says that Chen Kid is the one who was enlightened by the great white gold star coming down to the earth, and that he is blessed with a great life, and he is going to be fine, not coming back that late. He is designated to have traveled several roads to find his second brother." Yang Wenjing nodded and said, "Father, Chen Tong promised me that he would return." House. Silence fell again, and the atmosphere grew more and more stagnant. The family is afraid to think. The worst place to think. If Chen Tong also cannot come back. It was getting light. Chen Tong's hands were dripping with blood, all scratched and abraded by sharp stones. He's exhausted. The arms just moved mechanically. The tumbling rocks had been mostly cleared by him. Still no sign of Chen Hao's body. After all, he cleared just small pieces of rock. Too big a rock for him to move alone. The good thing is that it's bright and well lit. You don't have to struggle to move the rocks, and you can observe through the cracks. Inadvertently, he saw the carts destroyed by the mudslide scattered in pieces among the rocks. Chen Tong was able to determine that his second brother, Chen Hao, had encountered a mudslide here. But he couldn't move the stone. Too tired, hungry, sleepy and tired. You can only take a woodchipper and strike the stone with the handle. In his heart, he hoped that his second brother, Chen Hao, was still alive. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. Each stone Chen Tong struck it a few times, and then lay down on the stone, holding his breath and listening quietly. So on, over and over. So on, over and over. Soon, all the stones had been knocked once. Chen Tong was undeterred. A second knock was started. Knock knock, knock knock, dang, knock, knock. For a moment, Chen Tong was in a bit of a trance. Yes, did you mishear me? Too much work. Hallucinating? He pressed his ear to the stone and held his breath, listening in silence, for he had just heard a sound coming from under the intermittent stones, very faintly. Knock, knock, knock. It's not a hallucination. The sound did indeed come from under the stone. Chen Tong's tears swished out. In this moment, he wept with joy. Luckily it didn't give up. Under the stone block, came Chen Hao's response. Knock, 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 knock. Chen Tong struck the stone with more force. It was like responding to Chen Hao. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Hao was responding to him as well. Ergo, I'm Tongzi. Hang in there. He picked up his woodchipper and ran off into the distance. The rocks were so big that he would have to go cut a thicker tree trunk to pry them up. 3 whole hours. Chen Tong finally opened up a passage in a pile of boulders. Just enough for a person to climb out. He moved the last boulder out of the way. Saw the buried Chen Hao. A blessing in misfortune. Chen Hao wasn't hurt, just blocked by the mudslide on the way out. He had escaped the rain by hiding under the raised boulder. It took every last ounce of strength. Chen Hao climbed out, still holding the knockout stone in his hand. Dark face, bloodless lips, reddened eyes. The two brothers were on the ground, looking at each other, all grinning at the same time. Only this smile, it was worse than crying. After a while, Chen Tong helped Chen Hao up and sat on a rock, and when he examined Chen Hao's body, he saw a shimmering green color. It's greener than the green leaves that grow so well on the branches in the summer. And that green color came from the stone in Chen Hao's hand. Chapter 116, Chen Hao returns. Village troops move out. Chen Hao slumped on the boulder and panted heavily, having a feeling of having survived a robbery. He was hot, with a high fever. He felt that he had used up his last ounce of strength. After 2 or 3 hours of walking from the house, pushing a cart, it was pouring rain. He ducked under this raised boulder to get out of the rain, setting the cart aside. The original idea was to wait for the rain to stop or for it to lighten up and push the cart back. But who knows? This rain got heavier and faster and didn't stop for a long time. Visibility is less than 5 meters. Couldn't even push the cart back. Chen Hao huddled under the boulder, cold and hungry. One can only pray silently in one's heart. Unconsciously, Chen Hao's brain was heavy and drowsy, half asleep, half awake. I only heard a boom and struggled to open my eyes, but all that was left was darkness. He knew that a mudslide had been encountered. Rolling rocks blocked the place where he was hiding, but there's nothing to be done about it. At this point in time, it can only be a matter of life and death and wealth. He sneaks out the door without telling anyone which way to go or where to go. So, Chen Hao no longer held any hope. He never thought that Chen Tong could find him. Second brother, show me that stone in your hand. Chen Tong rested for half a day and slowed down, looking toward the stone Chen Hao was holding in his hand. The stone was small, only half the size of a hand. You brat, come here by yourself. Take, Chen Hao said breathlessly. Chen Tong braced himself and took the stone from Chen Hao's hand. To the eye is a ribbon of color. Very green with plenty of head. So much so that it seems to be able to drip green grease out of it. Not only that, there's a slight blue tint to the green, but it's not off color. Very nice and inviting. The only downside is that the ribbon is a bit small, with only a third of its length exposed. Second brother, this stone, where did you pick it up? Chen Tong asked. This stone in his hand was a piece of jade. Looking at the bands of color showing, it should be an imperial green. Very positive. Chen Tong sat on the boulder, pondering about the jade's past. Among the industries in his previous life was the jade industry, which was doing great. When it comes to jade, then you have to mention 2 places. One is Yunnan and the other is Burma. Yunnan is not the least of his visits, and one of the cities he has visited the most is Ruweli. Ruweli is a small city, but it's in a great location. It is connected to Myanmar by mountains and water, and is only separated by a river. In the early 80s, the country has not yet opened up the jewelry trade. Ruweli and Myanmar have always been in the form of underground trade, not daring to go on stage. It was not until the 1990s that market conditions improved and the public began to manage. Chen Tong hands of this piece of jade now belongs to the priceless things. Eating and drinking are still a problem, and who in general pays attention to that? This stone is buried by rocks. Picked it up casually. Chen Hao paused. His voice seemed like it was able to spit out fire, saying, Xiao Tong, let's go home first. Father and mother should be worried. Only then did Chen Tong react to the fact that he had been out for too long. The family should be worried sick. He got up on his and looked up the slippery hill. It can only be dismissed. Even if this mountain does have a jade mine to mine, it's not now. Saving it for later is a good option. Jade, to a mountain man, it's just some broken rock with color. Can't eat or drink. Gold in times of chaos. Antiques in times of prosperity. Eat and drink enough to have the energy to think about this stuff. In other words, right now there's a piece of jade the size of a faceplate thrown on the side of the road, and people passing by see it and are just curious. Slightly heavier and not even bothering to move it to the house. Effort. You don't have to eat to have strength. This thing, it doesn't work. Chen Tong thought about it and assisted Chen Hao to walk back. The head of the village of Qinghe. At this time a large group of people gathered. There are 40 or 50 people. Hit the eye. Almost all middle-aged men. Everyone had a shovel or a hoe in their hands. A serious face. Chen Bulan, the village headman, stood at the front, his eyes a little red, and said loudly, Folks, last night, the Chen family's oldest 3 found me and told me the bad news that Chen Hao and Chen Tong might be trapped in the mountains. He paused and said, As for which mountain, no one knows. That's why all of you were gathered early this morning to search for the duo along several mountain paths. I believe you all can see the change in Kid Chen, bringing the village together to make a fortune. I believe you all have eaten pork and white rice, right? This favor, we have to remember. The people of Qinghao village are not cowards. Ungrateful. Chen Wenkai stood aside, silent, like he'd aged years. In the latter part of yesterday, he spoke directly to Li Hong and Yang Sume, made buns with all the white flour in the house. No leftovers at all. He then opened the door and went out. It was to go to the village headman, Chen Bulan, and tell him about the situation of the two boys in the family. Chen Bulan was so anxious that he almost jumped up at that time and went from house to shout at people. However, it was stopped by Chen Wenkai. It's dark and slippery. Wait for dawn. Chen Wenkai also did not go back, so he sat in Chen Bulan's house, and the two of them smoked dry cigarettes all night. Hear the first rooster crow. The two then went their separate ways, going door to door and yelling at people. Gathered people. One person, two white bread stuffed into the hands. Eat enough to find people. It's a white bread. How exquisite. Not a single complaint. However, Chen Wenhai didn't come. Said Yang Sume was sick and had to be taken care of at home. Kakusei, you take the men to the right. Wen Kai, you take people to the county road. The rest of you come with me. Take the left. A large group of people, hooting and hollering, dispersed. Korea Hyung, Li Hong, and Yang Wenjing, the three of them held each other. Look at the scattered villagers. From last night until now, Yang Wenjing hadn't shed a single tear. She's afraid. She was afraid that the first tear that fell would be like the flood that broke the dike and could never be stopped again. Chen Tong framed Chen Hao and limped along. Most of Chen Hao's body weight was pressed on Chen Tong. The soles of his feet were on fire. Compared to the time before the search for Chen Hao, the whole person's taut nerves had relaxed a lot. The pain in his body flowed throughout his body. Chen Tong gritted his teeth and held on. He didn't know what was keeping him going. Just know that you must bring Ergo home. The family was waiting for him. Chen Hao's body was like a fire that scorched him. Second brother Chen Hao has a fever. It's very hot. He didn't dare delay a minute. It burned to a certain temperature and would burn a man silly. Chapter 117, Two people carried back, catching eels and loaches together. The 40 to 50 middle-aged men that Chen Bulan shouted at. There are 30 of them in there who were selected by Chen Bulan to work in the county's garment factory for their own mothers-in-law. When Chen Bulan knocked on the door of their house and said that the garment factory that Chen Kid had dished up was recruiting female laborers and wanted his own mother-in-law to help out, so many people almost didn't cry with excitement. County, public sector garment factory. All their lives, they do things they would never dream of doing. Most importantly, food and lodging are included. It's not an ancestor. Chen Bulan chose the 30 women who were hardworking and honest, and without any hesitation, they agreed to do so. It's not a cutie if you don't say yes. What? The mayor of the village patted his chest and made a promise. Food and shelter. Do not know how to step on the sewing machine does not matter. There are masters to teach. Don't you know what Chen is like now? Can you treat the villagers of this village badly? Besides, it's a public office. You have to walk with your head held high when you go in to see the front door. How many people can't even get in? If you tell the world that my mother-in-law is working in a garment factory in the county town, how many people would be jealous and envious? Some people even think in their minds, going without paying. Food and shelter. Can you eat 3 meals a day at home? Oh, I'm starving. The 30 men, though, were separated, but in the direction of their respective searches are a head start, one step against 2 others. If these 2 boys were to die in the mountains, wouldn't it be a waste of time for my own mother-in-law to go to the public sector? There's no place to cry. Chen Tong, Chan boy. After about an hour, the 3 roads into the mountains opened their mouths and shouted almost simultaneously. So many people shouting together. It was so loud. The voices rose and fell, and it went out far, far away. The echoing voices and shouting intertwined and overlapped as if they had never stopped. Chen Tong, Chen Tong, Chen Tong, who was holding Chen Hao and moving step by step, looked up with an open mind, and because he used a little bit of force, he almost fell without standing still. He heard someone calling his name. Vaguely, it's like a mountain wind blowing through. Chen Tong stopped and perked up his ears, listening carefully. Chen, little, Z, Chen, little, Z, following the sound of the wind. It really was someone shouting their name. Chen Tong knows. It's the village that's looking for it. His father, Chen Wenkai, must have mobilized the whole village to look for him and Chen Hao. Second brother. The village people have come looking for us. Chen Tong's voice was hoarse and his eyes were a little red. About half an hour later, Chen Tong saw a group of people. That set of people also saw Chen Tong. Chen Tong only felt his eyes go black and fainted. Before he fainted, he didn't forget to hold onto the piece of jade in his hand with a death grip. When I woke up, it was about 10 o'clock the next morning. Chen Tong only felt pain all over his body. He couldn't lift his arms, and the soles of his feet were even hot and painful. There's no reaction yet. Moisture came right to his lips. A bowl of warm water had been brought to his mouth. Chen Tong opened his mouth and drank it all in one go. Slowed down, bracing his body against the wall. Yang Wenjing put down the bowl, picked up another towel and wet it, wiping Chen Tong's face. At once, Chen Tong sobered up quite a bit, and his muddled head slowly smoothed out. Second brother, is everything alright? Chen Tong's voice was still hoarse and very worried. While racking Chen Hao, Chen Tong could feel that the body was scary hot. If it takes too long, one will surely burn into a little cutie. Don't worry, I've asked the barefoot doctor from the next village to come and look at it. Second brother's fever has subsided quite a bit. It's not as hot as it was before. Yang Wenjing's voice carried a faint sobbing tone. From the time Chen Tong left the house in search of Chen Hao, she had been the one who hadn't cried, until the moment he saw Chen Tong being carried back by the villagers. Her eyes then burst into tears. Can't stop it. The mood is more than words can express. Chen Tong pulled over Yang Wenjing's hand and gathered her into his arms. Worried you? Yang Wenjing didn't say anything, she just hugged Chen Tong tightly, seemingly wanting to integrate all her body into it. What about the stone in my hand? Knowing that Chen Hao didn't have much to do, Chen Tong asked about the jade stone. But it's an imperial green grade of jade. It's not worth a few bucks now. In 10 or 20 years. That's hard to say. Here, Yang Wenjing picked it up from the table and handed it to Chen Tong, saying, this stone back your uncle Li said. How can not break it? The grip can be tight. Who knows, just put you on the bed at home. You loose. I saw that it was a nice stone and you might like it, so I put it aside. Chen Tong nodded. Fortunately the jade was still there. Had lunch and slept again. Chen Tong was then able to get out of bed. He wasn't doing anything, he was just too tired. Now that he was well fed and rested, his stamina had naturally recovered quite a bit. There are quite a few of them. Men and women. Almost all of the women were selected by Qin Dulan to work in the county's garment factory, and knowing that Chen Hao was back, they all rushed over to take a look. Not to mention the men, some of whom didn't go back at noon, some of whom came back after lunch. When they saw Chen Tong come out, they all gathered around, afraid that something might happen to him. Determining that Chen Tong was fine, they all secretly let out a breath. Luckily, that job won't go yellow. Suddenly, Chen Tong remembered something very important. There are also a lot of eel and loach farms in the small rivers. Gross tickets from the eel and loach farms. I don't know how much money I'm going to lose if I'm delayed for a minute. He hurriedly greeted the villagers who were in the courtyard, taking bamboo baskets and baskets from their homes. Go get the eel loaches that escaped. Just in time. Caught up eels and loaches big enough not to put them in. It was kept at home overnight and the next day it was hauled directly to the waterworks supply house and sold. Just don't know. A day and a night have passed. How many more pounds of eel and loach can be caught? Uncle, Auntie, the eels and loaches in that river can all run out from my family's breeding base. This time, you can't count your money. Chen Tong joked. Yo, you kid. You're still afraid that we'll take your family's eels and loaches and sell them to you and make more money off of you. Ha ha ha. The villagers in the courtyard burst into laughter. This kid. Who doesn't know that almost all the eels and loaches in the village have been caught? Anyone who is now able to catch eels and loaches in their own paddy fields is, in all probability, the result of a heavy downpour the day before. Mind like a mirror. A group of people, with large and small bamboo baskets and other artifacts that can put loaches and eels. Laughing as he spoke, he followed behind Chen Tong. Catch eels and loaches. Chapter 118, taking his father to the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Center. Close to 20 or so people followed Chen Tong to the blocking point of the small river. The hearts couldn't help but all secretly praise it. This kid, he's not a big guy, but he thinks a lot. But think about it. If you don't have any brains, can you lead them to catch eels and loaches? How could you take over a garment factory in the county? Idiot. The group went down to the river. The depth of the water dropped so much that it only reached the bend of the thigh. Hey, this one is really thick. Just down the river a villager caught an eel thicker than his thumb. It was half a meter long. You can't run away from a pound or two. Li Tai Gui, is that thing in your hand more powerful than yours? Someone deliberately flirted, not caring that there was still a group of women here. Wang Airdog, you have to ask your daughter-in-law about this. Today, in front of so many people, I'll tell you quietly that your daughter-in-law's thousands of changes are really energizing. Asterisk off and step aside. Ha ha ha. Chen Tong knew that this was the way a group of men joked together. It doesn't count as true. Otherwise those women on the shore would be smiling, albeit a bit shy. Watching your own man mouth bull asterisk. There is strength in numbers. It doesn't take half an hour. The eels and loaches at the blocking point set up by Chen Tong are almost caught. It's amazing that there isn't a small one when you hit it. All of them are as thick as an adult's finger. But yeah, the smaller eels and loaches all swam further down the current. The nets at the blocking points can't stop it either. Watching the large and small baskets being filled, Chen Tong also breathed a sigh of relief. This is a real gross boat. The villagers worked together to carry eels and loaches back to Chen Tong's home. After chattering for a while, they dispersed. As long as Chen Tong was fine, they were fine. My own mother-in-law went to work in the county garment factory. Compared to this small favor she helped today, you call that a thing? Looking at a yard of eels and loaches, Chen Tong tapped his head. The money that's not there. He just didn't realize that the first batch of eel loaches grew so fast. Original guess. There are probably only about 500 pounds of eel and loach food grown up to sell. Look at the large and small filled baskets in this yard now. At least 1,000 pounds. The money. It's almost all together. At night, Chen Hao woke up. Li Hong helped him to sit down in the yard. The family sat neatly. Chen Hao lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Chen Wenkai barred his dry cigarette, cold face, and did not speak. How old are you to be doing what you call it? A good home that was almost destroyed. Let's eat first, and settle this score afterward. Chen Wenkai opened his mouth and knocked on the corner of the table with his dry cigarette. Chen Hao didn't move. What? You want me to help you personally? Chen Wenkai chided. Chen Hao got up in a flash and sat on the edge of the dining table, still with his head down. He picked at the bowl of rice and didn't even clip the food. Li Hong told him everything. It was only then that Chen Hao realized what a big mistake he had made. I don't care if I almost left myself in the wilderness. Chen Tong walked the entire night up the mountain in search of him. How dangerous that is. The mountain people understand. Father, this is not all right. This is all my fault. Not because the second brother is worried about the money is not enough. The garment factory cannot be disked down. Eat, early tomorrow morning, but also to take you to the county town. Chen Tong came out to round up the crowd. Seeing Chen Hao being lectured because of himself, he felt bad in his heart. A man that old, with his head down like a child, take me to the county seat? What for? Although Chen Wenkai was a bit puzzled, his heart was beautiful, thinking of taking him around the county. Father, it's like this. Tomorrow these eels and loaches sold, I see that the money is almost there. Disk the garment factory's second brother will have to go to the county town with sister-in-law to help. The family's eels and loaches business cannot be cut off, so you can only your old man out of the mountain. Of course, you're not alone. Uncle Guoqing I invited to help you. Me? I can't. This stuff, how would I know? Chen Wenkai waved his hand repeatedly. The heart is so beautiful. Look, it's all up to your old man in a pinch. Father, tomorrow morning follow the donkey cart to the county town for a stroll. Then you'll know. It's much easier than you doing hard labor. Chen Tong said with a smile. Really? Really? Chen Wenkai frowned and smoked a dry cigarette. That or not. Just try it yourself? Didn't the old saying go? The dragon begets the dragon. The phoenix begets the phoenix. And the son of a mouse knows how to make a hole? Kid Chan was born on his own. With this gene, how can his old man be worse? Chen Wenkai took a dry cigarette and knocked it on the corner of the table, which was a promise. Early the next morning, the brothers got up early, opened the door to the house and look. Chen Wenkai is already dressed and sitting in the courtyard. Seeing the two come out, he said faintly, just this dawdling. You can't catch up with eating. Chen Tong. Chen Hao. Chen Tong really wants to say, you old man got up too early. Rush over now. The county supply house isn't open yet. The three of them ate breakfast, and Korea Kyung came. Several people worked together to carry baskets and baskets of eels and loaches onto the donkey cart. Tie it off. Chen Tong looked at the old hens in the yard that he had brought from his second brother's house. Think about it. Forget it. When that side of the garment factory is on track, then I'll carry the old hen to see Li Shan. In any case, Li Shan is a serious public official. It's a thread that can't be broken. As for Lin De Lung, which way the ass is crooked, no need to think about it. This time, Lan Taijun had helped him a lot, and Lin Dalong hated to wear the same pants as Lan Taijun. Jingle bells. The crisp bell rang. The two donkey carts rushed to the county seat one after the other. Chen Wenkai leaned against the bamboo basket, his mouth smoking a dry cigarette and squinting. That's called panache. An hour and 10 minutes. The donkey cart arrived at the door of the aquatic supply house. The grandpa who was watching the door saw that it was Chen Hao and rushed over to open the door. It's so early in the day. The gates aren't open yet. Chen Hao nodded his head with a smile and said, today our father came, got up early and pushed hard. Several people got out of the car, and Chen Tong embraced Chen Bulin up. Dad, remember to take the cigarettes. This is the gatekeeper's grandpa. The relationship has to be good. Chen Tong was behind Chen Bulin, carefully reminding Chen Wenkai. I know. Chen Bulin said this on his lips, but Chen Tong clearly felt that his body had a few stiffness, and he couldn't even hold his cigarettes properly. At the end of the day, It's still nerve-wracking. The first time he dealt with the people of the county's public sector, Chen Bulan's heart was thumping. A cigarette, smoked for a long time before taking it out and handing it over. The janitor's grandfather has seen nothing and has a lively mind. A quick glance revealed Chen Wencai's dilemma. Taking a few steps forward to receive it, he smoothly hung it on his ear and said, "Thank you, old brother. These two boys of yours are remarkable and inviting." The janitor took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Chen Wencai. Chapter 119, Gathering $6,000 to officially take over the factory. The janitor is nothing else but a good judge of character. One word brought the relationship with Chen Wencai closer. Chen Wencai he was able to do without a proper look. But Chen Tong was Li Shan's guest of honor. The entire distribution society, as long as the Qinghe village Chen family someone to send eel loach, no matter how much, no matter how big or small, no matter dead or alive, all $1 a caddy. No one knows. No one knows. Chen Tong exchanged pleasantries with the caretaker and told him that it would be his father, Chen Wencai, who would deliver the eels in the future. His dad is leggy and old. Ask him to help watch over it. The janitor nodded his head vigorously and said, "Don't worry. It's on him. Drive the donkey cart in." Chen Tong was talking to Chen Wencai on the side about things to watch out for. It's a familiar face, but you can't get the steps wrong. It weighed in at 1,300 pounds. That's $1,300. The accountant gave the note. Chen Tong took Chen Wencai to get the money again. Chen Wencai's hands were shaking when he received the thick pile of dahui. This mother asterisk. How come it's so heavy? He could barely hold it steady. I can't. I'm a good hand at heavy work. How come I can't handle this kind of money? When Chen Wencai came out, his footsteps were light, as if he was drunk. The dark face reddened slightly. Clutching the bamboo basket in his hand tightly, he looked around as if he were a thief. "Second brother, we have to go back early. Look at our father." Chen Tong nudged his mouth, signaling Chen Hao. "This money just doesn't reach home. Chen Wencai, this heart cannot be able to be down to earth." Chen Hao nodded and smiled nervously. "Drive the donkey cart back to the house." Chen Tong talked to Han Guanchang and asked him to come and help deliver the eels and loaches. $20 a month. Han Hanjiang agreed without even thinking about it. Sending eels and loaches is a fortune. He gets up every day and goes up the mountain to pick mushrooms and fungus for another sum of money. No need to look around for work, and you can take care of your own mother-in-law. What better job could there be? Looking at the back of Han Guoqing's departure, Chen Tong spoke. "Second brother, Uncle Guoqing is a solidly good person. Indeed, during the time you weren't at home, I went to the loach and eel breeding base and often saw Uncle Guoqing strolling along the ridge carrying a shovel, filling in and filling out the fields." Okay, Chen Tong had something in mind. Take it to heart. Speaking of the loach and eel farming base thing, Chen Tong was still a bit uneasy. "Second brother, take a shovel and go to the breeding base to take a look. I caught more than 1,000 pounds of eels and loaches from the small river. I don't know how much is left in the base." Chen Hao's face was a bit obscure. "If I hadn't pushed my cart out early in the morning to collect eels, one less person, mudskippers and eels would never run that much. It is estimated that there are not many loaches and eels left in the base now." As for who was the one who destroyed the ridge, Chen Tong didn't want to find out for the time being. Compared to the garment factory, this is just not worth it. Noon. After making the meal, Chen Hao also came back. "It's really just as guessed. There are a lot of eel loaches slipping out of the base. It's close to half of what it was." He was a man who couldn't hide things, and the word remorse was written all over his dark face. Chen Tong didn't say much either. "There are some things that you have to figure out for yourself." Had lunch. Chen Tong packed up and took $6,000 to the county to find Yu Haiping. The money was all sorted out in piles of 100 and placed neatly in a bamboo basket. Top it off with some wild greens and bamboo shoots and cover it tightly. "Father, you go to the village chief in a while and ask him to notify the villagers who are going to the county town to work in the garment factory, so that they can pack up tomorrow and have to go to the factory early in the morning. Go on, you boy." Chen Wencai knocked the dry cigarette in his hand, took out the tobacco, and pressed it hard with his thumb, then added, "Take care on the road." Chen Tong turned back and waved his hand. In an hour and a half, Chen Tong arrived at Qingqing Garment Factory. Yu Haiping has been in the past few days, eating and living in the garment factory without leaving. "Uncle Yu." Chen Tong greeted Yu Haiping, who was sitting in the janitor's room. "Chen, factory director." Yu Haiping got up, in better spirits than before. The depression in his heart gradually dissipated after the past few days. "Why? What factory director, Chen? Uncle, you just call me Xiao Tong." Chen Tong was polite to Haiping. Yu Haiping was punked this time. Not that he had a bad brain. When really, this bureau is not expected by the general public. Lin De Lung himself came down to help, and it would be a problem if he didn't fall for it. After all, Several garment factories are in partnership with Huayin Textile Factory. That's fine. I'll lean on the old. Although Yu Haiping had not been in contact with Chen Tong for a long time, but every time he spoke Chen Tong looked at the person's eyes and was very sincere. Isn't there an old saying? Phases are born from the mind. This kid has a clean face and is not a sneaky person. In the past few days, I went from house to find the old female workers who hadn't gone to other garment factories and settled their wages, and they were all quite willing to come back and help. Uncle Yu, Chen Tong gave a thumbs up towards Yu Haiping. Hiring someone like Yu Haiping is just comforting. Being able to know what you're thinking. Let's go. Let's sign the contract today. I've brought the money. Chen Tong was in a good mood and patted the bamboo basket he was carrying in his hand. Yu Haiping probed and looked. This is not a basket of bamboo shoots and wild vegetables. Then it dawned on him. This kid, as always, has a lot of guts. $6,000 just came strutting in a bamboo basket. Gotta admire his guts. Let's go. After signing and stamping, this factory is yours. Yu Haiping was also very spontaneous. A couple of moves by Chen Tong, all of which he secretly admired. Already thought of following behind Chen Tong. By all rights, he should be a little embarrassed. But who would have thought that there was nothing at all inside? A vague sense of hope arrived at Yu Haiping's office. Chen Tong took out the organized piles and piles of Mao tickets. The whole $6,000. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Yu Haiping took out the official seal, the contract and a series of paper contracts. 2 signatures, fingerprints and official seal. When Chen Tong received the official seal in his hand, Qingqing Garment Factory officially belonged to him. Only, there is still one more process to go. This is a public sector license, and you still have to go to the public site to transfer the paperwork. It's just that this one is a little hard to do. It's complicated. There's no rush for a while. Qingqing Garment Factory is in your hands. Yu Haiping still couldn't help but speak. Uncle Yu, aren't you there? Chen Tong said with a smile. Yu Haiping nodded vigorously. He is still there and has not left. In the past few days, I've often seen people hanging around near our Qingqing Garment Factory, and they should be poking around to see if production has resumed. Aha! Chen Tong wasn't surprised. Blue Tai Jun, this bunch of old foxes, would only be completely relieved if they watched the Qingqing Garment Factory's machines move out of the factory with their own eyes. Chapter 120. Pack up and go to Qingqing Garment Factory. Blue Tai Jun mind meticulous city is extremely deep. Chen Tong is taught, probably at the first sight of you. His mind has already worked out how to deal with you, and that thread, it's going to be stretched out for a long time. Money, women, compliments, etc. The Blue Iron Army will drown you step by step. If he hadn't come back reborn with the memories of his previous life, designated will be played by the Blue Iron Army. It was now hugging Tang Xiaoye beautifully. This man, just because of the limitations of the times, information was not transmitted swiftly enough. Otherwise, with Blue Tiejuan's ability, he might have already marched into the province. It's okay, we don't need to hide it. You notify the said female workers this afternoon. Come to work in the factory tomorrow. The Garment Factory resumes production. Chen Tong Road. It's useless to hide from the Blue Iron Army. As far as dirty tricks are concerned, they have a lot of them in their stomachs. Of course, there are quite a few Chen Tongs as well. Should we hold off? There's still a small door at the Garment Factory. I'll let them enter through the back door. Lin Dalong now wears the same pants as Blue Tai Jun. If he knows that Qingqing Garment Factory is back from the dead, will he suppress it? Not sell us fabrics? Yu Haiping was right to be concerned. Qingqing Garment Factory now belongs to the wall falling down. No one in these garment factories wants to watch the wall that was pushed down be put up once again. Uncle Yu is right about that. But the more we hide in this situation, the more it proves that we're weak-minded. And I'm afraid that when they see the small flame sprouting, they'll find a way to extinguish it. How about, why don't we just go up to the people? The door is open, true or false or real, so that they can't figure out the current situation of Qingqing Garment Factory. A small fire is good to put out. It has become a big fire to put out. Yu Haiping frowned, a bit embarrassed, and carefully said, but where am I going to find you that many people? There are only about 10 old female workers. Those 10 or so old female laborers. You must be certain that they are keep your mouth shut people? Chen Tong asked coldly. Yu Haiping froze. What is the meaning of this? Why did it suddenly come back to the female workers? Can't trust him? He's really looking out for Qingqing Garment Factory. Looking at Yu Haiping's puzzled face, Chen Tong smiled and said, Uncle Yu, don't worry, it's not that I can't trust you. As long as the garment factories are running, it's impossible to hide the news. And we can't all go through the back door to get goods in and out, can we? Those female workers who haven't gone to the other several garment factories yet, is it true that some of them haven't gone? Chen Tong business is considered to be a lifelong business. Not to say it's harmful, but there's always defense. He's not you happing is that frightened bird. To directly show one of the bottom cards is to tell a few garment factories that they have to weigh their ideas. Uncle you. There is one more thing. To the outside world. You are still the factory director of Chingching Garment Factory. I am a nameless junior. So if you cannot mention it, don't mention it. I reckon that right now. Blue Taijun still doesn't know about me taking over the garment factory. Yu Haiping is in the light. He is in the dark. It's more favorable for him to operate. You'll do as I say. The garment factory will run normally tomorrow. I can guarantee that I'll bring 30 people to keep their mouths shut, to be mute and only do things, not talk. Alright, you said it. It's not a good idea to hold back. Yu Haiping felt that what Chen Tong said was also reasonable. The green clothing factory is back from the dead, and no one knows what's going on. After sending people to monitor the factory for a few days, they all felt that Chingching Garment Factory had almost breathed its last. If 40 or 50 people suddenly popped up early tomorrow morning, even the Blue Iron Army would be confused. Chen Tong clapped his hands and collected the official seal and contract. Dash away. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong returned home. Surprisingly, the family sat in the yard in one piece. It was like waiting for him to come back. They're all here. What are they looking at me for? Chen Tong touched his cheeks. Being stared at by the family, he was surprisingly a little uncomfortable. Chen Wenkai knocked on his dry cigarette and looked at Chen Tongdao. What is it? The family was sitting in the courtyard, but it was not to wait for news from Chen Tong. With $6,000 to go to the county, it can be said that, in addition to Chen Tong, heart did not feel, other people that is nervous to death. Chen Tong smiled and said, don't worry, it's done. Everyone else in the yard breathed a sigh of relief, a big stone in their hearts falling to the ground. You kid. Chen Wenkai revealed a pleased smile and barred his cigarette with his mouth. Out of the blue, it's plopping down a garment factory in the county. And take the villagers with you. It's kind of a benefit to the village. This one with the handle was not raised in vain. Then, he skimmed his head again to look at Chen Hao. Ha, born of the same mother. Why is that? Mom, you go and cook right now. Tonight I'll have to take Wenjing and my second brother and sister-in-law to the county town first, and settle them down first. That urgent? Chen Wenkai frowned. It's still high in the sky. I guess it's only 3 o'clock. It hasn't gone down to the treetops yet. Aha, Chen Tong nodded and said. It's something on the side of the garment factory. Food and shelter are included. No one is allowed to cook. So I have to go ahead and prepare tonight. Chen Tong did not want to tell the twists and turns of it. Then, presumably, his father would have to worry again. Why is there so much work in a garment factory? Chen Tong followed Yang Wenjing into the house. Yang Wenjing took out all the clothes that Chen Tong wore on weekdays and folded them, mostly with patches. During this time, Chen Tong earned money, but he didn't buy any clothes for himself at all. Still wearing clothes with patches. But that's normal. What kind of countryman doesn't wear clothes and pants with patches? 3 more years of sewing. Daughter-in-law, why are you only packing my clothes? Yang Wenjing paused for a moment. You're not going to the county seat. Chen Tong stuck up and wrapped his arms around Yang Wenjing behind him, saying, why don't you pack your clothes? Me? I can't help you if I go. So I might as well stay home and help mom and dad. Chen Tong didn't mention a word about Yang Wenjing before or after. Although Yang Wenjing was disappointed, she understood in her heart. It's inconvenient to do anything on your own with a big belly. Going there won't help. Clothing factory and just disc down. Big and small things are quite a lot. Cannot let Chen Tong distraction. Chen Tong rested his chin on Yang Wenjing's shoulder. If you won't go, then I won't go to the garment factory either. Don't stop it. Yang Wenjing knew that Chen Tong was joking, but her heart was so sweet. It was like drinking honey. He's not saying that because he cares about himself. Chen Tong twisted Yang Wenjing around and looked her in the eyes. Word for word, said, your clothes should be packed too. After dinner, we'll go to the county together. But before Yang Wenjing could finish her sentence, she felt her eyes go black and her mouth get wet. For a long time, the lips parted. Yang Wenjing lowered her head. Luckily there was a curtain blocking it. Otherwise it's a shame. Hurry up and pack your clothes. I still have to go find the village chief. Chen Tong petted Yang Wenjing's head and left, leaving behind a red-faced Yang Wenjing, her heart thumping. Jingle bells. The sound of brass bells is crisp. The two brothers carried the large bag onto the donkey cart. Clothes, pots and pans, chili peppers, leeks, wild greens, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and a whole bunch of other ready-to-pick foods. Enough to put a big basket. Especially bamboo shoots and fungus wild vegetables. That's a lot. All of them were picked by Korea Hyung, who made a good meal and dragged Chen Wenkai to the back of the mountain. Knowing that Chen Tong has to manage the food, the old couple didn't say anything on their mouths, but their hearts still hurt. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. Picked from the mountain home. It is fresh and delicious. With meat oil stir-fried on high heat, It is a fragrant. We are all from the same village. Don't be stingy with your cooking. Wait for your Uncle Guiqing to come. Go with you. Touch the door. And I'll send you food every other day in the future. Chen Tong's heart warmed. But, I have to say, it saves a lot of money. After all, 40 or 50 people eating. That's no joke. Other than that, we rely on the mountains to eat the mountains. There are different foods on the mountains in different seasons. And if we can catch some wild rabbits and roe deer, we can still improve our food. Chen Tong knew that this time his father would be busy again. Your Uncle Guiqing is here. Hurry up. Chen Wenkai waved his hand. Yang Wenjing, Li Hong rode alone on a donkey cart, rushed to the county seat with the sound of brass bells. An hour and a half later, arrived at the gate of the green clothing factory. Yu Haiping was standing at the gate to greet him. When he saw the 2 donkey carts coming, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Come on, get into the factory. There'll be no one milling around. Chen Tong nodded, followed Yu Haiping to the place where he lived. A neat row of small bungalows, previously used by Yu Haiping to save money for storage. Only 2 rooms are used to house people. Now it's organized and decent. Can't get that many beds temporarily. The rest can only be built with bricks and planks. Yu Haiping said. It's hard on Uncle Yu. We mountain people don't have that much to say. Chen Tong said with a smile. Yu Haiping's mouth was built of bricks and boards. It's actually quite heartfelt. The boards were clean and wide, and the brick foundation was built some distance off the ground so that the moisture wouldn't be too heavy. 1 bed is big enough for 2 people and still leaves quite a bit of room. As soon as the villagers spread their bedsheets in bedding, that would be proper. The 2 rooms near the very front have electric lights and are light and airy from front to back. It is not twice as good as the mud houses in the old village of Qinghe. 1 room for Li Hong Chen Hao. 1 room for Chen Tong Yang Wenjing. Soon, then he packed up his things. Second brother, you take sister-in-law to the supply and marketing center, and the meat factory. In the future, we'll have to count on sister-in-law for all our meals. Chen Tong took out a few sheets of dumpling and stuffed them into Chen Hao. Chen Hao also did not polite. All his money can be given to Chen Tong Disc Green Garment Factory. Now, penniless, Uncle Yu, Uncle Han, let's eat together in a while. Chen Tong didn't let Han Hanqing rush back and let him and Yu Haiping get to know each other. It's all a regular thing from now on. Having said that, Chen Tong is busy again with wild vegetables, fungus, mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Clean it. Bamboo shoots are sliced. Wild greens are sliced. And you get organized. He wants to be good. A couple of good dishes tonight. Stir-fried fungus with egg, bamboo shoots with pork, stir-fried wild vegetables with lard, and mushrooms with oil residue. Chapter 121 Leading villagers to the county town and learning to use sewing machines. An hour later, Chen Hao came back with a donkey cart. 100 pounds of white rice, 100 pounds of flour, 3 pounds of pork and 5 pounds of lard were bought, plus bits and pieces of material. It really cost a lot of money. He was a little heartbroken. It wasn't that Chen Hao was cheap. A family meal of white rice and pork, even if cannot be every day to dozens of people, also have a meal of white rice and pork. What kind of family can you eat like this? But it was Chen Tong who told him to buy it, so he didn't ask much. Not for a moment. The food was served and it was delicious. The table was placed under a ginkgo tree that 2 people couldn't hold, and it really felt like home. When Yu Haiping looked at the table of dishes, even his eyes were straight. He hadn't eaten poorly in all his years as a factory manager, but the wild and freshly picked wild vegetables, bamboo shoots that hit his taste buds. The lard is sautéed over high heat to completely bring out the flavors of the food. That's called freshness. Yu Haiping ate 2 bowls of rice, especially the lard-fried wild vegetables. This dish was almost wrapped up by him. Eat, it's already dark. Send off Yu Haiping first. The 2 brothers discussed it. Tonight, Chen Tong went back with Korea Kyung. Come back early tomorrow morning with 30 villagers. The donkey cart is kept in the county, and it is convenient to haul goods and do anything. Green Clothing Factory is otherwise full of open space. Things are finalized. Chen Tong spoke to Yang Wenjing. Back on the donkey cart. It was light. The whole village of Qinghe came alive. Many villagers woke up early to build fires for cooking. Cooking smoke curls up. If it were the old days, there would be nothing going on in the fields. Never get up that early. Still asleep. Chen Tong also got up, steamed a few sweet potatoes and made some white rice porridge. In addition to white rice porridge, sweet potatoes and potatoes are the standard for mountain people. You can't have a meal without these 2. Even when they used to be even poorer, there were times when they ate leaves, ate bark, and the mountains had to be chewed up. And today, the whole village looks more lively than New Year's Eve. 30 households of women who were selected to work in the county's garment factories, that didn't get much sleep all night last night. Don't be lazy when you get to the garment factory. Keep your eyes on the work and be diligent. It's our good fortune to be chosen by the village chief to work in a public organization in the county town. Didn't the village chief say, 3 meals a day, and that's salary to get, money miles, so that your brother can go to school. Maybe, the feng shui of the county is good. Our Near will grow up and marry in the county in style. Wife, hurry up, hurry up. I've packed all the clothes for you. In the other house, a burly man shouted towards the house. But don't be delayed. You have to gather at Chen Kid's house after eating. Somehow, the more I look at my wife these days, the better she looks. The arms are strong, the waist is thick, and the face has a different flavor. Especially last night. It took a lot of effort to serve his own mother-in-law. Now this woman is great. Really, women can hold up half the sky. You might be making more money than you are. Village Chief Chen Bulan didn't sleep much last night either. Half asleep. One is happy. Secondly, there are a few concerns deep down. 30 women. But it's all about him finding one family at a time. As nice as the county is, you can't get carried away. Can you? Wouldn't he be a sinner then? No. We still need to nag Kid Chen about this. It can be watched. It's so hard to get a wife these days. Chen Bulan smoked dry cigarettes, carried his hands, and went to Chen Tong's house with a whimper. Grand old age. Just see the door of Chen Tong's house open. He stood in the doorway waiting for the villagers. There were already a dozen people at the door. There are men and women. They should all be here to send their daughters-in-law or children to the county seat. Seeing Chen Bulan walking with his hands behind his back, there was a flurry of greetings. It was natural for them to carry gratitude in their hearts for being chosen by Chen Bulan. Chen Bulan responded one by one. Then, he gave a wink to Chen Tong. Chen Tong understood and entered the house. What's wrong, uncle? Chen Tong asked. Chen Bulan sipped 2 mouths of dry cigarettes. Furrowed face frowned into a Chuan word. Chen Kid. TSK. There are some words that I don't know how to say. Chen Bulan was a bit embarrassed. It felt like saying that was slapping Chen Tong in the face. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it, Chen Tong said with a smile. This difficult look on Chen Bulan's face must have something to do with the villagers. Barbara. As he watched more and more people gather at the door, he had to say something without saying anything. Chen boy. I've been to the county town and know that it's more than 100 times better than our little ravine. Some of the 30 women I chose have never been to the county town in their entire lives. And I'm afraid that if they stay in the county town for a long time, they'll get lost. Can you understand how hard it is to get a wife? Chen Bulan looked at the villagers at the door and puffed on 2 more mouthfuls of dry cigarettes. Uncle, I understand. Chen Tong habitually touched his pockets and didn't touch the big front door. Just have to stop. Chen Bulan's words gave him a reminder. Honestly, one hasn't really thought about it that much. It's just a matter of bringing the villagers to make money. Okay, uncle. I'll let them go home every week. One is to meet with their families, and the other is to let them relax. As for being in the county, I won't let them leave the garment factory, and no one should be bold enough to sneak out. Chen Bulan nodded. The more he looked at Chen Tong, the better he looked. This kid, a little bit of everything, and he doesn't think twice about it, could be a real relief. Let's go. Let's go. It's almost all here, Chen Bulan said as he walked towards the house. Chen Tong followed behind. There were 70 or 80 people, large and small, young and old, gathered around the door. There was talking and laughing. A part of it was standing in front of Yang Sumei's house. Seeing Chen Bulan come out, they consciously made a path. Ahem. Chen Bulan coughed twice, said, villagers, this day will go to the county town clothing factory. That is a public unit. To the garment factory? Not to mention, can give me a good job. Cannot give us Qinghe village disgrace. Of course, also cannot be sorry Chen Kid. It's all thanks to Mr. Chen that the big guys got into the garment factory. If anyone is dishonest and disobedient, I'll be ugly and say there's sure to be someone else in the village who can take the top spot. Chen Bulan cajoled and scared. After finishing the call, he gestured for Chen Tong to say a few words as well. Chen Tong couldn't push it, so he said a few words. Having said that, it'll be time to take the villagers to the county seat. Go to the county town. Chen Tong and Chen Bulan led the way. 70 or 80 men hooted together and followed. It's kind of funny, when we reached the end of the village, we had to wave goodbye. Some people's eyes got moist. Leaving home for the first time. I don't know if my own man is good enough to clean up the house. I don't know if I'll be able to mend a torn dress. Mom, I'm leaving. Someone waved. Daughter-in-law, slow down on the road and do well in the garment factory. Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law. In the midst of the cacophony of voices, Chen Tong faded away with 30 women. Objective. Green clothing factory. About an hour. The group arrived at the county seat. It's the ravine after all. Wide-eyed with newfound wonder, he looked at the tall building. Rare as hell. Look, the house is beautiful. This road is also nice and smooth. It doesn't hurt my feet at all when I walk on it. The county is just great. It's so different. 30 women were chattering and excited. This is the county that people who have seen the world in the village talk about. That's not bad. It's good. It's just too few people. Why don't we see anyone? It's not that I'm not seeing anyone. They're not up yet. Ha 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 ha. Another half hour. The group arrived at the door of the garment factory, which was still open. That excitement was at its peak. Wow. This is the Ching Ching garment factory. But it's so grand. Yes. It's a brick house. It's a rarity. Look at this big iron gate. So high. Some bold women came forward to compare, with a gleam in their eyes. Chen Tong knocked and banged on the iron door. The village came too early in the genus. Hearing the sound, Chen Hao hurriedly came out to open the door. A bunch of people went in hooting and hollering. Like that tide, Chen Tong led them to the place where they lived and assigned them rooms. 3 to a room. They also all have their own beds. So don't mention how beautiful your heart is. Chen Tong let them pick up their rooms first. And he left. After all, they are all women. And it is not convenient for Chen Tong to watch there. Ergo, when you're not doing anything, you're in charge of watching the gate, especially in the last few days. And make sure to make a note of any unfamiliar faces you see wandering around the neighborhood. Chen Hao was shocked when he heard this. What's wrong? His voice was a little deep. It's fine. No need to be nervous. This is the county town. Nothing will happen. Those people are just here to ask for information. Just ignore them, Chen Tong explained. Chen Hao nodded with a cold face. Whoever dares to make trouble in the garment factory, don't blame him for being merciless. At 7:30, Yu Haiping came. One by one, the old women workers came. Lighten up and go to the big house with the sewing machine. Chen Tong saw that it was almost time. Greet the villagers brought over. One leapt like a child at the sight of Chen Guanhua's sewing machine. It's a sewing machine. It's expensive. Yu Haiping and Chen Tong divided the 30 villagers into 10 old women workers. One with 3. Started carefully explaining how to use the sewing machine and what to look out for, how the pin goes, how the direction turns. One listened intently, afraid of missing a bit. Learning to sew on a sewing machine isn't hard, though. In just one morning, a number of people mastered the essentials of using a sewing machine. Sewing machines clacked away in the large factory. A wonderful symphony. Practice stitches in the morning and walk the line. It's all about using the edges, so there's no such thing as waste. Until 11:30. When Chen Tong came to call for dinner, almost no one heard him. Chapter 122 Resumption of Production in Garment Factories. Throughout the workshop, the enthusiasm is as hot as fire and passionate. It's only been a morning though, but the 30 women of Qinghe village seem to have found the true meaning of living. Turns out, they're not useless. Turns out, they don't have to stay in that little mountain village for the rest of their lives. Day after day, year after year, back to the ground. It turned out that they could really be as the village head, Chen Bulan, had said. Women can hold up half the sky. Chen Tong shouted a few times, but no one responded. There was no other way but to let Yu Haiping go up and say it. That's when they stopped the sewing machine in their hands and came to gather at the door. Sister Zhang, don't be in a hurry. Let's queue up. Nothing else? There's enough food. Chen Tong looked at Zhang Guilan, Shu Sanhu's wife from the same village, and said with a smile, Zhang Guilan's family is so poor that they can't afford to open their pots and pans. So in the morning they only drink some plain water and eat a sweet potato. Once I started learning how to use the sewing machine, it was all in good fun and I didn't feel hungry. This would be a break. And what little food was in my stomach would have been consumed long ago. Hungry front and back. One drilled towards the front of the man. Zhang Guilan revealed an awkward smile. Honestly not moving. Lining up. Chen Tong brought a few dozen people forward to eat. It's right where it lives. This morning, a large makeshift stove has been set up. 2 large iron pots covered with lids made of wooden planks. The aroma wafting out of the pan is old and tantalizing. Many people swallowed their saliva. All looking forward to this lunch today. If you put it in the usual way, in your own home, definitely not eating at this point. You can't eat until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Chen Tong opened the first lid. At once, the heat was overflowing, and the aroma of rice mixed with the flavor of sweet potatoes carried out a long way. The 30 villagers who came from Qinghe village were even more excited. It's been rumored in the village for a long time. Chen's family eats 3 meals a day, all of them white rice and pork. Now it seems to be true. The second pot lid opens. Ooh, what is this smell? It smells too good too. Looks like meat. It's really meaty. You're eating meat now? New Year's? There was a commotion in the crowd. One stretched his neck to get a better look. The second pot was cooked in a chowder. Oil residue, pork, wild vegetables, bamboo shoots and mushrooms. Add green onion, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, flavorful salt to season the flavors. It's really delicious. Come on, Sister Sue, you're the first. Chen Tong picked up a large bowl. It started with a big bowl of rice laced with sweet potatoes. Another full layer of chowder was covered on top. Su Tsuewa's eyes went straight, covered in the top layer of chowder. She saw meat. What a big piece of pork. This food is too good. Look at the oil and water. There's no shortage of oil. Su Tsuehua took end to one side, squatting on the ground. Do not care about hot. Big mouth eat up. Mouth sla sla. Look at the people who have not yet got the rice bowl that is an envy. Here, Sister Zhang. It's yours. Sister Wang. Yours. Nell. You're still growing, right? Look at how skinny you are. I'll add more food for you. Since today is the first meal of the first day of work in the garment factory, cooking is naturally more than enough. I'm afraid it won't be enough. But, okay, there's still quite a bit left in the pot. Everyone's mouths are greasy. Chen Tong picked up the bowl and served a bowl to Yang Wenjing. Then another bowl was given to Li Hong. It was followed by Yu Haiping and Chen Hao, and the last one left was himself. Although Chen Tong is now the factory director of Qingqing Garment Factory, but there's no rack at all. Squatting on the floor as well, he took a bowl and took a big bite. Uncle Yu, you've been watching them study this morning. Do you think you can start work this afternoon? Chen Tong plowed a large mouthful of rice and asked as he ate. Yu Haiping gave a thumbs up and muttered, willing to learn? Serious? I think we can try this afternoon. Do you still have that batch of material you didn't finish last time? Chen Tong asked. He remembered what Yu Haiping had said. There was a batch of material people gave a deposit. That is, before the Qingqing Garment Factory was in trouble. Then wages could not be paid and a large number of women workers were recruited by several garment factories. That batch must have broken too. Yu Haiping nodded and said, yes, but it has already delayed people's progress. Only 1/3 of it was completed, and I made up the rest of the money to others. Chen Tong, for Yu Haiping that is a deep admiration. For the money aspect, that's not a problem at all. It's very much on your conscience. In that case, this afternoon, let the old female workers take them on to make this batch of material. You go and talk to people. Make a good finished product and give it to them. The price is only half of the original. That material, all of it, was cut to specifications and sizes. In addition to proceeding to make that finished batch, Chen Tong couldn't think of anything else for the time being. Plus, he really didn't have any money on hand. There's no way to buy material if you don't have money. There is no material to talk about production. The coquettish woman can't cook without rice. You can only bleed back a little with the low price of the material you left behind earlier. Yu Haiping knew that this was the first task Chen Tong had given him. If you can do it, you have to do it. And if you can't, you have to do it. Must do a good job. Alright, I'll take care of this. Yu Haiping didn't say much and agreed in one breath. Chen Tong gave a thumbs up. It's a relief to talk to someone with experience. Then we'll get straight to work in a minute. Eat and rest for another half hour. Yu Haiping let the old female laborer lead the people into the garment room. This also means that Qingqing Garment Factory has officially resumed production. In the meantime, the directors of several garment factories were not far behind in getting a message. Early this morning, Qingqing Garment Factory did not know that dozens of people came all of a sudden, and they were all women. I haven't gotten out of the garment factory since I went in. Blue Tiejuan's eyes were deep as he stood at the window, looking at the room where Chen Tong had once lived. Why? That kid doesn't come to himself now? Did you wait for him to get to him? Didn't the factory go out of business? Why is it back in business? Where did Yu Haiping find so many female workers? And his money, where did it come from? Is it difficult to sell some of the machines? Use the money from the sale of the machines to keep it going? A series of questions haunted the Blue Iron Army. Spare him the sophistication. But for the time being, he couldn't think clearly about the twists and turns. Xiao Ye, has Chen Tong looked for you? Lan Taijun asked without looking back. No. Blue Taijun was silent. The batch of material he took from Huaiyin Textile Factory has not been moved. Been waiting for Chen Tong to come back, because Lan Taijun was certain that no garment factory could give Chen Tong such a high price. Another unusual idea for a kid in his 20s. High-mindedness is inevitable. When he touched his nose outside, he was able to realize how much Blue Sky Garment Factory had given him. Chen Tong will come back good. Chapter 123. Yu Haiping brings good news. 7 or 8 old female workers have disappeared. Lan Taijun truly appreciated Chen Tong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid so much to try to firmly lock Chen Tong in his hands. So much so, that it sent Tang Xiaoya all the way out. But, things don't work out the way they're supposed to. What is it about young men in their 20s that makes them so determined? He was puzzled. Before he met Chen Tong, no matter who he faced, Blue Taijun was always able to strategize. But on the contrary, every move Chen Tong made him lose that feeling. Ungraspable. Lan Taijun thought for a long time and could only put Chen Tong's matter aside for now. There are more important things to figure out right now. How was the green clothing factory able to resurrect itself? He knows. Yu Haiping isn't that strong. Who's the guy behind that? Is it hard to believe that it's a public entity? If it's a public sector person, it's really not a good idea. Blue Cloud Garment Factory. Factory manager Feng Yun. At this moment, he was also puzzled. Cigarette after cigarette in hand. Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. Qingqing Clothing Factory is now open? Then the good show he put on at Huayin Garment Factory wasn't wasted. Not only that, but it's also a secret. When the east window was uncovered, he planted the evidence to frame Chen Tong. But the kid is gone too. It was as if it had disappeared from the Blue Sky Garment Factory. He closed his eyes and reclined on the bench. Under the head, resting on a pair of jade legs. Brother Feng, do you want your brothers on the road to ask around and look for that kid? The one who spoke was bald. The very same brother Chang who had kidnapped Chen Tong before. Feng Yun had been a social mixer before he got up. One word and you're in a fight. Carrying a lot of enemies on his back. He became the factory director is also used to people call him Feng. In order to always remind themselves. That line hasn't been retired yet. There is no golden pot. It's not impossible to use a little necessity when necessary. Just for example, treating the Green Garment Factory. The Blue Iron Army is so powerful. They know people in black and white. He really didn't dare to do this to Blue Sky Garment Factory. Plus, how Blue Cloud Garment Factory got up. He knows in his heart. If he kills the Blue Sky Garment Factory, he'll definitely be able to grow bigger and stronger. Reinventing the wheel? He didn't think he was cut out for it. But, the cake in Huayin County is that big, so it's hard to take one out. Get him up again? Just kidding. Not putting him, Feng Yun, in his eyes. And then there's the fact that he can hear about it. Blue Tiejuan's heart is not in Huayin, the small county. Eyes have long looked to the city. That, then, is his main battlefield. Feng Yun believes that when the Blue Iron Army gets a foothold in the municipal market, the Blue Cloud Garment Factory would have been able to capture half of the Huayin market. That's a lot of gross checks. Well, just get rid of the Green Garment Factory. Feng Yun stretched out 2 fingers and beckoned to brother Bol Chang. Django came running over with his ass in the air and his head down. Feng Yun muttered something in his ear. Chang smiled that sinister smile. This kind of thing, he was the best at it. Had dinner. Yu Haiping didn't even rest. Then he left the Green Clothing Factory. The mill is open for fabric. There is no delay in this matter. The place he was going to was another county. It's a little far away. It takes a car to get there. Of course, this expense was reimbursed by Chen Tong. Before leaving the factory, Chen factory director said, go to the next county dinner ride money. It's always counted as a garment factory. Xiao Tong, why don't you agree with me following Yu Haiping in this matter? Chen Hao asked after Yu Haiping had left. This is the first time Chen Tong took over Qingqing Garment Factory to talk to people about cooperation. Just let Yu Haiping go alone? It's not that he, Chen Hao, is being careful. This involves a gross vote. The price that was finally negotiated. That only came out of Yu Haiping's mouth. Second brother. It's better to doubt people than to use them. Chen Tong looked at the direction where Yu Haiping disappeared and laughed. Yu Haiping will only think of ways to prove his abilities at this time, and will not have any caution. After all, on the basis of his feelings with Qingqing Garment Factory alone, he has to come from a deeper and more sincere place than I do. Available. Chen Hao wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Chen Tong. Second brother, what I know of your thoughts. Yu Haiping is not a man from the ravine who has never seen money in his life. Chen Tong said so, and Chen Hao was helpless. One could only choose to trust Chen Tong's judgment. 6 o'clock in the evening. It was dark. The first day of work at the Green Clothing Factory is officially over. The women workers came out talking and laughing. Each had a light in their eyes. It's bright and shiny. Not only was it time for dinner, but more importantly they were able to make a finished product that met the requirements by following the older women workers. They are also useful people. Still 2 pots. One pot was cooking white rice and sweet potato porridge that hadn't been eaten at lunch. In the other pot was the dish. Still a smorgasbord. But, not a single one of them resented it. On the contrary, happy as can be. There's food in the evening, too. Usually there's no dinner at home. In the garment factory, there's dinner, and there's food. Anyone who dislikes it is not a sizable cutie. It's still the same Chen Tong who fights for food. 2 bowls for one. A bowl of porridge and a bowl of vegetables. It was delicious. All 30 villagers were now thinking the same thing in their minds. That's where the job has to be done beautifully, to be able to afford the meal. Early the next morning, Chen Tong just got up and brushed his teeth. The sound of a big metal door banging was heard. Hastily greeting Chen Hao, he went to open the door. Not a moment later, Yu Haiping was seen coming in with a red face. With a smile on his face, he said, it's done. It's done. Just hurry up with the production of the rest of the material and finish it within 5 days, he said, and pulled a wad of dumplings out of his pocket. Here's $200, an advance from someone. Chen Tong took it, casually slipped it into his pocket, and gave a thumbs up towards Yu Haiping. Fruit of the Loom has a couple of things going for it. Not only did you get the deal, you got $200 back in advance. Can the average person do that? Chen Tong washed up. Just open up and make breakfast. This is not a home family meal. That's a couple dozen people. Breakfast was a bowl of boiling water and 2 sweet potatoes for each person. After eating, Yu Haiping led the way to the dressmaking room. But, not even a moment. Just come back in a blaze of glory. With a pale face and bloodless lips, he panicked. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Chen Tong was also startled when he heard this. This is coming from Yu Haiping. He wasn't kidding about something going wrong. Of the 10 old women workers who came to work yesterday, only 3 have come today. The remaining 7 are nowhere to be seen. What? Chen Tong slapped his chopsticks and got up violently. This Nima. It's a joke. Chapter 124, Inquiries Fruitless. Social youths gather in front of Qingqing Garment Factory. The second day of the official opening of the green clothing factory. 7 of the old women workers alone didn't show up for work. This is no joking matter. Yu Haiping, in particular, had a face that was as bad as it could get. In the beginning, he had patted his chest and assured Chen Tong, but this will. How? Say what? Chen Tong calmed down the moment he finished slapping his chopsticks. He was thinking, is it the Blue Iron Army? Move that fast? Uncle Yu, can the villagers of our village complete this shipment? Yu Haiping thought for a moment and said, I can, but my hands and feet aren't as fast as those of the old female laborers doing it, so it will be much slower. The most important thing is that the amount of work done by the old female workers in a day is 4 or 5 times more than the amount done by the new female workers. That's why I promised to finish it in 5 days. This is 7 less at once. And it definitely won't be finished in 5 days. Yu Haiping suddenly became bereft after saying this. Truly, if this is the case, not only do you not make money, you lose money. The reputation of Qingqing Garment Factory will also stink far and wide. Chen Tong took 2 deep breaths and slowly exhaled. I hit. The timing of the card is not bad. Pack up and take me to the homes of the female workers who didn't come, and look for them one by one. Chen Tong patted Yu Haiping's shoulder. It's not his fault for that. No one in the several garment factories in Huayin County wants to see the rebirth of the fallen Qingqing Garment Factory. So did he in his place. Regardless of whether the means are yin or yang, it would be a good ploy to extinguish the momentum of the green clothing factory. Second brother, lock the big iron gate of the factory and keep an eye on it. If there's anyone sneaking around outside the factory, make a note of the look. Chen Tong finished speaking, took Yu Haiping away. The first home the 2 of them went to was the home of an old female laborer named Zhou Tsuehua. She came to the green clothing factory just after it was built. Handy and honest. It was the first women workers. Never changed to another factory during that time. Deeply trusted by Yu Haiping, Zhou Tsuehwa's home was about 15 minutes away from the Qingqing Garment Factory. The 2 walked with eager steps. It doesn't take 10 minutes to get there. The door to Zhou Tsuehwa's house was locked. Knock knock knock. Yu Haiping went up and knocked on the door. After waiting 2 minutes, there was no response. The 2 men looked at each other. Yu Haiping knocked harder. The wooden door banged. Still no one came to the door. Forget it, go to the next one and check it out. Yu Haiping couldn't help but admire Chen Tong in his heart as he looked at such a composed Chen Tong. It doesn't mess up when something that big happens. This kid is not normally strong inside. Second home. It was a middle-aged woman named Huang Lanqing. Same as Zhou Tsuehua. The same batch entered the Qingqing Garment Factory and worked diligently. Granted, it didn't seem to fit in well with so many people. No talking, no laughing, no fooling around. But all these years, never late or early. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Haiping knocked on the door. No one responded. Chen Tong frowned. The mind wondered, is that really such a coincidence? Or is it? If that's the case, there's no need to go to the remaining ones. No one's home for sure. Knock knock. Undeterred, Yu Haiping knocked again. After a long wait, still no one opened the door. Go to the next one. I still don't believe it. Yu Haiping's face was unsightly, almost gritting his teeth as he uttered these words. He didn't believe that he picked these women workers, recruited by other garment factories. That would be too much of a blow to him. Come on, let's go to the next one and check it out. Chen Tong was trying to figure out if it was Blue Tiejuan's hand or not. Just as the 2 men turned around, squeak, with a sound, the old, heavy wooden door opened a crack. Both men were overjoyed and turned back at the same time. A half-grown child, in his late teens, poked his head out and looked at the 2 men outside the house, eyes clean and clear. Squeak! The boy got a good look at his visitor and struggled to close the door again. Chen Tong reacted and rushed up with an arrow step, blocking the middle of the doorway with his foot. The boy panicked and tried with all his might to slam the heavy wooden door shut, his little face reddening. Don't be afraid. We are good people, good friends of your mom, Huang Lanqing. Hearing this, the little boy's tears swished down. You guys don't have to come. There's nothing in the house. There's nothing in the house. My mom went to work. Chen Tong glanced at Yu Haiping and crouched down, wiping the tears from the little boy's face. He softly said, "Don't be afraid, child. We are really good friends of your mom, Huang Lanqing. We are here to see her today." The little boy raised his head, his eyes wide with tears, and said, "Really?" "Yes." Chen Tong stroked his head again and said, "There must have been bad people who came here." "Aha." The little boy nodded and looked at Chen Tong and Yu Haiping. These two uncles were not like those people before, fierce and vicious, kicking down doors and smashing them. "So can we go in?" The little boy stepped aside and Chen Tong pulled his hand inside. Yu Haiping closed the door after him. When he entered the house, Chen Tong couldn't help but frown. Huang Lanqing's family is not an overstatement. The main room, except for a table and 2 chairs, was empty. Yu Haiping also froze for a moment. He came to see Huang Lanqing in person, but he just talked about it outside the door and didn't enter the house. "That's too poor." "Little friend, what is your name?" Chen Tong asked as he sat on the threshold and pulled the little boy to sit next to him. "My name is Lu Yunpeng." The little boy's eyes were clean and pure. "Then what kind of bad guys did you just say bad guys are?" Chen Tong asked in a small voice. Hearing this, the little one's eyes instantly filled with tears. They all came to ask for money. Everything in my house was moved, and beat my mom, and I was beaten by bad people too. But I don't cry." The little boy looked at Chen Tong with his head held high, stubbornness written in his eyes. Chen Tong stroked his head. "Don't want to bring up the child's sadness. Your mom went to work early this morning?" Yu Haiping took out $1 and stiffly shoved it to the little boy and opened his mouth to ask. "Yes. She also left me a steamed bun and a sweet potato." Lu Yunpeng asked, "What are you looking for mom for?" After all, they were small children, and the sadness faded quite a bit when they received care from outside of their family. Chen Tong hinted at Yu Haiping with his eyes. Yu Haiping understood and smiled. "Pang Pang, both of us are your mom's good friends. Your mom helped uncle, so we came to thank your mom." "Oh." The little guy was very naive and said, "Uncle, mommy isn't home. She's gone to work. She won't be back until evening." Chen Tong led the little one to play for a while longer. On his way out, he was instructed to keep the door closed and not to open it. The little guy nodded his head one by one and smiled a lot. "Going to the next one?" Yu Haiping asked. Chen Tong shook his head. "How much do you know about this Huang Lanqing?" Chen Tong was squatting on a dirt slope opposite Huang Lanqing's house, his eyes thoughtful. "Don't know much about it. Just know that she doesn't fit in too well. Never talks, never smiles, goes to work on time and gets off on time, and doesn't get lazy doing her work." Yu Haiping thought about it and said, "So what's going on with her family? Do you know?" Yu Haiping smiled awkwardly. How could he have ever asked for this? Chen Tong crouched on the dirt slope, running through the threads in his head. This situation in Huang Lanqing's house should have lasted for a long time. Otherwise, how can a woman who can work in a garment factory not have a smile on her face? To know, Qingqing Garment Factory is a public organization. The county is as rare as it is tight. When Qingqing Garment Factory couldn't pay wages, Huang Lanqing didn't even go to work in other garment factories. Combine that with her family's current situation, not so much as to resume production and then run off to another garment factory. There is something fishy about this. Chen Tong couldn't really figure it out. Forget it, let's go back first. The rest of the few families are definitely not there either. Looking over there will instead make their families worry. Let's come back when it's 7 o'clock in the evening, or come to Huang Lanqing's house. Chen Tong and Yu Haiping walked back. 20 minutes later, it was back at the front door of the green clothing factory. From a distance, I saw a lot of people gathered in front of the factory. Chen Tong and Yu Haiping were shocked in their hearts at the same time. What's going on here? So many people. Yu Haiping walked up quickly. Chen Tong, on the other hand, hid in the shadows. Let's see what these guys are up to. What are you doing? What are you doing in front of my factory? Yu Haiping huffed and puffed as he approached, loudly chiding. Yo ho, isn't this factory director you? The one who spoke was a youngster with a long shaggy head, talking with a flutter, and a large front door in his mouth. It wasn't lit at all. Yu Haiping narrowed his eyes at the youngster. Not impressed. Not recognizable. Who are you people? What are you doing in front of my factory? Yu Haiping asked once more. Mr. Yu, don't be so angry. Didn't you have any last night? Do you want my brothers to take you for a spin? The youngster said in a dangling manner. It caused a great deal of laughter. Yu Haiping grimaced. Did the Blue Iron Army send you or Fengyun? Yu Haiping asked in a deep voice. I won't trouble you. Factory director you. Even though our brothers and their gang stayed in front of the Chingching garment factory, no one has ever said that this road belongs to your family? Not to mention the entrance of Chingching clothing factory. Even if I go to the entrance of Blue Sky clothing factory and the entrance of Blue Cloud clothing factory, what can I do? The young man spoke wildly, completely not putting Yu Haiping in his eyes. Yu Haiping's old face was green and green and green. The words are rough. They're not fighting and causing trouble. It's useless to call the police. Yu Haiping looked back and saw no sign of Chen Tong. Had to go back to the garment factory first. Chen Hao opened the door and let Yu Haiping in. His face wasn't looking good either, and he was holding a crowbar in his hand. These people, come to make trouble? Yu Haiping grimaced bitterly and said, no, I don't know what I'm here for yet. Where's Xiao Tong? Not with you? Should have come in through the back door? I'll go find him. After Yu Haiping finished speaking, he looked back at the 17 or 18 young socialites gathered outside the door. It was met with a chorus of boos and middle fingers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yu Haiping had a bellyful of fire. The tiger was bullied by the dog. Chapter 125, Huang Lunching returns home. Knowing the situation, Yu Haiping returned to the backyard. Chen Tong was really already there. Just sat on the steps, frowning and fuming. He has no one available. And he didn't want a violent clash of forces. Born again. Brute force will not solve the underlying problem. It will only intensify more conflicts. Do you want me to get someone? I know more or less some of the black ones. Just have a drink. Go down to a restaurant. $1 a head. As much as you want. Yu Haiping was cold and fuming in his heart. It's not like you didn't do these things when you were young. Afraid of what? Him. It's all ing bullying up to the factory gate, which is not returned. It's not there yet. Chen Tong Dao. A big fight is not a long-term solution. The most important thing today is to figure out who actually made the move in this matter today. Blue Taijun or Fengyun or the remaining two factories. Figure out who it is, and you can treat it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yu Haiping tugged at his sleeve and squatted down, saying, being mocked by a bunch of 20-something-year-olds. When have I ever been so angry? Yu Haiping was telling the truth. Following Chen Tong is half admiration and half affection for Chingching Garment Factory. In his 20s with this ability, Yu Haiping convinced. But what's out there? A jerk? To taunt him too? Get the outta here. If he was still in charge of Chingching Garment Factory today, there would have been a fight outside by now. Chen Tong laughed and explained to Yu Haiping, saying, today, if we really fight, won't we be in someone else's way? Can Chingching Garment Factory still stand up to the torture? What's the point of suffering a temporary loss? Doing business is a long-lasting occasion. This reasoning Yu Haiping knew, but just couldn't swallow it. Chen Tong felt his pockets. No more cigarettes. Originally, he wanted Yu Haiping to smoke a cigarette to dissipate his anger. Then forget it. You can take the edge off without smoking. At lunchtime, Yu Haiping ate to replace Chen Hao. Chen Hao tried hard to collect his emotions, not wanting to show them in front of Li Hong and Yang Wenjing. Stiffly held back the meal. Pulling Chen Tong, he walked to the open space behind the factory. I'll go home and yell for someone later. Chen Hao exhaled a mouthful of bad breath and said viciously, don't you dare. How can our parents sleep at home? What then? Just arrived and we're blocked at the door? If we don't give a warning, think we're sick cats. Chen Hao was really pissed off. You and Uncle You really want to go together, both thinking about a fight. That's not getting in someone's way. A bunch of punks were in front of the garment factory. Did they cause trouble? Did they break up the place? Call a group of people over to fight them? Then we'll be the ones at fault. The factory will be shut down for 2 or 3 days. The old foxes are just waiting. So what should we do? Just watch them and piss in front of the garment factory? Xiao Tong, we can't be a wimp. We have to make a statement. Chen Hao persuaded Chen Tong. Chen Tong knew that Chen Hao was also doing it for his own good. However, he has no background and is financially strapped. So what can he do to stand up for himself? Just have to hold back for now. A little intolerance goes a long way. The Blue Iron Army is a formidable opponent. Can't follow his train of thought. Let's talk about it tonight. After tonight, things can clear up quite a bit, Chen Tong said helplessly. Even if it's standing up for authority, you'll have to find someone to stand up to. 2. Kill the chicken to make an example of it. You have to know who the monkey is. You can't kill one chicken and show it to 4 monkeys. That might be laughed at by someone, or whoever found the opportunity to completely wipe out the green clothing factory again. That's fine. That's fine. After tonight, Chen Hao was a bit impatient and was holding his heart. When it came down to it, he couldn't help. The heart is annoyed. Nothing else. Mountain man. Sturdy. He goes out with a crowbar. And just the gang of 20-something punks at the door are as skinny as a chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not a problem for one person to fight 10. Chen Tong stayed up until the factory got off work. just finished eating. Yu Haiping then came huffing and puffing, almost cracked up. See the pregnant Yang Wenjing sitting next to Chen Tong, and hold it back again. Raw. It went up all over the place. Chen Tong spoke to Yang Wenjing, took Yu Haiping away. Asterisk 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 them. These punks, whistling and talking dirty behind our factory's old female workers. Yu Haiping's eyes were red. He almost rushed out with his stick. It was stopped dead in its tracks by Chen Hao. Chen Tong also had a serious face. It touches his bottom line. This is a ing hooliganism offense. Call the police. Arrest them all and jail them. Yu Haiping clenched his fists and spit splashed onto Chen Tong's face. Chen Tong opened his mouth, but still endured. Didn't say the word. Go to Huang Lanqing's house first. By the way, there are a few sweet potatoes in the pot. Bring them with you. Yu Haiping went and folded. A couple sweet potatoes were served in a bowl. The two disappeared through the back door. Quickly, he rushed to Huang Lanqing's house. 15 minutes later, Yu Haiping knocked on Huang Lanqing's door. Not for a moment. A voice came from the house. Who is it? It's so late. Sister Huang. It's me, Yu Haiping. Creak. The wooden door opened. Huang Lanqing moved his body out of the way to allow Chen Tong and Yu Haiping to enter the house, slamming the door heavily again. Huang Lanqing's house had no electricity, and it was dark. The three were standing in the yard. I went out today and had reached the entrance to the garment factory, but a few hundred meters away. When I was stopped, it was two middle-aged men who said it would be fine as long as I didn't resist. At first I thought it was a debt collector, but it turned out to be someone from Blue Cloud Garment Factory. They also gave me $1 for the day's pay. Huang Lansing took out a crumpled piece of woolen ticket from his pocket. His voice tinged with a bit of self-reproach. Plant director you. I didn't mean to. Yu Haiping waved his hand and said, don't worry. Today's matter is not what you think. You just need to tell what happened. Huang Lanqing adjusted himself. Speak up about what happened today. Two middle-aged men who claimed to be from the Blue Cloud Garment Factory took Huang Lanqing away in 7 turns. Came to a small, modest courtyard. The small yard was overgrown with weeds. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. The two men took stools and let Huang Lanqing sit there, not allowed to go anywhere, and 2 sweet potatoes for lunch. And so it went from morning to night. Gave her $1 when she left. It says it's a paycheck for today's work at Green Garment Factory. Huang Lanqing was afraid to ask for it at first. This money, is it hers to take? May. The dollar was stiffed by the middle-aged man. If he didn't take it, he wouldn't make it back tonight. No way. Huang Lanqing could only take it back home. Factory director you have to believe me. I can't lose this job. Otherwise, my son Pangping will starve to death. Huang Lanqing didn't say a word as she did before in Xingqing Garment Factory. She's just an ordinary middle-aged woman. That's all camouflage at Green Clothing Factory. There's nothing left in the house. If they lose this job too, how will they survive?